On the other side of the summit, the initially disinterested figures, each occupied in their own conversations, barely paid attention to the one sensing the martial ancestors' divine radiance. There was no helping it. Behind the first group of invited martial Tao geniuses, many of the censors who had got in through back doors performed dismally. None of them had a martial Tao compatibility of more than 10%. If the martial ancestors' divine radiance wasn't so crucial, requiring their supervision upon activation, they probably would have left a long time ago. It's about to end. The leading figure was the great supreme elder of the martial temple, ranking just below the three who were out waging war in the seventh stage martial Tao. He glanced casually at the sight of the martial ancestors' divine radiance below. The next moment, the great supreme elder's pupils constricted sharply. In his sight, strands of the martial ancestors' divine radiance bubbled up as one divine statue after another began to emit 12-fold radiance. For a moment, inside the walls, at the site where the 7 divine statues were placed, the martial ancestors' divine radiance nearly spilled out. "What's this?" The great supreme elder's heart shook with awe. The only possible reason for the martial ancestors' divine radiance to be actively attracted was the presence of a censor with overwhelmingly powerful martial talent, causing the full revival of the divine radiance. This event had taken place several times over the past 100,000 years, but the attraction to the martial ancestors' divine radiance never reached the scale of today. Divine statues blooming with 12-fold light, and 7 statues at that. Am I dreaming? Another supreme elder murmured to himself. The 7 divine statues represent 7 different directions of martial Tao, such as prowess in killing, excellence in defense, mastery over domains, and so on. Since the establishment of the martial temple, indeed, there had been examiners who caused several divine statues to simultaneously bloom with radiance, but that was at most 3 or 4 statues, and each statue's radiance did not exceed 70%. Like now? 12-fold radiance? And all 7 statues at that? Genius. The strongest talent ever since the founding of our martial temple. The several supreme elders quickly recovered, and as strong martial Tao 6th rank experts, they should not have been so flustered. But the scene unfolding before them was simply too inconceivable. In front of the 7 divine statues, Lin Yuan quietly felt the submission emanating from the martial ancestors' divine radiance. The so-called martial ancestors' divine radiance was nothing more than the traces of the Tao and law that Lin Yuan had left on the 7 divine statues, now stimulated by an external force. It was sensitizing him to the most suitable physique and talent for martial Tao cultivation. Ever since the consciousness descent, Lin Yuan was not only steadily recovering his strength but also allowing this physical body to undergo metamorphosis. As the once ancestor of martial arts, the direction in which Lin Yuan would transform his body would undoubtedly be the most suitable for martial Tao. The performance of the martial ancestors' divine radiance merely reflected the breadth of an ultimate physique within the martial Tao cultivation system. Such a physique was basically impossible to be born naturally, only appearing under the guidance of Lin Yuan, the ancestor of martial arts. Of course, this was unknown to outsiders, and even those 3 7th-rank old ancestors were clueless. By the side, the elder in a black robe was still engulfed in incredible shock. Having activated the martial ancestors' divine radiance so many times, he had never felt such a scene within the divine radiance before. And the fact that all 7 statues burst forth with 12-fold light also left this black-robed elder somewhat befuddled. For an examiner to make a statue shine with 12-fold light was rare enough for tens of thousands of years, but to have all 7 statues do so? Just as the black-robed elder wondered what to do next, several figures appeared silently beside him, their eyes burning with fervent gaze upon Lin Yuan. A martial Tao talent the likes of which had never been seen before. Heaven blesses our martial temple, heaven blesses our martial Tao. These sudden figures were the supreme elders of the martial temple. Supreme elders. The elder in the black robe couldn't help but startle. Then he quickly realized, if even he had noticed the anomaly in the martial ancestors' divine radiance, how could the supreme elders have missed it? You may leave. The lead great supreme elder gave the black-robed elder a glance. Yes. The black-robed elder bowed immediately and quickly exited. Young friend. The great supreme elder conjured a trace of a gentle smile and greeted Lin Yuan before he seriously said, I wonder if you would be willing to join our martial temple? Having said this, including the great Supreme Elder himself, a tinge of nervousness appeared on all their faces. With the influence of the martial temple, they could indeed force Lin Yuan to join. As the heaven of Shenyao City, who would dare refuse the martial temple's decree? But that was something they did to outsiders. Given Lin Yuan's currently revealed terrifying talent, he would likely take charge of the martial temple in the future. In such a case, who would dare to coerce? Did they not fear retribution later on? For a peerless martial Dao genius who could revive the martial temple, coercion was the most foolish method. Join the martial temple? Lin Yuan looked towards the supreme elders of the martial temple. In fact, with his grasp over his own powers, he could have completely blocked the sensing of the martial ancestors' divine radiance. But Lin Yuan did not. The aim was to attract the attention of the martial temple and then join it, utilizing the temple's vast cultivation resources to swiftly recover his strength. The martial temple existed precisely to transcend the martial Dao cultivation system. It was inherently a force under Lin Yuan's command. It even matched part of Lin Yuan's plans for the future. In this journey, he had also planned to spread the martial path evolutionary path. With the martial temple at his disposal, Lin Yuan could avoid many detours. There was no need to start from scratch to build a force and then propagate the martial Dao. I am willing, Lin Yuan nodded and said, willing? The great Supreme Elder and the other Supreme Elders exchanged glances, their hearts easing with immense relief. Outside the walls, everyone was anxiously waiting. The duration of the martial ancestors' divine radiance was limited. The more time wasted by those in front, the less time available for those behind to experience it. Now, more than half an hour had passed since the last person entered, and if it dragged on much longer, the martial ancestors' divine radiance would likely come to an end. Chang'er couldn't have caused any trouble, could he? Lin Jianping's heart skipped a beat, and he could only hope silently. Outside, with the Lin family's means, as long as the trouble Lin Yuan caused wasn't too great, they could basically smooth things over. But this place was the martial temple, where even a randomly grabbed person had more background and status than the Lin family. If Lin Yuan caused trouble here, Lin Jianping felt his scalp tingle at the thought. It couldn't be, it couldn't be. Shen Zhen quietly reassured him from beside. However, similar worries surfaced in her heart. The time Lin Yuan spent perceiving the martial ancestors' divine radiance was extraordinarily long. It was hard not to let one's thoughts drift in that direction. Before long, the old man clad in the black robe came out. To everyone, he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the martial ancestors' divine radiance has ended. You may all return." Ended? So soon? It wasn't this quick in previous years, was it? Although the waiting crowd felt extremely reluctant, they dared not question it. What kind of joke would that be? To question the martial temple? Did they no longer wish to live? It's over? Upon hearing this, Lin Jianping looked confused. Where's my son? He hadn't seen Lin Yuan come out from the beginning to the end. Lin Yuan hadn't emerged, yet it was over? Lin Jianping wanted to ask but didn't dare to. He could only continue to wait in place. Soon, the others began to leave one after the other. It's over. Chang'er must have really gotten into trouble. Lin Jianping felt a chill in his heart, and Shen Zhen's face also looked troubled. If there had been no trouble, their son should have come out by now. Just as the two decided to summon the courage to inquire what had happened, the black-robed old man hurried over to Lin Jianping and Shen Zhen and said with a somewhat respectful demeanor, "Are you Lin Cheng's parents? Please come with me." The tone of the black-robed old man was gentle, utterly lacking the haughtiness he exhibited towards those other people. He was well aware that given Lin Yuan's performance during the perception of the martial ancestors' divine radiance, his future status in the martial temple could be described as immeasurable. Therefore, at this moment, his attitude towards Lin Yuan's parents had to be without any overstepping, or else he would be laying the groundwork for his own trouble. "We are," Lin Jianping hastily said. This black-robed old man was a steward of the martial temple, and elders and patriarchs from big families in Shenyao City were as reserved as grandsons meeting their grandfathers in front of him. Yet now, such an important figure was speaking to him with such a gentle tone. This made Lin Jianping feel as if he were dreaming. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, the black-robed old man straightforwardly said, "Lin Chong is a martial Dao prodigy, you need not worry." The black-robed elder refrained from revealing too much, only releasing bits of seemingly trivial information to stabilize their emotions. "My son, a martial Dao prodigy?" Lin Jianping blinked and couldn't react for a long while. Shen Zhen beside him felt the same. They knew what their son was like, didn't they? Deeper within the martial temple, several supreme elders gathered here once again. After personally taking Lin Yuan to the temple's highest class cultivation cave dwelling, they came here. Lin Chong, Father Lin Jianping. Information about Lin Yuan appeared before the supreme elders. Even though Lin Yuan's martial talent and innate abilities left them unable to calm down for a long time, the most basic background investigation still needed to be done. Even if, in the view of the supreme elders, this background check didn't mean much. No matter what hidden dangers were in Lin Yuan's identity, they had decided to keep this unprecedented martial Dao prodigy in the martial temple at all costs. Looking at the current situation, he comes from a clean background, born and raised in Shenyao City. The second supreme elder was very satisfied. Certainly, they had been prepared for the worst-case scenarios, such as problems with Lin Yuan's background or some sort of enemy. No matter what, the martial temple would protect him. But without these complications, all the better. What should we do next? The third supreme elder asked. The martial temple, as the place of martial Dao heritage, already had a complete process for cultivating disciples. When to do what, which techniques to practice, and so on. All were provided with detailed guidance. However, given the talent displayed by Lin Yuan, the several supreme elders felt that following the past few sets of disciple cultivation procedures was simply a waste. "Let's do this. We few old fellows will personally teach him, how about that?" The great supreme elder suddenly spoke up. "Personally teach him? No problem. I too want to see what differentiates a martial Dao prodigy who makes all 7 statues shine with 120% of their brilliance." The supreme elders readily agreed. In a high-grade cultivation cave dwelling, Lin Yuan was seated cross-legged in this place. The cultivation environment here is very suitable for martial Dao cultivators. Lin Yuan felt it for a while, and a smile appeared on his face. Shenyao City wasn't established above a spirit vein, hence the spiritual energy wasn't abundant, but there was a kind of vitality that's extremely nourishing for martial Dao cultivators. Especially in this cave dwelling, if Lin Yuan were to let himself absorb freely, not to mention restoring to the 8th layer, at least reaching the 7th rank would be as easy as turning his hand over, and definitely wouldn't take more than 50 years. Choosing to have my consciousness come directly to the spirit realm seems to have been the right decision. The cultivation environment of this world far surpasses that of the lower realms of the central divine continent, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Indeed, Lin Yuan could also have his consciousness descend to the lower realms in the central divine continent and then take over Jun Wuji's body, instantly gaining 7th rank strength. And then ascend to the higher realms. But there are significant disadvantages to that approach, namely that Jun Wuji's body, the domain he established at the 7th rank, was an erroneous one. Far inferior to the perfected perfect 7th stage in the main world. Furthermore, ascending to the spirit realm through the ascension platform still involves risks, and breaking through space, smuggling oneself directly from the void into the spirit realm similarly involves risks. After much deliberation, directly descending consciousness to the spirit realm was the best choice. Although starting off lower, now with the help of the martial temple, recovering to the 8th layer wouldn't take long. The next day, the great supreme elder took the initiative to visit Lin Yuan. "How do you feel?" the great supreme elder asked kindly. Other disciples, even core disciples, needed to stay at the martial academy and undergo various tests when they joined the martial temple. But of course, Lin Yuan didn't need to do those things, as the supreme elders themselves were to be his masters. Now that the great supreme elder had come over, he planned to personally instruct Lin Yuan and give him a complete impression of the martial Dao cultivation system. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded. The environment here was indeed quite good. "Have you looked at those books?" The great supreme elder glanced at a bookshelf not far away, filled with jade slips that held a vast amount of information related to martial Dao. One only needed to press a jade slip against their forehead to read it. "Yes," Lin Yuan said. The information in those jade slips had helped Lin Yuan roughly familiarize himself with the current martial Dao. "Then tell me, what have you learned?" The great supreme elder intentionally tested Lin Yuan and asked. "The explanation of martial Dao is somewhat one-sided," Lin Yuan said. Oh, one-sided? The great Supreme Elder became interested? Martial Tao should encompass all things to grow, all things to thrive. That is the essence of martial Tao, Lin Yuan stated calmly. All things to grow, all things to thrive? An intrigued light flickered in the eyes of the great Supreme Elder. Of all the paths in the spirit realm, aside from the exalted immortal path, who dared to comment on their path in such a manner? What do you mean by all things to grow? The great Supreme Elder continued to inquire. Time and space, yin and yang, the five elements. Lin Yuan's pace of speech didn't fluctuate and he spoke in a deliberate and measured manner. More than an hour later, the great Supreme Elder walked out of the cave dwelling looking somewhat dazed. How did it go? How did it go? How did the teaching go? What's his understanding of martial Tao like? The Supreme Elders were quite curious. His understanding of martial Tao? The great Supreme Elder looked around at his fellow elders and finally, with an indescribable tone, said, "He is born for martial Tao, born for martial Tao." Several Supreme Elders were stunned. This evaluation could not be considered anything less than high. Placed within the realm of the immortal path, it denoted a dazzlingly brilliant unparalleled genius, an immortal king seed. Though martial Tao was not as esteemed as the immortal path, this acclaim was not something everyone could bear. Do you not believe it? The great Supreme Elder glanced at them and sighed softly. Honestly, before he taught Lin Yuan, he also did not believe there was any martial Tao cultivator in the world who could be described thus. But afterward, the great Supreme Elder truly realized, Lin Yuan was indeed such a person. Wait till tomorrow, after you have taught him, then you will understand. The great Supreme Elder shook his head slightly and strode away. In the following time, several Supreme Elders of the Martial Temple tried in succession to teach Lin Yuan. But the outcomes often left a sour taste, as they posed questions to Lin Yuan, who would ponder briefly before providing answers. However, whenever Lin Yuan casually returned a question, the Supreme Elders would think for a long time, struck dumb without an explanation, and ultimately it was Lin Yuan who provided the answers. As for his progression in martial Tao cultivation, Lin Yuan made leaps and bounds. With the martial temple providing a full array of resources, his advancement rate was terrifying. In less than a year, he had traversed a path that ordinary martial Tao geniuses might not cover in decades. What the Supreme Elders did not know was that the cultivation speed showcased by Lin Yuan was deliberately shown. As for his true cultivation speed, it was far more frightening than what they could imagine. Martial Temple Guest Hall. Lin Yuan sat casually. Lin Jianping and Shen Zhen were visibly exhilarated. Chang'er, you don't know, the clan head of the Zhao family, he was so nice to me, all because of you, Chang'er. Lin Jianping looked at his son with an indescribable happiness. In his life, the most correct decision was to let Lin Yuan experience the martial ancestors' divine radiance. Though till this day, he did not know what position Lin Yuan held in the martial temple, or what level of disciple he had become after joining. But as time passed, under Lin Yuan's casual guidance, the martial temple showed subtle signs of closeness to the Lin family. This alerted the major families and powers in Shenyao City. Those who previously looked down upon the Lin family, now treated them well. Is that so? Lin Yuan said with a smile. Currently, his status in the martial temple was quite special. Not a disciple, but personally taught by several supreme elders of the martial temple. Theoretically, Lin Yuan's seniority and qualification should be considered on par with this generation's lord of the martial temple. With just a word from Lin Yuan, even the lord of the martial temple would not dare to object. The family chatted for a while. Then Shen Zhen pulled Lin Jianping to get up and leave. Chang'er, you must take good care of yourself in the martial temple. Shen Zhen still felt a pang of heartache for Lin Yuan. She had heard that the competition within the martial temple was fierce. Even those core disciples had to pay a huge price to obtain what they wanted. Now that her son could influence the martial temple, the price he must have paid was imaginable. Don't worry, I am doing quite well inside, Lin Yuan said. Even as Lin Yuan said this, Shen Zhen's eyes turned redder, feeling that Lin Yuan was just putting on a brave front. After seeing off his parents, Lin Yuan then returned to his cultivation cave dwelling. This world, after developing for tens of thousands of years, has explored many different pathways for martial Tao. Lin Yuan fell into thought. Joining the martial temple for nearly half a year, besides his daily cultivation to restore his strength, he observed the changes in the current martial Tao cultivation system. Although Lin Yuan was the founder of martial Tao, initially he had only laid down the first rank chapter to the 7th rank chapter. The 7th rank chapter was only a beginning, and the initially established 7th rank chapter was hardly perfect. After returning to the main world, Lin Yuan created a satisfying 7th rank chapter. It's a pity, so many years have passed, and yet no 8th layer part has emerged. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. As far as Lin Yuan knew, the strongest in today's martial Tao were but 3 7th rank martial Tao. These 3 7th ranks, the strongest one named Li Qing, was originally Lin Yuan's direct disciple from the lower realms. As for the other 2, they were later generations of 7th rank, who he taught after ascending to the spirit realm. Of the 3 7th ranks, Li Qing was at the 7th rank peak, while the other 2 hovered in the mid to late 7th rank. 7th rank peak. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. The path of martial Tao that Li Qing followed was what Lin Yuan had initially left behind. Although it was just the beginning of the 7th rank, Lin Yuan's final assumptions for the continuation of the 7th rank made it not too difficult for Li Qing to reach the 7th rank peak. It was undoubtedly easier than creating the 7th rank chapter from nothing. Of course, since Lin Yuan's originally left behind 7th rank chapter was not perfect. It almost made it impossible for Li Qing to step into the 8th rank. Even in the main world, the 8th rank was a very critical stage, with the 8th rank evolution path being a prerequisite for the major evolvers. That's also right, though this world has passed tens of thousands of years, the martial Tao is ultimately not considered a strong path. Without enough beings investing in it, and with the 7th rank chapter having taken a detour, it is not surprising that no 8th rank part emerged. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. He could step into the 8th rank because his 7th rank was almost perfect, combined with against heaven's understanding, as well as the numerous cultivation conditions in the main world, and ultimately the countless evolution paths within the body of a supreme being. With so many factors enhancing him, it enabled Lin Yuan to achieve what he has achieved today. As for the martial Tao of the spirit realm, if Lin Yuan had not had a consciousness descent this time, it would probably take another million years without any martial Tao cultivator stepping into the 8th rank. The 8th stage of martial arts should correspond to the Transcendence Tribulation stage in the Immortal Cultivation System, right? Lin Yuan thought of the Immortal Cultivation System. The Transcendence Tribulation stage is also known as the Immortal King. Tribulation transcending celestial king. Even when surveying the 3,000 Tao provinces of the spirit realm, the tribulation transcending celestial king stands at the absolute summit. To step into the transcendence tribulation stage, one must transcend both the heart demon tribulation and the bodily tribulation. Only then can one break through to the transcendence tribulation stage and assume the position of an immortal king. This is similar to the need to overcome the heart demon tribulation when advancing from the 7th rank to the 8th rank. Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The difference is that advancing from the 7th rank to the 8th rank only requires overcoming the heart demon tribulation, whereas the true immortals of Tao integration in the spirit realm must also face an additional bodily tribulation. Tribulation transcending celestial kings, wielding the power of creation, overlooking the spirit realm, and even capable of divine travel through hundreds of thousands of lower realms? Lin Yuan thought of what he had read about the tribulation transcending celestial kings. This information was collected by the martial temple. Although the martial Tao cultivation system is different from the immortal cultivation system, those who came later still hold the top-tier experts of Tao with awe. I wonder what the difference is between a tribulation transcending celestial king and an 8th rank evolver. Lin Yuan was curious. The cultivation system is different, so naturally, the abilities displayed at each stage are also different. If a tribulation transcending celestial king corresponds to the 8th rank, that's only a rough equivalence in terms of combat power. As for the specific details and techniques, only a personal confrontation would tell. Power of creation? Lin Yuan stroked his chin. This power is the core strength of a tribulation transcending celestial king. The greatest confidence for immortal king-level powerhouses to overlook all beings. Is it another term for the power of the world, or simply another type of energy? Do tribulation transcending celestial kings not have their own inner worlds at all? Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated. The most powerful method of the 8th rank evolvers is the power of the world cultivated within their inner worlds. But as for the power of creation held by the tribulation transcending celestial kings, its true nature remains unknown. The martial temple's level is after all not high, it cannot gather detailed information about the immortal king-level powerhouses. Deep within the martial temple, several supreme elders gathered together again. Chang'er's talent is too strong, we're unable to teach him anymore. The second supreme elder was silent for a while before speaking the truth. They are all martial practitioners of the sixth stage martial Tao, equivalent to ancient saints of the nether refinement period. In the spirit realm, ancient saints of the nether refinement period can also dominate a region, at least within a city like Shenyao City. A battle prowess of the ancient saints level is considered top-notch. But facing Lin Yuan, they all felt a bit intimidated. Lin Yuan's learning capability and cultivation speed are too fast. So fast that it made them doubt how they had lived through the years. So what should we do? The third supreme elder asked. Now the only option is to ask the three ancestors for guidance. Perhaps only the three ancestors are qualified to teach Chang'er. The great supreme elder spoke. The three ancestors? The remaining supreme elders were inwardly startled. The three ancestors here naturally refer to the three seventh-stage martial Tao strong practitioners. The founders of the martial temple. However, currently, these three seventh-stage martial Tao practitioners are all battling for the Daoda Immortal Sect. Daoda Immortal Sect has protected Shenyao City for many years, not only because a true immortal of considerable prominence within the sect negotiated an agreement with that mysterious martial ancestor, but also because of the merits the three ancestors had established for the Daoda Immortal Sect over the years. Now, it seems only the three ancestors can teach him. The third supreme elder sighed. Anyway, they didn't dare to continue teaching. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly risk damaging their own state of mind. It's too exaggerated, if they hadn't confirmed that Lin Chang's soul and body were perfectly integrated. They would suspect that Lin Chang might have been seized by some old monster. In the spirit realm, seizure is not an uncommon occurrence. I will contact the three ancestors right away. Seeing that the other supreme elders had no objections, the great supreme elder stood up and said, "The three ancestors are engaged in external battles. If there is no major issue, they are not to be disturbed. But the matter concerning Lin Yuan is considered a major issue by the supreme elders." Within the cave dwelling, Lin Yuan, in addition to cultivating, was also sensing the great Tao rules of the spirit realm. Taiyan rule. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and streams of the extremely yin and pure power of Taiyan converged in the depths of his pupils, merging with the power of Taiyang to form the power of Taiji. I didn't expect that not long after arriving, I would comprehend the Taiyan rule. Lin Yuan was in a good mood. Despite spending nearly 20 years in seclusion in the main world without comprehending the Taiyan rule, he had managed to grasp it not long after crossing over. However, my current strength is too weak to condense the rules. Otherwise, it would be interesting to see what will happen when the Taiyan rule merges with the Taiyang rule. Will it form a new rule? The Taiji rule? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The rules of the great Tao are elusive. To condense a certain rule, one must first thoroughly understand it, and second, possess a body and soul capable of carrying that rule. Of course, Lin Yuan wasn't able to condense the Taiyan rule just yet, but he could still use it. Once a certain rule is fully understood, even a mortal can, in every action, align with this rule and unleash a power that far exceeds their limits. This traversal does allow for the awakening of a new physical body divine ability. Lin Yuan seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up slightly. The sixth stage martial Tao chapter draws from the essence of body cultivation, enabling the condensation of divine physical body abilities that belong to a martial Tao cultivator. So far, Lin Yuan had condensed two physical body divine abilities. The first one is blood rebirth, the second is mountain moving. The former had brought tremendous help to Lin Yuan. Even the opening of that mysterious gourd relied on the blood rebirth ability. Then there's the gourd. Lin Yuan's consciousness sank into the depths of his mind, looking at the towering and massive door to the myriad realms. If Lin Yuan wished, he could use a strand of world-breaking origin force at any time to bring over the mysterious gourd. But after some thought, Lin Yuan decided to wait a while more. His current strength was still too weak, and the mysterious gourd was too precious. It would be better to wait until he had sufficient power to protect himself in this world before considering it. Cultivate, cultivate. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged, and he started cultivating again. Although he was under the protection of the martial temple now and did not need to worry about safety, there were still many things waiting for Lin Yuan to do, and all these things required strength. On the edge of the Xuanwang domain, inside a palace, 3 figures were sitting cross-legged, their qi and blood circulating and faintly vibrating in all directions. The martial temple has sent me a message? The first figure on the left opened his eyes and spoke. The martial temple? Has something big happened? The first figure on the right also opened his eyes. They had long told the martial temple not to contact them lightly unless something significant happened. What's the matter? The figure in the middle opened her eyes and asked slowly. This figure was a stunningly beautiful woman, who was none other than Li Qing, the direct disciple Lin Yuan had once accepted. They say that the martial temple has received a once-in-an-age genius, who upon perceiving the martial ancestors' divine radiance, caused 7 divine statues to tremble, all aglow with 12-fold brilliance, the figure on the left explained. All 7 divine statues radiant with 12-fold brilliance? The tonality of the figure on the right wavered slightly. Even he had only managed to make 1 divine statue tremble and shine with 12-fold brilliance back in his day. Indeed a once-in-an-age genius. Li Qing nodded and said, "What does the martial temple want us to do?" "They want one of us to go back and personally instruct this genius," the figure on the left said. "Go back, one of us?" Li Qing frowned slightly. "The battle with the other great realms is at a critical moment. We cannot leave, not even our primordial spirits can depart." "In that case, reply to the martial temple that in 100 years, I will personally return to guide this once-in-an-age genius," Li Qing said. She valued martial arts geniuses highly. Perhaps influenced by Lin Yuan in the past, Li Qing was willing to offer each martial Dao cultivator the chance to advance further. 100 years? Yes, in 100 years, the conflict will mostly cease, and by then, the 3 of us can return to see for ourselves. Let that once-in-an-age genius cultivate on their own for these 100 years, and when we return later, we will personally guide them, the figure on the right said. No problem, the figure on the left nodded. 100 years was nothing. That once-in-an-age genius might just be beginning to comprehend the martial Dao. Their return would be just in time to provide guidance at a critical moment. Years passed by. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed since Lin Yuan arrived in this world. An underground world spanning tens of thousands of miles, with only Lin Yuan sitting cross-legged alone within it. The terrifying aura emanating from his body caused the space itself to distort slightly. 8th stage martial Dao has already reached the 2nd layer. Lin Yuan reined in his aura and nodded in satisfaction. The immortal path skill does indeed play a significant role in perfecting the 8th layer part. However, beginning from the 2nd layer of the 8th layer part, the difficulty of expansion skyrockets. But with against heaven's understanding, this is merely a matter of time and persistence. In Lin Yuan's conception, the 8th stage martial Dao consisted of 4 stages, similar to most evolution paths of the main world's 8th layer part. But for the specific content of cultivation, Lin Yuan had pushed it to the utmost limit that he could possibly achieve at present. If it were just to create an ordinary 8th rank evolutionary path, there would be no need to expend so much effort. However, the 8th stage martial Dao was a critical phase in Lin Yuan's cultivation journey, so naturally, he couldn't skimp on effort. My current realm has also surged into the 2nd layer of the 8th rank, he said. Had it not been for his encounter with the spirit realm's immortal cultivation system and other cultivation systems, which allowed Lin Yuan to reshape the martial path evolutionary path multiple times, it would have probably taken him several more decades to reach this level. However, when I returned to the 8th rank, I did not re-experience the heart demon tribulation, nor the bodily tribulation required by a tribulation transcending celestial king, Lin Yuan said as he stroked his chin, deep in thought. Lin Yuan had a guess about why the bodily tribulation hadn't descended. This type of tribulation was meant for immortal path cultivators. Although Lin Yuan drew on numerous essences from the immortal cultivation system, his foundation still lay in the martial path evolutionary path. Thus he didn't need to face the bodily tribulation common to immortal path cultivators. As for the heart demon tribulation, Lin Yuan felt that his spirit will had already undergone transformation and likewise didn't need to experience it again. I've been residing for over 900 years, and only 100 years have passed, So I still have ample time to perfect the next 3 stages of the 8th layer part, he said. Lin Yuan was confident about this. Once the 8th layer part is perfected, the martial path evolutionary path will transform into an 8th rank evolutionary path which I reckon could hold its own amidst all of humanity's 8th rank evolutionary paths throughout history. Lin Yuan stood up and exited the underground world to surface above ground. This underground world was an ancient sect's ruin that Lin Yuan had stumbled upon unintentionally over 90 years ago. Thereafter, Lin Yuan transformed it into his usual practice area. Space. With a single step, Lin Yuan entered, following the spatial fluctuations, and in almost an instant, arrived outside Shenyao City. The underground world where Lin Yuan cultivated was at least tens of millions of miles away from Shenyao City, but with his mastery over space rules, it was just a single step. In the past 100 years, apart from recovering his strength and perfecting the 8th stage martial Tao, Lin Yuan never ceased his perception of the space rules. The core spatial models that Lin Yuan had comprehended had exceeded 4,000, and thereby, his inner world expanded to about 4 million miles in circumference. The 4 million miles here referred purely to the size of the inner world, supported entirely by space rules. And it had not been amplified by that mysterious gourd of the main world. If we consider the 5-fold basic amplification prior to teleportation, Lin Yuan's inner world size should be about 20 million miles in circumference. An inner world of 20 million miles in circumference far exceeded the human evolver's limit of 10 million miles for an inner world. The cosmic force born from such a vast inner world could likely withstand a few blows from an unbeatable 8th ranker. I should have time to bring over that mysterious Gorda. Lin Yuan walked into Shenyao City, thinking to himself. 100 years ago, Lin Yuan's power was insufficient, so he did not bring the mysterious gourd over, worried about unexpected events. But now, even a tribulation transcending celestial king looking down upon the spirit realm would not intimidate Lin Yuan. This time's recultivated physical body divine ability. Lin Yuan's thoughts were in motion. In the 6th rank chapter, one would condense a physical body divine ability derived from one's bloodline. Different physiques, different bloodlines, naturally resulted in different physical body divine abilities. In the central divine China world, Lin Yuan's condensed physical body divine ability was blood rebirth. On his main world's true body, the physical body divine ability Lin Yuan condensed was mountain moving. And now, in the 8th life's reincarnation within the spirit realm, Lin Yuan's condensed physical body divine ability was strengthening. Once the strengthening divine skill is activated, everything about Lin Yuan, from physical strength to vital energy, to soul, to spirit will, would surge tenfold. Even the cosmic force within his inner world would receive a tenfold enhancement. Although the strengthening divine skill's duration is not long, just 10 breaths, and Lin Yuan's strength would slightly weaken by about 20 to 30% after the skill ends, there is no doubt this divine skill is an ace in the hole. In a battle between the strong, moments can determine victory or defeat, let alone 10 breaths. And with the physical strength, vital energy, soul, and spirit will all augmenting tenfold together, the impact on strength is definitely far more complex than just a simple tenfold increase. Owning such a divine skill, even an ordinary 8th rank peak evolver, could challenge the unbeatable 8th rankers. Of course, this is just within the duration of the divine skill's activation, but it's still unimaginable, akin to a substitute for cosmic force. What's more crucial is that the strengthening divine skill will become increasingly significant as one's power grows. An 8th rank peak when utilizing this divine skill can match an unbeatable 8th ranker within 10 breaths. But what about a 9th rank evolver? For the following period, apart from perfecting the martial path evolutionary path, my primary task is to thoroughly comprehend this divine skill and condense a divine ability imprint, Lin Yuan planned in his heart. Only by condensing a divine ability imprint could he carry this divine skill back to the main world. Lin Yuan remembered that it took him a full 50 years to fully comprehend the blood rebirth divine ability imprint. As for the divine skill, mountain moving, Lin Yuan had too little time in the main world to fully comprehend the divine ability imprint of mountain moving. He returned to the martial temple. Before long, a few supreme elders made their way over. Elder Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Over the past century, The supreme elders of the martial temple had treated Lin Yuan quite well, nurturing him almost like the future of the martial temple. If it hadn't been for the support of the martial temple in the early stages, Lin Yuan would have definitely reached this point today, but it would have taken a lot more time. Cultivators of the immortal path need resources, and so do martial Dao cultivators. Especially at the 6th and 7th ranks, when opening up an inner world, the consumption of resources is as vast as mountains and seas. Chang'er, here is the immortal path skill you asked for. The great supreme elder took out several jade slips, looking at Lin Yuan, his gaze uncontrollably showing a trace of trepidation. As early as 70 or 80 years ago, they, the supreme elders, had already found Lin Yuan unfathomable. Lin Yuan had browsed through all the countless martial Dao scriptures recorded in the martial temple, and although they hadn't directly sparred in strength, every close contact with Lin Yuan gave them an inexplicable feeling of palpitation. This sensation had disappeared 60 years ago, but they had no intention of underestimating Lin Yuan. They just felt that Lin Yuan might have achieved the level of returning to the original purity. This was what several elders at the 7th stage martial Dao thought. Unless they deliberately demonstrate their aura, they look no different from ordinary people. Supreme Jade Purity Immortal Scripture. This is the secret core skill of the Supreme Immortal Sect? Lin Yuan became interested. In recent decades, Lin Yuan had asked the Supreme Elders to collect as many Immortal Path skills as possible. Although the Supreme Elders did not know what the purpose was for Lin Yuan, a martial path cultivator, to collect Immortal Path skills. Lin Yuan's displayed talent and divine abilities were too frightening for them to harbor any doubts. Lin Yuan quickly browsed through the Supreme Jade Purity Immortal Scripture, and finally nodded slightly, although it ends after the divinity transformation stage, the Supreme Immortal King. As a Supreme Immortal King that commands respect across 3,000 Dao provinces, has indeed created a scripture with value. Lin Yuan commented with a hint of admiration in his voice. Even among tribulation transcending celestial kings, there are differences in strength, and the Supreme Immortal Kings are the peak powerhouses among those in the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Lin Yuan guessed that the Supreme Immortal Kings might correspond to the Invincible at the 8th layer in the main world. The Supreme Immortal Sect once intended to disseminate the Supreme Jade Purity Immortal Scripture and allowed other cultivators to practice this scripture. Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to obtain it, said the Great Supreme Elder, nodding his head. The purpose of the Supreme Immortal Sect's move was easy to guess. They were simply scouting for talents across 3,000 Dao provinces suited to cultivate the Supreme Jade Purity Immortal Scripture. The scriptures that the Supreme Immortal Sect spread only ranged from the Qi cultivation chapter to the Mahayana chapter. Even if some idle Immortal Path cultivators were fortunate enough to begin practicing, the only way to delve further would be to head to the Supreme Clarity Immortal Sect. Chang'er. The Great Supreme Elder hesitated for a moment before he finally asked. What is your current realm, the 7th stage martial Dao? The Great Supreme Elder asked cautiously. In a mere 100 years, reaching the 7th stage of martial arts would have been utterly unbelievable to the Great Supreme Elder in the past. But Lin Yuan's performance in the past century caused the Supreme Elders to entertain such a thought. Being at the 6th rank themselves, and feeling a sense of pressure from him, it was highly probable that Lin Yuan was at the 7th rank. My current realm? Lin Yuan smiled faintly. The other Supreme Elders, upon hearing this, instinctively pricked up their ears to listen. They too were curious about Lin Yuan's current strength. No, Lin Yuan shook his head. He had progressed beyond the 7th stage martial Dao 60 years ago. Not the 7th stage martial Dao? The Great Supreme Elder breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a complex mix of emotions. He hoped Lin Yuan was at the 7th stage martial Dao because that would mean the martial path evolutionary path had birthed another 7th rank ancestor, which would further expand the influence of the martial temple. But rationally, the Great Supreme Elder did not believe that, within merely 100 years, Lin Yuan could have reached the 7th rank, which seemed absolutely inconceivable. Now that Lin Yuan had confirmed it, the doubts in the hearts of the Supreme Elders were no more. From beginning to end, neither the Great Supreme Elder, nor the other Supreme Elders, had ever considered that Lin Yuan could be at the 8th stage of martial arts. Because that was simply a fantasy, ever since the martial path evolutionary path came into existence, the strongest among them was at the 7th rank, stopping at the level of a true immortal on the immortal path. The 8th stage of martial arts? Even the legendary martial ancestor hadn't delved into that, let alone Lin Yuan, such a fledgling who had only practiced for 100 years. If not the 7th rank, then it must be the 6th rank. 100 years to reach the 6th rank, in the martial temple since its establishment, such a cultivation speed can be called unrivaled. The great Supreme Elder thought silently to himself. Over tens of thousands of years, countless martial Dao prodigies streaked across the sky, but there had never been one that entered the 6th rank within 100 years. The 6th rank of martial Dao corresponds with the level of an ancient saint of refinement void on the immortal path. To reach the level of an ancient saint of refinement void in 100 years, only those monstrous talents on the immortal path, the immortal king seeds, stand a chance of doing so. After the Supreme Elders left, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in his cave dwelling. My current Dao strength. Lin Yuan began to examine himself, with the help of many methods, even without the amplification from an inner world spanning over 10 million li. Lin Yuan's combat power was approaching invincible at the 8th rank. If he used the divine skill, strengthening, within 10 breaths, Lin Yuan's combat power might even far exceed that of an invincible 8th rank. It's just, I wonder what the power of creation wielded by immortal king-level powerhouses is all about, Lin Yuan secretly thought to himself. After years of understanding, Lin Yuan roughly confirmed that tribulation-transcending celestial kings probably did not possess an inner world. What they relied on was the power of creation they wielded. Ordinary immortals wielded portions of the power of creation's might, while supreme immortal kings wielded the complete power of creation. Unfortunately, there are no immortal king-level powerhouses in Dongyun Dao province. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Even when considering the 3,000 Dao provinces, immortal king-level powerhouses were extremely rare, let alone having such powerhouses stationed in Dongyun Dao province. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would probably try his hand against 1 or 2 immortal kings. As for outside Dongyun Dao province, the distance was too far. Even though Lin Yuan's mastery of space rules allowed him to cover millions or tens of millions of li in one step, it would still take a substantial amount of time to reach the next Dao province. With the effort it took to travel that far, Lin Yuan might as well spend more time in secluded cultivation. As for tribulation transcending celestial kings, even if he went to another province, whether he could find a tribulation transcending celestial king was another matter. It's time to bring over that gourd, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Now that his strength was sufficient, at least within the bounds of Dongyun Dao province, he was invincible. Even if there were hidden tribulation transcending celestial kings, it was likely that they couldn't defeat Lin Yuan. Therefore, he currently had the power to protect that mysterious gourd. Thinking this, Lin Yuan's mind began to sink into the depths of his mind. Looking towards that majestic and vast door to the myriad realms. Crossing dimensions, crossing latitudes, beyond imagination. Even though he had observed the door to the myriad realms more than once, Lin Yuan still felt a sense of awe strike him. When he first became an evolver, Lin Yuan looked at the door to the myriad realms and felt only its magnificence and vastness, but now, he saw this gate of light as if it were a colossal entity straddling boundless worlds. Through these 100 years, everything seems normal in the main world, nothing much has happened. Lin Yuan could faintly sense the situation on the side of his true body in the main world through the door to the myriad realms. Let's begin. With a thought, Lin Yuan expended a strand of world-breaking origin force to start transporting the mysterious gourd from the main world to this place. Swish swish. In the center of the door to the myriad realms, space fluctuations faintly emerged. These fluctuations were profound and remote, as if emanating endless mystery. Lin Yuan carefully felt it. This method of transporting items through dimensional latitudes far exceeded his current understanding. By observing a little longer, he might, with his against heaven's understanding, be able to comprehend something new. After a moment, the space fluctuations gradually subsided. A dusky yellow gourd slowly emerged, landing into Lin Yuan's palm. Gourd. Lin Yuan looked at the gray-yellow gourd resting on his palm. The moment it touched Lin Yuan's palm, the originally gray-yellow colored gourd immediately lost its yellow hue and turned into an ordinary-looking gray gourd. It can even sense whether I have absorbed the liquid inside. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. Based on his experience using the gourd, its surface color depended on the user's degree of absorption of the liquid within. For instance, in the main world, Lin Yuan absorbed an orange-yellow liquid, hence the surface of the gourd also transformed from gray to gray-yellow. Let's begin. Lin Yuan's expression turned solemn. The liquid inside the gray gourd greatly enhanced his combat power, especially with regard to the expanse of his inner world, which currently spanned 4 million square miles, just returning to the enhancement levels from the main world. Would skyrocket his inner world to 20 million square miles. And that was just the enhancement from the orange-yellow liquid, not to mention the other 5 types of liquids. Lin Yuan could hardly imagine, once all 7 types of liquids were thoroughly absorbed, to what extent would his inner world grow. First, a blood drop to confirm eligibility. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and let a drop of his blood fall on the surface of the gourd. Only beings whose bloodlines contained the power of rebirth could activate the gourd. For Lin Yuan, the so-called power of rebirth was the essence of the divine skill, blood rebirth. This divine skill was thoroughly understood by Lin Yuan and had been replicated onto his body for a century. Whoosh! The verification of the bloodline passed. Lin Yuan immediately noticed the gourd beginning to change. Crimson liquid. Tilting the gourd downward, he soon saw the crimson liquid pooling. Lin Yuan began to absorb it without hesitation. Time passed. Years went by in the blink of an eye. Compared to the centuries before, these few years almost flashed by. Martial Temple Cave Dwelling. Lin Yuan was seated cross-legged, his inner world vast and boundless, now reaching 26 million square miles. One should know, the upper limit for human civilization evolvers was only 10 million square miles due to racial constraints, almost impossible to break through. Yet Lin Yuan's inner world easily reached 26 million square miles, a fact that, if known to the main world human civilization alliance, could likely provoke the intervention of a supreme being. Such means to transcend racial limits, even for a supreme being, required a grievous price, yet could the liquid inside the gourd effortlessly achieve this? Inner world. Lin Yuan's figure solidified. Such an immense cosmic force. Lin Yuan momentarily became engrossed, as in the main world his inner world merely spanned 10 million square miles and was still within the suppression limits for human civilization evolvers. But now, his 26 million square mile inner world, brimming with overwhelming cosmic force, made even Lin Yuan's heart throb. The difference between 10 million square miles and 20 million square miles was certainly more than twice. 8th layer invincible, my current strength, even without employing the strengthening divine skill, should have reached the level of 8th layer invincible, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Theoretically, an inner world spanning tens of millions of square miles could match the potential of an 8th layer invincible. But that would be under the condition of having just an inner world of that magnitude. Solely the overwhelming cosmic force could contest the cosmic force devised by an 8th layer invincible. Lin Yuan's current inner world might be just over 20 million square miles, but he had many other methods at his disposal. Combined combat power already matched that of a typical 8th layer invincible. Only, Lin Yuan slightly raised his head, looking up at the sky above. A sphere formed entirely by the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang was hovering there. Ever since Lin Yuan re-entered the 7th rank and began constructing his inner world, the complete Taiyin rule and Taiyang rule manifested in the inner world and started to merge. That was what led to the current scene, transforming into a sphere completely composed of Taiyin and Taiyang. Lin Yuan could feel that within the sphere, as the Taiyin rule and Taiyang rule merged, they began transforming and transcending. So he did not meddle too much, it should be close to completing its transformation. Lin Yuan carefully sensed for a while. Each strand of the transformation inside the sphere naturally occurred, and though Lin Yuan could intervene, he knew it was best to observe and let it unfold. Could it really be about to give birth to a brand new Rulia, the Taiji rule? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. The Tao of Taiji, an original creation by Lin Yuan, was unlike the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, or thunder already existing in the cosmic world. The Tao of Taiji, the Taiji rule, had never appeared before Lin Yuan's creation, whether in the main world or in other traversable worlds. Shenyao City. A luxurious estate. Lin Yuan's figure appeared there. Chang'er, have you come? Shen Zhen was watering flowers in the garden, Upon seeing Lin Yuan, she immediately exclaimed in surprise. Lin Jianping was cultivating when he heard Shen Zhen's exclamation. Immediately coming out of seclusion and stepping through the door, he too saw Lin Yuan. "Chong you haven't been here in a long time," Lin Jianping said with a smile. "What's the matter? Too much going on at the martial temple." "It's manageable," Lin Yuan shook his head. The affairs of the martial temple weren't managed by him, and even several supreme elders wouldn't interfere with those trivial matters at the martial temple. But meditating occasionally for a few years was nothing unusual. Lin Yuan generally visited his parents every time he finished a meditation retreat. "Chong you're working too hard. Whether it's cultivating or doing other stuff, you need to focus on resting. Who knows, you might achieve even better results," Shen Zhen promptly said. Lin Jianping also said with a chuckle, "Right, son, look at us, we're already enjoying life. I've delegated those matters in the trade association to my subordinates. With you backing us, who dares to slack off?" In recent years, Lin Jianping indeed had a particularly comfortable life. His son had become a big shot in the martial temple, and the grand clans of Shenyao City vied to give him money and gifts. "The 2 fruits I brought you last time, have you eaten them?" Lin Yuan casually asked. Those 2 fruits could extend lifespan and improve physical constitutions. Naturally, they had no effect on Lin Yuan, but for lower-level cultivators like his parents, the benefits were almost transformative. "I ate that fruit, and I felt decades younger, son." Lin Jianping's interest was piqued. "Do you still have more of those fruits now?" "What nonsense are you spouting? Such spirit fruit is considered a treasure even in the martial temple. You greedy old man, isn't 1 fruit enough? Do you want to put your son in a difficult position?" Shen Zhen immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. To this day, they were unaware of Lin Yuan's specific status within the martial temple, knowing only that it was not low. This was also intentional on the part of the martial temple's supreme elders, who wished to keep Lin Yuan's identity hidden. For other powers, the emergence of a peerless genius in the martial temple was not a pleasant prospect. Therefore, information about Lin Yuan was kept under wraps until he had fully matured. "I'm just asking." Lin Jianping knew the value of such spirit fruits. "If you want to eat them, I'll bring some more next time," Lin Yuan said with a slight smile. With his strength now nearly invincible at the 8th layer, obtaining a few life-extending and fundamental reinforcing spirit fruits was a simple task. On the edge of the Xuanwang domain, 3 7th-stage martial Dao cultivators gathered together once again. "This military campaign is almost over. The 3 of us can finally return," one of the 7th-stage martial Dao cultivators said. His name was Shan Yang, born in the spirit realm, and by a stroke of luck became a disciple of the martial temple. With the temple's nurturing, he spent nearly 100,000 years to step into the 7th stage of martial Dao. Shan Yang felt immense gratitude toward the martial temple. Without it, he would probably have lived no differently from ordinary mortals, passing away after a century and returning to dust. To think that he now possessed terrifying power nearly equivalent to that of a true immortal. "Upon our return, we can finally take a good rest," another 7th-stage martial Dao cultivator said sentimentally. Fighting for the Dao to Immortal sect, they had to engage in battle with Dao integration true immortals every so often. Even for 7th-stage martial Dao cultivators, such frequent fighting was draining. "Didn't they say that the martial temple has accepted a peerless genius? When we return this time, the 3 of us should take some time to give guidance and strive to cultivate another 7th rank for our martial Dao," Li Qing suggested. As a being who ascended from the lower realms, he had received personal guidance from the legendary martial ancestor. Li Qing's strength had reached the 7th rank peak. If not for the lack of a clear path ahead, he would probably have already attempted the ultimate 8th rank. "Ha ha ha, I certainly won't forget that," Shan Yang said with a grin. "When I return to the martial temple, I plan to take that little guy to travel through the 9 heavens of the vast spirit realm to sense its profound aura." To take the spirit realm as a teacher, Li Qing affirmed with a nod. Although he had no clear idea about the peerless genius of the martial temple, taking the spirit realm as a teacher was surely the right approach. Countless powerful beings had been nurtured in its immensity. Traveling through the 9 heavens of the spirit realm occasionally yielded awakenings even for them as 7th-rank martial Dao cultivators. "I just don't know if the kid can withstand it. The aura of the 9 heavens is not something ordinary people can endure," Shan Yang thought again. If he can't handle it, we'll just take it slow, advised Li Cheng. You also shouldn't disregard his feelings. Don't worry, Elder Li. I'll be careful, Shanyang replied with a smile. If he detected that the youngster couldn't bear it, he would immediately halt the journey. I prepared 3 Qingtian spirit elixirs, another 7th-stage martial Dao cultivator spoke up. His name was Ni Yun, a being from the spirit realm who had stepped into the 7th stage of martial Dao 20,000 years prior. Qingtian spirit elixir. That's a foundation establishment divine elixir for those below the 6th rank. It must not have been easy to concoct a batch, Shanyang expressed slight surprise. Difficult or not, it needed to be done, Ni Yun said with seriousness. For the prosperity of our martial Dao. Even though the martial Dao cultivation system currently had 3 7th-rank ancestors at the helm, it still didn't quite measure up to those colossal entities with millions of years of heritage. Not to mention other forces, the Daoda Immortal sect alone could easily crush the current martial temple. The Daoda Immortal sect had dozens of Dao integration true immortals and more than 5 at the Dao integration peak. Even more critical was the fact that the immortal path they pursued held the potential to ascend to the tribulation transcendence stage. This alone was something the martial Dao cultivation system could never compare with. For the prosperity of our martial Dao, Li Qing said solemnly, emphasizing each word. She vaguely remembered that it was Lin Yuan who had rescued her in the East Sea and taught her martial Dao. Therefore, Li Qing had long considered the things Lin Yuan wished to do as her own, which was to spread the martial Dao cultivation system. It was the same in the world of central divine China. Now, even in the vast spirit realm, Li Qing still regarded this as her lifelong goal. The martial temple. Within the cave dwelling, Lin Yuan continued to attempt absorbing the orange-yellow liquid. Boom, boom, boom. Terrible flames burned within his body, counteracting the regenerative power produced by blood rebirth. And finally, Lin Yuan's form collapsed. Before long, Lin Yuan underwent blood rebirth and returned once again. It looks like it'll be a while before I can fully absorb the orange-yellow liquid. Lin Yuan steadied his mind and slowly recovered from the pain experienced while absorbing the orange-yellow liquid. So far, Lin Yuan's inner world had been subject to a 5.2 times base enhancement. If he completely absorbed the orange-yellow liquid, it would reach a 6.66 times enhancement. At that time, the size of the inner world would approach 26 million li. Let's take a break first. Lin Yuan did not immediately resume the absorption of the orange-yellow liquid. Though the liquid inside the mysterious gourd could continuously enhance the strength of his physical body and inner world. The devastation and suppression it caused to his spirit will grew heavier and heavier, requiring Lin Yuan to rest for several hours after each absorption. The Great Supreme Elder is looking for me? The 3 ancestors have returned? Suddenly, Lin Yuan received a message from the Great Supreme Elder. The 3 7th-stage martial Dao. Li Cheng. Lin Yuan's thoughts drifted to the image of Li Cheng. At that time, as his Taiyang divine spirit roamed the East Sea, he saw a village on a small island being slaughtered by demonic beasts, and Lin Yuan casually saved them. And Li Cheng was from that village. Later on, Lin Yuan discovered that Li Cheng had a not inconsiderable talent for martial Dao cultivation, so he took her back to Baiyu Island casually. Let's go take a look. Lin Yuan rose to his feet, walked out of the cave dwelling, and headed towards the martial temple hall. At this moment, inside the martial temple hall, a few supreme elders stood there respectfully. 3 figures were seated in the principal seats. They were the martial temple's 3 7th-rank ancestors. They were Li Cheng, Shanyang, and Ni Yun. Ancestor, we have informed Lin Chong to come over, said the great supreme elder respectfully. I understand. Shanyang nodded. After meeting him, I'll take him directly to explore the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens of the spirit realm, strictly speaking, are located in different spatial layers, each one featuring unfathomable sights, either the external rules manifesting or the essence of the world revealing itself. For lower-ranking cultivators, going to observe the 9 heavens is akin to a great opportunity. However, the 9 heavens are not so easy to enter. Typically, only true immortals of the Unity realm can enter to explore. As for taking someone along, whether true immortal or 7th rank who wishes to bring juniors into the 9 heavens, they would need to pay a significant price. And the duration is limited. Soon, while waiting for the 3 7th-rank ancestors. Lin Yuan's figure appeared, entering the hall. "Good lad." Shan Yang took a careful look at Lin Yuan and burst into hearty laughter. "Old ancestor is giving you a great opportunity. Follow me to explore the 9 heavens." After speaking, Shan Yang's figure vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing beside Lin Yuan. Immediately after, Shan Yang grabbed Lin Yuan's shoulder, intending to ascend directly to the 9 heavens. However, the next moment, Shan Yang's expression froze. His right hand resting on Lin Yuan's shoulder trembled slightly. He looked at Lin Yuan as if he had seen a ghost. "Why is he so heavy?" As a 7th-stage martial Dao practitioner endowed with a formidable physique, Shan Yang could easily lift enormous divine mountains weighing hundreds of thousands of feet. That was merely pure strength. If he relied on other means, Shan Yang's power could surge dramatically. This is the difference between martial Dao and the immortal path. Immortal path cultivators focus on the spirit, starting from the golden core stage, through the nascent soul stage, divinity transformation stage, and refining void period, where most of their cultivation concentrates on the spirit. Martial Dao is different. Although it can condense the primordial spirit, it still bases itself fundamentally on the physical body, with vast and ocean-like vigor and blood. However, at this moment, Shan Yang was terrified within. He grabbed Lin Yuan's right hand but couldn't lift it at all. Heavy, heavy, exceedingly heavy. It was as if what stood before him was not a person but an entire world. But how could that be possible? A person as heavy as a world? Shan Yang's mind was like a paste, unable to react for a long time. He even doubted whether his strength had declined. "You want to lift me?" Lin Yuan glanced at Shan Yang. His expression revealed a hint of strangeness. How heavy was he? Leaving aside his physical body, as an 8th stage of martial arts, his body had undergone a 5 to 6 times amplification through the mysterious gourd. Every drop of his blood, every strand of hair, by the standards of the main world, weighed over 10,000 tons. The weight of the physical body was actually the lesser concern. The key was the world inside Lin Yuan's body that spanned a circumference of 26 million miles. This world resided inside Lin Yuan. Though it wasn't visible, that didn't mean it didn't exist. Usually, Lin Yuan operated the power of this world, balancing the gravitational pull originating from the spirit realm internal to his body. But it was merely a balance. If an outsider tried to lift Lin Yuan, they would need the strength to lift a world with a 26 million mile circumference. And just how heavy would a world with a 26 million mile circumference be? Probably heavier than several stars combined, compared to Lin Yuan's strange demeanor. Shan Yang quickly came to a realization. It was not that his strength had waned, but rather that Lin Yuan, whom he considered a young fellow, was indeed excessively heavy. Heavily beyond imagination. So heavy that it surpassed his limits of strength. Therefore, even with all his might, he still could not budge him in the slightest. Not far away, Li Qing and Ni Yun looked at Lin Yuan and Shan Yang, who were caught in a deadlock. In their view, Lin Yuan stood there quietly while Shan Yang held onto his shoulder, seemingly about to straight ascend but then abruptly halted. In the next moment, Shan Yang's figure violently retreated, like a startled rabbit, stopping by Li Qing and Ni Yun's side, staring intensely at Lin Yuan. "Who exactly are you?" This scene baffled Li Qing and Ni Yun. Then the two of them quickly understood. Li Qing observed Lin Yuan intently and found that she couldn't see through him. The aura emitted by Lin Yuan was flawless and perfect, beyond her insight. For a moment, the two 7th-rank martial Taoists realized the gravity of the situation. The power of their vigor and blood began to spread and envelop the entire martial temple and Shenyao city in an instant. "Who am I?" Lin Yuan chuckled softly, then said, "You needn't send me to the 9 heavens anymore, as my yin spirit and yang spirit have been cultivating there for years. The central divine China world has its 9 heavens, a battlefield where ancient saints of refinement void clash. And in the spirit realm, there is also a 9 heavens that is far more mysterious than in the divine continent, containing many marvels that guide the understanding of the essence of the world." Thus, decades ago, Lin Yuan had already sent his yang god and yin god to the 9 heavens for enlightenment. Cultivating in the 9 heavens? Shan Yang and Ni Yun exchanged glances, feeling an even greater sense of oppression. Only a 7th rank or a true immortal had the strength to venture to the 9 heavens, but even they could only make brief stays. If they stayed too long, the pressure from the 9 heavens would be unbearable for 7th ranks and true immortals. As for cultivating there, perhaps only a tribulation stage celestial king had the capability to regard the 9 heavens as a place of cultivation? Of course, short-term cultivation, such as a few months or a few years, is likely feasible for peak true immortals. The 2 7th stage martial Taoists currently had no clear understanding of Lin Yuan's strength, nor the purpose behind his infiltration into the martial temple. Yin spirit and Yang spirit? Li Qing gazed at Lin Yuan, somewhat lost in thought. For hundreds of thousands of years, countless martial Tao cultivators had emerged like carp in a river. And there were many who reached the 5th stage of martial arts and condensed a martial Tao primordial spirit. However, among 5th rank cultivators with primordial spirits of various forms, Li Qing could only recall one being named the Yin spirit and Yang spirit. The Yin spirit and Yang spirit implied the cultivation of 2 diametrically opposed forces, where a slightest mishap could lead to irrevocable doom. Fusing Yin and Yang to condense the Yin spirit and Yang spirit had only been achieved by Li Qing's master, the ancestor of martial arts, since the inception of martial Tao. By her side, Ni Yun and Shan Yang felt indecisive, uncertain whether to attack or not. If they attacked, the two of them really had no confidence. Shan Yang had just exerted all his strength without being able to move Lin Yuan even slightly. The opponent's strength might not have reached tribulation, but was likely not far off. With their combined strength, even combined with peak 7th rank Li Qing, they wouldn't stand much of a chance, and by attacking they might irreversibly sever all relations. But if they didn't attack, Ni Yun and Shan Yang looked at Li Qing, deciding to leave the decision to Li Zhu. However, when they turned to look at Li Qing, they noticed her expression changing unpredictably, her gaze fixed on Lin Yuan, seemingly hesitant to speak. What's happening? Ni Yun and Shan Yang were filled with confusion and doubt. Li, after so many years, you haven't changed a bit. Lin Yuan smiled faintly as he looked toward Li Qing and spoke. Upon hearing these words, Li Qing's eyes immediately began to redden. Nearly unable to control her emotions, she subconsciously uttered 2 words, Master. It had been tens of thousands of years, only the once Lin Yuan had ever called her that. Li Qing had almost forgotten that she even had such a nickname. Go on. Tell me about what has happened over the years. Lin Yuan casually found a place to sit down. Over the past 100 years, he had been mostly cultivating, although he had obtained a lot of information about the spirit realm and the Daoda immortal sect through the martial temple. But certainly, none of it was as detailed as what Li Qing, a 7th stage martial Tao at its peak, knew. Ah! The minds of Ni Yun and Shan Yang beside him were once again thrown into chaos. What happened? Why would Li Zhu call Lin Yuan, Master? Master. The idea that struck both 7th stage martial Taoists was unbelievable. Li Qing's master was the legendary martial ancestor. Could it be that this young man before them was the martial ancestor, the opener of martial Tao? But how was that possible? Wasn't it said that the martial ancestor had vanished long ago? No need to stand, have a seat. Lin Yuan glanced at Li Qing, Ni Yun, and Shan Yang as he spoke nonchalantly. Instantly, an invisible force emerged. Ni Yun and Shan Yang subconsciously sat down. Li Qing too gently took her seat. This power? Ni Yun and Shan Yang's scalps tingled. In face of this invisible force, they had absolutely no ability to resist. Their pride in their martial Tao vitalities seemed as if rendered ineffective. Martial ancestor. That is the martial ancestor. Ni Yun and Shan Yang were shaken to the core. Lin Yuan at this moment gave off a feeling far stronger than Conqing immortal, from Daoda immortal sect, who was only half a step away from becoming a tribulation-transcending celestial king. Master. You finally returned. Li Qing's eyes were moist. For hundreds of thousands of years, she never stopped searching for traces of Lin Yuan. The Daoda immortal sect claimed that Lin Yuan never ascended to the spirit realm from the ascension platform. He may well have broken through the barriers of the lower realms, entering the spirit realm amid the chaos of the void. However, this method of entering the spirit realm was highly uncertain, and one wouldn't typically arrive in Dongyun Dao province, let alone anywhere within the region of the 3,000 Dao provinces. The spirit realm is vast and boundless, with the 3,000 Dao provinces being just a part of it. The rest are mostly desolate areas. Master? Li Zi's address is, Master?" The respectfully standing supreme elders were caught in a storm of shock. Even though they had already highly estimated Lin Yuan, they had not foreseen that he would be Li Zi's master. How could this be? The martial ancestor. Chang'er is the martial ancestor. The great supreme elder's mind trembled. Even though the scene was incredibly unbelievable and Lin Chang's connection to the martial ancestor was incomprehensible, Li Zi certainly would not deceive them. As the direct disciple of the legendary martial ancestor, Li Qing would surely be well versed about the martial ancestor and would not recognize the wrong person. That I would come to think that Chang'er was born for martial Dao? The great supreme elder's scalp numbed with this evaluation. For any martial Dao cultivator, it was an inner affirmation and acknowledgement, even hinting at pushing martial Dao to new heights. But if the person was the martial ancestor, it was not flattery, it was profanity. Born for martial Dao? Utterly wrong. The entire martial Dao arose because of the martial ancestor. I encountered some issues, which is why I arrived only now. Lin Yuan offered only a few words to explain experiences spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Li Qing and the two others didn't harbor much suspicion. The spirit realm was vast, containing countless mysteries. Even a tribulation stage celestial king could be trapped for tens or hundreds of thousands of years if they fell into certain traps. As for why martial ancestor returned in the guise of Lin Chang, Li Qing didn't question it much, either. Unity realm true immortals had the means to dissolve their physical form and reincarnate, which was also one of the most powerful life-saving methods for true immortals. Of course, no matter how many times one reincarnates, the lifespan of the soul doesn't increase. True immortals live leisurely for hundreds of thousands of years, but once the limit of a soul's lifespan is reached, reincarnating any number of times is useless. The only way to extend one's lifespan is to attempt the tribulation, to become an immortal king. It's good that Master could come back. Nothing else matters, Li Qing said joyfully. Through this brief exchange, she was fully convinced that the Lin Yuan in front of her was her master, the ancestor of martial arts from the central divine China world. She could tell from his way of speaking and tone. Li Qing rarely divulged anything about Lin Yuan to outsiders, and many habits and ways were known only to her. Master, 6,000 years after you disappeared, I reached the 6th stage martial Dao following the guidance you left behind, she said. Not long after, I ascended to the spirit realm through the ascension platform of the Daoda immortal sect. Li Qing began to recount her experiences over the years. After ascending to the spirit realm, Kanqing Immortal kept his promise, even designating a city specifically for the propagation of martial Dao, Li Qing said, her tone still reflecting some gratitude. Without Kanqing Immortal, without the early protection of the Daoda Immortal sect, she, a mere 6th stage martial Taoist on par with the refining void period, would have had to join some power and serve for thousands of years just to stabilize her footing in the spirit realm. It was out of gratitude to Kanqing Immortal that Li Qing volunteered to join the ranks of Daoda Immortal sect to fight its battles. Of course, the Daoda Immortal sect provided ample compensation, and during the wars between the Xuanwang domain and other great realms, Li Qing grew rapidly. Eventually, using one of the 12 pathways to the 7th rank left by Lin Yuan, she chose one to advance to the 7th rank. After stepping into the 7th rank, Li Qing had the right to advance or retreat. As a being on par with a true immortal, she belonged to the absolute upper echelons even within the Daoda Immortal sect. In this way, Li Qing led the martial temple of Shenyao City in an almost cooperative manner with the Daoda Immortal sect, continuing to this day. Li Qing fought for the Daoda Immortal sect while the sect, in return, protected Shenyao City and provided ample compensation. That she could cultivate to the 7th rank peak had much to do with the Daoda Immortal sect. Were you the only disciple to step into the 7th rank? Lin Yuan asked. He remembered taking in hundreds of direct disciples. Several among them had the potential to enter the 7th rank. Just me. Those junior brothers and sisters all fell during their attempts to break through to the 7th rank, Li Qing said, her expression tinged with sorrow. Breaking through to the 7th rank was anything but smooth sailing, especially since Lin Yuan hadn't fully perfected it at the time and had only left behind a conjecture. Lin Yuan himself managed to break through relying on his formidable foundation and his against heaven's understanding, as easily as eating and drinking. But the others? Li Qing was relatively fortunate. With the support of the Daoda Immortal sect, She ultimately had the luck to step into the 7th rank. The others weren't so lucky. In fact, even in the main world, evolvers practicing other evolutionary paths faced tremendous risks moving from the 6th to 7th rank. And that was with a complete evolutionary path and guidance from higher rank evolvers. It was even more so in other worlds. These two are my valued disciples in the spirit realm, who later successfully stepped into the 7th rank. Li Qing immediately introduced Ni Yun and Shan Yang. We pay respect to martial ancestor. We pay respect to martial ancestor. Shan Yang and Ni Yun were a bit restrained. They had heard too many legends about martial ancestor from Li Qing since childhood. To them, martial ancestor was nearly mythological, someone who single-handedly opened the martial path evolutionary path, made Dao De immortal sect yield, and even had Conqing immortal personally negotiate. But now, the martial ancestor that they revered and admired in their hearts had actually appeared before them, naturally stirring up a multitude of feelings. Especially Shan Yang, who had almost come to blows with martial ancestor just a short while ago, felt somewhat fearful inside. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He didn't differentiate much between these two juniors of martial Dao. As long as they practiced martial Dao, they could all be considered his disciples. My elder brother and second sister, and our parents, where are they now? Lin Yuan looked at Li Qing again and asked. Having a high position within the Dao De immortal sect, Li Qing would surely know the whereabouts of Zhen Dongjin, Mu Lianer, and others even if she wasn't from the sect's main lineage. Master's parents and relatives did not break through to the unity path stage. Li Qing hesitated, then spoke softly. Not having reached the unity path stage, and relying on the lifespan of the refining void period, they could live for at most 100 or 200,000 years. It's impossible for them to be alive now, which means they would have passed away long ago. Are they all gone? Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, showed no surprise and sighed inwardly. This was actually the most common outcome. The breakthrough from the 6th stage martial Dao to the 7th stage is immensely difficult, just as the transition from the refining void period to the unity path stage is equally challenging. Though Zhen Dongjin had a mutated heavenly spiritual root, one of the rarest talents in the central divine China world, it was not so outstanding in the spirit realm. In the spirit realm, apart from judging talents based on spirit roots, many other Dao bodies exist. Zhen Dongjin cultivated to the peak of refining void, but ultimately failed in his attempt to reach the unity path stage and was severely injured. Mu Lianer did not cultivate to the peak of refining void, and neither did Zhen Xiaoyao nor Zhen Jilan. With Lin Yuan's contingency plans left behind, they successfully entered refining void and ascended to the spirit realm, but their cultivation progress slowed afterward. How have they been? Lin Yuan inquired. They've been quite well. The Dao De immortal sect has not mistreated them. Li Qing immediately said, not daring to harbor any designs against Zhen Dongjin and the others before knowing Lin Yuan's whereabouts. After all, keeping Zhen Dongjin and others was not even considered a burden for the vast Dao De immortal sect. And the Conqing immortal even summoned them several times to preach Dao. But transitioning from refining void to unity is not something that can be achieved with just a couple of sermons or by giving enough cultivation resources. Otherwise, everyone in the Dao De immortal sect would be a true immortal, not just the dozens of true immortal anchoring it. Before my parents passed away, they asked me not to give up looking for you. Li Qing spoke with a somewhat heavy voice. What a pity, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. If he had traveled through time a bit earlier, perhaps the outcome would have been different. In the future, if I can become a supreme being, I might try resurrecting them. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. Supreme beings wield complete control over time and space rules, able to reverse time and lift previously deceased beings back to life. Before their deaths, Zhen Dongjin, Zhen Jilan, and the others reached the refining void stage, similar to 6th rank in life essence strength. Even without deliberately merging their life essence with the spirit realm, having lived so long, their essence had already been recorded by the spirit realm. As long as Lin Yuan became a supreme being and arrived in this world, reversing the flow, he should be able to resurrect them. As for their having died of natural lifespan exhaustion, even if resurrected, they would face the limits of their lifespan in a few breaths' time. But Lin Yuan could completely use those few breaths to extend their lifespans. The methods to extend lifespan in the spirit realm are useless, but in the main world, there are plenty. As for the world's backlash after resurrecting a life, reviving a few 6th-rank lives and the resulting backlash is trivial for a supreme being. Also, the descendants of Master's elder brother and second sister in the Daoda Immortal sect are doing quite well. Li Qing seemed to remember something and promptly spoke. With Lin Yuan's connection, Li Qing, comparable to a 7th-stage martial Dao, being a pillar for the Jun family's descendants. As long as Li Qing is alive, it's unlikely that the Jun family's descendants would fare poorly, and the Kanqing Immortal is also watching. Is that so? Lin Yuan glanced at Li Qing. Master, would you like me to invite a few outstanding descendants from the Jun family to come visit you? Li Qing tentatively asked. That works. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. After all, having some karma with the Jun family, now that he had returned, meeting them was not a bad idea. All right. Li Qing closed his eyes and began making contact immediately. As a major general for Daoda Immortal sect in external campaigns, Li Qing naturally had ways to directly communicate with the Daoda Immortal sect. About Master's news, should we keep it hidden? After conveying the message, Li Qing cautiously asked. Kanqing Immortal once told me that if there's any news of Master, I must tell him immediately. The Kanqing Immortal is still alive? Lin Yuan was interested. This old fellow's performance still quite satisfied him, at least he didn't kick him when he was down when he wasn't around. According to the information Lin Yuan had, since the days in the central divine China world, the Kanqing Immortal had already lived for several 100,000 years. With hundreds of thousands of years passing by, even a Unity Realm true immortal at its peak probably should have expired. The Kanqing Immortal transcended the heart demon tribulation, so he has a much longer lifespan than a normal true immortal. Li Qing immediately replied. To advance from Unity stage to Tribulation Transcendence stage, an immortal cultivator needs to transcend 2 tribulations. One is the bodily tribulation. Another is the heart-spirit tribulation. The latter is similar to the heart demon tribulation. For an immortal cultivator, the most difficult to transcend is the bodily tribulation. Most methods of the immortal cultivator do not focus on the body, faced with the 5 declines of man during bodily tribulation, bodily decay. There are hardly any ways to resist. I see, Lin Yuan nodded. A Unity Realm true immortal who had passed through the heart-spirit tribulation, although still far from a tribulation transcending celestial king, had their spirit soul and will transformed. Their soul's lifespan was significantly extended. And for a true immortal, a decaying body can simply be replaced. As long as the soul lives on, they can be regarded as immortal. No need to hide it, Lin Yuan said calmly. Hide it? Why hide it? Now that Lin Yuan had fully regained his strength and even advanced further, even among tribulation transcending celestial kings, he was considered an extraordinary powerhouse, not inferior to a supreme immortal king. Under such circumstances, there was absolutely no need to hide. Yes. Li Qing responded, after chatting with Li Qing for a few more moments. Lin Yuan turned towards the other 2 who were sitting upright, Ni Yun and Shanyang. These 2 martial Dao 7th rank cultivators were the promising new talents in the martial Dao cultivation system. They had managed to step into the 7th rank with the guidance left by Lin Yuan. Their martial talents were indisputably remarkable. You haven't received my guidance before, which is indeed not easy. Inside the jade slip is my refined understanding of the 7th rank cultivation, which should be of help to you. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and 2 white jade slips appeared in front of Ni Yun and Shanyang. These 2 cultivators, in their 7th rank cultivation, had not gone deep, although they had stepped onto the path of the 7th rank, which Lin Yuan considered misleading. But there was still a chance for them to reshape their paths. As for you, Lin Yuan turned to Li Qing. Li Qing was already at the peak of the 7th rank. Reshaping her martial foundation was not a simple matter. However, Lin Yuan had already formulated an idea, and merely by observing Li Qing for a while, his against heaven's understanding allowed him to create a suitable method for her to reshape her cultivation. Against heaven's understanding, depending on the heights Lin Yuan reached, who was now at the 8th layer mid-period, creating a mere 7th rank reshaping method hardly wasted any effort. Thank you, Master. Li Qing expressed her immense gratitude. After reaching the peak of the 7th rank, she faintly sensed that there seemed to be no path ahead. If nothing unexpected occurred, she would likely stop at this point in her life. She was not a martial ancestor with earth-shattering talent who could create possibilities in the impossible. Li Qing's ability to step into the 7th rank was due not only to luck but also significantly to the instruction left by Lin Yuan. Ni Yun and Shan Yang left the martial temple hall with stirring emotions. Martial ancestor. They had actually met the legendary martial ancestor today. And the strength of the martial ancestor, to say nothing of comparing with a tribulation transcending celestial king, was at least much stronger than that of the Kanqing immortal of the Daoda immortal sect who was half-step into the tribulation transcendence stage. Our martial Dao can also give birth to such powerful figures? Shan Yang was invigorated, and he returned to his dwelling with Ni Yun, unable to calm down for a long time. The existence of the martial ancestor showed them that martial Dao was not a dead end. Like the immortal path, it was also a great avenue to the heavens. Right. The jade slip from the martial ancestor. Ni Yun seemed to remember something and reminded him. Just now in the martial temple hall, the martial ancestor had given each of them a jade slip. He said it would help with their forthcoming martial Dao cultivation. Right. The jade slip? Shan Yang immediately reacted. He took out the white jade slip directly. The jade slip looked ordinary. It was hardly any different from those used by low-ranking Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators. But to Shan Yang, a 7th-stage martial Dao cultivator, he revered it as if it were a sacred relic, holding it before his eyes. Finally, Ni Yun and Shan Yang looked at each other and simultaneously began to read the content of the jade slip. It only took a moment for their expressions to change dramatically, their hearts stirring with profound emotions. So this is what 7th-stage martial Dao cultivation was supposed to be. So 7th-stage martial Dao cultivation could also be approached like this? So 7th-stage martial Dao cultivation should indeed be like this. The content within the jade slip was not abundant, but the two 7th-rank martial Daoists spent a whole day reading it. They pondered over every word, and with each contemplation, they discovered different meanings. A day later, Shan Yang suddenly came to his senses, looking at the jade slip in his hand and muttered, "Our martial Dao is also a great avenue to the heavens." Ni Yun, radiating an inspired aura and with a glint in his eyes, exclaimed, "The martial ancestor truly is a divine being. Creating martial Dao from nothing, and now elucidating so much about the 7th rank chapter." The two people looked at each other again, stood up, straightened their robes, faced the martial temple hall, and respectfully bowed 3 times. "Thank you, martial ancestor, for the benevolence of passing the teachings. Thank you, martial ancestor, for the benevolence of passing the teachings. Thank you, martial ancestor, for the benevolence of passing the teachings." Martial temple hall. Lin Yuan sat there, his expression contemplative. Guiding the 3 7th-stage martial Dao cultivators was a trivial task for him. At that moment, however, Lin Yuan was pondering another matter. Weilong Palace? Lin Yuan said to himself. Weilong Palace, a Dao integration level force in the Zhujiang domain, had been at war with the Daoda immortal sect for tens of thousands of years. 2 major forces were at odds over the essence of heavenly water, already at each other's throats. Every few hundred to 1,000 years, they would wage war, and nearly 10 Unity Realm true immortals would join the battle. Li Qing and 2 other 7th-stage martial Daoists were mostly on the battlefield with Weilong Palace. Initially, when Jun Dongjin ascended to the spirit realm, at the peak of the refining void period, he was severely injured by a draconic ancient saint from the Weilong Palace. Had it not been for that severe injury, Jun Dongjin might have had a chance to step into the Unity Path stage. Of course, it was only a possibility, and in fact, he was likely still doomed to fail in breaking through. But at least it would have lightened the backlash, allowing him to live for several hundred more years. Above the spirit realm, from high to low, there were 9 heavens. Each heaven contained some kind of phenomenon, either a manifestation of the origin rule of the great Tao or a sort of miracle related to the essence of the world. The 4th heaven, a figure, seeming like a burning sun, stood with his back to all. It was indeed Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit. With my current strength, I can only stop at the 4th heaven. As for the 5th heaven. Lin Yuan looked up at the sky, where dark clouds gathered densely, intertwined with numerous pale purple thunderbolts. To enter the 5th heaven, one must surpass the 9-fold thunder tribulation, which is far more terrifying than the bodily tribulation in the unity breakthrough to tribulation transcendence. Although Unity Realm true immortals can roam the 9 layers of the spirit realm, such powerful beings usually only wander in the first and second heavens. As for the third heaven, they basically can't enter, and the fourth heaven is the domain of tribulation transcending celestial kings. The fifth heaven, probably only the powerful among the immortal kings can withstand the ninefold thunder tribulation and enter. The Taiyang divine spirit, after all, is just a divine spirit, far less powerful than its original body, unless Taiyin and Taiyang are merged into the Taiji divine spirit. Otherwise, recklessly enduring the ninefold thunder tribulation risks the collapse of the divine spirit. Enough. Wait a bit longer. I can feel that the fusion and transformation of the Taiyin rule and Taiyang rule are almost complete. When the time comes, my body of the divine spirit will surely see a great increase in combat power. Lin Yuan felt hopeful in his heart. Ever since he reopened his inner world, the Taiyin rule had merged with the Taiyang rule, forming a light sphere suspended above the sky of the inner world, slowly transforming. Lin Yuan had a feeling that once the transformation was complete, the Taiyin and Taiyang rules would undergo an unbelievable change. Inside the cave dwelling, Lin Yuan was cultivating. At that moment, Lin Yuan quietly opened his eyes. Whoosh! Inner world. The incarnation of Lin Yuan's consciousness appeared. He looked up at the light sphere composed entirely of the power of Taiyin and Taiyang. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt a stirring in his heart, vaguely sensing that the transformation within the light sphere was reaching its final stages. Crack! A shattering sound, audible only to Lin Yuan, suddenly rang beside his ears. He saw the light sphere above the sky gradually cracking open. Threads of new power, or rather, rules, slowly began to reveal themselves. This power was black and white. At first glance, it seemed no different from before, but at the infinitely microscopic level, it was the same. This meant a complete fusion. The newly born power or rules were no longer a combination of Taiyin and Taiyang but inherently so. The flawless power of yin and yang transformed into the perfect Taiji power, quickly merging into the inner world. Lin Yuan's consciousness returned to reality. He raised his right hand, the pure yin-yang power emitting a dreamlike halo, slowly affecting the surroundings. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt an absolute sense of control. Within his range of perception, he could control everything. This feeling, how similar is it to the cosmic force of the invincible 8th layer? Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. The invincible power of the 8th layer in the main world, although not replicable, had some features recorded. Almost all the cosmic forces comprehended by those invincible at the 8th layer had one thing in common. That is control. Absolute control. The fusion of Taiyin and Taiyang into Taiji, is it the embryonic form of some kind of cosmic force? Lin Yuan felt elated, and at this moment, even without relying on the inner world that spans 26 million miles, without relying on his many innate divine abilities and secret techniques, he could still clash with other invincible beings of the 8th layer. Because he was now an invincible of the 8th layer. Who would have thought that the cosmic force that countless 8th layer powerhouses in the main world yearn for, I actually grasped its rudimentary form during my 3rd rank and 4th rank? Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. The so-called cosmic force not only enhances combat power for 8th layer powerhouses. In the future, if one could step into the 9th rank or even higher, the transformation of cosmic force would be even greater. For 8th layer evolvers to comprehend cosmic force, regardless of whether they can succeed, it would undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time. Possibly tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. But the cosmic force comprehended at the 8th layer level, besides the enhancement in combat power, does not help much in breaking through to the 9th layer. Yet, in the main world, there are still a great number of powerhouses of various clans who wish to walk the path of the invincible at the 8th layer. This seems quite incredible, for after all, spending this time on fusion rules might give one a better chance of stepping into the 9th layer. In fact, if one can comprehend cosmic force at the 8th layer, should they be able to break through to the 9th layer in the future, they would be able to walk further along the 9th layer's path. Unfortunately, among 8th layer powerhouses, those who have comprehended cosmic force are too few. And even among those 8th layer individuals who have comprehended cosmic force, the number that eventually step into the 9th layer is even rarer. Out of tens of thousands of 8th layer powerhouses, It is considered extremely lucky if one who comprehends cosmic force manages to step into the 9th layer. My Taiji force. Lin Yuan carefully felt his own cosmic force. The transformed Taiji force was no longer divided into Taiyin and Taiyang. It seemed innate and flawless. They all say that cosmic force cannot be replicated. My Taiji force. Lin Yuan reflected inwardly before finally shaking his head. This statement is essentially correct. Lin Yuan's Taiji force is derived from the fusion of Taiyin and Taiyang. Even if, in future generations, a martial Dao cultivator with supreme talent in Taiyin and Taiyang emerges, just like Lin Yuan, mastering both Taiyin and Taiyang. It's debatable whether they could fuse Taiyin and Taiyang, and even if they truly managed to do so, the power formed would most likely not be Taiji force. Lin Yuan's Taiji force was not created with equal proportions of Taiyin and Taiyang, but rather adjusted according to his own adaptability. Only then did the new Taiji force come into being. Future martial Dao cultivators, even if they fuse Taiyin and Taiyang, the force they create will not be Lin Yuan's Taiji force. With my current strength, unleashing full power, I should be able to easily suppress other invincible 8th layers, but to say defeat or even kill. Lin Yuan thought about it for a while and felt it was unrealistic. After grasping the Taiji force, Lin Yuan's understanding of such cosmic force deepened even further. Even if Lin Yuan used all his trump cards, at most he could only suppress. Forcing the opponent to flee would be difficult to achieve. Take Lin Yuan's Taiji force as an example. Once he fully defended, it was almost invulnerable to myriad laws. Even 10 invincible 8th layers might not be able to break through the defense. This is why in the main world, those 8th layer powerhouses who have comprehended some kind of cosmic force are called invincible. This is the legend of the invincible at the 8th layer. Take it slow. I feel that there is still much room for refinement in my Taiji force. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged. In the main world, those invincible at the 8th layer who have comprehended cosmic force tend not to continue exploring it but focus all their energy on the fusion rules instead. Having already spent a tremendous amount of time comprehending cosmic force, to continue wasting time, the hope of breaking through to the 9th layer becomes even more bleak. Without breaking through to the 9th layer, even an invincible 8th layer won't have a longer lifespan than those at the peak of the 8th layer. The 9 heavens. The 4th heaven. Lin Yuan's Taiyang Divine Spirit and Taiyin Primordial Spirit appeared simultaneously. They immediately began to merge. The flawless Taiji Primordial Spirit reappeared. Compared to the previous Taiji Primordial Spirit, this one was purer and had a more stable influence on space. Lin Yuan even faintly felt that time was also slightly affected. This sensation? Lin Yuan looked around. In Shenyao City, even though Lin Yuan had grasped the Taiji force, a kind of cosmic force, he wouldn't attempt anything risky for fear that a slight mishap might lay waste to the entire city. But here within the 9 heavens, there were no such concerns. The 9 heavens were vast and boundless, each layer as large as the spirit realm, and here the spirit realm refers not to the 3,000 Dao provinces, but to the entirety of the spirit realm. Moreover, due to environmental reasons, only true immortal level powerhouses could hope to ascend to the 9 heavens, and even then, only to the 1st and 2nd layers. In the vast expanse of the 9 heavens, unless by specific arrangement, it is very difficult to encounter another person. Therefore, Lin Yuan could act without any worries here. Boom! Terrible power began to spread in all directions. The full eruption of Taiji force was like a primordial beast, wildly stirring everything in the 4th heaven. What a thrill! Lin Yuan laughed out loud, finally understanding the confidence of those invincible at the 8th layer in the main world. This power that reigns above the 8th layer can easily become addictive. The strength of my current Taiji primordial spirit is not lesser than that of an invincible 8th layer, and due to the nature of being an energy and spirit body, it is much more troublesome than ordinary invincible 8th layers. Lin Yuan had an accurate assessment of his primordial spirit. The primordial spirit is not corporeal, unable to benefit from the augmentation of the mysterious gourd to the inner world, but it also has the advantage of the primordial spirit, which is immunity to most physical damage. And since the primordial spirit is an ethereal body, it is elusive and unpredictable. In the main world, those invincible beings of energy life at the 8th layer are more dreaded than ordinary invincible 8th layers. Continue to explore the true limit of the power of Taiji. Lin Yuan struck out recklessly, and the terrifying wave of force began to shake the entire fourth heaven and even affected the third and second heavens below. 9 heavens. Second layer of heaven. A peak Tao integration true immortal was leisurely roaming this layer of heaven with a descendant he cherished. The 9 divine heavens of the spirit realm are extremely special, often visited by true immortal level powerhouses. Occasionally, they bring their progeny, for beings below true immortals. Experiencing the mysteries of the 9 heavens is a great opportunity and fortune. In the second layer of heaven, some spectacles and phenomena often appear. Tomorrow, observe carefully and committed to memory. This will be greatly beneficial for your future cultivation path, said the peak Tao integration true immortal, a white-browed elder, chuckling as he stroked his beard. Understood, ancestor, replied a young disciple, swallowing nervously as he tried to look around and memorize everything he saw. After a while, ancestor, this 9 heavens is really huge, isn't it? The disciple couldn't help but exclaim. The 9 divine heavens of the spirit realm are vast and boundless. This is just the second heaven. Above are the third and fourth heavens. The peak Tao integration true immortal patiently explained. However, only those at the half-step tribulation stage can attempt to climb to the third heaven, and as for the fourth heaven, it is the realm of tribulation transcending celestial kings. The white-browed elder sighed. Although he was at the peak of Tao integration, the tribulation stage was still far beyond his reach. The mental tribulation and bodily tribulation were 2 significant barriers that obstructed countless true immortals. The white-browed elder was lost in thought for a moment and was about to speak again when his expression suddenly changed. What is that? The white-browed elder looked up. It was the area of the third layer of heaven. At that moment, a terrifying fluctuation was traveling from the third heaven to the second heaven. Like the drums of the divine, mighty and powerful, the clouds of the second heaven dispersed and the space constantly rippled. The white-browed elder's face showed shock. In the 9 heavens, even a true immortal peak powerhouse like himself could at best affect an area of 10,000 miles. But now, merely the aftershock of a force was penetrating down to the second heaven? Ancestor. Is there a half-step immortal king making a move in the third heaven? The disciple by his side trembled. And if not for the protection of the white-browed elder, he would probably have been scared into sitting on the ground. The aftershock of a higher layer's power swept down like divine might. It's not the third heaven, it's a higher layer than the third heaven. The white-browed elder carefully sensed for a while, his face slightly pale. As a peak true immortal, although he couldn't climb to the third heaven, he could still judge the source of the aftershocks. A higher layer than the third heaven? The young disciple was confused for a moment. That must mean an immortal king, at least a tribulation transcending celestial king, is making a move. The white-browed elder spoke with difficulty, and in his heart, he had another speculation that transmitting aftershocks to another layer was not something an ordinary immortal king could do. It might even be the famed supreme immortal king. In my lifetime, to see a supreme immortal king making a move? The white-browed elder was emotionally stirred. As a peak true immortal who had traveled 3,000 daos for many ages, he had a chance to witness a tribulation transcending celestial king. But a supreme immortal king? That was the transcendent among celestial kings. Most true immortals never saw one in their lifetime. Xuanwang Domain. Daoda Immortal Sect. Li Zhu sent me a message. A no-nonsense looking woman said, her face changing slightly as she looked towards her 2 peers. Li Zhu's personality means he wouldn't contact us without something important, she said. Quickly check, could it be something unexpected has happened with the war against Weilong Palace? The 2 peers realized the gravity of the situation. The 3 of them were the most outstanding descendants of Jun Xiaoyao. They were Jun Haichu, Jun Nangong, and Jun Yunxun. In the spirit realm's Daoda Immortal Sect, the Mu family was a relatively strong lineage, but the Jun family, at least until people like Jun Dongjun ascended, there was no Jun family. After hundreds of thousands of years, with the efforts of the Jun family lineage and the support of Li Qing, the Jun family managed to establish itself in the Immortal Sect. I'll check now. Jun Haichu immediately opened the message from Li Qing. He quickly skimmed through it. Li Zhu says. Jun Haichu paused, somewhat unsure how to proceed. You all take a look. Jun Haichu expanded the message. Jun Nangong and Jun Yunxun quickly read through it. An ancestor from our Jun family has returned. This ancestor, the youngest son of the founder of the East Jin, and the founder of the martial Dao cultivation system? The three of them from Jun Haicho's group were stunned. From a young age, they had heard numerous rumors about this Wuji ancestor. It was said that this Wuji ancestor had exceptional talent and had even negotiated with the Kanqing immortal. Today, the position of the Jun family in the immortal sect was mainly due to the efforts of this Wuji ancestor. Without the Wuji ancestor, the Jun family would not be where it was today. They might not even have ascended from the lower realms in the first place. Wuji ancestor, he has returned? Jun Nangong's expression was somewhat excited. It had been tens of thousands of years, and the ancestors of the Jun family had never given up searching for Wuji ancestor. Even the Daoda immortal sect was searching, but there had never been any news. Many elders of the Jun family even thought that Wuji ancestor might have died long ago, otherwise, how could there have been no sign of him for so many years? Let's go. We will meet Wuji ancestor now. The longing of my father, my mother, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, the desire of our Jun family's ancestors, has actually been realized in our generation. Jun Yunshun was equally stirred. Li Qing's search for Wuji ancestor was a search for his own mentor. The Kanqing immortal's search for Wuji ancestor also had other purposes. Only their Jun family sought Wuji ancestor from the bottom of their hearts. Since the progenitor Jun Dongjin, they always treated searching for Wuji ancestor as the ultimate goal. The martial temple is starting to accept disciples on a large scale? Anyone from the human race can be admitted to the martial temple? Upon entering the martial temple, one can receive the teachings of the martial Dao cultivation system. Even those on the immortal path can be admitted to the martial temple? Within Shenyao City, a message spread like a hurricane. Previously, the martial temple had been very strict about accepting disciples, but now, they had relaxed this restriction. Hurry, hurry, hurry. There are free martial Dao teachings being given away. It's said that the 7th stage martial Dao is not inferior to a true immortal of the merged path. The martial Dao cultivation system must have exceptional aspects. Figures quickly lined up outside the martial temple, whispering amongst themselves. Why is the martial temple doing this? Did the three ancestors of the martial temple return recently? Could this be their idea? I don't think so. Over such a long period, even when the three ancestors were present, the rules of the martial temple hardly change. Now this sudden relaxation must be due to something unknown happening. Who cares, as long as there are martial Dao teachings being given out, I have nothing to lose. Martial Temple Hall. Lin Yuan sat in the main seat, his gaze sweeping across and taking in all of Shenyao City. Master, is it really okay to release the martial Dao teachings so freely? Li Qing stood respectfully on one side, cautiously inquiring. It's fine. Lin Yuan said nonchalantly. He wanted to spread the martial arts evolution system thoroughly in this realm. Relying solely on the small area of the martial temple, it would be impossible even with 1,000,000 years. Therefore, Lin Yuan decided to release the martial Dao teachings. Of course, these released teachings from the martial temple had been modified by Lin Yuan to enhance one's strength in a short amount of time. For the lower-level cultivators, whether it's the immortal path or martial Dao, or even other cultivation systems, the most crucial aspect is short-term effectiveness. Even for the great Dao, if one cannot get started and it does not bring any improvement, then it is meaningless. As for releasing the martial Dao teachings widely, which might lead to a mix of good and bad cultivators and even result in little loyalty to the martial temple, Lin Yuan did not care. In the myriad realms of the heavens, as long as one entered his martial Dao, no matter the thought process, all would be fodder for the future, ultimate leap. Zhujiang Domain. Weilong Palace. As a force of the Dao integration level, Weilong Palace was in no way weaker than the Daoda immortal sect, and even surpasses it due to being part of the Water Tribe's dragon heritage. The true immortal level combat power of Weilong Palace was even stronger than that of the Daoda immortal sect. Why Dragon Hall? Dozens of figures gathered here. Weilong Palace was not a human race force, but was governed by the Water Tribe of dragon descent, with the entire Zhujiang domain essentially being their territory. My fellow members, I have decided that our palace will once again initiate large-scale warfare with the Daoda immortal sect. That heavenly essence of water must belong to our Weilong Palace, declared the Weilong Palace master. The Huailong Palace Master was a middle-aged female whose true form was that of a mighty dragon. Although her bloodline had not reached the level of true spirit, her combat power was so formidable that she had virtually no rivals in the Unity Path stage. The heavenly essence of water is a treasure of our dragon clan, forcibly occupied by that Dao De immortal sect. This time, we must reclaim it, she proclaimed. Palace Master, I shall partake in this large-scale decisive battle as well. I am determined to slay several true immortals of the Dao De immortal sect. An eager voice joined the conversation. Without relying on Xuanwang Hall, would the Dao De immortal sect stand a chance against our Eastern Palace? Another chimed in. The assembled figures vied to voice their opinions first. A so-called large-scale war meant an all-out battle to the death between Huailong Palace and the Dao De immortal sect, where each true immortal would enter the fray, and neither force would show any mercy. Such large-scale bloodshed would normally not occur once in tens or hundreds of thousands of years, due to the enormous cost involved. No matter who won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Xuanwang Hall would never just watch the Dao De immortal sect fall without intervening. Xuanwang Hall, HMPH, the Huailong Palace Master let out a cold snort. In past large-scale wars, the interference of Xuanwang Hall had prevented her from crushing the Dao De immortal sect. But now, the Huailong Palace Master had already overcome the bodily tribulation, significantly boosting her combat power, and ordinary half-step immortal kings did not even warrant her attention. Even before overcoming the bodily tribulation, with her true dragon bloodline, she could match a half-step immortal king in strength. Now that she had become a half-step immortal king, it would probably take 3 or 4 of them to match her. This time, Huailong Palace was resolute in obtaining the heavenly essence of water. The heavenly essence of water had a significant effect on the dragon descendants' transformation into dragons. If Huailong Palace could acquire the heavenly essence of water, their power could rise to a new level in at most 10,000 years. It could even have a considerable beneficial effect on the Huailong Palace Master when facing the ordeal of the mind and spirit tribulation. Normally, a true immortal of the Dao integration stage would have a greater guarantee of overcoming the mind and spirit tribulation than the bodily tribulation. However, being a dragon descendant, the Huailong Palace Master with her strong bodily constitution, had an easier time overcoming the bodily tribulation. The ordeal of the mind and spirit tribulation, on the other hand, required much more cautiousness. Dao De immortal sect. Kanqing immortal sat upon the high platform. What is Huailong Palace scheming now? Kanqing immortal's brow furrowed as he received intelligence from the battlefield that the true immortal level forces of Huailong Palace were beginning to converge towards the battleground. Could it be that they are contemplating another large-scale decisive battle? Kanqing immortal felt a headache coming on. Even with the support from Xuanwang Hall, facing Huailong Palace Hall's repeated battles had begun taking a toll on the Dao De immortal sect. Xuanwang Hall, the most powerful force in the Xuanwang domain, along with another major force, stood with the Dao De immortal sect as the 3 leading giants of the Xuanwang domain. The heavenly essence of water. Kanqing immortal thought of the source of the unending conflicts between the Dao De immortal sect and Huailong Palace. Indeed, the heavenly essence of water was not very useful for the human race cultivators. Yet even if it were useless, it absolutely could not fall into the hands of Huailong Palace. Kanqing immortal could imagine that once Huailong Palace acquired the heavenly essence of water, their power would surge within 10,000 years, surpassing the Xuanwang domain to become the strongest force among the nearby dozens of great realms. At that time, the Dao De immortal sect would stand no chance against Huailong Palace. The heavenly essence of water is rooted in the earth's veins, it cannot be moved, it cannot be destroyed. Kanqing immortal sighed softly. Even if he could shatter the heavenly essence of water by force with a treasure, as long as the earth's veins remained, a new heavenly essence of water would be born within a few thousand years. If Huailong Palace dares to launch a large-scale war, they must have a new trump card. Has that Huailong Palace Master overcome the bodily tribulation? Kanqing immortal speculated. The Dao De immortal sect had been at war with Huailong Palace for hundreds of thousands of years, and knew its adversary well. The Huailong Palace Master had exhibited clues of being close to passing the bodily tribulation during her last exchange with Kanqing immortal. A true dragon who has overcome the bodily tribulation. I cannot handle her alone. Better inquire about the intentions of Xuanwang Hall. Kanching Immortal was no fool and naturally would not take on the pressure of blocking Huailong Palace by himself. A moment later, after communicating with Xuanwang Hall, Kanching Immortal's frown deepened again. The master of Xuanwang Hall is in seclusion and cannot intervene in the short term? How am I supposed to deal with that accursed dragon? Kanching Immortal immediately felt the difficulty of the situation. I must contact other forces at the Dao integration level across different domains. Kanching Immortal's thoughts refocused, turning his attention to another piece of news. Oh, Jun Wuji, that young fellow has returned? Kanching Immortal's eyes brightened. He had waited arduously for Jun Wuji, originally thinking the young man would ascend to the spirit realm within a few thousand years, but hundreds of thousands of years had passed without any signs. Yet Kanching Immortal had not reneged on his promise because of this. After all, they had made a vow on the Dao. While breaking a Dao vow wasn't impossible, it came with heavy consequences, and to break such a vow for a mere promise was not worth the loss for Kanching Immortal. Hundreds of thousands of years. If that kid is still alive, he must be at least at the peak of the Unity Realm? Perhaps even a half-step Immortal King? Kanching Immortal mused to himself. He was well aware of Lin Yuan's potential. Taking into account Lin Yuan's forced breakthrough into the Dao integration stage in such a low world, he could at least be considered an Immortal King seed. Of course, even for an Immortal King seed, stepping into the realm of an Immortal King is extremely difficult. Having hope is one thing. But Kanching Immortal didn't believe that Lin Yuan was already a tribulation-transcending celestial king. From the Unity Path stage to the Transcendence Tribulation stage, it is as vast as the heavens. Kanching Immortal had a deep understanding of this. Despite having overcome the mind and spirit tribulation and ranking as a half-step Immortal King, he knew deep down that there was no possibility of him becoming an Immortal King in this lifetime. At most, before the end of his lifespan, Kanching Immortal could attempt to transcend the bodily tribulation. Even if he failed, it would be within expectations. However, if this young one has already reached the half-step Immortal King, wouldn't that relieve some pressure off Huailong Palace? Suddenly, an idea struck Kanching Immortal. When he had negotiated with Lin Yuan, he agreed to allow the spread of martial Dao in the lower realms, and that martial Dao cultivators who reached the 6th rank could ascend to the spirit realm via the Ascension platform, as well as receive protection. In return, Lin Yuan would help the Dao De Immortal sect once within his capabilities. Of course, Lin Yuan could refuse, and Kanching Immortal was quite lenient about this, as, after all, he had not given much. So be it. It has been a long time since I went out. This time I'll go see how that young one from back then is doing. Kanching Immortal slowly stood up, and his figure disappeared from its original spot. As for the large-scale decisive battle that Huailong Palace wanted to initiate, a battlefield of such scale required a lot of preparation time. It would not start within at least 10 years. Shenyao City, Martial Temple. The silhouette of Kanching Immortal appeared silently. Lifting the restrictions on martial Dao, Kanching Immortal glanced at the recent happenings inside Shenyao City and generally grasped the situation. Step by step, Kanching Immortal walked towards the depths of the Martial Temple. Around him lingered layers of illusionary realms. As a half-step Immortal King who had passed the mind and spirit tribulation, if Kanching Immortal wished, it would be difficult for even someone at the 7th stage martial Dao peak like Li Qing to detect his presence. Having passed the mind and spirit tribulation, Kanching Immortal had greatly enhanced his soul, easily concealing and twisting others' perceptions. Seems like there's no change. Has that young one really returned? Kanching Immortal arrived at the Martial Temple Hall, looked around casually, and didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Just as Kanching Immortal was considering whether to reveal himself and inquire with Li Qing. The surrounding void became illusionary. Scenes unfolded layer by layer as Kanching Immortal reappeared outside Shenyao City, as if everything he had experienced was just an illusionary realm. What? Kanching Immortal's pupils constricted, and his heart was overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. Illusionary realm. He, a mighty half-step Immortal King who had passed the mind and spirit tribulation, had unknowingly fallen into an illusionary realm? Although in terms of combat power, a half-step Immortal King who had passed the mind and spirit tribulation was not as strong as one who had passed the bodily tribulation. When it came to mastering the soul illusion, A half-step immortal king who had passed the bodily tribulation could not hold a candle to one who had passed the mind and spirit tribulation. Now, however, Kanching Immortal had unwittingly experienced an illusionary realm. Were it not for the other party intentionally dispersing the illusionary realm, Kanching Immortal would probably still be immersed in it. This is terrifying. What kind of illusionary realm was that? Kanching Immortal's spirit trembled. To casually play with a half-step immortal king like him using a soul illusion. Kanching Immortal had a guess in his mind. Could it be? Kanching Immortal steadied his spirit and entered Shenyao City once again. This time, without using any skills, Kanching Immortal simply walked down the streets and eventually arrived behind the gates of the martial temple. Hesitating for a moment, Kanching Immortal spoke to the guardian. "My name is Kanching, here to visit the martial ancestor." "Come in," said the guardian as if he had already received the order, leading Kanching Immortal to stop in front of the martial temple hall. Kanching Immortal paused for an instant and eventually walked into the martial temple hall. The martial temple hall at this moment, compared to what Kanching Immortal had experienced before, was no different. The only change was that there was a figure sitting in the main seat. The figure was a young man. Although he was just sitting there, Kanching Immortal felt as if he was facing the vast spirit realm itself. "It's been a long time." Lin Yuan looked at Kanching Immortal and slightly smiled. Are you really Jun Wuji?" Kanching Immortal was momentarily stunned. If before, he had only speculated that a tribulation-transcending celestial king was within the martial temple and that only an exalted immortal king could effortlessly make him fall into an illusionary realm without knowing. Then now, upon seeing Lin Yuan, Kanching Immortal was almost certain of his earlier speculation, and that the tribulation-transcending celestial king was indeed that young one from Bephoria. "Jun Wuji. You could say so," Lin Yuan nodded with a smile. Although in a different body, his true spirit consciousness was the same, making this similar to the reincarnation of a true immortal of the merged path. Jun Wuji. The name stirred tremors in Kanching Immortal's heart. Even though he had long regarded Jun Wuji as a genius of the immortal king seed level. Facing the now truly immortal king Jun Wuji, Kanching Immortal still felt an inner tumult. Immortal king. That was a tribulation-transcending celestial king. Even those who were hopeful to become an immortal king, the seeds of an immortal king, were only hopeful to become one. Perhaps, among dozens of immortal king seeds, there would be one who could become an immortal king, right? "Take a seat, don't just stand there," Lin Yuan said casually. When Kanching Immortal approached Shenyao City, Lin Yuan had already sensed him. Later, when he found out that Kanching Immortal intended to sneak into the martial temple undetected, Lin Yuan conveniently dragged him into the illusionary realm. It was a sort of greeting. "Yes, no, I'd rather stand." Kanching Immortal quickly reacted, not daring to take a seat. What a joke, to sit with a tribulation-transcending celestial king. Kanching Immortal was acutely aware of his own status. He wasn't Lin Yuan's junior, nor had he conferred any significant favors on Lin Yuan. The only thing he did right was that over the years, he had always kept his promises, but that was what he ought to do. At this moment, Kanching Immortal felt immensely relieved. After Jun Dongjin and others ascended to the spirit realm thousands of years ago, some in the immortal sect voiced their opposition and wished to stop favoring the Jun family with resources. Back then, Kanching Immortal directly refused them. Firstly, the resources allocated to the Jun family were but a drop in the ocean for the Daoda immortal sect at that time, and Kanching Immortal didn't care about the myopic concerns of those people in the sect over such matters. Secondly, Kanching Immortal was still looking forward to Jun Wuji's ascension to the spirit realm. As time passed and after Kanching Immortal's unreserved refusals, other people in the sect dared not bring up the matter again. "You have done well these years," Lin Yuan nodded. At least he did no injustice to the people of the Jun family and had protected the martial Dao evolutionary path. "It's my duty, Kanching Immortal immediately replied. From Lin Yuan's words, he realized that the other party knew all that he had done over the years. Because of this, Kanching Immortal was even more afraid. Had he made even a slight mistake back then, he would probably be facing the wrath of a tribulation-transcending celestial king right now. Indeed, such wrath was something that neither the entire Xuanwang domain nor Dongyun Dao province could bear. "Speak. What do you want me to help with?" Lin Yuan asked directly. The Daoda Immortal sect had treated the Jun family well and protected the martial path evolutionary path. As part of the negotiation conditions, he needed to lend a hand if it was within his power. What kind of help? Upon hearing this, Kanqing Immortal's spirit suddenly surged. Almost instantly, Kanqing Immortal thought of asking Lin Yuan to help him through the bodily tribulation. But as soon as this thought emerged, Kanqing Immortal dismissed it. Whether it be mind tribulation or bodily tribulation, external forces had almost no effect. One had to rely on oneself. Otherwise, why would tribulation transcending celestial kings be so rare in the spirit realm? Not to mention others, the offspring and friends of those kings should have been able to step into the stage of tribulation transcendence too. From this, one can deduce that even an immortal king could hardly interfere with bodily tribulation or mind tribulation. Even if one could intervene, it would come with a dire price, not in line with the "within my power" he had promised. I hope. Countless thoughts flashed through Kanqing Immortal's mind. In his life, other than himself, the thing he cared most about was the Daoda Immortal sect. Currently, the biggest crisis facing the Daoda Immortal sect was the Huailong Palace. Against the Huailong Palace master who had transcended the bodily tribulation, Kanqing Immortal couldn't think of any way to deal with him. I hope that the martial ancestor could intervene in the Huailong Palace matter. Kanqing Immortal steadied his mind and spoke respectfully. Huailong Palace, huh? Lin Yuan nodded. Even if Kanqing Immortal hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have let the Huailong Palace go. According to Li Qing, it was the mighty ones of Huailong Palace who had gravely injured Jun Dongjin back then, which led to his failed breakthrough later on. Lin Yuan rose to his feet and walked out of the martial temple hall. Kanqing Immortal followed immediately. Martial ancestor, the Huailong Palace is a heritage of the Water Tribe's dragon descendants, and its master has the true dragon bloodline. He should have transcended the bodily tribulation. And there's the Zhujiang domain. It's said to be related to a tribulation transcending dragon Cain. Kanqing Immortal quickly briefed Lin Yuan on the strength of Huailong Palace. But halfway through, Lin Yuan interrupted him. He asked directly, "Where is Huailong Palace? Give me a direction. In which direction is Huailong Palace?" Kanqing Immortal was stunned for a moment, not understanding the meaning behind Lin Yuan's words. Was he intending to personally visit Huailong Palace? Indeed, as a tribulation transcending celestial king, once he personally arrived at Huailong Palace. Even if that palace master were stubborn, he would have to bow his head obediently. In the vast spirit realm, no true immortal dared to defy the will of an immortal king. True immortals like Kanqing Immortal and Huailong Palace Master, though they claimed to be half-step immortal kings, were far from being an actual tribulation transcending celestial king. Kanqing Immortal had passed the mental and soul tribulations, and his soul will was strong. But he was effortlessly toyed with by Lin Yuan, trapped in an illusionary realm without his knowledge. Of course, this was also because Lin Yuan was not an ordinary tribulation transcending celestial king. But even the most common tribulation transcending celestial king could deal with a half-step immortal king. With just a thought, "It's over there." Kanqing Immortal immediately pointed out a location. Being a longtime rival of Huailong Palace, he naturally knew the exact location of their lair. The only issue was that Huailong Palace relied on the core water channels of the Zhujiang domain. And even if a group of half-step immortal kings besieged it, they couldn't overcome it, making it as secure as a fortress. Therefore, even though Kanqing Immortal knew the location of their lair, there wasn't much he could do about it. In the large-scale battles between successive generations of Huailong Palace and Daoda Immortal sect, even if Daoda Immortal sect managed to repel Huailong Palace with the help of Xuanwang Hall, it was hard to inflict real heavy damage on them, as those dragon-blooded true immortals would simply hide inside Huailong Palace whenever they found themselves losing. It was akin to standing on invincible ground. "Martial ancestor, there's no need for you to go personally, just grant a celestial king's decree, and I can take it to Huailong Palace." Kanqing Immortal hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. The celestial king's decree contained the breath of an immortal king, impossible to imitate, symbolizing the will of a certain immortal king. When the decree arrives, it's as if the immortal king himself has arrived. Huailong Palace, even with audacious courage, would not dare to defy the celestial king's decree. Although the Zhujiang domain was the dragon transformation land, of a tribulation-transcending dragon king from many ages ago. All water tribe dragon descendants within the Zhujiang domain were, in theory, descendants of that dragon king. But who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago that old tale had taken place, and whether it was true or false remained unclear. Even if that dragon king did exist, he wouldn't risk offending another tribulation-transcending celestial king over a trivial matter. No need for such trouble. Lin Yuan glanced at Kanqing Immortal and said indifferently, simply apprehend him. Having said that, Lin Yuan raised his right hand. Taiji forces of black and white intertwined at his fingertips, causing the space to distort slightly, and just one look at it gave Kanqing Immortal a splitting headache. It was too profound. It was too complex. With just the action of Lin Yuan's raised hand, Kanqing Immortal felt that the spatial mysteries he'd comprehended all his life were all contained within it, and they occupied only 1/10,000th or even 100,000th of the overall mystery. The remaining spatial profundities were far beyond Kanqing Immortal's reach. Has martial ancestors' mastery of spatial profundity actually reached this level? Kanqing Immortal was astounded within his heart, but no matter how painful his headache became, he still fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan's raised right hand. By observing a little longer, might there be a chance for enlightenment? Under Kanqing Immortal's watchful eye, Lin Yuan's raised right hand moved towards the direction he had just indicated, palm facing down, and lightly made a grabbing motion. Zhujiang Domain. Huailong Palace. The Zhujiang Domain consisted of 9 great rivers, each running through dozens of great realms before all converging within the Zhujiang Domain. Because of this, the Zhujiang Domain held a unique advantage, serving as the sacred land of the water tribe. Huailong Palace was a power forged by dragon descendants, connected to the core water channel of the entire Zhujiang Domain. To breach Huailong Palace, one would have to break through the core water channel of the entire Zhujiang Domain. It was this advantage that allowed Huailong Palace to thrive for millions of years. Even if they weakened at times, it didn't affect the overall situation, as they have always been one of the dominating powers of the Zhujiang Domain. Inside Huailong Palace. The Huailong Palace master who had passed the bodily tribulation looked at the single-horned man before her and said with an icy voice, "Heavenly Dragon Nest also desires the essence of heavenly water?" Heavenly Dragon Nest was also an overlord-level power in the Zhujiang Domain, on par with Huailong Palace. Strictly speaking, it was on par with the current Huailong Palace. Before the palace master had passed the bodily tribulation, Huailong Palace was slightly inferior to Heavenly Dragon Nest. Indeed, Dragon Lord has agreed to help you fully secure that strand of essence of heavenly water. But my Heavenly Dragon Nest wants half, said the single-horned man. Half. The Huailong Palace master's face showed no expression. Her mind, however, was contemplating. Having passed the bodily tribulation, her strength had greatly increased, and she was confident she could repel Dao De Immortal sect, and even Xuanwang Hall behind them, with some confidence. But it was always better to be safe than sorry. The importance of the essence of heavenly water was well understood by Huailong Palace, Dao De Immortal sect, and even more so by Xuanwang Hall. The 3 major forces of Xuanwang Domain would definitely do everything to prevent her at all costs. They might even call friends and gather other half-step immortal kings from different great realms. In such a scenario, she would still feel some pressure. If she could join forces with Heavenly Dragon Nest. The Huailong Palace master had already made her decision in her mind. In the past, Heavenly Dragon Nest had also approached her for cooperation, similarly expressing the intention to share half of the essence of heavenly water, but she flatly refused. Because at that time she had not passed the bodily tribulation, and her combat power was inferior to that of Heavenly Dragon Nest's Dragon Lord. If they cooperated rashly, she might end up having her palace swallowed by them. But now things were different. Having passed the bodily tribulation, she was not weaker than the Dragon Lord of Heavenly Dragon Nest. The cooperation between the two was on a nearly equal footing. 20%, the Huailong Palace master said directly. 2/10 is too low, said the Unicorn Man, his face somewhat unsightly. In the end, the two parties decided to split the essence of the heavenly water, with Huailong Palace taking 6/10 and the Heavenly Dragon Nest taking 4/10. With our two great forces joining hands, that Dao De Immortal sect, that Xuanwang Domain, are nothing but chickens and dogs, the Unicorn Man said with a smile on his face. The Huailong Palace master was also in a good mood. although he had given away 4/10 of the essence of the heavenly water for nothing. With the promise of the full support of the heavenly dragon nest, the confidence of Huailong Palace greatly increased, enough to deal with the oppression from the surrounding great realm's half-step immortal kings. Just as the Unicorn Man was about to return to the heavenly dragon nest to report the matter to the Dragon Lord, his expression suddenly changed. The Huailong Palace Master did the same, abruptly looking up to the sky. They saw the vast and boundless sky dimming unexpectedly. It wasn't dimming it was a huge hand, black and white, that had enshrouded the entire Huailong Palace. Who dares to be so presumptuous in front of my Huailong Palace? One by one, the true immortal level dragon descendants soared into the sky, attempting to shatter the hand that blocked out the sun. However, their true immortal level destructive spells fell on that enormous hand, failing to stir even a ripple. Thunderous booms. The enormous hand slowly descended, its fingers beginning to close, as if it was about to lift the Huailong Palace covering hundreds of thousands of miles. The sound of rushing water. The Huailong Palace Master transformed into a 10,000-foot true dragon directly, and the terrifying bloodline power suppressed all sides, hurtling towards the giant hand. A half-step immortal king who had transcended the bodily tribulation was naturally adept at fighting, not to mention possessing a true dragon bloodline. Such a strike even a half-step immortal king like the Conqing Immortal would not dare to confront it head-on, choosing instead to flee far away. However, in the face of the slowly descending enormous hand, the full-force blow of the Huailong Palace Master had no effect at all, not even slightly delaying the hand's descent. From a great distance away, one could see that the entire Huailong Palace was not even a tenth of the size of the giant hand. The Huailong Palace Master, a half-step immortal king true dragon, appeared like a mere insect in front of it. This is bad. The Huailong Palace Master's face drastically changed, turning back into human form, attempting to retreat explosively, to leave the range of the giant hand's shadow. The fact that her full-force strike could not shake the hand at all made her realize she had no chance of stopping the hand. Thunderous booms. The Huailong Palace Master tried to use the power of space to teleport, but found that within the range of the hand, space had solidified, making it extremely difficult to even fly normally, let alone teleport. Whoosh! Realizing this, the Huailong Palace Master didn't hesitate to return to the Huailong Palace below. At this point, the only option was to resist the heavenly hand using the palace that connected to the core water vein of the Zhujiang domain. A series of cracking sounds. The heavenly giant hand continued to tighten, and one by one, the barriers formed by the water veins shattered, powerless to resist. Finally, the entire Huailong Palace was directly uprooted by the giant hand. The hum of spatial energy. The heavenly giant hand and the abducted Huailong Palace vanished. They left behind a huge crater hundreds of thousands of miles wide, which existed where the dominating force of the Zhujiang domain, Huailong Palace, once stood. A moment later, a man in a golden dragon robe appeared outside the huge crater. Eyes wide and mouth agape, he looked at everything in front of him. What happened? How could the Huailong Palace have disappeared? This man in the golden dragon robe was none other than the Dragon Lord of the heavenly dragon nest. The instant the heaven-covering giant hand appeared, its residual waves were the first to alert him. So he was the first to arrive, but upon arrival, he witnessed a scene he would never forget in his lifetime. How could such a massive Huailong Palace disappear right under the nose of the Zhujiang domain? How is that even possible? The disbelief of the golden-robed Dragon Lord was palpable. The Huailong Palace was merged with the water vein. An attack on the Huailong Palace was equivalent to attacking the core water vein of the Zhujiang domain. Just this fact alone was something that a Unity Path stage true immortal could not achieve, nor could a half-step immortal king. Not to mention uprooting the entire Huailong Palace in such a short period, it was utterly unbelievable. Tribulation transcending celestial king. The golden-robed Dragon Lord's thoughts quivered. The only being capable of doing this was the high and mighty tribulation transcending celestial king. In the core of Dongyun Dao Province's great realm, where celestial king's artifacts were used for suppression, relying solely on celestial king's artifacts might indeed breach Huailong Palace, but was also not enough to do so as crisply and cleanly as it had happened now. Has Huailong Palace offended a tribulation transcending celestial king? Fear gripped the heart of the golden-robed Dragon Lord, for as one of the dominant forces of the Zhujiang domain, If he had offended a tribulation-transcending celestial king, would it potentially implicate the Zhujiang domain? Or even implicate his own heavenly dragon nest? Since that mysterious tribulation-transcending celestial king could cause such a grand Huailong palace to disappear, it indicated that he could make the heavenly dragon nest disappear as well. In essence, there was no difference between Huailong Palace and the heavenly dragon nest. The only variation was their locations. Whoosh! 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 One true immortal after another from the Zhujiang domain appeared before the huge pit. Looking at the dark chasm, their hearts turned cold. The conclusions drawn by the golden-robed dragon lord could also be inferred by most true immortals, for to render Huailong Palace so powerless, incapable of any struggle, only the tribulation-transcending celestial kings who overlooked the spirit realm could do that. What should we do? Which celestial king did Huailong Palace actually offend? This Huailong Palace really deserves to die. Offending a celestial king is bad enough, but what if it implicates us? No way, no way, I've decided to relocate to another great realm. The Zhujiang domain is too dangerous now, under the watch of a certain celestial king. I'm also relocating, let's do it together. The true immortals of the Zhujiang domain conversed among themselves, and many were planning to abandon their nests that they had operated for many years within the Zhujiang domain. Although living in the Zhujiang domain had been quite comfortable, what did that comfort amount to when compared with their own lives? They certainly did not wish to one day disappear suddenly like Huailong Palace did. Outside the martial temple hall, the Kanqing immortal intently watched Lin Yuan's outstretched right hand. Palm faced downwards, he gently grasped. The next moment, Lin Yuan drew back his right hand, and the palm, previously facing downward, was now facing up. The Kanqing immortal blinked his eyes and suddenly realized that Lin Yuan's previously empty palm now somehow held a palace. The palace was extremely exquisite, and subtly, terrifying powers flowed between the eaves and walls of the palace. This palace, why does it look so familiar? The Kanqing immortal's mind couldn't quite catch up, only feeling that the palace that had appeared in Lin Yuan's palm was strangely familiar. He had definitely seen it somewhere before. Roar! A series of tiny roaring sounds emerged from within the palace. Inside the palace, several tiny worms were trapped, as if bound by an invisible force, never able to burst out of the palace's confines. The Kanqing immortal's eyes widened the more he looked. If this palace were to be magnified a billion times, and those tiny worms as well, one would find that this palace was exactly the same as the Huailong Palace. And those tiny worms turned out to be the true immortals of dragon descent from Huailong Palace, especially that white worm, which, in terms of size and presence, surpassed all other worms by a great deal. It was none other than the bodily tribulation transcended master of Huailong Palace. Once, this half-step immortal king who had been such a headache for the Kanqing immortal and even considered a great concern by the Xuanwang Hall, was now trapped within the palace, like a true reptile. The Kanqing immortal's gaze was vacant. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, a phrase Lin Yuan had said earlier. Just directly capture it. At the time, the Kanqing immortal thought Lin Yuan planned to send his followers to capture the core dragon descendants of Huailong Palace to be questioned. As a tribulation transcending celestial king, Lin Yuan must have gathered some trusted subordinates. With the addition of several celestial kings' artifacts and other means, pressuring the many dragon descendants of Huailong Palace to surrender should not be a problem. However, the Kanqing immortal was also puzzled. This action did not seem as swift as personally delivering Lin Yuan's celestial king's decree to command Huailong Palace. But since it was the martial ancestor's will, the Kanqing immortal dared not ask too much. However, upon seeing that miniature Huailong Palace in Lin Yuan's hand, the Kanqing immortal realized that Lin Yuan's just directly capture it meant exactly what the words suggested without any implication or metaphor. He captured the entire Huailong Palace, the multitude of true immortal dragons. With a single grasp. Within the Huailong Palace, numerous true immortal dragon descendants were filled with fear. After the initial confusion, these dragon descendants realized that the entity taking action against them was very likely a certain tribulation transcending celestial king. If not a tribulation transcending celestial king, who else could effortlessly suppress dozens of true immortal dragon descendants, as well as the half-step immortal king, the Huailong Palace master who had passed the bodily tribulation, as if lifting a light object. If not a tribulation-transcending celestial king, who could ignore the core water veins of the Zhujiang domain, treat the million-mile-large Huailong Palace as a plaything, and grasp it in the palm? Palace Master, when did we offend an immortal king? Yes, Palace Master, what exactly happened? A tribulation-transcending celestial king. What kind of being is that? And why would they bother to take action against ants like us? One after another, the true immortal dragon descendants looked toward the Huailong Palace Master, asking anxiously. Although they were all trapped within the Huailong Palace, unable to go out, basic communication was still possible. The Huailong Palace Master's expression was gloomy as she scanned the frightened true immortal dragon descendants. Her brows involuntarily furrowed deeply. How would she know when the Huailong Palace had offended a tribulation-transcending celestial king? Although the Huailong Palace acted domineeringly, it knew whom to target. Beings or powers with potential backing from an immortal king were definitely not to be offended but were well provided for instead. Which immortal king is it? Although the Huailong Palace Master was also afraid, she realized that fear was meaningless. If the immortal king truly wanted to kill them, none of the dragon descendants would likely survive. The Huailong Palace Master looked up toward the outside of the Huailong Palace. She immediately saw the colossal figure looming over them. The million-mile-large Huailong Palace was merely 1/10 the size of the figure's palm. Compared to this immense being, the Huailong Palace Master felt incredibly insignificant, unable to even fully look up at Lin Yuan's complete form. This must be the immortal king who took action against my Huailong Palace. The Huailong Palace Master had her suspicions. The other true immortal dragon descendants also saw Lin Yuan, but being too close, they couldn't see him in full, only confirming that this immortal king had a human form. Having a human form didn't necessarily mean belonging to the human race. Great immortal king, all beings of the Huailong Palace are willing to submit, the Huailong Palace Master immediately said with utmost respect. She understood that the fate of the entire Huailong Palace depended on the whim of this mysterious immortal king before her. Submit? Lin Yuan smirked slightly. He then looked at the Kanqing immortal beside him. What do you think? How do I see it? The Kanqing immortal was trembling with fear, unsure why Lin Yuan was asking him at this time. That is. The Huailong Palace Master looked to the side and immediately saw the Kanqing immortal. Although to them he too was a monstrous figure, the perspective offered by the distance allowed them to vaguely make out his features. Is that Kanqing? The Huailong Palace Master's heart turned cold. Having warred with the Daoda immortal sect for so many years, the Kanqing immortal was all too familiar with her, and naturally, the Huailong Palace Master was also very familiar with Kanqing. Yet the more so, the more desperate the Huailong Palace Master felt. The enmity between the Huailong Palace and the Daoda immortal sect was too significant. They had fought for hundreds of thousands of years, causing countless casualties among their forces. Now that the Huailong Palace had fallen into the hands of the Kanqing immortal, could there be any good outcome? Forget it. I'll decide. Lin Yuan noticed that the Kanqing immortal dared not make a decision and his thoughts shifted slightly. In the palm of his hand, the Huailong Palace began to disintegrate. Every substance, whether it was living or non-living, was reduced to the most basic origin source of essence. Eventually, it formed an essence pill the size of a thumb. Even for Lin Yuan, the essence pill refined from all the true immortal dragon descendants of the Huailong Palace, including the Palace Master, who was a half-step immortal king that had passed the bodily tribulation, as well as the palace itself, had an inconsequentially small effect. Although the Kanqing immortal dared not make a decision, Lin Yuan could still sense his intentions. That was to eradicate future troubles. Moreover, the Huailong Palace had significant karma with Jun Dongjin, as the former had severely wounded the latter, reducing his chances of breaking through to the Unity Path stage. So Lin Yuan never had any intention of sparing the Huailong Palace. The Huailong Palace is no more. The Kanqing immortal looked dazed, not from pity or sympathy, but because the Huailong Palace, with hundreds of thousands of years of heritage, had come to such a dramatically abrupt end. The power of the martial ancestor. The Kanqing immortal stealthily glanced at Lin Yuan's silhouette, growing ever more trembling inside. Above all, if an immortal king were to take action against the Huailong Palace, he indeed could achieve what Lin Yuan had done. breaking through numerous barriers, seizing the entire Huailong Palace. Various descriptions collected by the Daoda Immortal sect about tribulation transcending celestial kings could corroborate this. But the precondition was that this tribulation transcending celestial king must be nearby the Huailong Palace, and not too far away. Only at such proximity could the full might of a tribulation transcending celestial king be exhibited. The farther the distance, the more dissipated the power of the same strike becomes, not to mention that Lin Yuan was across two great realms when he effortlessly summoned the entire Huailong Palace. This involves not merely an issue of distance, but rather an insight into the essence of heaven and earth, along with mastery over the mysteries of space. In general, Lin Yuan's power seems somewhat exceeding the standard, surpassing the limits of what a normal tribulation transcending celestial king could achieve. The Huailong Palace master from beginning to the end had no clue that she and the entire Huailong Palace had instantly traversed billions of miles to Martial Temple, which is why she thought Lin Yuan was a tribulation transcending celestial king. But the Kanqing Immortal saw everything clearly. The Huailong Palace was originally located in the Zhujiang domain, yet Lin Yuan had easily captured it. The little one from back then, upon our next meeting, not only became an immortal king but also within the ranks of immortal kings, can be considered. Kanqing Immortal felt emotional and didn't know how to describe Lin Yuan. Whether it was an ordinary immortal king or a supreme immortal king, for him the difference was not significant, as either way, they were beings he couldn't look up to. As for the destruction of Huailong Palace, just speak the truth outwardly, Lin Yuan said indifferently. The meaning of this statement was that there was no need to hide that the mysterious immortal king who destroyed Huailong Palace was the martial ancestor. This decision was made by Lin Yuan after careful deliberation, as with his current strength, there was absolutely no need to hide his identity. Revealing part of his strength had many benefits. One was to greatly promote the martial Dao cultivation system. To let more cultivators embark on the path of the martial Dao. A cultivation system where the peak combat power is a true immortal compared to one where the peak combat power is an immortal king, belongs to entirely different concepts. As the martial ancestor, equal to a tribulation transcending celestial king, Lin Yuan, without saying more, at least proved that martial Dao is also a path that reaches to the heavens. Second, Lin Yuan had always wanted to contact the other tribulation transcending celestial kings of the spirit realm. But these celestial kings were either completely untraceable or too far away. Since that was the case, Lin Yuan decided to reveal his strength and actively attract those celestial kings to come to him. Yes, Kanqing Immortal said respectfully. Passing a message, for the Daoda Immortal sect, was not a difficult task. The destruction of the Huailong Palace caused a huge stir in the entire Dongyun Dao province, and even the nearby provinces were shaken by the news. It wasn't that the Huailong Palace had a huge influence. In fact, even if the Huailong Palace had obtained the essence of heavenly water, it still would have been hard for it to compare with the core domains of a province. The reason Huailong Palace caused such a big commotion was entirely because the being who acted against Huailong Palace was almost certainly a tribulation transcending celestial king. The emergence of a tribulation transcending celestial king could completely shake province after province, sparking discussions like a tsunami. Who exactly was the celestial king that took action? I'm also curious. It's just the Huailong Palace. A celestial king would just need to say the word, and I'd personally go to destroy it. Why would a celestial king need to act personally? In Dongyun Dao province, we finally have another celestial king. In the Xuanwang domain, Dongyun Dao province, as well as many other provinces, numerous true immortals were abuzz. This was about a celestial king, after all. True immortals at the peak of the Unity realm, after centuries, would only have hoped to see one or two celestial kings if they traveled across 3,000 provinces. While numerous forces discussed the origins of that mysterious celestial king, a force from Xuanwang domain named Daoda Immortal sect publicly declared that the mysterious celestial king who destroyed the Huailong Palace was none other than the ancestor of the Martial Temple. The news spread like a hurricane. The true identity of a tribulation transcending celestial kinga. What crucial information this was. The ancestor of the Martial Temple. I have some impression of the Martial Temple. A cultivation system more focused on forging the physical body, and its strongest should only be comparable to a true immortal. A cultivation system like that, capable of producing a celestial king? Is that real? A martial temple limited to inside a city actually has a celestial king presiding over it? It shouldn't be fake. Even with immense gall, the Dao Immortal sect wouldn't dare to fabricate the identity of a celestial king, right? Although many true immortals had doubts about the information, that the mysterious celestial king came from the martial temple, none dared to openly object. Absolutely joking. You might object to other great realm forces. What can they do to you, after all, separated by a great realm? Even if they were half-step celestial kings, they would be unable to reach you. But to publicly doubt a celestial king, across 3,000 provinces, even the most desolate places, if you run far enough, still cannot block a celestial king's malice. No more. I'm heading to Xuanwang domain to pay a visit to that martial ancestor, a being on par with a celestial king. Me too. If the martial ancestor agrees to accept me as a disciple, I'm willing to forsake all my cultivation and follow the path of martial Dao cultivation. Accept you as a disciple? Do you not look in the mirror at yourself? That's a celestial king-level powerhouse adopting a disciple? Many true immortals from dozens of nearby provinces began heading towards Dongyun Dao province. True immortals at the peak of the Unity realm, the hope of meeting a celestial king was through such an occurrence, a celestial king revealing traces at a certain place, attracting numerous other true immortals to come from thousands of miles away. Compared to the true immortals drawn by reputation, numerous lower-level cultivators were even more thrilled. The martial Dao cultivation system can actually produce celestial king-level powerhouses? Just what I need. My spirit root aptitude is lacking, my potential in the immortal path limited. I've decided, I'm going to the martial temple to ask for apprenticeship. Yes, the martial Dao cultivation system is home to immortal king-level powerhouses. Becoming a martial Dao cultivator is far superior to joining those forces, most of which have never had an immortal king-level powerhouse. Martial Temple. Many martial Dao cultivators seemed bewildered. What? Our martial ancestor not only returned but also became an immortal king-level powerhouse and casually destroyed the Weilong Palace. This. Many cultivators who had just joined the martial temple suddenly felt as if blessings had fallen from the sky. Originally joining the martial temple meant they could not compete with the disciples of the Dao Immortal sect and the Xuanwang Hall. But now, it should be those disciples licking their wounds, shouldn't it? Outside Shenyao City, Jun Haichu, Jun Nangong, and Jun Yunxun, three outstanding descendants of the Jun family, finally arrived at Shenyao City. Our Wuji ancestor became an immortal king. Jun Haichu and the others looked at each other. They weren't Kanqing immortal. They had taken quite some time to get to Shenyao City from the Dao Immortal sect. However, en route, they had received the news that the martial ancestor was now an immortal king-level powerhouse. Wuji ancestor, who disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years, has reappeared as an immortal king-level powerhouse. Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? The three descendants of the Jun family felt that happiness came too suddenly, too intensely, and was somewhat hard to bear. They had imagined Wuji ancestor to be very strong. After all, they had heard legends about him from childhood, but they thought he would be on par with the Kanqing immortal at most. As for an immortal king, they never considered it. If it were easy to reach the status of an immortal king, the spirit realm's 3,000 Dao provinces wouldn't have so few immortal kings. Has Wuji ancestor become an immortal king, and might not want to see us? Jun Haichu asked hesitantly. That was an immortal king, high above all, overlooking the 3,000 Dao provinces. No matter what, he is still our ancestral patriarch of the Jun family. We should pay him a visit. Jun Nangong hesitated briefly, then made a decision. Now that they were in Shenyao City, even if they couldn't meet him, they still had to try. The fourth heaven. A purple-robed elder suddenly stopped. He glanced at the location of Dongyun Dao province below. Unexpectedly, even in such a remote Dao province, a fellow Taoist has emerged. The purple-robed elder was also a tribulation-transcending celestial king. The vast spirit realm had so few tribulation-transcending celestial kings that it was a rare occasion to see a fellow Taoist, naturally stirring his intention to visit. Martial ancestor. I've not heard of this title before. Seems to be a newly ascended immortal king? The purple-robed elder surmised internally. The powerful immortal kings, such as the Supreme Immortal King, revered across the 3,000 Dao provinces. Even other immortal kings must display sufficient reverence. Martial ancestor. The purple-robed elder, who considered himself well-informed and well-connected, had never heard of an immortal king by this title. Therefore, he believed it was a very reasonable guess that this martial ancestor had only recently ascended to the tribulation transcendence stage. Whoosh! The purple-robed elder appeared in an instant outside Shenyao City, stopping at a distant mountaintop. Let me see what kind of presence this newly ascended immortal king has. The purple-robed elder's eyes faintly emitted a purple light. After ascending to the tribulation transcendence stage, an immortal king's life begins to affect his surroundings, even linking with the heaven and earth of the spirit realm, hence revealing certain phenomena. Such phenomena, having no concrete form, are hard to observe, but the purple-robed elder cultivated a secret technique that could capture these kinds of immortal king phenomena to some extent. If it's a newly ascended immortal king, the phenomena should be small. Those veteran immortal kings, even the supreme immortal king, just their own phenomena can stir the 9 heavens. While thinking, the purple-robed elder observed the position of Shenyao City. The longer one cultivated during the tribulation transcendence stage, the stronger they became, the greater their influence on their surroundings, and thus the more terrifying the immortal king phenomena became. Almost like those wonders and anomalies in the 9 heavens. Through the immortal king phenomena, one could also somewhat judge the immortal king's strength. The more the purple-robed elder observed, the more noticeable his change in expression, ultimately revealing a look of shock. Such an aura of an immortal king. The purple-robed elder gazed towards Shenyao City, or to be precise, at the vast expanse under the firmament above Shenyao City. To the eyes of a true immortal, there was nothing there, and even ordinary tribulation transcending celestial kings would not notice anything amiss. But in the eyes of the purple-robed elder, a grand world was evolving, vast and boundless, and the breath it emitted was no weaker than the aura of an ordinary immortal king. The aura is actually that of a whole world. The purple-robed elder's mind trembled, as the aura of most immortal kings was the outer image of some object, such as a heavenly pillar or an ocean. But the grand world aura before him was not so much an aura as a collection of countless other auras. Martial ancestor is definitely not a freshly ascended immortal king. The purple-robed elder collected his thoughts. How could the aura of a newly ascended immortal king be so grand? Although the aura of an immortal king is to some extent an indication of their strength, it's not absolute. But the grand aura the purple-robed elder was observing, how could an ordinary immortal king present such a display? Within the boundless world, many wonders were included. Even those who had cultivated for 1,000,000 years, the peak tribulation transcending celestial kings, could not achieve such a feat. Only a supreme immortal king, one in full control of the power of creation, could condense such a level of an aura. The purple-robed elder took a deep breath. There are 2 types of tribulation stage celestial kings. One is the regular immortal king, which includes the newly ascended immortal kings, ordinary immortal kings, veteran immortal kings, and peak immortal kings. The difference in strength among these 4 levels largely depends on their control of the power of creation. However, the gap is not too large. Even a peak immortal king would have difficulty killing a newly ascended immortal king. By the transcendence tribulation stage, after overcoming the bodily and mind tribulations and mastering the power of creation, an immortal king's ability to protect themselves becomes extraordinarily strong, and escaping if they can't win is not much of a problem. The second type of tribulation transcending celestial king is the supreme immortal king. A supreme immortal king has mastered the full extent of the power of creation, and some have even grasped more than one type of power of creation. The strength of a supreme immortal king has almost no limit, and for some of the ancient ones, killing a peak immortal king is not too troublesome. Therefore, even among tribulation stage celestial kings, supreme immortal kings are absolutely not to be trifled with and are to be revered. Of course, the number of supreme immortal kings is pitifully small, and only a few, like the supreme immortal king, have a renowned reputation. To think that martial ancestor might actually be a supreme immortal king? The purple-robed elder's scalp tingled, but he couldn't help but feel curious. In this world, everything leaves a trace, especially supreme immortal kings. Becoming a supreme immortal king is not something that can be achieved through seclusion alone. It requires interaction with the outside world, venturing through many secret realms. The growth trajectory of any supreme immortal king cannot be completely secret. But martial ancestor. The purple-robed elder thought himself well-learned but had never heard of a supreme immortal king associated with martial. Could it be that one of those undying beings from the prehistoric era has re-emerged? The purple-robed elder speculated secretly. Long ago, the spirit realm experienced a historical discontinuity. Before the discontinuity was the prehistoric era. It is said that during the prehistoric era of the spirit realm, it was immensely glorious. Immortal king-level beings roamed the universe, but due to a shocking upheaval, many immortal kings fell, leading to the current era of the 3000 Taoist states. The purple-robed elder's speculation about Lin Yuan could only be attributed to the prehistoric era. Otherwise, he could not explain the sudden emergence of a supreme immortal king. Better slip away. Whether or not it's a supreme immortal king from the prehistoric era, it's better not to get too close. Before understanding the character of this supreme immortal king, the purple-robed elder immediately planned to keep his distance. If Lin Yuan were merely a newly ascended immortal king, or a veteran or peak immortal king, he would not mind interacting with him. But a supreme immortal king, who might be from the prehistoric era, was something the purple-robed elder dared not approach lightly. The stronger one is, the more clearly they understand the terror of a supreme immortal king, especially those from the glorious prehistoric era. Let's go. The purple-robed elder turned to leave. But in the next moment, he froze in place, because a figure had appeared not far away, at some unknown time, facing away from him with hands clasped behind his back. It's martial ancestor. The purple-robed elder's scalp exploded, knowing that only martial ancestor could have appeared beside him undetected. Something not even a peak immortal king could achieve. I have seen martial ancestor, the purple-robed elder said immediately with slight respect. Since martial ancestor appeared here, it was a clear sign that he had been discovered, and it was obviously too late to run now. Lin Yuan glanced at the purple-robed elder and felt quite satisfied. He had revealed part of his strength not only to promote the martial Tao cultivation system but also to attract other tribulation transcending celestial kings, so as to gain true upper-level information about the spirit realm. The spirit realm is vast. The 3000 Taoist states are just a small part of it. If Lin Yuan were to search for those tribulation-transcending celestial kings himself, it would probably take a lot of time. Instead of doing that, why not wait for them to come to him? The moment the purple-robed elder approached Shenyao City, Lin Yuan was aware of him. As the purple-robed elder was observing the aura of martial ancestor, Lin Yuan was also observing the purple-robed elder. Although he did not know what method the purple-robed elder used, in that instant, Lin Yuan had a vague feeling of being watched. This scrutiny was only the most superficial kind, far from detecting the core of Lin Yuan, but it was still rare. I do not know what matters the martial ancestor has for me to attend to, but rest assured, I will follow them, the elder in the purple robe took the initiative to say. Although he did not know the ultimate purpose of the martial ancestor, his presence surely meant more than a mere meeting. I shall ask you a few questions, Lin Yuan said casually. Please ask, martial ancestor. As long as I know, I will withhold nothing. The elder in the purple robe let out a slight sigh of relief. Not just a few questions, even if there were hundreds, he would not hesitate. Where do most celestial kings in the tribulation stage stay? Lin Yuan asked directly. Up till now, traces of tribulation transcending celestial kings have rarely been seen across the 3000 Dao provinces. Not only in Dongyun Dao province, but even in several core Dao provinces, there are at most legacies left by immortal king-level beings. In other Dao provinces, there are occasionally rumors of celestial kings, but just rumors. For instance, the Zhujiang domain is rumored to be the place of dragon transformation, of a certain tribulation transcending dragon king. As for the celestial king-level powerhouses themselves, they are still nowhere to be seen. This fact made Lin Yuan somewhat astonished. Although tribulation transcending celestial kings are rare, they have long lifespans, and although it might be difficult to birth one in an era, over successive eras, there surely must be some. Where are all the celestial kings? This question from Lin Yuan made the elder in the purple robe's heart skip a beat. He became more certain that Lin Yuan was definitely a supreme immortal king from the prehistoric era. Otherwise, how could he possibly not know even this basic common sense? Generally speaking, those who could ask this question were mostly newly ascended celestial kings, and those without any background at that. Otherwise, if they had an immortal king-level elder, how could they have no knowledge about this? But Lin Yuan was clearly not a newly ascended celestial king, and although the elder in the purple robe had not seen Lin Yuan take action, he had long regarded him as a certain supreme immortal king. Having the strength of a supreme immortal king while being ignorant of the affairs of this era. If he was not an old monster from the prehistoric era, what else could he be? Thinking this, the elder in the purple robe grew even more respectful. He did not know much about the prehistoric era, just that a cataclysmic calamity had occurred, causing even some supreme immortal kings to fall. A supreme immortal king who could survive from that era must be one of the exceptional ones among supreme immortal kings. Responding to the martial ancestor, in the current era, most celestial kings in the tribulation stage linger primarily in two places, he said. One is the barren lands outside the 3,000 Dao provinces. Though dilapidated and nowhere near as prosperous as the 3,000 Dao provinces, they contain traces from the prehistoric era, which are of great help to us ordinary celestial kings. The elder in the purple robe slightly paused after mentioning prehistoric era, stealing a glance at Lin Yuan, who seemed unmoved. The barren lands outside the 3,000 Dao provinces? Lin Yuan pondered. He had once explored the barren lands with his primordial spirit but found nothing of note and hence disregarded it. The second is the 9 heavens, but for his celestial kings, there isn't much stir till the 5th heaven. It's only from the 5th heaven onwards that there begins some usefulness, but the 5th heaven is hard to climb. Generally, only peak celestial kings or supreme immortal kings can ascend. The elder in the purple robe continued. I see, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Since the transformation of the force of Taiji, the fusion of the Taiyin divine spirit and Taiyang divine spirit into the Taiji primordial spirit, he also had the invincible power of the 8th layer, which was the level of a supreme immortal king. He had already climbed the 5th heaven, but so far, he had yet to encounter any celestial king. After all, the 5th heaven is vast and boundless, even for a supreme immortal king, being there was like a drop of water in the ocean. Furthermore, Lin Yuan's Taiji primordial spirit was observing various marvels and phenomena of the 5th heaven, comprehending them with his against heaven's understanding, not specifically searching for other celestial kings. It was natural not to encounter any. It is said that the 9th layer of heaven holds great secrets related to the end of the prehistoric era, and all supreme immortal kings wish to enter the 9th layer of heaven. The elder in the purple robe seemed to remember something and immediately said. Lin Yuan's expression did not change upon hearing this. He had also heard of the legends concerning the 9th layer of heaven. The 9 heavens of the spirit realm were accessible even to Unity realm true immortals, and it wasn't a particularly hidden matter. There's been a saying since ancient times related to the 9 heavens of the spirit realm. Beyond man, there is another man. Beyond heaven, there are higher heavens. Above the 9th heaven, there are celestial beings. This 9th heaven here is the 9th layer of heaven, and the celestial beings are not specifically explained. Following that, Lin Yuan asked a few more questions. Mostly rather simple matters of common knowledge. Like how many supreme immortal kings were there in this era, and so on. As the elder in the purple robe grew increasingly fearful, he naturally told him everything he knew. One last thing, Lin Yuan looked toward the elder in the purple robe and spoke. Please speak, martial ancestor. The elder in the purple robe immediately responded, not daring to hesitate. I heard that tribulation stage celestial kings all wield some kind of power of creation. What type of power of creation do you wield? Lin Yuan asked. Through close contact with the elder in the purple robe, Lin Yuan was very certain that the latter had not developed an inner world. Yet, the elder's strength, as perceived by Lin Yuan, was not inferior to an 8th layer evolver from the main world. Without the reliance on an inner world, yet able to rival an 8th layer evolver who possesses an inner world, the key, he estimated, must lie in the power of creation, wielded by the celestial kings. Martial ancestor, the power of creation that I wield is called innate purple chi. The elder in the purple robe stretched out his right hand, and strands of purple chi were swirling around his fingertips. Lin Yuan examined carefully. Could you give me a strand? If martial ancestor desires it, naturally, I can. The elder in the purple robe replied somewhat perplexed. But as a tribulation transcending celestial king who controlled a part of the power of creation, giving away a strand was beyond simple. Alright, you can go now. If there is anything, I will contact you." Lin Yuan put away a strand of the innate purple qi from the elder in the purple robe and spoke in a calm voice. "Yes." The elder in the purple robe breathed a sigh of relief, bowed to Lin Yuan again, and quickly turned and left. At a location many tens of thousands of miles from Shenyao City. The elder in the purple robe revealed himself, finally feeling relieved. It seems martial ancestor isn't one of those bloodthirsty supreme immortal kings. The elder in the purple robe was somewhat unsettled, recalling how some supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era were fond of hunting immortal king-level beings. Martial ancestor asked many questions about the supreme immortal kings of this era. Could there be another purpose? After settling his thoughts, the elder began to ponder. He speculated that perhaps martial ancestor aimed to recreate the glory of the prehistoric era? Regardless of martial ancestor's intentions, I must seize this opportunity. The elder had made up his mind, for he had received a way to contact martial ancestor before their separation. This meant that martial ancestor allowed him to make contact. Being able to contact a supreme immortal king, especially one from the prehistoric era, was an incredible opportunity. Initially, the elder in the purple robe planned to steer clear of martial ancestor, not knowing the character of this supreme immortal king. He worried that if he encountered one of those bloodthirsty supreme immortal kings, it would be like jumping into a pit. But now, through brief interaction, the elder felt he somewhat understood martial ancestor. Although his knowledge wasn't deep, he was aware that martial ancestor was likely not one of those who killed indiscriminately. Martial Temple. Lin Yuan returned to his cave dwelling and sighed. Prehistoric era? And the ninth layer of heaven? In the elder's responses, the greatest reactions were to these words, revealing waves of reverent fear. Never mind. We'll talk about this later. Lin Yuan no longer focused on it. Whether it was the prehistoric era or the ninth layer of heaven. These were not Lin Yuan's most pressing concerns at the moment. What Lin Yuan really wanted to confirm now was the power of creation wielded by the elder in the purple robe. Innate purple qi. Lin Yuan lifted his right hand, and a strand of purple qi appeared, exactly the strand that the elder in the purple robe had left. This aura. Lin Yuan observed carefully, feeling intently, and ultimately concluded. This strand of innate purple qi actually had similarities to the cosmic force he wielded of the force of Taiji. This is actually a cosmic force? Lin Yuan observed repeatedly and finally came to a conclusion. The innate purple qi mastered by the elder in the purple robe was, in the main world, a cosmic force that only an invincible being at the 8th layer could control. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment, suddenly enlightened. No wonder the tribulation transcending celestial kings of the spirit realm, without the support of an inner world, could rival the evolvers of the 8th layer in the main world. The world force emanating from the inner world of the 8th layer evolvers allowed human evolvers to catch up with those innate, powerful special lifeforms. There are few forces at the same level that can match the amplification of world force on evolvers. But cosmic force is definitely one of them. Even the surge in combat power caused by cosmic force is above that of world force. The innate purple qi of the elder in the purple robe, being only partly mastered, could once perfected, even without the world force, rival the peak evolvers of the 8th layer. Those supreme immortal kings, without an inner world, yet able to rival the invincibles of the 8th layer, must possess a power of creation that definitely belongs to a higher cosmic force. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The invincible ones of the 8th layer in the main world also vary in strength. Though the strongest cannot defeat the weakest, they can still suppress them, and the difference lies in the different cosmic forces. Some cosmic forces are simply stronger than others, and the former are known as higher cosmic forces. Opportunity. This is the greatest opportunity of my travel through the realms. Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly at what was the greatest help that his 8th traversal brought him. Was it opening the 8th stage martial Tao? No, the 8th layer part could be perfected anywhere. Even without traversing realms, given time in the main world, Lin Yuan could still achieve it. Comprehending the rule model of space? There was no difference from opening the 8th stage martial Tao. It was not exclusive to the spirit realm. Before knowing that the power of creation wielded by the immortal kings was equivalent to cosmic force. Traversing to the spirit realm saved Lin Yuan time and allowed for references to the immortal cultivation system and other systems. But now, having confirmed the essence of the power of creation, Lin Yuan was utterly sure that the power of creation was his greatest gain. It was irreplaceable, an unparalleled gain. In the main world universe starry sky, every cosmic force is unique, incapable of being replicated or simulated. Once a being grasps a certain cosmic force, no other life can grasp that same force. This is a rule from the main world. Here, rule is not about gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, light, and other such rules. It refers to the restrictions from the main world. Just like below the Supreme Being, all life has a limit to its lifespan. This is also a rule of the main world. And in the cosmic starry skies, the fastest speed is the speed of light, surpass it and you enter wormholes. This too is a rule of the main world. The restrictions of the main world do not apply in the spirit realm, at least not to cosmic forces. The spirit realm is much more lenient. There's no rule that a certain power of creation can only be wielded by one tribulation transcending celestial king. Lin Yuan's mind was slightly thrilled, meaning he could completely grasp a great number of powers of creation in the spirit realm. Then, upon returning to the main world, these powers would collectively transform into cosmic forces. The main world's starry sky races have a long history, birthing many invincible beings at the 8th layer. But the vast majority of them master only one cosmic force. A very few, due to various accidents, have mastered 2 cosmic forces, which is already the limit. For a normal 8th layer powerhouse, there are 2 goals. One is to step into the 9th rank, or to master some cosmic force. But for an invincible at the 8th layer, there is only one goal, and that is to step into the 9th rank. Only by breaking through to the 9th rank can one extend life, and continuing to contemplate other cosmic forces is, aside from being foolish or not, the key question is, can they really grasp it? Grasping each cosmic force contains an element of luck. There's no fixed direction. How can you be sure that the direction you choose will lead to a cosmic force? This is precisely why Lin Yuan was excited. If he hadn't discovered the essence of the power of creation, even if he knew that the spirit realm didn't have as many restrictions on cosmic force, he wouldn't have had any other ideas. To grasp more cosmic forces? Keep in mind that before fully understanding the Taiyang and Taiyang rules, even Lin Yuan didn't know that the Taiji force would be a cosmic force. Even with the against heavens understanding, grasping the next cosmic force would waste a lot of time, causing his other pursuits to slow or even stop. But now, with a clear path to pursue the power of creation, all Lin Yuan needed to do was like delving into the evolution path, spend time contemplating and sensing it. Grasping a power of creation in the spirit realm and returning to the main world meant having a unique cosmic force. Innate purple chi. The human civilization's records of many invincible beings at the 8th layer do not mention anyone possessing this cosmic force. Lin Yuan thought to himself, though it was also possible that an invincible being of the 8th layer not recorded in history possessed the innate purple chi cosmic force. But the likelihood was low, and Lin Yuan's goal was not just to understand the innate purple chi cosmic force. He planned to go through all the powers of creation possessed by other tribulation transcending celestial kings. Human civilization's interpretation of cosmic force is greatly helpful for stepping into the 9th rank in the future. Theoretically, the more cosmic forces one masters, the greater this help, but this is not emphasized much because it remains theoretical. Lin Yuan silently reflected. Normal 8th layer evolvers, even the most talented and exceptional, can at most master one type of cosmic force, or at most, 2. As for more, that has never happened before, because it's unrealistic. Comprehending a certain power of creation is very difficult for other immortal kings. They would rather deepen their understanding of the power of creation they have already mastered with the time they have, but I have against heaven's understanding, it's just a matter of time. Lin Yuan had a smile on his face. He had already imagined the scenario. By the time he returned to the main world, mastering dozens of cosmic forces and adding the amplification from his vast inner world that far surpassed the constraints of human evolvers, he might even have the chance to arm wrestle with 9th rank powerhouses. Throughout history, even the most invincible 8th layer beings could at most preserve their lives against 9th rank powerhouses, let alone arm wrestle. That was seeking death. Because the way an invincible 8th layer being preserved their life in front of a 9th rank powerhouse was to hang on without dying for a while and then wait for rescue from a 9th layer powerhouse of the same race. Under normal circumstances, 8th layer invincibles had no capacity to resist against those of the 9th layer. First, I need to fully comprehend this wisp of innate purple qi. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and began to observe the wisp of purple qi before him seriously. Your understanding is against heavens, you gaze upon the mysterious breath, beginning to attempt full comprehension. Your understanding is against heavens, you gaze upon the mysterious breath, beginning to attempt full comprehension. Your understanding is against heavens, you gaze upon the mysterious breath, beginning to attempt full comprehension. According to Lin Yuan's perception of the innate purple qi, this cosmic force was just an ordinary one, incomparable to higher cosmic forces. The Taiji force he controlled should be considered a higher cosmic force, simultaneously accommodating two extreme rules, whether for attack or defense. It's nearly perfect. Shenyao City. As a common city within the Xuanwang domain, recently a large number of true immortal level powerhouses, and even half-step immortal king level powerhouses, have come, eager to see the martial ancestor in person. Whenever there is a trace of a tribulation transcending celestial king, it draws numerous powerful individuals. Whether they can meet the immortal king or not, it's worth approaching first. Many pinnacle true immortals and half-step immortal king-level powerhouses have been stuck at their current bottleneck for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Seclusion doesn't hold much significance. Instead of wandering aimlessly, it's better to seek out the traces of immortal kings. There's nothing to lose anyway. If it sparks some insight, it would be cause for great joy. If not, it's within expectations. That's why. Now, Shenyao City has gathered a large number of true immortals and half-step immortal kings. Ordinary cultivators walking on the street might come across a renowned half-step immortal king. And these true immortals and half-step immortal kings are extremely low profile in Shenyao City, as after all, they are under the watchful eye of an immortal king, and no powerful individual dares to disturb the peace. Entrance of the martial temple. 3 figures walked out. So many true immortals. I've never seen so many true immortals in my life. Jun Haichu and the other junior members of the Jun family opened their eyes wide, looking towards the profoundly deep auras within Shenyao City. The Daoda Immortal sect, as one of the 3 giants of the Xuanwang domain, only had dozens of true immortals stationed, but there seemed to be hundreds of thousands of them now in Shenyao City. And that doesn't include those half-step immortal kings. Moreover, as time passed, more and more true immortals and half-step immortal kings kept on arriving. In a great realm like the Xuanwang domain, there are typically several hundred true immortal level powerhouses, and Xuanwang domain is just one of the thousands of great realms in Dongyun Dao province. The Wuji ancestor, as an immortal king, has attracted the attention of true immortals from dozens of surrounding provinces, hundreds of Dao provinces. Hundreds of thousands of true immortals? The number of true immortals arriving next is estimated to exceed 1 million. Jun Nangong said softly. 1 million true immortals. Jun Yunshun swallowed nervously. If it weren't for the Wuji ancestor, how could we possibly stand here now? Jun Haichu said with emotion. They had come to visit the martial ancestor and had soon met Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan told them to stay at the martial temple for a while and would find time to give them some guidance when he was free. That was why the 3 of them could come and go from the martial temple with such ease. Such treatment would probably make those half-step immortal king powerhouses outside jealous. Being able to freely enter and leave the martial temple is equivalent to feeling the breath of the martial ancestor up close, which is a great honor for those half-step immortal kings. Staying in close proximity to an immortal king is also a huge opportunity for them. Inside the cave dwelling, Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. Orange-yellow flames burned continuously within his body. Lin Yuan's physical body began to collapse, turning to ash that fell away after an unknown amount of time. In the blink of an eye, blood rebirth operated, and Lin Yuan's physical body rapidly recovered, coming back once again. I can feel it, I'm almost done completely absorbing the orange-yellow liquid. Lin Yuan's eyes were slightly closed as he felt the enhancements to his body and inner world. Now, Lin Yuan's inner world was 6.5 times larger than that of a normal 8th layer evolver. Aside from the 3.33 times increase provided by the crimson liquid, the orange-yellow liquid had brought Lin Yuan's enhancement up to 3.2 times. This was extremely close to the maximum enhancement limit of the orange-yellow liquid at 3.33 times. I should be close to encountering the 3rd type of liquid. Lin Yuan thought silently. However, in the process of absorbing the first two types of liquids, my divine skill, blood rebirth, has also been exercised and enhanced? A smile emerged on Lin Yuan's face. As a physical body divine ability, blood rebirth could also be strengthened, albeit at an exceedingly slow rate. However, after thousands, even tens of thousands of times of absorbing the liquids from the mysterious gourd, causing the collapse and then recovery of his physical body, blood rebirth was naturally able to be strengthened. This is good. It saves me having to go through the process again after I return to the main world. Lin Yuan was in a good mood. In the spirit realm, it took Lin Yuan a full 100 years to fully absorb the orange-yellow liquid. But with this 100-year enhancement of the physical body divine ability, blood rebirth, Lin Yuan would need, at most, only a few days to completely absorb the orange-yellow liquid upon returning to the main world. Because Lin Yuan had greatly elevated his comprehension of blood rebirth, he could withstand the burning of the orange-yellow flames for a longer period, the same being true in the main world. The 9 heavens. The 7th layer of heaven. The Taiji primordial spirit ascended, surveying his surroundings. I'll start with the 7th layer of heaven to see if I can encounter an immortal king. After learning that the power of creation wielded by the immortal kings was equivalent to the cosmic force of the main world, Lin Yuan was extremely enthusiastic about finding other immortal king-level powerhouses. Especially the existence at the level of a supreme immortal king, whose power of creation could be equivalent to that of a higher cosmic force. Comprehending such a higher cosmic force would aid Lin Yuan enormously once he stepped into the 9th rank, giving him more than 10 times the benefit than from comprehending ordinary cosmic forces. Given the limited time, Lin Yuan naturally focused on comprehending higher cosmic forces. This layer of heaven. Lin Yuan released his senses, trying to spread them in all directions as much as possible. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened as he detected the breath of an immortal king. Whoosh! He headed straight towards the immortal king. Moments later, Lin Yuan stopped. Looking ahead, he saw a towering, burly figure standing before him, closely observing a spectacle similar to a black hole in the distance. What's this? Lin Yuan observed the towering figure, who was carrying a huge axe. Merely sitting there, the aura emanating from the axe felt as though it could split open countless worlds. Is this the open heaven immortal king? Does he wield the power of opening the heavens? Lin Yuan was slightly shaken. Among the many pieces of information provided by the purple-robed elder, the open heaven immortal king's destructive power could rank in the top 3 among the supreme immortal kings of this era, and his power of opening the heavens could nearly cleave apart anything. As if sensing someone's gaze, the towering figure of the open heaven immortal king glanced at Lin Yuan. Open heaven immortal king. Lin Yuan walked up with a smile. A short while later, Lin Yuan stored away a strand of the power of opening the heavens and left contentedly. As a fellow supreme immortal king, it was not too difficult to request a strand of the power of opening the heavens for study, as long as he showed goodwill. Of course, Lin Yuan also offered his Taiji power in exchange. Having never appeared in the spirit realm before, the Taiji power piqued the open heaven immortal king's curiosity, and he agreed readily and promptly. Just like that, Lin Yuan's Taiji primordial spirit remained in the 7th layer of heaven, studying the powers of creation of many immortal kings. 300 years flew by in the blink of an eye. Marvels filled the 7th layer of heaven as a figure descended. We're here, Lin Yuan smiled, looking at a celestial king seated cross-legged in the distance, quietly sitting there, the void around him being invisibly affected, becoming exceptionally stable, allowing even ordinary people to survive. It should be known that even the 1st layer of heaven required at least the combat power of a true immortal to enter. Lifeforms below the level of true immortals rashly ascending, without the protection of true immortal level powerhouses, simply could not withstand the pressure from between the layers of heaven. It was like this even for the 1st layer of heaven, let alone the 7th layer of heaven. Normally, only a supreme immortal king could reside permanently in the 7th layer of heaven. Supreme immortal king, Lin Yuan carefully observed the celestial king, one of the most renowned kings among the 3,000 provinces. The supreme immortal king was a supreme immortal king, and within the 3,000 provinces, there was one specifically named the Supreme Tao Province, the place where the immortal king's teachings were passed down. Lin Yuan had once instructed people from the martial temple to collect numerous immortal path skills, including the Supreme Jade Purity Immortal Scripture, which was created by the Supreme Immortal King himself and intentionally disseminated. In terms of killing power, the Supreme Immortal King is not as good as the Open Heaven Immortal King, but in terms of overall strength, the two should be on the same level, Lin Yuan secretly said to himself. Among the Supreme Immortal Kings, there were strengths and weaknesses. Some Supreme Immortal Kings who possessed a complete power of creation were stronger than other Supreme Immortal Kings, and some even controlled several complete powers of creation. Compared to the restriction of lifespan imposed on 8th layer invincibles in the main world, the Supreme Immortal Kings of the Spirit Realm could almost be said to exist alongside the Spirit Realm, with ample time to comprehend various powers of creation. Martial Ancestor. The Supreme Immortal King opened his eyes, looked towards Lin Yuan, and greeted him with a smiling expression. In the past 300 years, although Lin Yuan had never officially made a move, the Supreme Immortal Kings, with their perception, were basically aware of Lin Yuan's unfathomably deep strength. Thus, whether it was the Open Heaven Immortal King, the Supreme Immortal King, or other Supreme Immortal Kings, they were all willing to make his acquaintance. Over the years, Lin Yuan made acquaintance with quite a few Supreme Immortal Kings. Those who were able to stay in the 7th layer of heaven were all Supreme Immortal Kings, and Lin Yuan proactively approached each one for communication, attempting trades for the powers of creation in their control. Open Heaven asked me to check with you. How are the preparations going? Lin Yuan looked at the Supreme Immortal King and spoke. I am ready. The Supreme Immortal King's expression became solemn as he seriously said, those old-timers from the prehistoric era who refused to die, they've hogged the 8th layer of heaven for so long, it's about time they made some room. For ordinary tribulation transcending celestial kings like the man in the purple robe, it was difficult to get involved with matters related to the prehistoric era. But to the eyes of Supreme Immortal Kings, the prehistoric era was no secret. Since the fall of the prehistoric era and the start of the era of the 3,000 provinces, those Supreme Immortal Kings who survived from the prehistoric era have occupied the 8th layer of heaven. And they forbade Supreme Immortal Kings born in the era of the 3,000 provinces from ascending. Therefore, all this time, Supreme Immortal Kings born in the era of the 3,000 provinces, like Open Heaven Immortal King and Supreme Immortal King, have continuously tried to attack the 8th layer of heaven, aiming to explore the 9th layer of heaven. Whether from the prehistoric era or the era of the 3,000 provinces, all Supreme Immortal Kings were clear about one thing. That is, the 9th layer of heaven held a profound secret. There are people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens, and above the 9 heavens are celestial beings. This phrase was no rumor. The celestial beings, here, it is rumored, might be existences that transcend the level of an immortal king. The end of the prehistoric era also related to the 9th layer of heaven. All Supreme Immortal Kings longed immensely for the 9th layer of heaven. However, for the time being, the path to the 9th layer of heaven, the 8th layer of heaven, was occupied by those Supreme Immortal Kings from the prehistoric era. How could the Supreme Immortal Kings from the era of the 3,000 provinces just stand by and watch? So for millions of years, every few 100,000 years, Supreme Immortal Kings like Open Heaven Immortal King attempted to invade the 8th layer of heaven. And just now, the preparations mentioned by Lin Yuan were for Supreme Immortal Kings like the Open Heaven Immortal King to once again attack the 8th layer of heaven. Of course, up to now, those Supreme Immortal Kings from the prehistoric era still held the advantage, and the plans of Immortal Kings like Open Heaven to invade the 8th layer of heaven had all failed. The prehistoric era. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his joining forces with the Open Heaven Immortal King and the Supreme Immortal King, and other Supreme Immortal Kings wasn't just for the 9th layer of heaven. It was more about the powers of creation held by those Supreme Immortal Kings from the prehistoric era. In the past 300 years, Lin Yuan had almost gathered a thread of the power of creation controlled by all Supreme Immortal Kings from the current era. But he had not had much contact with those from the prehistoric era. After leaving the Supreme Immortal King, Lin Yuan returned to his own residence in the 7th layer of heaven. I have made significant progress in these 300 years. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, especially in the comprehension of cosmic force, with the reference of powers of creation from various supreme immortal kings. In just 300 years, Lin Yuan had grasped over 30 types of cosmic force. Of those, 4 were considered higher cosmic forces: open heaven force, annihilation force, immeasurable force, and equilibrium force. As for ordinary cosmic forces, there were nearly 30 kinds, including innate purple qi, infinite cutting, fluctuation domain, supreme yang thunder, and so on. Of course, these cosmic forces, Lin Yuan had only initially comprehended, without delving further into them. According to the categorization by the supreme immortal kings of the spirit realm, each power of creation could be divided into 3 realms: the first realm, second realm, and third realm. Lin Yuan had only grasped the first realm and then stopped delving deeper, investigating new powers of creation instead. This is also the most efficient method, first understanding these powers of creation and then bringing them to the main world to transform into cosmic forces. Although he had the world coordinates of the spirit realm, Lin Yuan could return to this world at any time, but it would cost 10 strands of world-breaking origin force, so he needed to be cautious. In fact, ordinary powers of creation are just a part of the higher powers of creation, Lin Yuan mused thoughtfully. Although the dozens of powers of creation he comprehended were all at the first layer of heaven, they involved 4 higher powers of creation. Take, for example, the immeasurable force, a higher power of creation, which encompassed a variety of ordinary powers of creation, including innate purple qi, fluctuation domain, and so on. Infinite cutting is also a higher power of creation, one aspect of the open heaven force. Unfortunately, not all supreme immortal kings possess the higher powers of creation. Ordinary powers of creation, if cultivated to the third realm, are also close to the second realm of higher powers of creation. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself, most creation immortal kings who mastered several third realm ordinary powers of creation have combat powers that are not much weaker than those of open heaven immortal kings. The main issue is that cultivating higher powers of creation to the third realm is extremely difficult. Even open heaven immortal kings and supreme immortal kings stop at the second realm. The dozens of powers of creation I've mastered, although they are all at the first layer of heaven, when combined, should they not be almost as powerful as the third realm of a certain higher power of creation? Lin Yuan secretly thought. If he only pondered 1 or 2 higher powers of creation, with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, he might be able to cultivate them to the third realm in 300 years. But this did not meet Lin Yuan's expectations. There were so many powers of creation in the spirit realm. Bringing them to the main world would transform them into cosmic forces. Quantity is definitely more important than quality. Quality can be improved after returning to the main world, but as for quantity, if not satisfied, one can only pay 10 strands of world-breaking origin force to return to the spirit realm. Understanding dozens of powers of creation was only a part of Lin Yuan's harvest from 300 years of cultivation. Lin Yuan also surpassed the 3rd stage in the perfection of the 8th stage martial Tao and entered the 4th stage. In Lin Yuan's conception, the 8th layer part is divided into 4 stages. Reaching the 4th stage means he's nearly at the end. This also aligns with many evolutionary paths in the main world, which are also divided into 4 stages for their 8th layer part. As for becoming invincible beyond the 8th layer, in essence, it's also in the 4th stage, but having mastered some kind of cosmic force, it's considered an unreplicable case. Unfortunately, the main world has a lot of restrictions on cosmic forces. My Taiji force is a cosmic force. Future martial Tao cultivators, even if they follow my footsteps step by step, will not be able to transform into this kind of cosmic force again. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. Of course, if the Taiji force doesn't work, one could try other forces. For example, the 5 elements force: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. These 5 basic elements nurture and restrain each other. Once these 5 basic rules are fully understood, and the 5 elements rules are fused, it will probably be another cosmic force. Martial Tao encompasses all Taos and theoretically, it has the potential to give birth to many cosmic forces. There's also the space rules model. Within the depths of Lin Yuan's eyes, faint spatial fluctuations began to appear. In 300 years, Lin Yuan has fully understood up to 4,600 core spatial models. Aside from the 3,000 understood 300 years ago, he has comprehended more than 1,600 more in these 300 years. To know, there are over 7,000 core spatial models, and as the number increases, the difficulty of understanding them increases. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan was still able to comprehend more than 1,600, which is quite incredible. 4,600 core spatial models. Taking the main world's 8th stage evolvers as a template, my inner world should have a size of about 680,000 miles in radius. The more spatial models one comprehends, the larger the inner world becomes. Theoretically, if 8th layer evolvers comprehend 7,782 core spatial models, their inner world could reach a size of 10 million miles in radius. But that's the size of a normal 8th layer evolver's inner world. The size of my inner world. A trace of peculiarity appeared on Lin Yuan's face. With the blessing of the mysterious gourd, Lin Yuan's inner world had nearly reached a staggering 70 million miles in radius. Such an immense inner world, let alone human 8th layer evolvers, even the starry sky wanderer Kun of the peak bloodline and special beings couldn't compare. Theoretically, the upper limit of the starry sky wanderer Kun's inner world is 50 million miles in radius, and that is why starry sky wanderer Kun is known as a peak bloodline, with an upper limit 5 times that of humans. But now, Lin Yuan's inner world has exceeded the upper limit of the starry sky wanderer Kun's inner world by a large margin, which is quite unbelievable. The most crucial thing is, an inner world with a 70 million miles radius is still far from Lin Yuan's limit. The gourd. The inner world's size surpassed that of other 8th layer evolvers' spatial understanding by tenfold, naturally because Lin Yuan's absorption of the liquid inside the mysterious gourd had reached the 4th kind. Out of the 7 types of Liquida red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple, Lin Yuan had begun to absorb the green liquid. The color of the mysterious gourd also transformed into a grayish green. The difficulty of absorbing the green liquid is far greater than the first 3 types of liquids. I started absorbing this kind 20 years ago, but until now, it has not even increased my physical body's power in the inner world by 1-fold. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, predicting that the absorption rate would only slow down as he progressed, especially with the last 3 types of cyan, blue, and purple. Lin Yuan even suspected they might be prepared for 8th layer life forms. No matter what, I've already made a killing. Having an inner world 10 times larger out of nowhere, even supreme beings would find it inconceivable, right? Lin Yuan didn't know if supreme beings could achieve this, but at least with his identities as a 7th level citizen coupled with being the Star Lord and the founder of the martial path evolutionary path, he had never heard of such a thing. Now the power of my Taiji primordial spirit is far weaker than my true body. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Without the mysterious gourd, there wouldn't be much difference between the power of the Taiji primordial spirit and the true body. The true body mastered the powers of Taiji, open heaven, and other cosmic forces, which the Taiji primordial spirit could also wield. Even because of the nature of its soul energy physique, the Taiji primordial spirit could be a bit more troublesome. But now, due to the gap in the inner worlds, the Taiji primordial spirit's inner world is only 6.8 million miles in circumference. On the other hand, the inner world created by the true body has reached 70 million miles in circumference. With a tenfold difference, the true body and the primordial spirit are simply not on the same level. The 3,000 Dao provinces, Xuanwang domain. Martial temple. With 300 years of development, today's martial temple has become a massive presence in Dongyun Dao province. Its influence has transcended Dongyun Dao province, spreading to dozens and even hundreds of adjacent provinces. Across the entire 3,000 Dao provinces, the influence of the martial Dao cultivation system might not match that of the immortal path, but within Dongyun Dao province and the surrounding provinces, its influence is undoubtedly unmatched. Even the immortal path cannot suppress the martial Dao in the slightest. The reason is that the martial ancestor himself is personally stationed in the martial temple. Over the past 300 years, the martial ancestor has made several appearances to give lectures on the nature of martial Dao, leading countless geniuses and prodigies onto the path of martial Dao. Inside the cave abode, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Martial Dao now. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. After 300 years of promoting martial Dao, the current martial Dao cultivation system had become the strongest cultivation system beneath the immortal path, second to none. Over the past 300 years, The occasional tribulation transcending celestial king sought to visit Lin Yuan, only to sense a fraction of Lin Yuan's strength, as had the man in the purple robe, before ordering their disciples and descendants not to oppose the martial temple. Over time, the influence of martial Dao grew larger and larger. It is predictable that, with time passing, martial Dao might truly reach the heights of the immortal path. The only dissatisfaction for Lin Yuan was that, to this day, martial Dao had still not produced an 8th-stage powerhouse. Despite several lectures, they have only resulted in a large number of martial Dao 5th stage and 6th stage practitioners. However, the 8th stage of martial arts, comparable to a tribulation transcending celestial Kinga, a warrior of the martial path alluding to an 8th stage powerhouse, has yet to emerge. 8th stage of martial Dao. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The martial Dao cultivation system was so formidable solely because he, the martial ancestor, was present. Essentially, the foundation of martial Dao was still too shallow. Despite having a history of tens of thousands of years, apart from the 300 or 400 years when Lin Yuan was in charge, there weren't many achievements during other times. Just relying on a few hundred years to cultivate an 8th stage martial Dao from nothing was like a fool's dream. Even if Lin Yuan exhausted his own origin source to nurture a cultivator, when breaking through from the 7th rank to the 8th layer, if one's state of heart during the heart demon tribulation was even slightly off, it would all be in vain. As long as I can cultivate an 8th layer martial Dao cultivator before my time of stay runs out, the martial Dao cultivation system can become truly stable. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In Lin Yuan's heart, among the few who might possibly advance to the 8th layer, naturally were the old 7th rank cultivators, Li Qing, Shan Yang, and Ni Yun. As for those who started on the path of martial Dao in the past few hundred years, their accumulation was far from sufficient. The 7th layer of heaven. More than 20 supreme immortal kings, including Lin Yuan, converged in one place, their terrifying aura shaking billion-mile radius. In the era since the 3000 Dao states, over tens of millions of years, the number of supreme immortal king-level powerhouses born added up does not surpass 30. And now, almost all of them were gathered here. The 8th layer of heaven. The open heaven immortal king stood towering, wielding a pitch-black giant axe on his back, his gaze sharp as he looked off into the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven. There, enveloped in clouds and mist, fearsome auras circulated ambiguously, clearly the methods left behind by those supreme immortal kings of the prehistoric era. To prevent later generations from entering the 8th layer of heaven and sharing the chance of the 9th layer of heaven with them. Last time during the Ascension battle, my strength hadn't broken through. This time it surely will. The open heaven immortal king glanced at the other supreme immortal kings, his tone filled with confidence. The power of creation he wielded belonged to a higher order. Moreover, it was a higher order power of creation adept in offense, making him the main force in each incursion into the 8th layer of heaven. And this invasion into the 8th layer of heaven was also referred to by the supreme immortal kings such as the open heaven immortal king as the Ascension battle. Open heaven, we believe in you. Exactly, those old fogies from the prehistoric era are far too greedy, even trying to monopolize the opportunity of the 9th layer of heaven. I'll deal with that missed immortal king later. The numerous Ascension battles had left the supreme immortal kings present quite familiar with those old timers of the 8th layer of heaven. As supreme immortal kings, even if they failed in their ascension, at worst they would only suffer heavy damage. It was nearly impossible for them to fall, so those supreme immortal kings from the 8th layer of heaven had never descended to the 7th layer of heaven to hunt them down. In fact, even if they did pursue them, it would be very difficult to completely kill a supreme immortal king. Lin Yuan stood aside, quietly listening to the exchange between the various supreme immortal kings. Among the more than 20 supreme immortal kings present, only Lin Yuan was a newcomer, having never participated in an ascension battle, so he remained silent at this moment. Lin Yuan looked up slightly toward the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven. With his perception, he had already sensed that auras of supreme immortal king caliber kept converging, indicating that the supreme immortal king level forces of the 8th layer of heaven also knew that an ascension battle was soon to be initiated by the likes of the open heaven immortal king. The 9th layer of heaven. Lin Yuan also grew curious about what exactly the ninth layer of heaven contained that made the supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era gather at the eighth layer of heaven and jointly prevent later supreme immortal kings from joining. I will know soon enough, Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. The eighth layer of heaven. Vast and boundless, a series of terrifying auras all appeared at the exit connecting to the seventh layer of heaven. Those little guys below want to fight their way up again, but what's the point with their power, even if they get up here? A figure enshrouded in clouds and mist sneered. As a supreme immortal king from the prehistoric era, he was completely entitled to call the open heaven immortal king and the supreme immortal king, little guys. We mustn't underestimate them. That open heaven immortal king holds the power of open heaven, and there's also the supreme immortal king who commands the immeasurable force. If they comprehended to the third heavenly realm, that would be troublesome for us. Another figure spoke slowly. The power of open heaven. The immeasurable force. Both were higher order powers of creation. In previous ascension battles, the open heaven immortal king and the supreme immortal king had only comprehended these higher order powers of creation to the second realm. That's why they were easily repelled. It's just a trouble. The third figure stated calmly. What if they truly understood the higher order powers of creation to the third realm? Those long-lived supreme immortal kings, almost all of them had similar methods. In terms of talent, they, the supreme immortal kings of the prehistoric era, were in no way inferior to those of the 3000 Tao states era. In terms of cultivation years, they had nearly spanned 2 eras, far surpassing the supreme immortal kings like the open heaven immortal king. Although, longer years of cultivation did not necessarily mean stronger power. They certainly couldn't be weak. Leave that open heaven immortal king to me. I also cultivate the power of open heaven, a similarly towering figure said. The powers of creation in the spirit realm were not unique and could be comprehended by multiple immortal kings. Since the power of open heaven was a higher order power of creation specialized in killing power, it naturally drew the attention of many supreme immortal kings. As the various supreme immortal kings were conversing, boom! A fearsome gleam of an axe, coming from the seventh layer of heaven, cleaved through the void and crashed toward the hazy entrance of the eighth layer of heaven. Enormous amounts of clouds and mist were split apart, and though they quickly recuperated, they were immediately followed by a succession of further gleams of the axe. The youngster from open heaven. Enshrouded in mist, the figure furrowed his brows. Let's take action, don't let them really advance up here. Brother open heaven's power of open heaven must have broken through again. The supreme immortal king muttered softly as he watched the axe lights cleaved by the open heaven immortal king. The other supreme immortal kings agreed upon hearing this. At this moment, the strength of the open heaven immortal king was terrifying. Every axe light was stronger than a full strike from a normal supreme immortal king. Such endless cleaving, even the supreme immortal king would not dare to intercept directly. Whoosh! Suddenly, the entrance to the eighth layer of heaven. Several figures walked out. Among them, a towering figure also held a giant axe, but this one was entirely blue, the axe light pervasive, directly blocking the offensive of the open heaven immortal king. Lads, are you rolling down yourselves, or shall we knock you down? The leading figure spoke, his voice booming, echoing across the seventh layer of heaven. It's Lingshu immortal king, this old undying. The tone of the supreme immortal king carried a hint of fear. Lingshu immortal king possessed a higher level power of creation and 6 ordinary powers of creation. And all these powers were cultivated to the third realm. His strength was terrifying to the extreme. Lin Yuan was sizing up Lingshu immortal king with somewhat heated eyes. The aura of the power of creation emanating from Lingshu immortal king included 3 types that Lin Yuan had never encountered before, one of which was a higher level power of creation. Let's go. Together. The supreme immortal king soared into the sky, and the other supreme immortal kings followed suit. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, dozens of supreme immortal kings were engaged in combat. Each supreme immortal king's offensives impacted for thousands of miles, and if the battlefield had not been in the 9 heavens but in the 3000 realms. The mere aftermath of these dozens of supreme immortal kings' battles would have been enough to destroy the 3000 realms several times over. Countless true immortals and half-step immortal kings would pretty much die out completely. But in the 9 heavens, especially in the 7th layer of heaven, These aftershocks did not cause much impact. Or rather, the impacts that did occur, such as torn spaces, would quickly recover. Lin Yuan followed at the back, taking the time to survey the battle situation. Open Heaven Immortal King was entangled by a Supreme Immortal King who also comprehended the power of Open Heaven. Their fighting style was almost the same, a straightforward axe for axe, but the power of Open Heaven involved between each axe strike caused even ordinary Supreme Immortal Kings to tremble. And the Supreme Immortal King was battling two Supreme Immortal Kings together, wielding the immeasurable force with each strike massively overwhelming. Even when fighting two, he was suppressing the opposition. Lin Yuan just glanced around and felt someone watching him. It's been a long time since I've taken action. Young lad, as a senior, I allow you to strike first, otherwise, you might not get the chance later. A slender man stood in the distance, smiling kindly at Lin Yuan. Allow me to strike first. Lin Yuan pondered. Considering how much effort to use, even though the strength of the Taiji primordial spirit was far less than the true body. But possessing the higher-level power of Taiji, along with 4 other higher-level powers of creation and dozens of ordinary powers of creation. Even though the dozens of other powers of creation were all at the first realm. Plus the enhancement of an inner world spanning millions of miles. Combined, Lin Yuan's strength, he believed, was not inferior to a Supreme Immortal King who mastered the 3rd realm of higher-level power of creation. Perhaps even stronger. Yes, the slender Immortal King nodded slightly. Suddenly, his expression subtly changed. Baekwase, he realized Lin Yuan had disappeared. This disappearance was not movement or teleportation, but a true disappearance, vanishing from this world. Not good. The slender Immortal King's expression drastically changed. Instinctively, he began to retreat explosively. But it was already too late. Lin Yuan's figure, unbeknownst to him, had appeared by his side. Then he gently threw a punch. This punch had no might leaking out, but in the eyes of the slender Immortal King, it felt like his scalp was exploding, vaguely sensing a deadly threat. Split. The slender Immortal King's skin burst forth with a lot of blood. The next moment his figure exploded. Under Lin Yuan's punch, his body was smashed to pieces. Whoosh! A phantom soul appeared, rushing towards the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven frantically. This soul moved so fast that even Lin Yuan felt unable to stop it, so he did not make a move. Pity. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The power of creation wielded by the slender Immortal King, he had already comprehended it. Killing the opponent did not yield much benefit. The explosion of the slender Immortal King's body immediately attracted the attention of other Supreme Immortal Kings around. Those Supreme Immortal Kings from the prehistoric era looked at Lin Yuan with unbelievable eyes. The strength of the slender Immortal King might not be very formidable, but it wasn't too weak either, that he could be smashed so decisively by a single punch. Could it be that he had comprehended some high-level power of creation to the 3rd realm? And was it a similar offensive power of creation like the power of Open Heaven? Only under such an unexpected situation, without the slender Immortal King's prepared defenses, could he have been taken down so quickly. Ha ha ha, martial ancestor, I hadn't expected you to possess such strength. Open Heaven Immortal King laughed heartily. Although the slender Immortal King did not perish, his physical body was shattered, and even if he could consolidate a physical body with his soul again, his strength wouldn't be fully displayed, and he certainly won't participate in this ascendancy battle. Martial ancestor? At the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven, Lingshu Immortal King had not joined the battle. His task was to guard the entrance to prevent the Supreme Immortal Kings below from sneaking through and stealthily ascending to the 8th layer of heaven. When did such a strong being appear in this era? The Lingshu Immortal King's expression shifted slightly. He was constantly vigilant about the battlefield, watching the fight between Lin Yuan and the emaciated Immortal King. He vaguely felt that Lin Yuan's strength probably surpassed that of the Open Heaven Immortal King and the Supreme Immortal King. This won't do, the balance has been broken. The martial ancestor cannot be allowed to remain. The Lingshu Immortal King made up his mind. He had not anticipated that this ascension battle would add someone as exceptional as the martial ancestor. Such strength, yet it was the first time he was participating in the ascension battle. It was inconceivable. Under these circumstances, in the ensuing war, no one would be able to withstand the martial ancestor, and the situation would likely turn disadvantageous for them. I must make a move. At the very least, I must heavily injure the martial ancestor. The Lingshu Immortal King looked towards Lin Yuan. At this moment, several supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era joined forces, attempting to block the martial ancestor. But with Lin Yuan's casual movements, those supreme immortal kings were clearly unable to hold on for long. Who? The Lingshu Immortal King still stood there, but his true body was hidden deep in the void, approaching Lin Yuan. As the strongest presence in the field, the Supreme Immortal King, the Lingshu Immortal King believed that with his methods, a stealth attack would gravely injure, if not kill, the martial ancestor. You are too weak, and the power of creation you control is also quite ordinary. Lin Yuan looked at the several Supreme Immortal Kings surrounding him. With each strike he dealt, their aura would weaken significantly. Just then, a dusky shadow loomed over Lin Yuan from above. Destruction. The Lingshu Immortal King raised his right hand, and a dusky aura enveloped Lin Yuan. An advanced power of creation, the great destructive force. This was a killing power of creation that ranked alongside the force to open the heavens. The difference between the two is that the force to open the heavens attacks a single point or a line, whereas the great destructive force attacks an area. Massive and overpowering, all in front of it will be annihilated. Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. This kind of great destructive force was indeed the bane of energy, spirit, and life. Disperse. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. He wanted to disperse his primordial spirit body. But immediately after, a binding force bore down upon him. I have cultivated the great destructive force to the third realm, and 6 other ordinary powers of creation to the third realm as well. The combined strength of 6 third realm ordinary powers of creation is almost not weaker than a third realm advanced power of creation. It's akin to me wielding 2 third realm advanced powers of creation. The Lingshu Immortal King was very confident in himself. Even the Open Heaven Immortal King could only defend when facing him. By lowering himself to make a stealth attack on this martial ancestor, he might even be able to shatter his physical body and completely rob him of the ability to continue fighting. No good, the martial ancestor. The Open Heaven Immortal King, who was far away, also noticed the scene and instantly became anxious. He slashed out several times in quick succession, trying to restrain the Lingshu Immortal King. But he was immediately entangled by the opponent in front of him. The Supreme Immortal King was the same, his immeasurable force vast and boundless, but alas, he was desperately blocked by 2 pure Supreme Immortal Kings. Rustle. Lin Yuan's brows were tightly knitted. Under the restraint of 6 types of third realm powers of creation, it was difficult for him to move in a short time, and he could only resist the pouring great destructive force. The terrifying great destructive force descended, quickly causing Lin Yuan's primordial spirit body to collapse and eventually be forcefully reduced to nothingness. This easily? The Lingshu Immortal King was somewhat surprised. He thought that the martial ancestor's spirit might be able to escape. The martial ancestor, the Open Heaven Immortal King, roared in rage. He could never have imagined that the martial ancestor would die. In the Ascension battle, the fall of a Supreme Immortal King was an extremely rare event. Despicable Lingshu Immortal King. The Supreme Immortal King's gaze was icy as he stared at the Lingshu Immortal King. He had seen the Lingshu Immortal King's stealth attack from the shadows with his own eyes. HMPH. The Lingshu Immortal King let out a cold snort, unconcerned. Suddenly, just then, the Lingshu Immortal King seemed to sense something and his expression changed slightly. What is that? The Lingshu Immortal King looked down, toward the 6th layer heaven, the 5th heaven, 4th heaven. Within his perception, he faintly detected dull and trembling sounds from the lower heavens, as if some colossal being was continually trampling on various marvels and phenomena, and, at an inconceivable speed, was piercing through one heaven after another, heading towards the 7th layer of heaven. The Lingshu Immortal King could almost imagine that the myriad suppressions and restrictions of the 9 heavens were almost as fragile as tissue paper in front of this colossal being. Even the barriers between the heavens were effortlessly torn apart by it. Boom! The next moment, the ground of 7th layer of heaven collapsed, and a figure exuding boundless vital energy appeared above the Lingshu Immortal King, looking down from a great height with indifference. The oppression that felt like the heavens collapsing almost made the Lingshu immortal king suffocate. He nearly knelt down. Seventh layer of heaven, silent and soundless. All the supreme immortal kings who were fighting, whether they were born during the era of 3000 Tao states or the prehistoric era, all ceased their combat. They subconsciously looked towards the figure who, with absolute brutality and absolute strength, tore the barrier between the seventh layer of heaven and the eighth layer of heaven. In the spirit realm's 9 heavens, from the first layer of heaven to the second layer of heaven, from the second layer of heaven to the third layer of heaven, from the seventh layer of heaven to the eighth layer of heaven. There are 2 paths. One is to follow the fixed entrances between each layer of heaven, which would allow one to ascend to the next layer. However, at these fixed entrances, numerous challenges exist, such as the endless wind calamity, the ninefold thunder tribulation, and so on. The other is to not use the fixed entrances and directly tear open the barrier between the layers of heaven to climb to a higher level. However, the barriers between the layers of heaven are not so easily torn apart. Even for a supreme immortal king, to tear the barrier between the first layer of heaven and the second layer of heaven requires considerable effort, far less convenient than simply entering through the entrance. And the barriers between each layer of heaven are more robust than the last. A normal supreme immortal king might expend some effort to tear open the barrier between the first layer of heaven and the second layer of heaven. But the barrier from the second layer of heaven to the third layer of heaven would require a supreme immortal king to give it his all. As for the barrier between the third layer of heaven and the fourth layer of heaven, an ordinary supreme immortal king simply cannot manage it. In this battle to ascend to the heavens, the open heaven immortal king and supreme immortal king from the era of 3000 Tao states chose to ascend at the entrance leading to the eighth layer of heaven. Because that is the simplest way. As for forcibly tearing the barrier between the seventh layer of heaven and the eighth layer of heaven of the open heaven immortal king, the supreme immortal king, and more than 20 other supreme immortal kings working together. It could indeed be possible, but it would at least take several days and nights. With that amount of time, the supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era residing in the eighth layer of heaven would have long been aware, and likewise would have prepared at the barrier above, making it no different from starting a battle from the entrance. The open heaven immortal king, the supreme immortal king, and more than 20 other supreme immortal kings working together, would need several days and nights to barely manage to tear open the barrier between the seventh layer of heaven and the eighth layer of heaven. The barrier between the sixth layer heaven and the seventh layer of heaven, although not as tough as the former, would certainly also require more than 20 supreme immortal kings giving their full effort for the better part of a day or even 2 days to hope to tear it open. But just a moment ago, the figure that suddenly arrived, how long did it take to shred the barrier between the sixth layer heaven and the seventh layer of heaven? A breath? Or merely an instant? And this figure, it seems, did not only tear apart the barrier between the sixth layer heaven and the seventh layer of heaven. The barriers of the 5 major layers beneath were all brutally shredded without a moment's pause. This power is too terrifying, even for the likes of the open heaven immortal king and supreme immortal king, such formidable supreme immortal kings. It caused their hearts to tremble at this moment. Furthermore, in the moment that figure appeared, an invisible and terrifying chi and blood domain covered 1/10 of the seventh layer of heaven, enveloping all the supreme immortal kings within it. Compared to the shock of the other supreme immortal kings, Lingshu immortal king felt almost suffocated at this moment. Merely approaching that figure caused the higher power of creation in his body to fall into dead silence, not to mention the 6 other ordinary powers of creation. You, who exactly are you? Which era's powerful figure are you? Lingshu immortal king asked tremblingly. As a supreme immortal king from the prehistoric era, Lingshu immortal king understood that the spirit realm had gone through one era after another over countless millennia. The prehistoric era? The era of 3000 Tao Statesa, those were just the 2 most recent eras. Before these 2 eras, there were even more ancient and inscrutable eras. Who am I? Just now, didn't you sneak attack me? Lin Yuan glanced at Lingshu immortal king and spoke calmly. The Taiji primordial spirit, under the great destructive force of Lingshu immortal king's third realm, transformed into nothingness. Although it was partly because Lin Yuan dismissed it intentionally, it was indeed due to Lingshu immortal king. At the moment the Taiji primordial spirit was sneak attacked, Lin Yuan's true body left the martial temple and directly entered the 9 heavens, Following the principle that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, he traversed through various marvels and phenomena, layer barriers, and arrived here. Sneak attack you? Ling Shu, immortal king, was slightly stunned. Immediately, his face showed an incredulous expression. The martial ancestor earlier, was it this person in front of him? Ling Shu, immortal king, found it hard to believe. The martial ancestor's strength was indeed very strong, even surpassing the open heaven immortal king and supreme immortal king. But that was it. In a one-on-one situation, even without sneak attacking, Ling Shu, immortal king, was confident he could suppress the martial ancestor. The reason for the sneak attack was merely to resolve the fight quickly and, as much as possible, erase this unstable factor that was the martial ancestor. For Ling Shu, immortal king, who had lived through the long years, he no longer cared about whether it involved sneak attacking or not. The surrounding supreme immortal kings were also closely watching Lin Yuan. They couldn't help it. Lin Yuan's method of appearance was too terrifying. With formidable barriers of the heaven, the appearance was like mere thin paper in his presence. It was utterly unimaginable. The martial ancestor, he is the martial ancestor? How is that possible? No, wait, the aura is similar, they could indeed be the same person. Many supreme immortal kings, especially those from the era of 3000 Tao states, initially were utterly dumbfounded, but as they carefully felt it out, they vaguely discovered that the martial ancestor, who they had good relations with, indeed had similarities in aura with the person before them. This similarity was fundamental, possessing the same power of creation, as well as that vast power similar to the world's force of the spirit realm. The difference is that the earlier martial ancestor, who possessed that type of world's force, if it were from the lower realms 1 Tao province. Then the martial ancestor now could casually release a strand of world power that was as vast as 3000 Tao Zhou states. Impossible. How could you be so strong? Even if it's an avatar or incarnation, the gap between it and the true self couldn't possibly be this big. Ling Shu, immortal king, murmured to himself, voicing the doubts that all the supreme immortal kings harbored in their hearts. The difference in strength between the former and current martial ancestors was too great, and even though Ling Shu, immortal king, knew such a powerful being would not deign to lie, he still refused to believe it. That's something you don't need to know anymore. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yuan's Taiji primordial spirit was not much weaker than his true self. But alas, the mysterious gourd had brought about a tenfold increase both to the true body's internal world and to the physical body. What did a tenfold increase imply? The internal world expanded from 680,000 square miles to 70 million square miles, and the boost to the power of the world was far beyond 100 or a few hundred times. It was precisely because of his vast inner world that Lin Yuan was able to crushingly break into the 7th layer of heaven. Of course, apart from the physical body and inner world, the divine skill, enhancement, that Lin Yuan commanded also widened the gap between his true self and the Taiji primordial spirit. Enhancement is a physical body divine ability that can incidentally boost the spirit will of the soul, but its foundation lies in the physical body. The Taiji primordial spirit, which is only the primordial spirit body, is incapable of using this divine skill. However, the enhancement divine skill came with side effects. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would not use this trump card. A thought flickered in Lin Yuan's mind. The terrifying power of the world, following the spatial planes of the 7th layer of heaven, directly rolled towards Ling Shu, immortal king. The physical body of Ling Shu, immortal king, directly turned to dust. The higher power of creation and the power of annihilation condensed into a sphere and fell into the hands of Lin Yuan. The other types of ordinary powers of creation were also integrated by Lin Yuan into his body. These powers of creation, especially the higher power of creation, were highly valued by Lin Yuan. Taking them back to the main world would transform them into higher cosmic forces, greatly benefiting his 9th rank Tao. Swish! After the physical body of Ling Shu, immortal king, shattered, an ethereal soul body flew out and escaped. As a supreme immortal king within the immortal cultivation system, most of their methods are invested in the soul. Battles between supreme immortal kings rarely end in life or death, largely because the supreme immortal kings at most just give up their physical bodies. As long as they are willing to escape with their soul bodies, they could almost always get away. Too terrifying. The soul body of Lingshu, a mortal king, trembled in spirit. Just now, under the pressure of the power of the world, he nearly failed to escape with his soul body. This martial ancestor, his background is definitely not simple. He must be one of those terrifying beings from the earliest eras. Lingshu, a mortal king's soul body, tore through the void, fleeing towards the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven. You think you can escape? Lin Yuan disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, next to Lingshu, a mortal king's soul body, a hand reached out and grabbed. Ah! Lingshu, a mortal king's soul body, let out a piercing scream and was immediately grasped by Lin Yuan, who proceeded with a soul search and then refined it into the purest spiritual power. The 8th layer of heaven, an area of winding palaces within a certain side hall. A man with a face that closely resembled Lingshu, a mortal king, opened his eyes. As a supreme immortal king who had survived from the prehistoric era, Lingshu, a mortal king, had many life-saving methods. Even if his true self perished, he could still resurrect within this body that had been prepared long ago. However, at this moment, Lingshu, a mortal king, felt no joy from his resurrection. His gaze was filled with worry and unease. That martial ancestor is too frightening. I have cultivated the power of annihilation to the 3rd realm and supplemented it with 6 other ordinary powers of creation of the 3rd realm, but in front of that martial ancestor, I couldn't even struggle. Lingshu, a mortal king, felt a chill in his heart. For the long years from the prehistoric era to now, he finally felt the breath of death. It was complete death. Given the strength of the martial ancestor, he will surely enter the 8th layer of heaven soon. Lingshu, a mortal king, steadied his spirit. I must inform the chaotic celestial king and the others. In the prehistoric era, although Lingshu, a mortal king, was an outstanding figure among the supreme immortal kings, he was not the strongest. The ones who could truly be called the strongest immortal kings of the ancient past were the chaotic celestial kings, who had led Lingshu, a mortal king, and the others to take charge of the 8th layer of heaven. These supreme immortal kings had mastered several high-level powers of creation and had all cultivated to the 3rd realm. Their strength was immeasurable. Of course, in the eyes of the Lingshu immortal king, even if the strongest immortal kings under the chaotic celestial king were added together, they would still be far from being a match for the martial ancestor. At least in front of the chaotic celestial king, he could still talk back for a while, but the mere thought of resisting the martial ancestor was something he dared not even entertain. But now, the Lingshu immortal king didn't have much of a choice, as the martial ancestor's entry into the 8th layer of heaven was imminent. The only thing he could rely on was the chaotic celestial king and his peers. The chaotic celestial king has been studying the 9th layer of heaven for so many years. Perhaps he has figured out some kind of killing move that can stop the martial ancestor. The Lingshu immortal king had felt the power of the martial ancestor and didn't even dream that the chaotic celestial king and the others would be able to repel, let alone defeat him. If they could just barely hold him off, it would be a fortune from the heavens. After Lin Yuan conducted a soul search on the Lingshu immortal king, he learned many secrets about the 8th layer of heaven and the prehistoric era. So it turns out that the group of supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era, led by the chaotic celestial king, the chaotic celestial king had realized 4 kinds of high-level powers of creation and had also cultivated them to the 3rd realm. After the end of the prehistoric era, the chaotic celestial king led a group of supreme immortal kings to ascend to the 8th layer of heaven and has been trying to reach the 9th layer of heaven ever since, but to this day, they have yet to succeed. Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The chaotic celestial king had realized 4 kinds of high-level powers of creation and cultivated them all to the 3rd realm. In this respect, Lin Yuan couldn't compare. Although Lin Yuan had also realized 4 kinds of high-level powers of creation, they were all at the 1st realm. But Lin Yuan also possessed an inner world with a radius of 70 million miles, and with the vast expanse of his inner world, he didn't consider the chaotic celestial king a concern. Has it not been long enough, and still, they have not ascended to the 9th layer of heaven? Lin Yuan was very interested in the chaotic celestial king. The 4 types of powers of creation the other party possessed probably included 1 or 2 that Lin Yuan had not realized. Them? Lin Yuan's gaze turned to the battlefield, looking towards the other supreme immortal kings. Run! Quick, back to the 8th layer of heaven. The supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era fled without hesitation towards the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven. What a joke! If they did not run now, were they waiting to follow the same path as the Lingshu immortal king? Although they didn't know the full extent of Lin Yuan's strength, just based on the means he used to kill the Lingshu immortal king, he was far beyond what they could handle. As for joining forces and resisting together, when the gap in strength reached a certain level, the advantage of numbers would no longer be an advantage, unless it was the sea of bugs tactics used in the main world. Otherwise, dozens of supreme immortal kings, in front of Lin Yuan, would likely be no more significant than toys, to be trifled with at will. Lin Yuan did not stop these supreme immortal kings from their mass flee. There was mainly no need, since above was the 8th layer of heaven, so where could these supreme immortal kings even escape to? For a moment, within the 7th layer of heaven, only Lin Yuan, the open heaven immortal king, the supreme immortal king, and more than 20 other immortal kings were left. Martial ancestor. A moment later, the open heaven immortal king mustered the courage, approached Lin Yuan, and tried to speak. Open heaven. Lin Yuan gave a faint smile, voluntarily reined in his aura, and casually greeted him. During the 300 years, Lin Yuan had a pleasant time interacting with the open heaven immortal king, the supreme immortal king, and the various supreme immortal kings. He did not intend to leverage his strength to overwhelm at this moment. The response from Lin Yuan let the open heaven immortal king breathe a small sigh of relief. At least by speaking this way, Lin Yuan was treating him as one of his own. He didn't need to be as terrified as those supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era. Martial ancestor, what kind of power of creation have you mastered exactly? Seeing this, the supreme immortal king stepped forward as well, unable to contain his curiosity. The power Lin Yuan had just displayed was terrifying, and if he had not lacked some of the characteristics that were legendary for a king above an immortal king, they would have almost believed Lin Yuan had already taken that step. What kind of power of creation? Lin Yuan shook his head. Should it be considered cosmic force? The cosmic force nurtured within the inner world was a power entirely different from the power of creation and cosmic force. It depended on the inner world one had opened up. It didn't require enlightenment. As long as one had opened up an inner world, one could master it. Power of the world, open heaven immortal king, supreme immortal kings such as the supreme immortal king exchanged glances. They had never heard of such power of creation before. However, since martial ancestor said so, the power must exist. Let's go. Let's take a look at the 8th layer of heaven. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he headed towards the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven. At that time, the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven no longer had the supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era standing guard. It was empty, with wisps of illusory power drifting around. That was the trial from the 7th layer of heaven to the 8th layer of heaven, a natural phenomenon within the 9 heavens. Even if destroyed, it would recover. Just like the barriers between the layers of heaven torn by Lin Yuan were now quickly restoring themselves. Just go straight up from the entrance. Lin Yuan took a glance. Previously, when the Taiji primordial spirit was ambushed by the Lingshu immortal king, Lin Yuan, in his true body, was in a rush, so he bulldozed his way through with a brute force approach. Now, there was no need for that. The entrance was right in front of them, they could simply pass through. The trial from the 7th layer of heaven to the 8th layer of heaven, similar to a soul illusion, was not unlike the heart demon tribulation and the tribulation of the spirit, but it was many times stronger than the latter. However, the many supreme immortal kings present had been tempered over a long period of time, and the strength of their spirits, even without deliberate cultivation, was not so weak that they could not easily pass through. Although Lin Yuan had experienced a relatively short period of time, his mental will index, having been honed in a supreme being's body, coupled with the nurturing of his vast inner world, was no weaker than that of the supreme immortal kings present, if not stronger. Whoosh! Lin Yuan easily arrived at the 8th layer of heaven. The environment here was similar to the 7th layer of heaven. The only difference was that there was a mysterious aura faintly permeating the area, originating from the 9th layer of heaven above. There are people beyond man, and heavens beyond heavens. Above the 9 heavens are the celestial beings. That's the age-old saying in the vast spirit realm regarding the 9th layer of heaven. The so-called celestial beings, as speculated by many supreme immortal kings, might be an invincible entity seated in the 9th layer of heaven overlooking the vast spirit realm. The reason why the supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era and the many eras of the 3000 Tao states were so eager to enter the ninth layer of heaven was to seek the guidance of that invincible entity. This is the eighth layer of heaven? Indeed, it's extraordinary, different from the seventh layer of heaven. Open heaven immortal king and supreme immortal kings like the supreme immortal king followed closely behind. This was their first ascent to the eighth layer of heaven. During past ascension battles, they were all repelled by the Lingshu immortal king. Now, following behind Lin Yuan, they finally realized their long-standing wish. The ninth layer of heaven? Lin Yuan looked up, gazing into the sky. Compared to the barriers of the previous 8 layers of heaven, the barrier of the ninth layer of heaven faintly emitted a pale golden light, and even Lin Yuan was not sure he could break through it. Or to say, confident about shredding it, but it would take a significant amount of time, as the barrier between the 9 heavens, once damaged, would quickly regenerate. The speed at which Lin Yuan tore the barrier had to be much faster than the rate at which it recovered. Let's go to the entrance of the ninth layer of heaven. Lin Yuan made up his mind. After the soul search of the Lingshu immortal king, he was very familiar with the 8th layer of heaven and directly flew towards the entrance to the ninth layer of heaven. The entrance to the ninth layer of heaven. Dozens of figures stood there. These dozens of figures were the most powerful of the supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era, each having cultivated at least one type of high-level power of creation to the third realm. Most had mastered more than 2 types of high-level power of creation in the third realm. The Lingshu immortal king had so oppressed the supreme immortal kings of the 3000 Tao states era that they could hardly breathe. But among this group of supreme immortal kings, they were basically at the bottom of the ranks. In the prehistoric era, having experienced a complete era of time, plus the long years of the current 3000 Tao states, the number of supreme immortal kings was much larger and stronger than the immature 3000 Tao states era. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Lin Yuan's figure appeared not far away. Open heaven immortal king and supreme immortal kings like the supreme immortal king also followed behind Lin Yuan. So many powerful beings. Open heaven immortal king was a bit overwhelmed. Only now did they realize how ludicrous their battles for ascension had been. Among the many supreme immortal kings standing at the entrance to the ninth layer of heaven, just a few could easily suppress the 20-some supreme immortal kings. Supreme immortal king was also looking tense at this moment. Had it not been for Lin Yuan standing in front of them, they might have had the urge to flee. The head of the various supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era was a tall figure with a chaotic aura. He stood at the very forefront of all the immortal kings. Clearly the leader among the prehistoric era's strongest immortal kings. Chaotic Celestial King. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm. Having soul-searched Lingshu immortal king, Lin Yuan naturally knew that the chaotic Celestial King was the strongest immortal king of the prehistoric era. Martial Ancestor. The chaotic Celestial King turned around, looking seriously at Lin Yuan. Lingshu has already told me. Your strength, martial ancestor, far surpasses mine. Whatever you want, martial ancestor, just say it, and I will agree. The chaotic Celestial King spoke frankly as if yielding proactively was not a matter of shame. In fact, that was indeed the case. Lingshu immortal king had already shown to the chaotic Celestial King and other supreme immortal kings the happenings of the 7th layer of heaven. Including the chaotic Celestial King, all the supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era acknowledged that they could not accomplish what martial ancestor had done. Even in many deductions made by the chaotic Celestial King, even if all supreme immortal kings joined forces, in the face of martial ancestor, they could at best only struggle to survive for a while before inevitably facing defeat. Knowing the outcome in advance, the chaotic Celestial King naturally would not have any resistance, yielding and admitting defeat proactively. Oh, Lin Yuan did take an extra look at the chaotic Celestial King. That was good, it spared him the extra effort. Separate your soul fragment, let me perform soul search, Lin Yuan said directly. He chose not to directly perform the soul search, which was a response to the chaotic Celestial King's initiative to cooperate. Separating a soul fragment for Lin Yuan to perform soul search, compared to being suppressed by Lin Yuan before the soul search, had no significant difference, but it was much better in terms of saving face. No problem. The chaotic Celestial King unhesitatingly split off a part of his soul fragment. This part of the soul fragment contained all his memories, and Lin Yuan only needed to perform soul search on this soul fragment to know everything he wanted to know. Lin Yuan took over the soul fragment from the chaotic celestial king. Within a few breaths, the soul search was complete. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan had some realizations in his heart. In the memory of the chaotic celestial king, there was the reason for the closing of the prehistoric era. A treasure fell from the 9th layer of heaven at the end of the prehistoric era. This treasure led to a great battle among many supreme immortal kings of the prehistoric era. That battle caused the spirit realm to seem like it had entered doomsday, with tribulation stage celestial kings falling in great numbers. Ultimately, as the victor, the chaotic celestial king obtained that treasure and entered the 8th layer of heaven with many under his command. After the prehistoric era, the spirit realm took a long time to recover, gradually entering the next era. The 3000 Tao States era. Up to today, the 3000 Tao States era is still in its early stage, not even 1,000th of the prehistoric era. Give me the treasure. Lin Yuan looked at the chaotic celestial king. In the prehistoric era, the chaotic celestial king was only one of the strongest. There were a few supreme immortal kings comparable to him, capable of compelling the chaotic celestial king to risk battling peers and initiate a supreme immortal king-level clash. Clearly, the treasure was critically important. This is that treasure. The chaotic celestial king hesitated for a moment, then promptly handed over the treasure. Having completed the soul search on his soul fragment, Lin Yuan's understanding of that treasure was no lesser than his, with no need for any concealment. The treasure handed over by the chaotic celestial king was an irregular stone, with faint traces of a mysterious force emanating, suffused with a primordial aura. This stone contains an aura of power of creation beyond the higher power of creation. As long as one can comprehend it, even if unable to take that step, one can still advance greatly in the realm of the supreme immortal king. The chaotic celestial king explained in a low voice, looking at the irregular stone in Lin Yuan's hand. Unfortunately, after so many years, I have never comprehended it. Even though I've been nearing the 9th layer of heaven, I have never grasped it. The tone of the chaotic celestial king conveyed an indescribable sentiment. The mysterious aura emanating from the 9th layer of heaven was similar to that of the stone, and the chaotic celestial king believed that being near the 9th layer of heaven for a long time would aid in comprehending the stone. But over the years, the chaotic celestial king's understanding of the stone had reached a standstill, and the mysterious power of creation exceeding the higher power of creation remained elusive. This was also the reason he was so decisive in handing over the stone. Because the chaotic celestial king felt that even if given another era, 10 eras, he would almost never comprehend the power of creation within the stone. Power of creation beyond the higher power of creation? Lin Yuan observed the irregular stone seriously. Compared to the chaotic celestial king's limited understanding, Lin Yuan hailed from the main world, understood the essence of cosmic force, and knew that power surpassing higher cosmic force was something only a 9th rank evolver could control. Lin Yuan carefully examined the irregular stone. Your discernment is exceptional, observing the mysterious origin, deepening your mastery over its power. Your discernment is exceptional, observing the mysterious origin, deepening your mastery over its power. Your discernment is exceptional, observing the mysterious origin, deepening your mastery over its power. Mysterious origin. Lin Yuan contemplated internally. One thing was certain. The aura within this irregular stone indeed surpassed the higher power of creation. Having observed it for a while, if it were any other higher power of creation, he would have at least grasped something, but facing this irregularly shaped stone, he still had no gains. Of course, the no significant gains here refers to the gains being too insubstantial to be noticed. The 9th layer of heaven. Lin Yuan stored the irregular stone and looked up towards the distant entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. Compared to the entrances of the previous 8 layers, the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven was incredibly broad, as if welcoming supreme immortal kings to ascend. However, in reality, after having executed a soul search on the chaotic celestial king's memories, Lin Yuan knew that the tribulations leading to the 9th layer of heaven were terrifyingly formidable. Inside the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven, there lie the life imprints of the 10 strongest supreme immortal kings in the history of the spirit realm. That is to say, to enter the 9th layer of heaven, One must defeat the 10 strongest supreme immortal kings ever to have existed in the spirit realm. In fact, to call them the 10 strongest supreme immortal kings is somewhat imprecise. They should be referred to as the 10 strongest beings, because perhaps some of the supreme immortal kings have already taken half a step beyond the prehistoric era, the 3000 Tao provinces era. These are just the two most recent epochs. Before these epochs, there existed even more ancient epochs. No one knows when the spirit realm was born, and although the supreme immortal kings existed alongside the spirit realm, it doesn't mean they won't die. Not to mention, the end of the prehistoric era saw the demise of a great number of supreme immortal kings. With the strength of the martial ancestor, one could certainly make a breakthrough at the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven, the chaotic celestial king murmured. He had attempted it, but was unable to defeat even the first supreme immortal king's life imprint and was nearly crushed, managing to retreat only with great difficulty. Do you want to watch me make a try? Lin Yuan glanced at the chaotic celestial king. No rush. Even Lin Yuan would not underestimate the 10 strongest beings in the history of the spirit realm. It's not a matter of one era or one epoch, but since the birth of the spirit realm itself. Lin Yuan indeed intended to challenge the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven, but not now. He would wait until his power reached its peak before trying. Currently, although Lin Yuan surpassed such beings of an epoch as the chaotic celestial king, he was far from reaching his own limits. The green liquid in the mysterious gourd could still be absorbed further. The martial Tao evolution system 8th stage had yet to be completely unlocked. A complete core space model had also not been fully realized. The cultivation of the Taiji power, too, had not yet reached the 3rd realm. The several other high-grade powers of creation, along with many ordinary powers of creation, were merely at the 1st realm. There was also that irregular stone obtained from the chaotic celestial king, which contained a mysterious power of creation surpassing the superior powers of creation. The chaotic celestial king might not have deciphered it, but that doesn't mean Lin Yuan couldn't. It was only a matter of how much time it would take. Lin Yuan was still far from his ultimate limit. During this traversal, Lin Yuan's allowed residence time had a limit of over 900 years, of which only just over 400 years had passed. Before clearly understanding what kinds of unexpected events might occur upon entering the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't rashly proceed. The chaotic celestial king had previously made an attempt but quickly retreated because he faced the first life imprint. That's why retreat was still an option. Lin Yuan wasn't sure whether, if he ventured deeper and failed, he would still be able to retreat. In such circumstances, Lin Yuan naturally opted for stability. Other supreme immortal kings yearned to ascend to the 9th layer of heaven because they wished to take that next step. Lin Yuan did not have this desire. In the main world, many evolution paths were perfected, and Lin Yuan had many directions for advancing into the 9th rank. His task now was to securely spend the rest of his allotted time, converting it into gains to take back to the main world. Right, all of you immortal kings, hand over a strand of your powers of creation to me. Lin Yuan surveyed the chaotic celestial king and other prehistoric era supreme immortal kings and commanded. Yes. The chaotic celestial king hesitated, unsure of what Lin Yuan needed so much power of creation for, but dared not ask further and obediently shared a strand of his own power of creation. Very good, very good. Lin Yuan looked at the dozens of strands of powers of creation, including several high-grade ones he had never seen before, feeling quite satisfied. And so it was. Lin Yuan, in his true form, stayed stationed before the entrance leading to the 9th layer of heaven and once again began his meditation for enlightenment. Time passed. 500 years flew by like flowing water. Shenyao City, Lin residence. Lin Yuan and Lin Jianping, along with Shen Zhen, sat facing each other, eating spiritual dishes while chatting. Over the past 500 years, the fame of martial ancestor had spread across the 3000 Tao provinces. Even the strongest immortal king from the prehistoric era, the chaotic celestial king, had voluntarily submitted to him. However, very few knew about the parents of martial ancestor, which was also the result of Lin Yuan's deliberate suppression. His time residing in the spirit realm was limited. Unable to protect Lin Jianping and Shen Zhen at all times, he could only try his best to detach them from the association with martial ancestor. Chang'er, try this spiritual dish. Shen Zhen said with a smile, as Lin Jianping also expressed great interest. The three of them finished eating. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan took the initiative to say, "I might not come back for a long time." With only a few more years left until his time limit, according to Lin Yuan's plan, this was supposed to be his last meeting with Lin Jianping and Shen Zhen. A long time? Lin Jianping and Shen Zhen looked somewhat disappointed, but they had also expected this, as Lin Yuan was simply too dazzling, overseeing the 3,000 Dao provinces, hailed as the strongest in the era. Such a great being surely had more important matters to attend to. "Chang go ahead and do what you need to do. We are very satisfied with our current lives," Lin Jianping said. Were it not for Lin Yuan, their Lin family would still be a minor clan in Shenyao City, nowhere near their current exalted status. "If you need help, seek Li Qing, she will arrange it well," Lin Yuan nodded. After leaving the Lin residence, Lin Yuan walked on the streets of Shenyao City. In the past 500 years, Shenyao City had already become the most prosperous center of Dongyun Dao province. The city, having undergone dozens of expansions, now covered an area of several million square miles. Every day, numerous true immortals and half-step immortal kings came in and out, and even the presence of tribulation transcending celestial kings was felt. The martial Dao cultivation system had spread across the 3,000 Dao provinces, in no way inferior to the immortal cultivation system. In fact, in the several dozen Dao provinces centered around Shenyao City, the martial Dao cultivation system even surpassed the immortal cultivation system. It could be said that the prosperity of the martial Dao cultivation system had reached its pinnacle. Not even those tribulation transcending celestial kings or supreme immortal kings dared to shake it. "My current strength has already reached a certain limit," Lin Yuan thought to himself. More than 200 years ago, Lin Yuan had already thoroughly perfected the 4th stage of the 8th stage martial Dao. Since then, the 8th stage chapter was pioneered, and as for the 9th rank chapter, Lin Yuan also began to try integrating the Taiji rule into the space rules, making some progress, with the integration currently at 20 to 30%. In addition, Lin Yuan had already mastered over 5,500 core space models in his comprehension of the fundamental space rules. In 500 years, Lin Yuan had comprehended over 900 core space models, a pace not comparable to the 1,600 models understood in the previous 300 years. But it should be noted, out of 7,782 core space models, the difficulty of comprehension increases towards the later stages. Many evolvers at the peak of the 8th rank had been stuck on certain space models for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. In just 500 years, Lin Yuan had almost effortlessly comprehended over 900 core space models, truly an abnormal and monstrous feat. Only over 2,000 core space models left to completely master the complete space rules, Lin Yuan thought. The space rules are a foundational rule of the main world, and many 9th rank powerhouses have yet to master it. Although in theory, the 8th rank has the potential to master the complete space rules. But that's just theory. In the long history of the main world universe Starry Sky, which 8th rank powerhouse has actualized this theory? The breakthrough from 8th rank to 9th rank requires the fusion rules, but as a foundational rule, the space rules do not require full mastery for integration. At the 8th rank, attempting to grasp the space rules or to discover more cosmic forces are both extremely time-consuming endeavors, arguably delaying the breakthrough to the 9th rank. With 5,500 core space rules, enough to uphold an inner world of 750,000 square miles, plus the 13-fold base enhancement from absorbing the fluid in the mysterious gourd. Now, the size of my inner world has already surpassed 9,750,000 square miles, approaching a billion square miles. The green fluid inside the mysterious gourd, being far more difficult to absorb than the previous 3 types, Lin Yuan had only managed to absorb nearly 99% over 500 years. In theory, absorbing all 4 types of fluids in the mysterious gourd could enhance the inner world by up to 13.32 times. Now that Lin Yuan had already reached 13 times, he wasn't far from completely absorbing the green fluid. Power of creation. Lin Yuan thought of the greatest gain from this traversal. The many gains before, for Lin Yuan, could be accomplished anywhere, not exclusive to the spirit realm. However, the power of creation, only the spirit realm, With the easing of restrictions on such a cosmic force and the cooperation of various celestial kings, had Lin Yuan made astonishing progress in comprehending the power of creation. So far, I have mastered 12 kinds of superior power of creation and over 60 ordinary ones. In fact, in the last 300 to 400 years, Lin Yuan had essentially given up on comprehending ordinary power of creation. Since each superior power of creation encompassed the essence of multiple ordinary ones to some extent, comprehending a single type of superior power of creation was equivalent to understanding several, if not dozens, of ordinary ones. 12 kinds of superior power of creation. Lin Yuan's gaze grew fervent, his focus not on these 12 kinds of superior power of creation, but on feeling the strand of primordial essence of power of creation in his inner world. This power of creation that had been grasped was precisely what Lin Yuan had comprehended from the treasure that had fallen from the 9th layer of heaven, given by the chaotic celestial king. The end of the prehistoric era was related to this stone-like treasure. The chaotic celestial king speculated that this treasure contained a mysterious force that transcended higher power of creation, but after spending an unknown amount of time and even dominating the 8th layer of heaven, he had not comprehended the slightest bit of it. Primal force. Lin Yuan's heart burned with eagerness. Relying on his against heaven's understanding, it had taken him over 400 years to comprehend it from that treasure. Lin Yuan named this power of creation the primal force, symbolizing the initial power of all things. The primal force of the first realm could suppress the higher power of creation of the third realm. Even Lin Yuan was somewhat shocked by the formidable might of this power of creation. There are still over 10 years left to stay. It's time to make a challenge in the 9th layer of heaven. Lin Yuan had made up his mind, and this was also the reason why he had bid farewell to his parents. Even if he were to continue his seclusion for another decade, it would not be of much benefit to him. Instead of doing so, it would be better to enter the legendary 9th layer of heaven to take a look. Martial Temple Hall. Lin Yuan was seated at the main seat, with dozens of warriors from the martial temple standing respectfully below. In 500 years, plus the previous 300, Lin Yuan had intentionally nurtured 8 7th-rank practitioners within the martial Tao cultivation system. And as Lin Yuan's direct disciple in the central divine continent of the lower realms, Li Qing had even created his own inner world, stepping into the 8th stage of martial arts. Martial Ancestor. The dozens of martial temple powerhouses spoke fervently, bowing towards Lin Yuan. In the span of hundreds of years, martial Tao cultivators have been emerging endlessly, often suppressing cultivators of the immortal path. But from today on, you need to be more discreet. Lin Yuan scanned the crowd, speaking calmly. Martial Ancestor is the strongest in the 3000 Tao states. Even those tribulation-transcending celestial kings treat you with the highest respect. Why should we be discreet? A young 7th-stage martial Tao asked softly. Lin Yuan glanced at him. This 7th stage of martial arts practitioner, who possessed rare martial talent, followed the path of thunder and comprehended the Tao of world-ending thunder, excelling in the aspect of attack. After today, I won't return to the 3000 Tao states, and you will have to rely on yourselves. If you're not discreet, you're going to suffer, Lin Yuan said, his gaze distant. With Li Qing, an 8th stage martial Tao cultivator stationed here, and the might left by Lin Yuan, even if he truly disappeared, for at least 1 million or even 10 million years, the martial Tao cultivation system would not encounter any problems. Lin Yuan said this as a reminder to these strong figures of the martial temple. Where are you going, martial ancestor? The expressions of the other martial temple powerhouses change. What did the martial ancestor mean by saying he would not return to the 3000 Tao states? Just take care of yourselves. Without further explanation, Lin Yuan disclosed that although consuming 10 strands of world-breaking origin force could allow him to descend once more into the spirit realm. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would not do such a thing. Even if the martial temple were to be destroyed one day, as long as the martial Tao cultivation system was still being spread, Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to intervene. The 8th layer of heaven. The chaotic celestial king, open heaven immortal king, supreme immortal kings gathered at the entrance leading to the 9th layer of heaven. The martial ancestor has summoned us here, but what for? Could it be that he wishes to challenge the 9th layer of heaven? With the martial ancestor's strength, penetrating the heavens and the earth, he might indeed possess the capability to enter the 9th layer of heaven. At the entrance to the ninth layer of heaven, there are the imprints of the strongest 10 lifeforms since the birth of the spirit realm. The martial ancestor is indeed powerful, but compared to the strongest 10 from ancient times to the present. The supreme immortal kings discussed softly. The history of the spirit realm was unfathomable, but in those earliest ancient epics, there were even existences born concurrently with the spirit realm. Even if the martial ancestor was extraordinary, compared to those beings born with the world, he would likely fall short. At that moment, Lin Yuan's figure appeared silently. Martial ancestor. Martial ancestor. Martial ancestor. The chaotic celestial king and other supreme immortal kings immediately ceased their discussion, bowing slightly to the martial ancestor. I am going to enter the ninth layer of heaven. If you want to watch, just stay here and watch. Lin Yuan glanced at the many supreme immortal kings. Having said this, Lin Yuan vanished, appearing at the entrance to the ninth layer of heaven. Is the martial ancestor really going to challenge the ninth layer of heaven? Quick, let's watch. This is an event that may not happen even in an entire era. I wonder how far martial ancestor can get. Many supreme immortal kings were invigorated, quickly engaging in discussion. There are 10 layers in the passageway leading to the entrance of the ninth layer of heaven. There is a lifeform imprint on each layer, making a total of 10 lifeform imprints. These 10 lifeform imprints come from the 10 most powerful lifeforms since the birth of the spirit realm. Although I possess the strength of the strongest celestial king of the prehistoric era, I had no power to resist in front of the first layer lifeform's imprint. Can martial ancestor defeat the imprint of the first layer lifeform? The chaotic celestial king was somewhat expectant. 500 years ago, knowing he was no match for martial ancestor, he didn't resist and submitted willingly. The chaotic celestial king only knew that martial ancestor was very strong, but he didn't know exactly how strong. Now, he could take the opportunity to gauge martial ancestor's true strength as he braved the ninth layer of heaven. The first layer lifeform. Lin Yuan stepped into the passageway, where clouds and mist swirled and quickly condensed into a humanoid silhouette. This silhouette, clad in red armor, stood there as if it were the great sun of the spirit realm, radiating endless light and warmth. The first layer lifeform imprint in the passageway of the ninth layer of heaven is the weakest among the 10 layered imprints. But it still ranks among the top 10 existences amongst the countless mighty of the spirit realm since its inception. Even for a dominant figure of an era like the chaotic celestial king, there was no ability to resist before it, utterly overpowered and trounced. You. The figure in red armor looked down on Lin Yuan, its resuscitated life form imprint driven only by battle instincts, devoid of emotions. Outside the passageway, the chaotic celestial king and other supreme immortal kings widened their eyes in shock. The true combat power of martial ancestor could almost be seen from his fight with the first layer lifeform imprint. I wonder how many moves martial ancestor can withstand. The chaotic celestial king watched closely, expecting a drawn-out battle where martial ancestor might win but only with a Pyrrhic victory, and that was if he could win at all. Inside the passageway, Lin Yuan also sized up his opponent. Don't recognize. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Throughout the epics of the spirit realm, countless strong had vanished into the annals of history. Lin Yuan was at most familiar with the epics of the 3000 Dao provinces and knew some of the prehistoric era, but his knowledge of the mighty from the more ancient epics was very limited. The power of creation that it mastered is something I have already figured out. Lin Yuan immediately felt somewhat lackluster, planning to end the battle quickly. Boom! Lin Yuan raised his right hand and pressed forward. Terrifying world power surged out. The figure in red armor resisted for only a moment before it was crushed to dust by the immense world power. With Lin Yuan's nearly 100 million miles of inner world, coupled with the augmentation of many powers of creation, his strength was already extreme. No special moves or secret techniques were needed, just an overwhelming force. What? It's over already? Martial ancestor is too strong. Outside the passageway, the crowd of supreme immortal kings was dumbfounded. They had been guessing how many moves martial ancestor could withstand before being defeated, but to their surprise, the situation was entirely the opposite. The life form that ranked 10th in the history of the spirit realm didn't even withstand a single move from martial ancestor. Martial ancestor. Even the chaotic celestial king couldn't believe it. He had tried to breach the first layer and knew how terrifying that life form imprint was. Yet, the life form represented by this imprint seemed as fragile as an infant before martial ancestor. Inside the passageway, Lin Yuan breached the first layer and quickly arrived at the second layer. Then came the third layer, the fourth layer, the fifth layer. These lifeforms, represented by the lifeform imprints, weren't limited to the human race and included true dragons, skywines, qilins, and many other formidable beings. These beings were entirely above the supreme immortal kings, but in front of Lin Yuan, they were still as fragile as ants, no different from the figure in red armor from the first layer. A single strike penetrated them. Before long, Lin Yuan had reached the 10th layer. This layer's life form was the most powerful since the inception of the spirit realm, bar none. Surrounded by clouds and mist, Lin Yuan stood still, waiting. Soon, from deep within the clouds, a tall figure slowly emerged. This towering figure looked young, with boundless vitality coursing through its body, mighty and endless. Outside the passage, chaotic celestial king and many other supreme immortal kings were stunned. Initially, they thought that after martial ancestor defeated the opponent on the first layer with one move, he would need to engage in a tough struggle against the subsequent layer's opponents. But unexpectedly, for martial ancestor, the opponent on the first layer was just the beginning. Second layer, third layer. All opponents were defeated with a single move. How is this possible? Could it be that the strength of the opponents in the first, second, and third layers were all the same? Many immortal kings thought it through and realized it was impossible. The only possibility was that martial ancestor was too strong. Just like how chaotic celestial king, a supreme immortal king, could resolve any tribulation transcending celestial king with one move, whether they were just beginning or at their peak. My God, that is the dragon ancestor, the true dragon progenitor of the spirit realm, born at the dawn of the spirit realm, vanished before the endless ages. A supreme immortal king saw that martial ancestor's opponent on the 7th layer was a million zhong long true dragon, its dragon horns golden, exuding a noble aura. The true dragon progenitor, as the ancestral origin of all in the spirit realm with true dragon bloodline, it was said the dragon ancestor intended to merge his own bloodline into all beings' bodies. Thus, even though countless millennia had passed since the dragon ancestor vanished, the true dragon bloodline still lingered. In the Zhujiang domain of the 3000 Dao provinces, a dragon rising site once bore a tribulation transcending dragon king. Of course, that dragon king was no match for the true dragon progenitor. The former, upon facing the latter, didn't even need to make a move, being completely suppressed by the innate differential in their bloodlines. The dragon ancestor was too famous, its bloodline lingering in the spirit realm without vanishing into history, so many supreme immortal kings recognized it at first glance. In fact, the power of dragon ancestor was indeed terrifying, situated on the 7th layer at the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. That is, in the spirit realm's judgment, the dragon ancestor was ranked the 4th strongest life form since the creation of the spirit realm. However, in front of Lin Yuan, even the formidable true dragon progenitor was merely punched through, his dragon body pierced, the residual force of the punch shattering his remaining body. The many immortal kings fell silent. Chaotic celestial king's gaze was empty. That is the heavenly phoenix ancestor. Unexpectedly, the heavenly phoenix ancestor is even stronger than the dragon ancestor, located on the 3rd layer. By the time Lin Yuan reached the 8th layer, the many supreme immortal kings revived their spirits, looking towards this layer's opponent, starting to discuss amongst themselves. The heavenly phoenix ancestor was similar to the true dragon progenitor, both powerful lives born at the inception of the spirit realm, and the heavenly phoenix ancestor also infused its bloodline into other beings. In many places across the 3000 Dao provinces, numerous phoenix nests fostered lives bearing the phoenix bloodline. Although the heavenly phoenix ancestor sparked a lot of discussion among the supreme immortal kings, remembering the fate of the true dragon progenitor made everyone sigh internally. Sure enough, facing the formidable heavenly phoenix ancestor, Lin Yuan threw out another punch, tore through the phoenix body, and entered the 9th layer. Soon, he entered the 10th layer. Up to this layer, all the supreme immortal kings, including chaotic celestial king now doubting himself, were suddenly shocked. The 10th layer. the final layer on the pathway to the ninth heaven. Also, the layer where the life stamps of the strongest beings since the birth of the spirit realm are located. To pass this layer, one must defeat the strongest life form since the spirit realm's inception. How high is this difficulty? This isn't just a strongest life form of an era, not merely of an age, but the strongest life form since the inception of the spirit realm? One might guess, the strongest life form since the spirit realm's birth must have an enormous gap compared to the second and third strongest beings. Who knows what the strongest life form since the spirit realm's birth actually looks like? Many supreme immortal kings focused intently on the 10th layer, also conversing. Could it be from my human race? Probably not. Look at the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers. Those life forms aren't from the human race. Compared to naturally powerful beings like the Dragon Clan and Heavenly Phoenix ancestor, our human race doesn't hold any advantage. Supreme immortal kings shared their views. If not for the passage of eras, those with powerful ancestral bloodlines vanishing from sight, the rulers of recent eras really might not have been immortal kings from the human race. Probably like the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan, a powerful life born at the dawn of the world. An immortal king spoke, causing other immortal kings to nod in agreement. As all the supreme immortal kings were conversing, from the deep mists of the 10th layer's entrance, a figure emerged. This figure was humanoid, its sleeves fluttering, merely standing there. It exuded an immensely terrifying aura, its life force enveloping the 3,000 Tao provinces. Martial Ancestor. Is this Martial Ancestor? The life stamp on the 10th layer is actually Martial Ancestor? Martial Ancestor is the strongest life form since the spirit realm's birth? The scene exploded with chatter from the many supreme immortal kings. Being the strongest life form since the inception of the spirit realm was such a lofty accolade that they had never considered that this strongest being might be Martial Ancestor, who existed in the same era as them. Indeed, easily piercing through the previous 9 opponents, Martial Ancestor. Chaotic Celestial King murmured to himself. The previous 9 opponents were no match for a single punch from Martial Ancestor. If not Martial Ancestor, then who would be the strongest life form since the spirit realm's inception? The strongest life form since the birth of the spirit realm. I never imagined I would have the honor of witnessing such a powerhouse. Yes, surpassing Dragon Ancestor and Heavenly Phoenix Ancestor, Martial Ancestor is just too abnormal. The supreme immortal kings were greatly moved, but subsequently, the many supreme immortal kings then realized. Martial Ancestor was the strongest life form since the spirit realm's inception, possessing the unquestionable greatest combat power. But could this combat power and killing force defeat Martial Ancestor himself? It's unfair, there's no way to get through the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. Right, if it's not the 10 strongest beings since the birth of the spirit realm, even the first layer can't be breached. To be the strongest being since the birth of the spirit realm, yet to fight against one's own life imprint? How can one win? All the supreme immortal kings started discussing animatedly. The opponent formed by the life imprint would not suffer the slightest depletion of combat power, being capable of using all the methods, abilities, talents, and divine skills that the original owner possessed. That's why the reaction of the supreme immortal kings was so intense. For any powerful being, defeating an enemy was one thing, but defeating oneself? How could one defeat oneself? Moreover, the opponent formed by the life imprint had no emotions, only fighting instincts, which made them even more formidable. Of course, since both had identical abilities and methods, it was almost impossible for the opponent to defeat Martial Ancestor, but it was also nearly impossible for Martial Ancestor to defeat the opponent. This 9th layer of heaven really doesn't want us to pass, sighed the chaotic Celestial King, looking up at the Martial Ancestor on the 10th layer. The 10th layer. Lin Yuan looked at the opponent on this layer. Indistinguishable from himself, with the same aura, the same fluctuation of vital energy, and even faintly emitting the scent of the inner world. The only difference was that the opponent's gaze was indifferent and cold, like a machine. This spirit realm. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, although he had not actively integrated his life imprint into the spirit realm. But as long as one had existed in the spirit realm and exerted themselves, reaching a certain level of strength, their life imprint would be automatically recorded by the spirit realm. Lin Yuan stood there momentarily. The condensed, Martial Ancestor made the first move. These strong beings formed by life imprints had no emotions or thoughts, only one idea, which was to defeat Lin Yuan. Boom! A terrifying aura pierced directly through the entrance of the previous 9 layers and spread over the 8th layer of heaven. So strong, martial ancestor didn't use much effort in the previous 8 layers. The supreme immortal kings felt a chill run down their spines and immediately began to resist with all their might. On the 10th layer, even just the residual effects of an exchange between martial ancestor and martial ancestor, after passing through 9 layers and reaching the 8th layer of heaven, were still like heaven and earth collapsing. One could imagine, if the battlefield had not been on the 10th layer but in the 8th layer of heaven, probably the entire 8th layer of heaven would be destroyed. It might even affect the 7th and 6th layer heaven. This was simply inconceivable. Keep in mind, even with the fall of the prehistoric era, the chaotic celestial king and a host of other supreme immortal kings fighting with their lives only affected the surface of the spirit realm. As for the 9 heavens, not even the first layer of heaven was affected. Boom! 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 On the battlefield of the 10th layer, Lin Yuan and martial ancestor exchanged hundreds of moves in an instant. Martial Tao cultivation system, numerous powers of creation, even that wisp of primal force that surpassed the higher powers of creation, the forces of the inner world nearly hundreds of millions of miles around. Any method that Lin Yuan possessed, the opponent possessed as well. This is troublesome. Lin Yuan slightly furrowed his brows. The opponent, martial ancestor, could be said to be strong and yet not strong. Lin Yuan felt it was not strong because the opponent was a replica of himself, and who in the world understood himself better than he did. But in this situation, there was no way for the opponent, martial ancestor, to defeat Lin Yuan, yet it was also difficult for Lin Yuan to defeat the opponent. Sadly, my strength is still too low. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The life imprint replica at the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven also had its limits. For example, it definitely could not replicate a complete supreme being. Just that Lin Yuan's current strength couldn't compare to the entire volume of the spirit realm, the inner world nearly hundreds of millions of miles in radius, not even comparable to a great realm of the spirit realm. So replicating everything about Lin Yuan was quite easy. Should I try the physical body divine ability enhancement? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The physical body divine ability enhancement was indeed the divine ability awakened by Lin Yuan's body during this descent. Once used, all of one's own being, including the physical body, qi, blood, soul, and minda would be enhanced tenfold. Of course, it could only last for 10 breaths, and after those 10 breaths, Lin Yuan would enter a period of weakness. Ever since he had awakened this divine skill, Lin Yuan had never tried it, as there was no need. None of the opponents he faced had ever pushed him to the extent of needing to use this divine skill. Due to the side effects of the divine skill enhancement, this divine skill could only be used as a last resort. What if the opponent has also replicated the divine skill enhancement? Lin Yuan looked at his opponent, martial ancestor. He then suddenly burst forth, using his left arm as a sacrifice. He crushed the opponent's right arm. Whoosh! The physical body divine ability, blood rebirth, automatically activated, and Lin Yuan's left arm quickly regenerated. Lin Yuan looked towards his opponent, martial ancestor, and noticed that the opponent's right arm was also rapidly recovering. Blood rebirth has been replicated, presumably, enhancement has been as well. Lin Yuan immediately had a clear understanding. He knew that once he used the divine skill enhancement, the opponent would likely instantly use the enhancement divine skill as well. Although this divine skill has the effect of increasing one's own capabilities tenfold, if everyone is amplified, it equates to no amplification at all. The 8th layer of heaven, entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. Although the clash and slaughter between the two martial ancestors affected the 8th layer of heaven, with supreme immortal kings mutually defending, they could still hold on for a while, unwilling to give up viewing the battle on the 10th layer. The fight between the strongest beings since the birth of the spirit realm. Perhaps after today, there would be no next time. All supreme immortal kings would watch, even at the cost of their physical bodies. Although Lord Martial Ancestor is not at a disadvantage, he hasn't gained any advantage either. Dragging on like this will only lead to a deadlock, spoke the chaotic celestial king in a low voice. Even though the combat level of the two martial ancestors was exceedingly high, the basic advantage and disadvantage could still be discerned. Beyond man, there's always another. Beyond the heavens, there's another sky. Above the ninth layer of heaven there are heavenly beings. But this ninth layer of heaven, it's practically unreachable. Even the martial ancestor, the strongest being in history, is struggling so much. Who else could ascend it? A supreme immortal king spoke in a disheartened tone, feeling that the ninth layer of heaven he sought was nothing but an illusion. Beyond man, there's always another. Beyond the heavens, there's another sky. Above the ninth layer of heaven there are heavenly beings. The chaotic celestial king remained silent. This saying had existed for who knows how long. Even among the 3,000 Tao provinces, it extended into another meaning. That is, beyond the strong, there are stronger ones. Even for a supreme immortal king, invincibility is not guaranteed. At this moment, using it here seemed quite appropriate, even for the historically strongest being, martial ancestor, who was blocked on the 10th layer. Even if martial ancestor were able to surpass the 10th layer and enter the 9th layer of heaven, perhaps he would meet even more formidable opponents. The 10th layer. Lin Yuan was still clashing with his opponent, martial ancestor. To conquer the opponent, the only possibility is to use a method that he cannot replicate. Lin Yuan thought calmly, yet his eyes were glowing. Unable to replicate. Lin Yuan looked at his opponent, martial ancestor. You may possess everything I have, but can you possess my understanding? Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding came from the door to the myriad realms, and since even the supreme beings in the spirit realm could not replicate it, how could they replicate the door to the myriad realms? Your understanding is against heaven. As you fight the opponent, you gradually discern the opponent's weaknesses. In an instant, many vulnerabilities of the opponent martial ancestor appeared in Lin Yuan's realization. Primal force. Lin Yuan activated the power of the world, merging it with the primal force, which transcended higher creation powers, forming a terrifying strike that instantly penetrated his opponent, martial ancestor. With that, the battle ended. The opponent martial ancestor stood there stunned. His inner world began to collapse rapidly under Lin Yuan's strike, and his physical body started to disintegrate into dust. Crashing sounds. The opponent on the 10th layer disappeared. Lin Yuan stepped forward, vanishing from the 10th layer. The 9th layer of heaven. Clouds billowed, endless and vast. Lin Yuan stood alone on the peak of a mountain. They say there are always greater skies beyond the heavens, and greater people beyond men. Above the 9th layer of heaven there are heavenly beings. Lin Yuan looked around. All creatures and matters lay beneath his feet, standing alone on the mountain peak, overlooking as though in the vast world, he was alone. But where are the people? 8th layer of heaven. A host of supreme immortal kings fell silent. Martial ancestor. Has martial ancestor ascended to the 9th layer of heaven? After a long while, supreme immortal king's voice trembled slightly. As supreme immortal kings, even those born during the epochs of 3,000 Tao provinces, who ruled over the universe, had long since ceased to feel shock. But in the last few hundred years, due to martial ancestors' emergence, they, the supreme immortal kings, had their understanding refreshed time and again. Now, he had even ascended to the 9th layer of heaven, achieving the ultimate goal that all immortal kings had aspired to throughout the epochs. He must have ascended. The open heaven immortal king took a deep breath. Beyond the 10th layer lies the 9th layer of heaven. Martial ancestor is now in the 9th layer of heaven. The many immortal kings at the scene exchanged glances, their thoughts numerous and complex. Though ascending to the 9th layer of heaven had nothing to do with them, they all bore witness to martial ancestor's ascent, feeling an inexplicable sense of involvement. Who knows what lies in the 9th layer of heaven? Is it like the previous 8 layers, filled with wonders and anomalies? It's unclear, but it is said that there are Tianren in the 9th layer of heaven. I wonder if martial ancestor has encountered them? We have witnessed a grand event in the history of the spirit realm, making this life worthwhile. The supreme immortal kings conversed in detail, previously segregated into factions of prehistoric Eric kings and 3,000 Tao provinces Eric kings based on the epochs they hailed from. But now, all supreme immortal kings, forsaking their factional divides, faced the significant event of martial ancestor ascending to the 9th layer of heaven, aware that there was no difference among spirit realm beings in its presence. 9th layer of heaven. There probably will be no one else who can ascend to the 9th layer of heaven after this. The chaotic celestial king looked towards the entrance of the ninth layer of heaven and sighed softly. The other supreme immortal kings, hearing this, felt an immediate connection. Ascending to the ninth layer of heaven was the goal of all powerhouses in the spirit realm, and in the distant past, during ancient epochs unknown to all present immortal kings, perhaps some powerhouse had ascended to the ninth layer of heaven. Such as the dragon ancestor, whose place in the seventh layer of the brand of life mysteriously disappeared, possibly entering the ninth layer of heaven. And the phoenix ancestor, among others. The older the era, the fewer the life brands etched in the fabric of the spirit realm, leading to relatively weaker strength for the 10 strongest life forms within the ninth layer of heaven entryway. The difficulty of passing through was accordingly lower. Of course, this was all speculation by the chaotic celestial king. He did not know whether the vanished dragon ancestor or phoenix ancestor actually ascended to the ninth layer of heaven. But there was at least this possibility, this hope. But now, the chaotic celestial king was certain. Those who come after would definitely not have the possibility, definitely not have the hope, of ascending to the ninth layer of heaven. With the presence of martial ancestor, with martial ancestor's brand of life placed at the 10th layer, the chaotic celestial king truly could not fathom just how cruel a blow it would be for the future era's supreme immortal kings who aimed for the ninth layer of heaven. Martial ancestor's strength, in comparison to the last 9 of the strongest life forms in the first 9 layers of the spirit realm, was an absolute chasm. Even if the strength of those 9 lives were combined and increased tenfold or 100-fold, they would probably last but a punch, or a few punches at most, in front of martial ancestor. Imagine a supremely talented supreme immortal king of future generations, who has mastered all higher and ordinary powers of creation, unbeatable through tens of epical ages. Then confidently attempting to venture through the ninth layer of heaven. After grueling battles, vanquishing layer after layer of opponents, they finally reach the 10th layer, only to be slain by the slap of martial ancestor's life brand. How utterly despairing that would be. From the first layer to the ninth layer, the difficulty of overcoming adversaries increased gradually, labeled as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then, upon reaching the 10th layer, the difficulty of victory suddenly spikes to 10,000. Therefore, in the eyes of the chaotic celestial king and other supreme immortal kings, the feat of ascending to the ninth layer of heaven would probably be characterized as, no followers to come. For countless epical ages afterward, the strongest of many eras in the spirit realm would have to live under the shadow of martial ancestors' terror. Ninth layer of heaven. Lin Yuan stood alone on the peak, deep in thought. This ninth layer of heaven holds no life. Could I possibly be the so-called Tianren? Lin Yuan's expression was somewhat odd. The legendary Tianren of the 9 heavens is said to oversee the spirit realm, immortal through countless ages, and these are things Lin Yuan seemed capable of achieving if he wished. Though there was a limit to the time he could remain, with the current strength of Lin Yuan's physical body, he indeed could achieve immortality through countless ages. One must know that Lin Yuan's physique was not just the pinnacle of the 8th stage of martial arts, but, with the enhancement and increased from the mysterious gourd, his physique had also been strengthened by 13 times. However, the mysterious aura here is indeed much denser, which is beneficial for comprehending the power of creation, Lin Yuan concluded after a thorough observation. The ninth layer of heaven lacked the numerous wonders and anomalies of the previous 8 layers, offering only an unbounded rolling sea of clouds, along with the mysterious aura pervading the void. This mysterious aura existed in the 8th layer as well, but compared to the 9th, it was too thin. Based on Lin Yuan's tests, the mysterious aura allowed a clearer perception of the nature of various powers of creation. Primordial stone. Lin Yuan glanced at the peak beneath his feet, which was similar to the treasure stone he had obtained from the chaotic celestial king. The stone contained an aura that transcended the higher powers of creation of the primal force. Lin Yuan called this kind of stone, primordial stone. That is. Lin Yuan looked up, gazing in the direction above the 9 heavens. At the highest point of space, where all meanings converge to the highest, a corner of a vast world countless times larger than the spirit realm came into view. The immortal realm. This is the legendary immortal realm. Lin Yuan's expression was pensive as he thought about the legends of the immortal realm, which were always prevalent in the spirit realm. That was the true upper domain, the dwelling place of the ancestral master. The so-called ancestral master, or ancestor of the immortal path, is the source of the immortal cultivation system, and if described by the main world, it is the ultimate in an evolutionary system. That is, the Supreme Being. Back in the central divine China world, Lin Yuan had faintly sensed the fearsome nature of the immortal cultivation system, which was hardly inferior to those 9 supreme evolutionary systems of the main world. Therefore, Lin Yuan speculated that perhaps there was already an ultimate existence in the immortal cultivation system, and the flourishing of the immortal cultivation system in the central divine China world could also be the will of that ultimate being. It was for that reason that Lin Yuan did not spread the immortal cultivation system in the main world. For ultimate beings, they can clearly sense every life that cultivates their own system. The spirit realm and even the space-time where the immortal realm exists are not in the same dimensional plane as the main world. Even beings as strong as the Supreme Ones cannot cross different dimensional planes to descend into another space-time. But if there was a guiding mark, it would be different, akin to a compass in the vast sea. And the lives that cultivate the immortal cultivation system serve as a guiding mark for the ancestor of the immortal path. Spreading the immortal cultivation system in the main world would not only increase the intangible foundation of that ancestor of the immortal path but also stand a chance of enabling them to lock in the spacetime coordinates of the main world. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not engage in something with such great potential danger. Moreover, this approach had another downside. If he could sense the ultimate existence of the immortal cultivation system, so too could the supreme beings of human civilization in the main world. At that time, how would Lin Yuan explain to the supreme beings of human civilization? Spreading the martial path evolutionary path was because it was established by Lin Yuan himself, and it had never brought forth an ultimate. The first world that Lin Yuan traversed was the place where he got the initial inspiration for the martial arts evolution system, and the subsequent development of martial Dao was completely his own path. This immortal realm, since it can give birth to an ultimate existence like the ancestor of the immortal path, it must not be much weaker than the main world, and even if there are differences, they are probably on the same level. Lin Yuan thought to himself as his gaze still fixed on the corner of the immortal realm at the highest point in space. This was the second time Lin Yuan had seen the immortal realm. The first time was before traveling through worlds, when he extended a thread of his spirit into the door to the myriad realms and took an overall look at the spirit realm with the perspective of the door to the myriad realms, also noticing the massive world located above the spirit realm. The second time was right now. Over the past few hundred years, Lin Yuan had fully cultivated and even managed to tear through the spirit realm space to enter the chaos of void outside the world. But he had not felt the aura of the immortal realm. It was as if the location of the immortal realm was in a different spatial layer than the spirit realm. Only after reaching the 9th layer of heaven could one detect the specific location of the immortal realm. Of course, with the perspective of the door to the myriad realms, Lin Yuan could also detect the immortal realm, purely because the door to the myriad realms was of too high an essence. From the perspective of the door to the myriad realms, no matter how many spatial layers separate the immortal and spirit realms, neither can hide. The immortal realm. Lin Yuan closely observed the massive world at the highest point in space. Just at that moment, deep within Lin Yuan's mind, the towering and magnificent door to the myriad realms suddenly began to glow. An invisible wave seemed to spread instantly towards the immortal realm. A moment later, information passed from the door to the myriad realms. The immortal realm. The world coordinates of the immortal realm. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The 9th layer of heaven in the spirit realm and the immortal realm are on the same spatial layer. That is why it is possible to see a corner of the immortal realm. Under such circumstances, it is possible to determine the coordinates of the immortal realm from the 9th layer of heaven. The door to the myriad realms being capable of replicating world coordinates was something Lin Yuan already knew in the central divine China world when he copied the world coordinates of the spirit realm via the ascension platform. So now, being this close to the immortal realm and locking onto its world coordinates was not something strange. From the 9th layer of heaven, flying straight up, one day, I could get close to the immortal realm, or even enter it. Lin Yuan thought to himself. If you tear open the space of the spirit realm to go beyond it, There's hardly any chance to get close to the immortal realm because the spatial layer of the spirit realm is not the same as that of the immortal realm. But the area of the ninth layer of heaven is on the same layer as the immortal realm, and flying continually towards the target can get you increasingly close to the immortal realm. Never mind, there's not enough time. Lin Yuan thought it over and abandoned the idea of entering the immortal realm. One reason is that he has only a little over 10 years left before his stay duration limit. Even if he flew straight up from the ninth layer of heaven, he would probably have to return to the main world mid-journey. The second is now that the coordinates of the immortal realm have been obtained, whether to descend into the immortal realm, and when to make the descent, is entirely up to Lin Yuan. In the next decade or so, I'll just cultivate in the ninth layer of heaven. Lin Yuan glanced at the endless rolling sea of clouds beneath his feet and made up his mind. The ninth layer of heaven was thick with a mysterious aura, especially suitable for comprehending the power of creation. Although Lin Yuan's comprehension was heaven-defying, he would not reject such assistance. Time slowly passed by. In the blink of an eye, 17 years had gone by. Name: Lin Chong, Lin Yuan. Identity: holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bonded talent: heaven-defying comprehension. Divine skills: blood resurrection. Divine skills: strengthening, current status, consciousness descent. Remaining residence time. One day, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and glanced at the ethereal text below his line of sight. It's about time to head back. Lin Yuan stood up, overlooking the boundless sea of clouds below. For the last decade or so, Lin Yuan had spent most of his time comprehending the power of creation. His understanding of the Taiji force had already reached the third realm. In addition, 7 types of higher power of creation had also been comprehended to the second realm. You should know that for the supreme immortal kings of the spirit realm, advancing further in the power of creation could take tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. In just over a decade, Lin Yuan managed to achieve such results. In addition to his own heaven-defying comprehension, the environment of the ninth layer of heaven also played a significant role. Lastly, I need to decide how to deal with this body. Lin Yuan's expression became contemplative. This body, refined over nearly 8,000 years, could genuinely be considered the fruit of his labor. Once Lin Yuan returned, his spirit would go back to the main world, and his body could not be directly taken with him. This would be somewhat wasteful. Well then, I'll give you a break. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved slightly, and a palm-sized, bell-shaped treasure appeared in front of him. It was the origin fine gold. Sometime after returning to the spirit realm, Lin Yuan had summoned this piece of origin fine gold and had been nurturing it within his body. Origin fine gold, with its terrifying potential for growth, required continual nurturing. In the main world, Lin Yuan's strength was increasing too rapidly to have time to nurture the origin fine gold. Therefore, on his 6th and 8th journeys through worlds, Lin Yuan brought the origin fine gold with him for nurturing. After all, it was just an extra strand of world-breaking origin force, a price Lin Yuan could afford to pay. The origin fine gold hovered in front of Lin Yuan. At the same time, inside Lin Yuan's body, a strand of primal force exceeding the higher power of creation began to circulate through his limbs and bones. Primal force, known as the most original and initial force, also had the capability to turn everything into the purest primordial qi in essence. It could return to the source. As the primal force continuously operated, Lin Yuan's bodily blood and qi were completely transformed into the most initial energy. Then, it entered the origin fine gold, continuously elevating its essential quality and foundation. Unable to bring his flesh directly back to the main world, Lin Yuan could, however, use it to enhance the origin fine gold. By then, returning to the main world with the greatly strengthened origin fine gold, he wouldn't suffer much loss. Rustle. Accompanied by Lin Yuan's body continuously turning into the purest primordial qi in essence, merging into the origin fine gold, this bell-shaped treasure emitted an awe-striking fluctuation. Half a day later, Lin Yuan's body had fully merged into the origin fine gold, and his inner world had collapsed into the most primal origin power, integrating into the origin fine gold. Immediately, the origin fine gold, along with the mysterious gourd and Lin Yuan's spirit will, surged into the door to the myriad realms, returning to the main world. Main world. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan was seated deeply within the Great Hall, slowly opening his eyes. Finally, I'm back. Lin Yuan looked around, calculating that this journey through space had spanned 920 years in the spirit realm. In the main world, barely 2 years had passed. That equated to a time flow speed of 1 to 500. 1 year in the main world was equivalent to 500 years in the spirit realm. If it were the immortal realm above the spirit realm, might the speed of time slow to 1 to 100, or even 1 to several dozen? Lin Yuan privately speculated. That was already exceedingly close to the time flow speed of the main world. Even with ancestral masters existing as the ultimate beings of the immortal path in the immortal realm, its volume was surely less than that of the main world. In the entire immortal realm, how many are there at the same level as the ancestral master? Yet there are still some supreme beings in the main world, with human civilization alone having 9 supreme beings protecting it. Origin fine gold. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, and a palm-sized, bell-shaped treasure emerged. Having been nurtured for several hundred years in the spirit realm, and especially after using primal force to transform his flesh and everything else into primal power to fuse into the origin fine gold. This bell-shaped treasure underwent a significant transformation. The primal power formed from his nearly 1,000-year refined body in the spirit realm was so terrifying that it almost burst the origin fine gold. This was the only shortcut Lin Yuan could think of to utilize the physical body from world traversal. Since his body from world traversal could not be brought back, or rather, bringing it back would cost a price Lin Yuan couldn't bear, he decided to turn it into part of the origin fine gold. Then he would simply bring back the origin fine gold. After all, the return trip for origin fine gold only required a strand of world-breaking origin source, and the amount wouldn't increase even as the origin fine gold grew stronger. Now, my origin fine gold isn't much inferior to a 9th rank weapon. Once I break through to the 9th rank and nurture it for a bit, it will become a 9th rank weapon. Lin Yuan carefully felt the sensation for a while and nodded in affirmation. With the body he had honed in the spirit realm and the origin power forged by his inner world's years, he was almost on par with a true 9th rank powerhouse. The gap between him and a 9th rank powerhouse was merely in the understanding of rules, which did not impede the enhancement of the origin fine gold. It has saved me quite a bit of effort. Lin Yuan felt quite satisfied in his heart. Although the door to the myriad realms could bring back objects from other worlds, and his body could be considered an object. The origin power expended was something Lin Yuan could not afford. This solution was perfect, at least his body from the traversal world wasn't wasted. This traversal has brought gains beyond my imagination. Lin Yuan put away the origin fine gold and casually checked the mysterious gourd. He began to inventory his gains. The first was insight into the core space model. Before the traversal, Lin Yuan had comprehended just 2,932 core space models. But now, Lin Yuan's understanding of the core space models had reached over 5,500. That was equivalent to doubling, and in terms of difficulty, it was far more than simply twice as hard. It was an exponential surge. There are a total of 7,782 core space models. In theory, if one comprehends 3,000 core space models, one could begin to attempt the fusion of other rules. Having comprehended over 5,500 core space models, even among the multitude of 8th-layer peak powerhouses in the main world, Lin Yuan stood out as extremely dazzling. Those who could surpass him were probably those favored by the cosmic space's origin source, like the starry sky wanderer Kun, the Chicken Star Lord. The core space rule model Chicken Star Lord had already reached over 6,000, but that was due to the racial talent of the starry sky wanderer Kun. And Lin Yuan achieved this entirely on his own. Moreover, how many tens of thousands of years has the Chicken Star Lord cultivated? And how many years has Lin Yuan cultivated? The key is, delving into space rules was just one of Lin Yuan's multitasking efforts. The time and energy spent on it probably didn't even account for 1/10 of his total time and energy. Inner world. Lin Yuan's spirit entered his inner world. At this moment, the size of his inner world remained as it was before the traversal. Millions of miles in circumference. And as Lin Yuan's spirit will returned, his understanding of space quickly synchronized with his inner world. This led to a frenzied expansion of his inner world. 5,550 core space models were enough to support an inner world of 7,500,000 miles in circumference. Plus, before the traversal, Lin Yuan's absorption of the liquid from the mysterious gourd had reached a 5-fold increase. So under normal circumstances, Lin Yuan's inner world would expand to 37,500,000 miles in circumference before stopping. From the existing 10 million miles in circumference, it still needed to expand by 27,500,000 miles. Whoosh! The expansion of the inner world required a massive intake of energy. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly, and he immediately began to suppress the expansion of his inner world, causing it to halt. If he let his inner world expand uncontrollably, it probably would not be long before his entire being was drained dry. The energy needed for 27,500,000 miles in circumference was too terrifying. In the spirit realm, it took Lin Yuan 200 to 300 years to grow slowly. Now, condensing those 200 to 300 years into a short time, Lin Yuan almost couldn't bear it. What a pity. I can't rely on my teacher this time. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. For the past few expansions of his inner world, Lin Yuan had relied on the scarlet spirit liquid he had applied for. It was a privilege of being one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kun lineage, allowing him to request an unlimited amount of scarlet spirit liquid. But now, it's not that Lin Yuan had lost this privilege. However, to expand the inner world to 37,500,000 miles in circumference, the scarlet spirit liquid needed would probably be heavier than the chicken main star. The chicken star lord could produce it, but most likely he'd have to smash the pot and sell the iron. And Lin Yuan felt bad for asking the chicken star lord to make such a big sacrifice. I still have to rely on myself, Lin Yuan thought silently in his heart. The energy that supported the expansion of the inner world, Lin Yuan currently possessed as well, that was the cosmic crystal. However, the cosmic crystal was too precious, using it as nourishment for the expansion of the inner world was too extravagant. Lin Yuan planned to use the cosmic crystal to purchase another type of energy, similar to the red spirit fluid. A single cubic universe crystal could buy hundreds of tons of this kind of pure energy, which in expanding the inner world could have the effect of devouring hundreds of cubic universe crystals. The reason why cosmic crystals were expensive was that they contained extremely pure and high-level cosmic energy, but for the expansion of the inner world, any energy would suffice, without much demand for purity. Therefore, using the cosmic crystal to provide for the expansion of the inner world was an act out of necessity. Normally no evolver would do such a thing. Moreover, the expansion of Lin Yuan's inner world wasn't in the tens or hundreds of miles but spanned tens of millions of miles. The power of creation. No, it's the cosmic force. Lin Yuan looked towards the heavens of his inner world, where the Taiji force, transformed from the black and white of yin and yang, occupied one region, while 12 kinds of higher-ranking power of creation each occupied another region. Finally, more than 60 types of ordinary power of creation occupied a third region. And in the center of all the powers of creation, the primal force sat enthroned at the center, with a single realm primal force actually suppressing more than 10 high-ranking powers of creation and over 60 ordinary powers of creation from getting close. Among them was even the Taiji force that had reached the third realm. Lin Yuan watched one type of power of creation after another. Between the lines, an inexplicable fluctuation converged toward Lin Yuan's physical body from the cosmic starry sky outside. Lin Yuan had the feeling that as long as he opened up the barrier between his inner world and the outside, these powers of creation would leave imprints in the cosmic starry skies, transform into cosmic forces, and thereafter belong only to Lin Yuan. Am I now considered an invincible of the 8th layer? Lin Yuan looked puzzled. Theoretically, understanding a single cosmic force meant invincibility at the 8th layer. But now, Lin Yuan had comprehended almost 100 cosmic forces, including more than 10 high-level cosmic forces and even the primal force, a power that was unfathomable, transcending even the high-level cosmic forces. In the spirit realm, a supreme immortal king who mastered a complete power of creation, if at least at the first realm, would be on par with an invincible of the 8th layer from the main world. And with Lin Yuan's strength in the spirit realm, ordinary invincibles of the 8th layer could be killed in droves. Here it is killing, not just suppression or repelling. Even now, with Lin Yuan's strength not fully recovered, With the dozens of cosmic forces at his command, killing an 8th layer invincible wasn't difficult. Even if it's just mastering one cosmic force, with an inner world tens of millions of miles in circumference, Lin Yuan would definitely be one of the stronger among the 8th layer invincibles, let alone mastering dozens of cosmic forces. Among them was also the Taiji force, a high-level cosmic force that had been cultivated to the 3rd realm. I can feel that the so-called cosmic force, the impact it has on the inner world. Lin Yuan felt deeply, having discovered in the spirit realm early on that the cosmic force could make the inner world more stable. Comparable to the Milky Way main star of a galaxy as rare treasures. This was still just an ordinary cosmic force, let alone a higher-ranking one. That strand of mysterious primal force directly caused a significant increase in the stability of Lin Yuan's inner world. This was a qualitative change. The more stable the inner world, the more powerful the projected world force. When two 8th layer powerhouses clashed, their world forces collided, as did their inner worlds. With the current stability of Lin Yuan's inner world, a mere touch would cause other 8th layer powerhouses' inner worlds to collapse. My current combat power, if fully unleashed, is at least not weaker than a 9th rank, Lin Yuan assessed himself. An 8th layer invincible could survive in front of a 9th rank powerhouse, and Lin Yuan believed he could arm wrestle with a real 9th rank powerhouse. Right. There's also the divine skill, enhancement, imprint. With a thought from Lin Yuan, an incredibly complicated imprint coalesced. The divine skill, enhancement, a divine skill Lin Yuan awakened on his body in the spirit realm, although not a passive divine skill like blood rebirth. Still, this divine skill could definitely be considered Lin Yuan's trump card. Once the divine skill, enhancement, was activated, Lin Yuan would obtain a tenfold increase, which was a terrifying boost to his combat power. The only drawback was that it could only last for 10 breaths, and after activation, he would fall into a brief period of weakness. But even so, Lin Yuan placed exceptional importance on this divine skill, spending nearly 30 years to fully understand it, forming a divine ability imprint with his main world physical body as the template, bringing it back to the main world. The 7th traversal, the world I arrived in was too low level, otherwise, I might have awakened another divine skill. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The 7th traversal was a backup traverse he had prepared specifically for facing the heart demon tribulation. Currently, I possess 3 physical body divine abilities: blood rebirth, mountain moving, and strengthening, among which mountain moving's divine ability imprint remains elusive. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The main reason is that he had spent too little time in the main world, and there were many things to comprehend, leaving not much time for analyzing the divine ability of mountain moving. Next, it's time for the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan's spirit returned to his physical body, his expression slightly solemn. After more than 920 years in the spirit realm, Lin Yuan had already completed the creation of the 8th stage of martial arts, and had even begun to contemplate the fusion rules. The 8th layer part. Lin Yuan's spirit somewhat excited. In the main world, the 8th layer is a very important stage, and whether one can establish a stable 8th layer evolution path is regarded as an important symbol of becoming an evolver scholar. Let's sort out the 8th layer part first and then upload it to the Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the main body of the 8th layer part was essentially perfected by him, with only minor adjustments remaining. It would not take much time. Half a day later, Lin Yuan directly connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected Galaxy Master, the Goddess of Wisdom is pleased to serve you. A solemn and cool voice came through. I want to upload the 8th stage martial Dao, Lin Yuan stated directly. Upon saying this, the Goddess of Wisdom went briefly silent. Then she immediately responded, Galaxy Master, you may upload at any time. A moment later, Lin Yuan uploaded the complete 8th layer part to the Goddess of Wisdom. For the 8th stage martial Dao, Lin Yuan drew inspiration from the very essence of the power of creation in the spirit realm. Martial Dao cultivators stepping into the 8th layer were more likely to comprehend a certain cosmic force compared to evolvers on other evolution paths. Of course, more likely here only meant that the difficulty was somewhat reduced. In fact, according to Lin Yuan's vision, the vast majority of martial Dao cultivators at the 8th layer would not be able to comprehend the cosmic force. Still, even so, Lin Yuan believed that the 8th stage martial Tao was of great value because it involved the cosmic force. How many of the 8th layer and even higher rank evolution paths recorded in human civilization have delved into the cosmic force? In the descriptions of the cosmic force by human civilization and other peak clans, it was fundamentally regarded as impossible to replicate and entirely random. The moment Lin Yuan finished uploading the 8th stage martial Tao, on a mysterious planet, incredibly distant from the Milky Way main star, screens flashed frantically, beginning to extrapolate the potential and details of the 8th stage martial Tao. Detection of 8th layer part, relating to numerous unknown cosmic forces, greatly enhancing the potential depth, reassessment of martial path evolutionary path underway. Discovery of 8th layer part, enhancing the fundamental explanation of rules, overall evaluation of martial path evolutionary path rising. Discovering. Triggering human civilization core contingency plans, contact with Goddess of Freedom, Goddess of Justice among others. Triggering human civilization core contingency plans, contact with Sha Qin Supreme Being, Feather Butterfly Supreme Being. The three goddesses spared no computational power, repeatedly extrapolating the various extensions of the 8th stage martial Tao. I wonder what the evaluation of the three goddesses will be for the 8th layer part. On the Milky Way main star, Lin Yuan was somewhat expectant. He had put a lot of effort into developing the 8th layer part. Outside the Milky Way main star, in the depths of layer upon layer of space, 5 invincible 8th rank beings, led by the dark-scale race Sereth, were still waiting patiently. They appeared to be shrewd hunters lurking in the darkness, waiting for their prey to emerge. 5 8th rank invincibles were very patient. Their target was not merely to kill the avatar of the Galaxy Master. Instead, they aimed for the Galaxy Master to fall completely, so that not even the resurrection of a supreme being could save him. If it were only about killing an avatar, they could have made their move more than a decade ago when they sneaked outside the Milky Way main star. 5 8th rank invincibles, by sealing the space simultaneously, would ensure the Galaxy Master, even if capable of spatial transposition, would be trapped within the planet. At that time, their joint attack on the Milky Way main star would overwhelm even a B-grade modified planetary defense system, which would last only a few breaths at most. The Galaxy Master would have no escape, neither to heaven nor earth. For the 5 8th rank invincibles, assassinating the Galaxy Master, who only had the combat power of an 8th stage peak, was utterly overkill, and if it were not for the regard of the insect race honored envoy, figures like dark-scale race Sereth among the invincible 8th rank would hardly deign to cooperate. No matter how talented the Galaxy Master was, he was merely newly advanced to the 8th rank. What could peak combat power at that stage do? For those who possessed some form of cosmic force among the 8th rank invincibles, an 8th stage peak was just a slightly larger ant, hardly different from those newly advanced to the 8th rank. Although this ant could potentially grow into a giant in the future, it was merely an ant for now. After killing that Galaxy Master, we should avoid appearing on the battlefield as much as possible to dodge attention. The retaliation from human civilization is not easy to withstand. Dark-scale race Sereth spoke softly to the other 4 8th rank invincibles. Over the past decade, besides monitoring the movements of the Milky Way main star, they also occasionally communicated with each other and established some rapport. Naturally, those madmen of human civilization, after we've completely killed their unparalleled genius, even if we haven't openly declared hostilities, they will definitely seek to covertly retaliate. Another one of the 8th rank invincibles immediately said. Normally, among the alliances of the main world's peak clans, conflicts were by default limited to below the 9th rank. Apart from the large alien battlefields allowing the presence of forces of and beyond the 9th rank, in other places, even in medium-sized otherworldly battlefields, traces of 9th rank beings were almost non-existent. This was an unspoken rule among the peak clans to keep the intensity of the wars at a manageable level. If this rule did not exist, the struggles among the clan alliances would become disastrously chaotic, even involving frequent interventions by supreme beings. This would be disastrous for all the major peak clans. Of course, unspoken rules are just that, unspoken. Even though the 5 8th rank invincible different species did not break this rule, once they truly succeeded in completely killing the Galaxy Master, human civilization would be furious. Specifically, this would manifest in targeting them intentionally on the different species' battlefields, or even escalating the war against the insect race. The hostile murderous intents from the Human Civilization Alliance, which even the insect race from another peak clan could resist, meant that the clans behind these 5/8 rank invincibles would inevitably suffer heavy losses, even risking extinction. 10,000 years ago, when a disciple of the Chicken Star-Lord died, the Chicken Star-Lord called on his friends, and several dozen 8th rank invincibles descended simultaneously on several medium-sized otherworldly battlefields, nearly tearing those battlefields apart. The Chicken Star-Lord's disciple, although highly talented, did not compare to the Galaxy Master. Even so, that situation had caused such a significant impact. One could imagine what calamity the Human Civilization Alliance would cause once the Galaxy Master truly died. Of course, the insect race made many promises to these 5/8 rank invincibles, guaranteeing that their clans would not be affected, and the rewards they would receive upon success would be worth their gamble. Virtual world. In a mysterious space, 9 grand thrones stood tall. Suddenly, 3 of the grand thrones solidified into formidable figures. One of those towering figures was Sha Qin, a supreme being. Goddess of wisdom, Sha Qin's supreme being glanced, and also goddess of freedom, goddess of justice. The 3 goddesses, the ultimate intelligence of human civilization, had status equal to the 9 supreme beings. Sha Qin's supreme being, feather butterfly supreme being, and ancient power supreme being. The solemn and serene voice of the goddess of wisdom echoed through the mysterious space. 9 supreme beings existed in human civilization, but they each presided over a region, each occupied with their own tasks. Generally, when the 3 goddesses contacted the supreme beings, having 2 or 3 of them respond was usually sufficient. Our human civilization will soon have another 8th layer evolution path confirmed by you, continued the goddess of wisdom. Oh, another entirely new 8th layer evolution path has emerged? Sha Qin's supreme being raised an eyebrow. To birth an 8th layer evolution path, unlike producing an 8th stage evolver, falls entirely under a different concept. The latter has yet to catch the eyes of a supreme being, but the former, an 8th layer evolution path, signifies a renewable source capable of continuously cultivating 8th stage evolvers. So significant that it could be considered a foundational element of a clan. Especially one that brings the 3 goddesses together and specifically notifies the supreme beings. It must be highly exceptional and possibly promising further advancement. Let me see. Sha Qin's supreme being received the 8th stage martial Tao part transmitted by the goddess of wisdom. Is it that young one? Sha Qin's supreme being slightly stunned. He had a rather favorable impression of Lin Yuan, whom he had met once personally, even bestowing such treasures as the soul-setting pearl. In the eyes of Sha Qin's supreme being, not only had Lin Yuan stepped into the 8th rank before the age of 100, but he had also established martial Tao, a path of evolution with immense potential. His talent and aptitude were sufficient to rank in the top 10, even top 20 in the annals of human history. An 8th stage of martial arts already created so quickly? Sha Qin's supreme being found it somewhat unbelievable. Completing the 8th stage of martial arts meant that Lin Yuan had thoroughly completed the 8th stage. But how long had Lin Yuan stepped into the 8th stage? Moreover, Sha Qin's supreme being deeply understood the difficulty of establishing the 8th stage chapter. In such a short period, progressing from the early phase of the 8th stage to the peak was very hard to achieve, let alone creating the 8th stage chapter from scratch. Sha Qin's supreme being, overlooking the cosmic starry sky, had seen countless geniuses. When he first met Lin Yuan, he recognized that his talent was among the top 10 or 20 in the history of human civilization, yet he felt little emotional fluctuation. Being among the top 10 or 20 in human history was indeed monstrous, but it was just monstrous, and if one didn't become a supreme being, one would eventually fade from history. However, now, with Lin Yuan pioneering the 8th stage chapter, Sha Qin's supreme being was genuinely astounded. This was too fast. The 3 goddesses wouldn't deceive him. If the 8th stage chapter created by Lin Yuan didn't meet the standards, it would have been outright rejected. Since they informed them, the supreme beings, to confirm it, it was the 3 goddesses believing the 8th stage chapter had no issues. Let me take a look. Sha Qin's supreme being immediately reviewed the content of the 8th stage martial Tao. At the level of supreme beings, reviewing the 8th stage chapter was not difficult at all. Soon, the three supreme beings had finished reviewing the 8th stage martial Tao. This 8th stage chapter, Sha Qin's supreme being fell into thought. Even with his level, he could perceive the potential of the 8th stage martial Tao. It encompassed all paths of power, practically including all forms of strength, and Sha Qin could even sense that the 8th stage chapter of the martial arts evolution system could extend into various cosmic forces. Has the identity of this evolutionary path's founder been confirmed? Is he not an alien pawn? Ancient Power Supreme Being, having finished reading, directly asked the Goddess of Wisdom. He saw the potential of the martial arts evolution system and had to ensure that its creator was of the human race. Otherwise, it would prompt human civilization to resort to relentless assassination. He is of the human race. Sha Qin Supreme Being has also personally confirmed it. The Goddess of Wisdom answered. Sha Qin confirmed it, huh? Ancient Power Supreme Being nodded slightly, asking no further questions and giving no comment. However, from the swift confirmation request to the Goddess of Wisdom about the martial Tao founder's background, one could see the importance this Supreme Being attached. Kill if not of our race. Sha Qin, your insight is not bad. Feather Butterfly Supreme Being, a graceful woman, glanced at Sha Qin Supreme Being. Among the 9 supreme beings of human civilization, Feather Butterfly Supreme Being was very special, being the ultimate of the virtual world evolutionary path and not skilled in direct combat. Yet, the importance of Feather Butterfly Supreme Being to human civilization was no less than any other supreme being, as the virtual world that covered the territory of human civilization stemmed from Feather Butterfly Supreme Being's authority. Hee. Sha Qin Supreme Being smiled slightly. Not long ago, he met Lin Yuan and, after awarding him the soul-settling pearl, still felt it was not secure, so he asked Feather Butterfly Supreme Being to pay extra attention to Lin Yuan. Being the origin of the virtual world, the network of which encompassed territories was within Feather Butterfly Supreme Being's sensing range. Asking Feather Butterfly Supreme Being to watch Lin Yuan essentially eliminated the possibility of other alien races upsetting the situation by sending 9th rank or higher beings to assassinate Lin Yuan. Of course, Feather Butterfly Supreme Being was just keeping an extra eye on Lin Yuan, not acting as a nanny. Unless Lin Yuan faced the risk of complete downfall, where all avatars and the main body died and resurrection was impossible, would Feather Butterfly Supreme Being step in to interfere. As for other dangers, in the eyes of Feather Butterfly Supreme Being, facing moderate danger or life-threatening peril was actually a good thing. Sha Qin Supreme Being, Feather Butterfly Supreme Being, Ancient Power Supreme Being, since you have no objections after discussing this 8th stage chapter, valued at 22 million merit points, do you agree? The Goddess of Wisdom spoke again. 22 million merit points? Sha Qin Supreme Being's expression remained calm. The normal evolutionary path's 8th stage chapter typically ranged from 8 million to 10 million merit points. An exceptionally good 8th stage chapter might reach 15 to 18 million merit points. An 8th stage chapter exceeding 22 million merit points was not merely excellent, but possessed a unique specialty. I agree. Sha Qin Supreme Being nodded. I agree. I agree too. Feather Butterfly Supreme Being and Ancient Power Supreme Being also nodded in succession. The various cosmic forces involved in the 8th stage martial Tao fully justified its merit point value. That was the power of the cosmos. Even grasping just one type would bring great benefits after stepping into the 9th rank. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan's consciousness connected to the virtual world, and he entered the shopping interface to select suitable energy crystals. The inner world spanned over 20 million miles and needed to be expanded, and Lin Yuan now urgently needed a large amount of energy to support the virtual world. As for slowly absorbing energy from the universe, that method was far too inefficient, and massively absorbing energy from the universe would bring irreparable effects to the Milky Way main star. This one then. Lin Yuan finally made a choice. Tai Micro Clear Crystal. The core energy from the universe mystery Tai Micro Secret Realm. Although its material quality was not as pure as the red spirit fluid from the Red Kun lineage. But it was more than sufficient for the expansion of the inner world. 80,000 cubic cosmic crystals. Lin Yuan estimated the cost needed for the expansion of the inner world to 37,500,000 miles and immediately felt as though his heart was bleeding. He had employed thunderous methods to scour the special beings and alien lone walkers in the Milky Way star region, obtaining treasures valued at just over 100,000 cubic cosmic crystals. These had barely warmed up when he had to spend a part again. It doesn't matter, as long as I become stronger, killing a few alien strong ones will make it all come back, right? 80,000 cubic cosmic crystals? It's just the price of a half-eighth stage invincible being. Lin Yuan consoled himself while painfully transferring out the cosmic crystals. Will it arrive soon? Lin Yuan checked the delivery time. The Thai micro-clear crystal worth 80,000 cubic cosmic crystals would arrive at the Milky Way main star in about half a month. Next, let the power of creation inside the inner world transform entirely into cosmic force. Lin Yuan began to remove the isolation of the inner world from the outside world. In an instant, dozens of types of power of creation began to actively adapt to the main world, especially that strand of primal force, whose vibrations nearly shook the inner world of 10 million miles. Once the inner world expands to 37,500,000 miles, I'll start absorbing the liquid from the mysterious gourd, expanding it to near 100 million miles. Lin Yuan thought to himself. With the spirit realm continuously absorbing the liquid from the mysterious gourd, the enhancement it brings to the physical body divine ability, blood rebirth, was substantial. Next, Lin Yuan reabsorbing it once more would not take much time. Just over 10 days would suffice for recovery. Half a day later, the voice of the goddess of wisdom suddenly came. Respected Galaxy Master, the evaluation of your uploaded 8th layer part has been completed. Completed? Lin Yuan's eyes brightened, and he immediately asked, worth how many merit points? Respected Galaxy Master, the 8th layer part you uploaded is valued at 22 million merit points. The tone of the goddess of wisdom was solemn and cold. 22 million merit points. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. He remembered that the 7th rank chapter was valued at only 3 million merit points. Now, the 8th layer part was valued at 22 million merit points, achieving an increase of 8 to 9 times. The three goddesses highly rated the 8th layer part? Lin Yuan thought silently. Or perhaps it's not just the three goddesses? The time taken by the three goddesses to evaluate the 8th layer part this time was much longer than before. 22 million merit points. Lin Yuan's face showed a smile. That was equivalent to the merit points obtained from completely killing over 28th rank strong beings. These were complete kills, not just killing an avatar or similar. In the battlefields of different races, killing over 28th rank of different species was as difficult as reaching the heavens. This wasn't a matter of strength but the fact that after an evolver had killed 3 or 4 8th rank different species, all the alien strong ones would take notice, and those 8th rank aliens would turn and run at the sight of you. Any human evolver, who had killed more than a dozen 8th rank aliens, just had to appear on any alien battlefield and would immediately face counterparts, even 8th stage invincible beings. Right. Let's look at the rankings. With a thought, Lin Yuan looked toward the latest rankings in the martial path evolutionary path. At the moment when the three goddesses completed their assessment of the 8th stage martial Dao part, the real-time rankings of the martial path evolutionary path would be updated. Of course, only Lin Yuan had access to these updates. As for outsiders, they would have to wait until the evolution rankings across all boards were simultaneously updated at dawn each day to see them. Martial Path Evolutionary Path. Chicken Star Domain Ranking. First. Lin Yuan glanced at the chicken evolution rankings, not at all surprised. When the Martial Path Evolutionary Path was still at the 7th rank, it had managed to dominate over the two major 8th rank evolution paths, ranking second on the chicken evolution rankings. Now that he had uploaded the 8th layer part, the evaluation had greatly improved, leaping to first place on the chicken evolution rankings as completely expected. First place on the Anon evolution rankings too? Lin Yuan skimmed through the higher level rankings. The Anon evolution rankings, belonging to the Anon Star Alliance, listed the strongest top 100 evolution paths born within a star alliance. The chicken star domain was under the Anon Star Alliance. The number of star domains encompassed by a single star alliance was generally in the hundreds to thousands. Lin Yuan remembered that, when the Martial Path evolutionary path was at the 7th rank, it ranked exactly 100th on the Anon evolution rankings. The top 100 strongest evolution paths recorded by the Anon Star Alliance included 5 9th stage evolution paths. Even so, the Marshall Path evolutionary path still managed to assert itself as the leader of its rankings, illustrating the emphasis the three goddesses placed on it. This exposure will definitely cause a surge in the number of evolvers following the Marshall Path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan felt pleased. The evolution rankings of the great star domains and star alliances, apart from being a recognition for the listed evolution paths, serve as a significant avenue for exposure. In any publicly accessible virtual world, the central plaza area is invariably located at the most central position. And the evolution rankings will be displayed at the very heart of the central plaza area. Any evolver entering the virtual world for the first time is almost forcibly made to view the evolution paths on the evolution rankings. Let's take a look at the Southern Star Region evolution rankings. Not in the top 100. Lin Yuan continued to look further up, slightly shaking his head. The Southern Star Region is one of the 5 major star regions of human civilization. Besides the Southern Star Region, there are also the Eastern Star Region, the Western Star Region, the Northern Star Region, and the Central Star Region. The current territory of human civilization is essentially composed of these 5 major star regions. The smallest Central Star Region, among the 5 major star regions, encompasses nearly 100,000 star alliances. As for the other 4 star regions, they are constantly expanding, with the largest star region already comprising over 200,000 star alliances. The Milky Way star region, where Lin Yuan is currently located, as well as the previous Chicken Star Domain and Anand Star Alliance, all belong to the Southern Star Region. With 18,000 star alliances, the Southern Star Region's evolution rankings are extremely competitive. At least for now, the Marshall Path evolutionary path does not make it into the top 100. It makes sense, no matter how great the potential of the Marshall Path evolutionary path. It is only an 8th rank evolution path for now. Surpassing some 9th rank evolution paths is already remarkable. How could it possibly compete with the evolution paths included in the star region level rankings? Lin Yuan was well aware of this. The potential was not the only factor in the ranking on the boards. Besides, every evolution path ranked at the star region level had notable potential. Lin Yuan had never underestimated the geniuses of human civilization's history. Many geniuses did not reach the end due to various accidents, not because their chosen path was flawed. Right, Goddess of Wisdom, I should be an evolutionary scholar now, right? Lin Yuan suddenly asked. There were many conditions to become an evolutionary scholar. The most challenging one was to create a stable, new 8th rank evolution path. And Lin Yuan had just achieved this. Assessing qualifications for the Galaxy Master. Congratulations to the Galaxy Master for becoming a new evolutionary scholar within human civilization. The solemn and indifferent voice of the Goddess of Wisdom sounded. At the same time, various emails from the Central Star Domain were sent to Lin Yuan's mailbox. The Central Star Domain, the core star domain of human civilization's Central Star Region, is the original den of human civilization, where countless important resources converge. Every citizen who can reside in the Central Star Domain for a long time has a significant background and heritage. Many 8th rank evolvers yearn to serve as officials on an ordinary planet in the Central Star Domain. However, it is usually difficult to achieve, as even the most common life planet in the Central Star Domain has a measurable value. Lin Yuan scanned the multitude of emails. Almost identical to civic rank promotions, these emails were basically about explanations and information regarding the status of an evolutionary scholar. First and foremost, any evolutionary scholar automatically owns a research planet in the Central Star Domain. This research planet, belonging entirely to the evolutionary scholar, is used for developing personal achievements. It should be noted that a research planet is far more valuable than a common life planet, and even some main stars of star systems cannot compare. Just this research planet itself is beyond measure, not quantifiable by hundreds of thousands of cubic universe crystals. Some 9th rank evolvers do not even have the authority to own a research planet. It's not a matter of cosmic crystals here, but of authority. In the Central Star Domain, becoming the owner of a planet is more than an issue of wealth. And there's the ability to access numerous secret materials collected by human civilization, as well as joining the Science Institute, Evolution Institute. Lin Yuan gained a general understanding of what it meant to be an evolutionary scholar. To sum it up, that would be treasure. The treasure of the human alliance. For the whole of human civilization, even losing an entire star domain of ordinary citizens could not compare to the loss of a single evolutionary scholar. Respected scholar Lin Yuan, with your current status, you could apply to actively leave the Milky Way star region and proceed to the safer inner territories of human civilization. The goddess of wisdom actively suggested, "Leave now." Lin Yuan thought it over. Now he had made many investments in the Milky Way star region, including the transformation of a grade B planet worth 100,000 cosmic crystals and so on. Forget it. Lin Yuan declined. The suggestion from the goddess of wisdom for him to go to the inner territories of human civilization was merely out of concern for his safety. But safety concerns? If it were before the 8th wormhole shuttle, Lin Yuan would indeed have had such worries. But now, Lin Yuan, who had comprehended dozens of cosmic forces, could crush those unbeatable at the 8th layer, even if his inner world had not yet recovered to its peak. Even without regaining all his strength, he could handle a few moves against 9th-rank strong individuals. There were simply no safety concerns. The ones who should worry are the different species. Respected scholar Lin Yuan, you can still preside over the Milky Way star region before your scholar status is exposed. If it is revealed, please proceed to the inner territories of human civilization. The goddess of wisdom fell silent for a while, then gave a reply. The talent and aptitude that Lin Yuan was exhibiting now could be considered a top monstrous genius among human civilization, likely not to provoke an overt reaction from different species to attack him openly. But if the evolutionary scholar status is exposed, it's highly possible that the different species might actively break the unspoken agreement. A top monstrous genius of human civilization might not attract the attention of the peak clans, and a single evolutionary scholar might also find it difficult to provoke an all-out response from these clans, but when combined. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Chicken Star Realm Virtual World. Central Plaza area. Many evolvers were whispering amongst themselves. It's been almost 20 years, hasn't the Martial Path evolutionary path released the 8th layer part yet? An evolver raised the question, noting that the Martial Path evolutionary path still occupied the 2nd rank in the chicken evolution rankings without any sign of slipping. 8th layer part? Is the 8th layer part so easy to come by? A green-eyed evolver scoffed, implying that even for the high and mighty evolutionary scholars, carving out a complete 8th layer evolutionary path was not an easy task. Otherwise, why would there be so few 8th layer evolutionary paths in human civilization? Moreover, the 8th layer part of the Martial Path evolutionary path is far from being as simple as a normal 8th layer part. Considering the potential shown by the Martial Path evolutionary path, the difficulty in carving out a matching 8th layer part would be immensely higher than other 8th layer parts. I think the founder of the Martial Path, even if capable of creating the 8th layer part, would spend hundreds, even thousands of years, or perhaps even more. The green-eyed evolver left unsaid that it might be possible that the 8th stage Martial Dao part could not be created at all. I don't care. The founder of the Martial Path will definitely be able to create the 8th layer part. Many of Lin Yuan's fans immediately expressed their opinions. With such popularity for the Martial Path evolutionary path, it naturally accumulated a large number of enthusiasts, and consequently, Lin Yuan, as the founder, also had many fans. Sure. The green-eyed evolver did not care to argue. This wasn't his opinion, but the belief of many higher-level evolvers and citizens. It was easy for the founder of the Martial Path to create parts from the 1st to the 7th rank, but to create the 8th layer part matching the previous 7 ranks was merely hopeful. Suddenly, as the time reached early morning, the chicken evolution rankings began to refresh. A few breaths later, in the Central Plaza area, all the evolvers looked up at the rankings. The green-eyed evolver did as well, and upon seeing the name at the top of the rankings was momentarily stunned. The Martial Path evolutionary path is first now. The green-eyed evolver's heart trembled a bit. The rise in the ranking wasn't much, just by 1. But it was the top rank, and it also indicated something even more terrifying. That was the Martial Path evolutionary path had been updated, and the 8th layer part was uploaded. Although there had been a previous occurrence where the Martial Path evolutionary path experienced a substantial rise in rankings without uploading a new part, this instance signified a different outcome. But that possibility seemed unlikely. Upon this thought, the green-eyed evolver immediately opened the detailed page of the Martial Path evolutionary path and discovered, Right after the 7th rank chapter, the 3 characters for the 8th layer part. Has the 8th layer part really been developed? The green-eyed evolver felt as if he were dreaming. Had he just witnessed the birth of an 8th stage evolutionary path? And it was the extremely exceptional Marshall Path evolutionary path? Let's take a look at the Anand Star Alliance evolution rankings. Merely the chicken evolution rankings in the star domain couldn't explain whether the 8th stage Marshall Dao was congruent with the previous ranks from 1st to 7th. Comparatively, even the Marshall Path evolutionary path with only up to the 7th rank was already approaching the upper limit of the chicken evolution rankings. Even a slight advancement to the 8th stage of the Marshall Path evolutionary path would be enough to take the top spot on the chicken evolution rankings. This isn't due to the 8th stage Marshall Dao's own merits, but rather because the previous ranks from 1 to 7 were too heaven-defying. Anand Star Alliance evolution rankings. The green-eyed evolver was about to look from the bottom up. He remembered that the Marshall Path evolutionary path used to rank 100th on the Anand Star Alliance evolution rankings. Even if it improved, there was a high probability it wouldn't reach the top 50. However, just as the green-eyed evolver's gaze glanced downward from the top of the rankings, he was suddenly dumbstruck, because the name currently at the number 1 spot of the Anand Star Alliance evolution rankings, the Marshall Path evolutionary path, has reached the summit of the Anand evolution rankings? The green-eyed evolver swallowed hard, his mind in a muddle. Milky Way star region. A fleet was rapidly traveling through wormholes. Our mission target this time is the main star of the Milky Way star domain, said Captain Nolan, tasked with adjusting the fleet's position to ensure the correct trajectory. Captain, this much time micro-clear crystal almost drained our group's stockpile. Was it bought by the Galaxy Master? Asked the curious deputy captain. An enormous quantity of time micro-clear crystals, equivalent to 80,000 cubic universe crystals, even when carried in spatial equipment, filled nearly half the fleet. Time micro-clear crystal contains pure energy, but its price isn't high. 80,000 cubic universe crystals worth of time micro-clear crystal. Piled together, it's estimated to be the size of several hundred planets. Not sure, responded Captain Nolan with an impassive face. All members of the fleet were guessing it was the doing of the Galaxy Master because in the whole Milky Way main star, aside from that immensely powerful and wealthy Galaxy Master, who else had the means to purchase so much time micro-clear crystal? 80,000 cubic universe crystals. That's a vast fortune, more than many 8th rank evolvers could earn in their lifetimes. What kind of existence is the Galaxy Master, and whether he buys something, is it something you can discuss? Captain Nolan still glanced at the deputy captain, warning, the most important task for our group right now is to deliver these time micro-clear crystals to the Milky Way main star. As for whom they are for, that's not for you to ask. Yes, 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 the deputy captain immediately complied, also feeling somewhat scared. Everything within the fleet was monitored by the goddess of wisdom. If they rashly discussed the Galaxy Master and it were recorded by the goddess, they would definitely be in deep trouble. We've arrived, announced Captain Nolan after performing the last wormhole shuttle, arriving outside the Milky Way main star. The time micro-clear crystals have arrived. Lin Yuan looked up towards the fleet stopped outside the main star. One by one it's too slow, I'll just go get them myself, said Lin Yuan, vanishing from his spot and appearing outside the Milky Way main star. Galaxy Master, acknowledged Captain Nolan, who naturally knew who had purchased this batch of time micro-clear crystals. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, he immediately greeted him with respect. Just as Lin Yuan's figure appeared outside the Milky Way main star, 5 invincible figures from the 8th rank, hidden deep within multiple spatial layers, suddenly had their eyes light up. They had been lying in wait for more than 10 years, just for this moment. Waiting for the Galaxy Master to leave the main star. Waiting for the Galaxy Master to lose the protection of the primary star. Without the main star's planetary defense system, the Galaxy Master, a newly advanced evolver of the 8th stage, appeared in their eyes like an undefended little white rabbit. Our chance has come, they said. Strike now, cried out Sereth of the Dark Scale race, being the first to break away from the spatial layers. The other 4 invincible 8th rankers followed suit, excitedly rushing towards Lin Yuan. The moment 5 invincible aliens from the 8th rank emerged from the depths of the spatial layers, the space around them began to solidify, centering on them. Like a flowing river suddenly freezing over, and the creatures within were trapped as if in amber. The first step to capturing Lin Yuan was to prevent him from escaping. In this regard, blocking the space around was most suitable, as once the void was sealed, all means of teleportation became unusable. Given the capabilities of the 5/8 rank aliens and their grasp of the space rules, Lin Yuan's chances of breaking through their spatial blockade were limited to two possibilities. One was mastering the complete space rules to leave with absolute control over them. The other was to possess a force far surpassing their combined strength, proving that brute force could indeed break through cunning, and that even space itself could be shattered by absolute power. Done. Dark-scale race Sereth breathed a sigh of relief. Before they took action, Lin Yuan's only chance for survival was escaping before the space was sealed. As a disciple of the Chicken Star Lord with a deep understanding of the space rules, it was possible he bestowed some instant movement method to send Lin Yuan away beforehand. But now, with the spatial blockade complete and Lin Yuan still present, Dark-scale race Sereth felt it was perfectly handled. Under the joint blockade of the 5/8 rank invincibles, even the Chicken Star Lord himself would be suppressed if he didn't escape in time. Quicksand. Dark-scale race Sereth's gaze was icy. Misty yellow sand grains gathered, sweeping in from all directions, piling up rapidly, and its intensity soared. The power of quicksand, a cosmic force that dark-scale race Sereth commanded, was not a type meant for attack or defense. Instead, it was akin to a domain power, possessing endless suppressive and controlling abilities. This time, with him leading the 5/8 rank invincibles, it was because of this particular cosmic force. The insect race planned to kill the Galaxy Master with the memory poison, but first they needed to suppress and control him. The cosmic force that dark-scale race Sereth mastered was perfectly suited for this, using the power of quicksand to dominate the battlefield, while the other 4/8 rank invincibles immobilized the Galaxy Master's ability to fight back. Of course, the fighting ability referred to here was what the Galaxy Master had shown so far. The moment the power of quicksand swept through, the other 4/8 rank invincibles also struck simultaneously. The cosmic forces handled by the 8th rank invincibles trembled, yet they kept some strength in reserve. Their goal was to control the Galaxy Master. Not to directly kill. Outside the Milky Way main star, Captain Nolan was about to greet Lin Yuan, not to mention, the Galaxy Master had just purchased 80,000 cubic meters of cubic universe crystals in one go, instantly becoming the most prestigious guest. Suddenly, space solidified. Captain Nolan's expression drastically changed. Before he could react, a heavy force of quicksand enveloped him. Captain Nolan was also an 8th rank evolver, nearing the peak of the rank, but at this moment, he couldn't even move, only able to sense that 4 unparalleled presences had descended. It's 4 8th rank invincibles, no, 5 8th rank invincibles. Captain Nolan's scalp tingled, as usually even seeing 1 8th rank invincible was rare. Now there were 5 directly in front of him, and the killing intent exhibited by these 5 8th rank invincibles was unmistakable. Even if it wasn't directed at him, Captain Nolan felt his soul tremble in fear. Galaxy Master. Captain Nolan looked towards Lin Yuan, realizing that these 5 8th rank invincibles were targeting the Galaxy Master. Aside from him, who else would be worth the joint efforts of 5 8th rank invincibles? So there were 5 bugs hidden outside? Lin Yuan glanced at dark-scale race Sereth and the other 8th rank invincibles. Before Lin Yuan left the Milky Way main star, these 5 8th rank invincibles were hiding in the depths of the spatial layers, incredibly concealed, and difficult to detect unless examined intentionally. After all, Lin Yuan was now at the 8th rank, which placed him in the same realm as the 8th rank invincibles. Buzz. The next moment, centered on Lin Yuan, a surging power of yin and yang spread in all directions. Wherever the power of yin and yang spread, the solidified space returned to normal, and the 5 forms of cosmic forces, including the power of quicksand within, were completely shattered, even causing the 4 surging 8th rank invincibles to begin retreating as they looked toward Lin Yuan with eyes full of fear. This power. Dark-scale race Sereth's face grew somber. Cosmic force. It's definitely cosmic force. Galaxy Master, have you deciphered a cosmic force? Dark-scale race Sereth was incredulous. Just over 20 years ago, Lin Yuan was newly advanced to the 8th rank, and now he had deciphered some form of cosmic force, becoming an 8th rank invincible Lin? What kind of freak was this? Although he had stepped into the 8th rank not long ago, The Galaxy Master cleansing the Milky Way star region had shown peak 8th rank combat power, but the peak of the 8th rank and 8th rank invincible weren't the same concept at all. And a dark-scale race Sereth could feel that the cosmic force mastered by the Galaxy Master was by no means simple, belonging to a higher order of cosmic forces, even stronger than the normal advanced cosmic forces. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to shatter their joint effort so effortlessly. At the instant the 5/8th rank invincible aliens appeared, billions of miles away from the Milky Way main star. A white-robed and bald man appeared, looking in the direction of the Milky Way main star, so those aliens have finally made their move. This white-robed bald man was none other than the White Light Star Master, Chicken Star-Lord's good friend, who not long ago had traded the rare cosmic treasure, Heart of Thunder, with Lin Yuan. The White Light Star Master, an experienced peak 8th rank, had a comprehension of space rules not inferior to that of the Chicken Star Lord. Thus the White Light Star Master's ability to protect himself was very strong, with deeper insights into space allowing a step across billions of miles, hidden within layers upon layers of space, akin to an innate invincibility. Therefore, White Light Star Master's combat power may be inferior to that of an 8th layer invincible, but in terms of escaping tactics, not even an 8th layer invincible could match him. The greatest strength of an 8th layer invincible lies in cosmic force, but cosmic force is just one type of power. Unless someone is adept at using cosmic force to escape, they're truly no match for White Light Star Master. After completing the transaction of the Thunderheart with Lin Yuan, White Light Star Master mentioned this to Chicken Star Lord, who then requested that White Light Star Master stay outside the Milky Way main star for a while longer, to protect Lin Yuan's safety. 5 8th layer invincibles? White Light Star Master's expression changed slightly. Had it been just 1 or 2 8th layer invincibles trying to assassinate Lin Yuan, he would have been able to help, as long as Lin Yuan could hold on for an instant. But 5 8th layer invincibles? Even if these 5 8th layer invincibles were not as adept at space rules as he was, a quantitative change could lead to a qualitative change, and his task would no longer be to flee, but to rescue Lin Yuan and then flee. It looks like I have no choice but to use that treasure. White Light Star Master raised his right hand, and a bunch of white flames started to burn. Human civilization, as a peak clan, had countless treasures, and White Light Star Master, being a seasoned 8th layer peak, naturally possessed many such trump cards. The white flames burning in his hand were a one-time treasure that, once activated, would unleash power close to the 9th rank's foundational might. It was sufficient to temporarily fend off those 5 8th layer invincibles. However, in the next moment, with a single thought, Lin Yuan crushed the joint assassination attempt by the 5 8th layer invincibles and effortlessly repelled 4 of them, leaving White Light Star Master somewhat stunned. What just happened? Wasn't Galaxy Master in dire straits? How had the situation changed before he even made a move to help? 8th layer invincibles. Let's go. Outside the Milky Way main star, now certain that Lin Yuan had grasped a kind of cosmic force, dark-scale race Sereth made a prompt decision to leave. Setting aside that the cosmic force Lin Yuan had realized exceeded the power of normal advanced cosmic forces, even if it were just an ordinary cosmic force, their plan had failed. Even the most ordinary cosmic force is still cosmic force, and with Galaxy Master having grasped such power, he had become an 8th layer invincible of their own level. The 5 of them, 8th layer invincibles, could indeed suppress one of their own when joining forces, but it was merely suppression. To completely render an 8th layer invincible powerless to resist and to inject memory poison into them was unquestionably a fool's dream. Given the circumstances, any further delay would be just a waste of time. Should other powerful beings of human civilization arrive, leaving would come at a cost. Did I say you could leave? Lin Yuan stood under the starry sky, looking towards the 5 retreating 8th layer invincibles. At the same time, the vague black and white power of Yin-Yang Taiji quietly spread and extended in all directions. Galaxy Master, do you really think you can keep us here? Dark-scale race Sereth was mildly startled and found it somewhat absurd. The fact that Galaxy Master had grasped cosmic force indeed exceeded his expectations, but at most, that meant the mission had failed and he, along with the other 4 8th layer invincible beings, could retreat unscathed. They were all 8th layer invincibles, and even if the cosmic force that Galaxy Master had grasped was stronger than theirs, it was almost impossible to detain them. Among 8th layer invincibles, there certainly were stronger and weaker ones, but the gap would not be huge. One side could not fully defeat the other, let alone kill or detain them. If dark-scale race Sereth was not wary of other powerful beings of human civilization arriving soon, he would certainly continue to probe Galaxy Master with the other 4 8th layer invincibles. Forget it. He's probably just bluffing. There's no need to take Galaxy Master's words to heart. Dark-scale race Sereth reined in his thoughts and began to accelerate his departure from the Milky Way star region. The rustling sound. Before they had gotten far, dark-scale race Sereth sensed the black and white yin-yang taiji power enveloping him from all around. The cosmic force controlled by Galaxy Master? Dark-scale race Sereth immediately activated his power of shifting sands to defend himself. Clearly, Galaxy Master had caught up with them. Yet, dark-scale race Sereth was not particularly afraid, knowing that while he might be inferior to Galaxy Master, at worst, he would be suppressed, not even restricted from fleeing. However, before long, in dark-scale race Sereth's perception, alongside the black and white yin-yang taiji power, a new force emerged. This force was immeasurable and boundless, infinite and unending. Another cosmic force? Or is it a higher cosmic force? The dark-scale race Sereth was shocked and a sense of crisis rose in his heart. This Milky Way star master controls 2 cosmic forces, and both are higher cosmic forces? The dark-scale race Sereth faintly felt a great terror. The next moment, an aura that could destroy all things swept over, and the dark-scale race Sereth was again terrified. The third higher cosmic force? This Milky Way star master? Fear flashed in the eyes of the dark-scale race Sereth. His form began to dissolve, and his consciousness fell into darkness. Lin Yuan stood where the form of the dark-scale race Sereth had dissolved, caught his space bracelet, and took it into his inner world. With the power of yin-yang taiji, immeasurable force, and the power of destruction, 3 types of higher cosmic forces that could complement each other, and augmented by the power of the world extending from his inner world that spanned millions of miles. Lin Yuan's combat power had grown significantly beyond that of a typical 8th rank invincible, so killing the dark-scale race Sereth was not difficult. This was still Lin Yuan holding back greatly, merely revealing 3 cosmic forces. The dozens of other cosmic forces had not even been used, let alone that thread of primal force that surpassed higher cosmic forces. In a star domain deep in the universe, the original body of the dark-scale race Sereth suddenly opened his eyes. That Milky Way star master. The expression of the dark-scale race Sereth was full of horror. Being an 8th rank invincible himself, he naturally had an avatar, and it was this avatar that usually roamed outside. After all, even an 8th rank invincible was not absolutely safe, as encountering certain powerful 9th rank beings would mean death for an invincible. The dark-scale race Sereth had thought that his avatar might perish, but he never expected to die at the hands of another human 8th rank evolver. How is that Milky Way star master so strong, to have discerned 3 higher cosmic forces? The dark-scale race Sereth shuddered, vaguely feeling that something was not right. If it were just 3 higher cosmic forces, even if they could kill him, they shouldn't have instantly killed him as they did just now. Obviously, there was another powerful force beyond those 3 cosmic forces. Milky Way star master. The insect race is going to have a headache. The dark-scale race Sereth thought silently to himself. Although he lost an avatar, a heavy loss indeed, based on the performance just now, the Milky Way star master would probably become a major problem for the insect race. Also, the myth of the 8th rank invincibility has been broken. The expression of the dark-scale race Sereth was complex. Milky Way star master. Lin Yuan enveloped all directions with the power of yin-yang taiji, aided by the immeasurable force and the power of destruction, and soon killed another 8th rank invincible alien being. 3 got away. Lin Yuan glanced in 3 drastically different directions. The escape routes of 5 8th rank invincibles were naturally inconsistent and scattered. After Lin Yuan killed 2, the other 3 had already gone far. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan kill an 8th rank invincible as if slaughtering chickens, these 3 8th rank invincible beings from different species were so frightened that they used all kinds of methods to get as far away as possible. Actually, with Lin Yuan's current strength, even though he was far from his peak, he could have detained those 5 8th rank invincibles. However, it would inevitably reveal more cosmic forces. Having control of dozens of cosmic forces, including the primal force that surpassed higher cosmic forces, should belong to his secret trump cards. To expose them just to kill a few 8th rank invincibles was, Lin Yuan felt, not worth it. It was not even really a killing. Lin Yuan could sense that the two 8th rank invincibles he had killed were still causally linked to him, which meant they hadn't truly died, likely their original selves were still alive. Although the combat power of an 8th rank invincible is on the same level as a supreme immortal king in the spirit realm, in terms of escape techniques, they far surpass the latter. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. As for the reason, it was not hard to understand. In the spirit realm, supreme immortal kings were practically at the ceiling, but in the main world, an 8th rank invincible was not even at the top. Therefore, 8th rank invincibles placed great importance on life-saving techniques, and most of them had strong backgrounds and could receive gifts from more powerful beings. This was far beyond what supreme immortal kings in the spirit realm could compare to. Outside the Milky Way star region, 3 figures converged. These 3 figures were the very trio who had previously attempted to assassinate Lin Yuan. At this moment, the 3 8th layer invincibles were looking horrified and weak. In order to escape from the Galaxy Master's pursuit, they had paid a heavy price. The Galaxy Master. How can he be so strong? One of the figures trembled as he spoke. Initially, the 5 8th layer invincibles thought the mission to assassinate a newly advanced to the 8th rank evolver would be simple. Wasn't it meant to be an easy catch? Even if that Galaxy Master was a genius, what of it? But reality had slapped them in the face. If they hadn't run so quickly, they would probably have been left behind in the Milky Way star region forever. Although the 3 8th layer invincibles each had an avatar, they had invested countless resources into creating these avatars, and losing one would cause them long-lasting heartache. How did the insect race conduct their business, not even clearing up the Galaxy Master's background before sending us to assassinate him? The second 8th layer invincible couldn't help but protest. The Galaxy Master was too strong. So strong that it made the hearts of 8th layer invincibles tremble. Under such circumstances, there was undoubtedly a problem with the insect race. Yeah, how did the insect race collect their intelligence? The third 8th layer invincible also complained discontentedly. On the Milky Way main star, countless evolvers were watching the recent events with utter shock. What had they seen? 5 8th layer invincible different species were easily repelled by the Galaxy Master. Ordinary evolvers couldn't see much, only knowing that the 5 8th layer invincibles had retreated on their own accord. But 8th rank evolvers could roughly see that the Galaxy Master was pursuing and effortlessly striking down the 2 8th layer invincibles. Striking down? 8th layer invincibles? These were completely incompatible terms. Even if an 8th layer invincible were to be struck down, it would be by a 9th rank strong one or by certain war weapons. Struck down by a newly advanced to the 8th rank Galaxy Master? Had the world gone mad? When did the Star-Lord become so strong? How could I possibly feel that those 8th layer invincibles are so weak? How could 8th layer invincibles be weak? Did you forget the spatial pressure they caused the moment those 5 different species appeared? It's not the 8th layer invincibles being weak, it's the Star-Lord that's too strong. Chun Bo and Jia Li, 2 8th rank evolvers on the Milky Way main star, were excitedly discussing among themselves. Hompi and Blue Eyes were the same, staring in shock at the Galaxy Master revealing the strength to easily subdue 8th layer invincibles. They had followed the Chicken Star-Lord and knew well the power of 8th layer invincibles. Not even the Chicken Star-Lord could strike down an 8th layer invincible. Suppressing an 8th layer invincible was possible, but to defeat or even kill was as hard as ascending to heaven. The Galaxy Master. Outside the Milky Way main star, Captain Nolan was parched, as he had seen even more than those 8th rank evolvers on the star. From the moment those 5 8th layer invincible different species appeared, to their panicked escape, he had seen it all. The myth of 8th layer invincibles has been broken by the Galaxy Master, Nolan thought rapidly. The so-called myth of 8th layer invincibles was that they were absolutely invincible among their peers and could not be killed by another of the same rank. 8th layer invincibles were the absolute peak within the 8th layer and so on. To strike down an 8th layer invincible, there were only 2 methods. One was for a higher rank strong one to act, the other was to wield some powerful, external force. Here, external force referred to weapons, artifacts for attack, treasures, and so on. On the battlefields of different races, occasionally there would be a spectacle of strong ones wielding supreme weapons. That was external force. But the Galaxy Master had not used any external forces just now. This fact was clear to those 5 8th layer invincibles, and Nolan was clear on it as well. Not using external forces, yet easily killing 8th layer invincibles, wasn't this a shattering of the myth? Whoosh! Just as Captain Nolan was still in shock, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was none other than the Galaxy Master. "I'll be taking these time micro-clear crystals," Lin Yuan said. He had been intending to collect the time micro-clear crystals when he was interrupted by the 5 8th layer invincibles. Now that he had dealt with them, he naturally planned to finish what he had been doing. "Very well. Galaxy Master, please sign for them," Nolan immediately reacted. He then said with utmost respect. Nolan's reverence came completely from the heart, without any other factors. Before this day, Nolan's respect for Lin Yuan stemmed from his background, talent, and various other aspects. But now, it was entirely because of strength. Just like numerous evolvers from human civilization, who revered the 9 supreme beings. As Lin Yuan confirmed his identity and signed for the delivery. With a thought, he started transferring one space device after another from the battleship into his inner world. The time micro-clear crystals purchased with 80,000 cubic universe crystals were amassed, enough to match the size of dozens of planets. Captain Nolan was close to the peak of the 8th rank, and his inner world spanned only a few thousand miles in radius, incapable of accommodating all the time micro-clear crystals. And as for putting space devices filled with massive amounts of time micro-clear crystals into one's inner world, that depended on the bearing limit of the inner world itself. A space device containing a planet-sized amount of materials couldn't be stored within an inner world the size of a few hundred miles in radius. But for Lin Yuan, these time micro-clear crystals were not a problem. Even without having expanded it, Lin Yuan's inner world was already tens of millions of miles in radius. Forget 80,000 cubic universe crystals worth of time micro-clear crystals, even 800,000 cubic universe crystals worth could be easily accommodated. Inside the palace on the Milky Way main star. After Lin Yuan had taken all the time micro-clear crystals into his inner world, he returned directly here. Let's take a look at the spoils of war. With a thought, Lin Yuan made 2 spatial wrists appear before him. These 2 space bracelets taken from the 2 invincible 8th layer beings Lin Yuan defeated, along with the essence and blood released from the disintegration of their physical bodies and their weapons and treasures, were all collected. So wealthy. Lin Yuan briefly inspected the hall and a smile emerged on his face. Within the 2 space bracelets, the cosmic crystals alone amounted to more than 200,000. Not to mention the other treasures and weapons. If converted into cosmic crystals, it too would be a sizable income. Lin Yuan roughly calculated the total value of the gains from killing the 2 8th layer invincibles, which was close to 500,000 cosmic crystals. Which is to say, on average, each 8th layer invincible contributed 250,000 cosmic crystals to Lin Yuan. In fact, this was also the normal worth of an 8th layer invincible. Neither Dark-Scale Race Seraph nor the other 8th layer invincible had ever considered that anything could go wrong with their mission to assassinate the Milky Way Star Lord. The Milky Way Star region was located at the edge of human civilization territory, and the worst outcome would have been the failure of the assassination, allowing them to escape unscathed. They never expected to be completely defeated by Lin Yuan. Therefore, the avatars of these 2 8th layer invincibles carried a large number of cosmic crystals and treasures, because they perceived there to be no risk in the assassination task. Is this memory poison? Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. Within the space bracelet of Dark-Scale Race Seraph, he discovered this peculiar item. The different species really intend to completely kill me. Lin Yuan was well aware of the effect of memory poison, a remarkable item targeting the memory level, from which not even a resurrection by a supreme being could save one. Unfortunately, memory poison is ineffective against me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Let alone his surge in strength after the 8th traversal to a level comparable to a 9th rank powerhouse. Even without this traversal, the soul-settling pearl bestowed by Sha Qin's supreme being would be enough to block the invasion of the memory poison. Although it's useless to me, the worth of such a peculiar item is immeasurable. Lin Yuan carefully stored away the memory poison. I broke in even in an instant. Lin Yuan's spirit was delighted. He had just been reluctant to spend 80,000 cubic universe crystals on the Tai micro clear crystal, but in the blink of an eye, he harvested treasures worth 500,000 cosmic crystals. Not only had he recouped his investment, but he also made a substantial profit. And this was excluding the memory poison. Because Lin Yuan did not know the value of the memory poison, but he was certain that it was worth far more than several 100,000 cosmic crystals. With this memory poison, I could completely kill a peerless genius of a different species, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Not just the insect race and other peak clans that collect the names of human geniuses for their assassination lists, rewarding the killers with generous prizes for each kill. Human civilization also compiled lists of peerless geniuses from other peak clans, and one could earn a significant number of merit points as a reward for permanently eliminating a threat to human civilization. If I had known, I should have kept those 3 other 8th layer invincibles. Lin Yuan felt some regret, unaware that these 8th layer different species invaders would carry so many treasures and cosmic crystals into the human civilization territory. Virtual world. Personal space. The Chicken Star Lord sat opposite the White Light Star Lord. What did you say? The different species sent 5 8th layer invincibles to assassinate my disciple. The Chicken Star Lord was shocked. The moment White Light Star Master detected the arrival of the 5 8th layer invincible aliens outside the Milky Way main star, he split off a strand of consciousness into the virtual world to contact the Chicken Star Lord. Don't worry, I will use the secret treasure, White Heart Flame. White Light Star Lord's expression was grave. White Heart Flame. The Chicken Star Lord was not reassured. Once the White Heart Flame was activated, it could indeed unleash a near 9th rank foundational might. But the opponents were 5 invincible 8th layer beings. If willing to pay the price, they could fully withstand the damage from the White Heart Flame for a short time. As the different species had mobilized 5 8th layer invincibles, they must be determined to succeed. No, I must contact a supreme being. The Chicken Star Lord stood up abruptly. Wait. Suddenly, the White Light Star Lord stopped the Chicken Star Lord. Wait for what? Chicken Star Lord frowned. It's over, those 5 8th layer invincible aliens have retreated. White Light Star Lord fell silent for a moment, saying somewhat incredulously. Retreated? Chicken Star Lord was also taken aback. Although this outcome was unexpected, it also made him breathe a slight sigh of relief. Was it one of our human 9th rank evolvers who happened to pass by and saved my disciple? Chicken Star Lord settled back down. I, Chicken, must thank them in person. In Chicken Star Lord's view, the only thing that could make 5 8th layer beings retreat voluntarily was a 9th rank evolver. As for an 8th layer invincible evolver from humanity, 1 or 2 invincible evolvers of the 8th layer couldn't make 5 invincible aliens of the same layer give way. And 5 or 6 evolvers from human civilization. How could such a coincidence occur? 8th layer invincible evolvers usually guard the medium-sized otherworldly battlefield. And without the movement of the 3 goddesses, they wouldn't gather together like this. Therefore, Chicken Star Lord was even more convinced that it was a passing human 9th rank evolver who had acted to save Lin Yuan. It wasn't a 9th rank evolver. White Light Star Lord fell silent again for a while, then shook his head. Not a 9th rank evolver? Chicken Star Lord exclaimed. Then which several 8th layer invincibles? I, Chicken, will also personally thank them. If it wasn't a 9th rank evolver, it could only have been a few passing 8th layer invincibles, although this scene was quite incredible, but since it happened, Chicken Star Lord wouldn't say anything more. There were no passing 8th layer invincibles. White Light Star Lord fell silent for a moment, then spoke again. Upon hearing this, Chicken Star Lord fell silent as well. Old man, what exactly do you mean? Chicken Star Lord began to grow impatient. Continuously denying his guesses without stating the facts, what kind of secret was he trying to sell? It was your disciple who repelled those 5 8th layer invincibles by himself. White Light Star Lord looked at Chicken Star Lord with a complex expression. It was my disciple. Huh? Who did you say? Chicken Star Lord was stunned for a moment, as if not quite catching on. He understood each word spoken by White Light Star Lord, but strung together they left Chicken Star Lord somewhat baffled. I mean, your disciple, on his own, made 5 8th layer invincible aliens retreat voluntarily, White Light Star Lord repeated. This time Chicken Star-Lord fully grasped the meaning. He blinked, at a loss for words momentarily. There were many possibilities for making 5/8 layer invincibles retreat voluntarily. But the biggest possibility was that those 5/8 layer invincibles felt they could not contend with Lin Yuan, which is why they retreated on their own. Making an assassination attempt in human territory, even in the fringe starfield, those 5/8 layer invincibles wouldn't dare to stay long, and upon realizing it was futile, would decisively give up. To avoid the arrival of powerful human defenders. But to achieve this, Lin Yuan himself would have to be an 8th layer invincible as well. Upon this realization, Chicken Star-Lord was filled with emotions. How much time had passed, and the young disciple he had taken in had grown to stand shoulder to shoulder with him? Chicken, there's another matter, I'm not sure if I should mention it. White Light Star Master glanced at Chicken Star-Lord, who was looking reflective, and hesitated. What could possibly be unspeakable now? Chicken Star-Lord laughed. My disciple has caught up to me, I should be happy. Your disciple not only made those 5/8 layer invincibles retreat voluntarily, but also chased after them and killed 2 of the 8th layer invincibles. White Light Star-Lord spoke softly. Killed 2 8th layer invincibles? Chicken Star-Lord fell silent once again. Even someone as powerful as him could not kill 2 8th layer invincibles, let alone having just faced the siege of 5 such invincibles. Are you sure of what you saw? Chicken Star-Lord asked somewhat solemnly. Killing 8th layer invincibles wasn't an inconceivable event. On the large alien battlefield, every so often an 8th layer invincible would fall. But the one who killed the 8th layer invincibles was his disciple, a young man who had only stepped into the 8th layer a few decades ago, not yet 100 years of age. I am certain. White Light Star-Lord affirmed. Though he wasn't an 8th layer invincible himself, he had a deep understanding of space rules, and distance wasn't an issue for him. He witnessed firsthand those 2 8th layer invincible aliens being slain by the hand of Milky Way Star Master. My disciple. Upon hearing this, Chicken Star-Lord did not doubt it. Instead, his face showed a hint of helplessness. He'd misspoken just a moment ago. His disciple hadn't just caught up to him. He had surpassed him. Chicken, you've taken on a good disciple. White Light Star Master said, looking at Chicken Star-Lord. In the universe's human civilization, it was not uncommon for a disciple to surpass his teacher. In the different species, there might exist repression and enslavement of a clan's geniuses. This would result in the strong remaining strong, and those in high positions, in order to consolidate their own status, limiting the promotional channels of those below them. But such a phenomenon was almost non-existent in human civilization. Under the governance of the 3 ultimate intelligent goddesses, as long as you could demonstrate talent in some area, you would be protected. Even if you had no talents at all, you could still live a stable and secure life. As long as you did not violate the laws, there wouldn't be any problems. Thus, even though the average individual in human civilization might be considered weak compared to other peak clans, it could continuously and steadily produce a large number of strong individuals. Furthermore, they swept across the 8 directions of the universe, and even when facing peak clans like the insect race, they could hold their ground and even gain the upper hand. Indeed, having a too excellent disciple is trouble for the teacher as well. Chicken Star-Lord sighed, causing White Light Star Master to roll his eyes. At Chicken Star-Lord's level, it was difficult to advance further in a short time, and the usual comparisons with many friends often revolved around their own disciples. The more outstanding Lin Yuan was, the more glorious Chicken Star-Lord, the teacher, felt. Can you teach a disciple as formidable as mine? Even if it wasn't my teaching, it was still my discerning eye that recognized his potential. Ever since he took on Lin Yuan, Chicken Star-Lord had been very comfortable, and he never lost in comparisons with his friends. Especially just now, having heard from White Light Star Master about Lin Yuan's formidable combat achievements, Chicken Star-Lord felt even more complacent, confident that even if his friends stepped into the 9th rank in the future, he would still have them thoroughly outmatched in the realm of taking on disciples. What are you smirking about, old man? White Light Star Master glanced at Chicken Star-Lord. Don't end up still stuck at 8th rank while your disciple advances to 9th. White Light Star Master joked. As 9th rank evolvers begin to merge with the great universe, even if White Light Star Master found Lin Yuan's demonstrated combat power incredible, he was sure that Lin Yuan was still at the 8th rank. I would love to. Chicken Star-Lord didn't mind at all. The battle outside the Milky Way main star, as time passed, spread like a hurricane through the human territories. The human territories were vast and expansive, and even the matters of 9th rank or 10th rank evolvers didn't necessarily spread widely, few could traverse star domains. But Lin Yuan's battle with those 5 8th rank invincible aliens, having killed 2 of the 8 rank invincibles, caused a tremendous shock throughout human civilization. No matter which star domain it was, there definitely were 8th rank invincibles. And as an 8th rank invincible, they were keenly aware of the difficulty in killing another 8th rank invincible of the same level. This was about killing, not defeating or suppressing. Little junior brother. In another fringe starfield, the Red Coon lineage's Great Peak Master looked at the information in front of him, somewhat stunned. He had long known about his little junior brother's terrifying talents. Who had just stepped into 8th rank and could uncontested suppress Hema, an evolver who had adapted to the 8th rank for some time. Even the teacher, Chicken Star Lord, once said Lin Yuan did it while holding back significantly. From that moment on, the Great Peak Master knew that the gap between himself and his little junior brother would only grow wider. But the Great Peak Master hadn't anticipated that in such a short time, while he was still striving to balance the many forces within his star domain. His little junior brother had been ruthlessly dominating among the 8th rank invincibles. Shisan Peak Master, he killed 2 8th rank invincibles? In the Wanyang star domain, Wanyang Holy Sun let out a sigh upon learning this information. Back then I wanted to challenge Shisan Peak Master, now it seems utterly ridiculous. While Wanyang Holy Sun was shocked by Lin Yuan's method of killing 8th rank invincibles, he once took Shisan Peak Master as a target for pursuit. Having a deep understanding of Shisan Peak Master's growth speed, others might not be able to break the myth of the 8th rank invincible's invincibility, but Shisan Peak Master did, and Wanyang Holy Sun quickly accepted it. I never thought I once competed with Shisan Peak Master in the arena. Wanyang Holy Sun felt calm, with a hint of pride emerging. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his consciousness descending into his inner world. Tai Micro Clear Crystal. Dozens of star-sized Tai Micro Clear crystals, accumulated in a region of his inner world, spreading a pure energy aura. The expansion begins. Lin Yuan thought and released the repression of his inner world. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of tons of Tai Micro Clear crystal shattered, turning into pure energy, merging into the inner world, supporting its frantic expansion. First, expand the inner world to the limit, then absorb the liquid from the mysterious gourd to increase the base multiplier. Lin Yuan thought to himself, this was also the most extensive method of savings. Ending his half-month time traversal, Lin Yuan didn't directly start absorbing the liquid from the mysterious gourd, waiting instead for the arrival of the Tai Micro Clear crystals. If he had absorbed the liquid from the mysterious gourd first, raising the base multiplier of his inner world to 13 times, then the energy required to expand his inner world to the size of his understanding of space rules afterward would far exceed the current amount. Increasing from 1 to 3 will consume 2, but increasing from 10 to 30 will consume 20. At that time, the cosmic crystals Lin Yuan would need to consume would not be 80,000, but 800,000, possibly even exceeding a million. According to the current speed of expansion, in 5 to 6 days it could expand to 3.75 million miles. Then after absorbing the liquid from the mysterious gourd, in at most half a month, I could completely recover to nearly 1 billion miles of inner world. Lin Yuan observed for a while and speculated in his heart. In the spirit realm for nearly 8,000 years, he devoted a lot of time to absorbing the various colored liquids from the mysterious gourd, greatly enhancing the physical body divine ability, blood rebirth. Next, he could reabsorb it in a short time. After observing for a while longer, Lin Yuan's consciousness returned to the outside world. The expansion of the inner world was an instinctual behavior and didn't require Lin Yuan's constant attention. It only needed to ensure a sufficient supply of energy. My current number of merit points, 26 million? Lin Yuan glanced over and pondered. The 8th stage Martial Dao's price was 22 million merit points. Of the remaining 4 million merit points, 1,500,000 were awarded to Lin Yuan for enlightening the Goddess of Wisdom about the 3,333 evolution paths contained within the bodies of those supreme beings. Another 1 million merit points were conferred as a reward for Lin Yuan killing those 2 8th layer invincible beings. Usually, completely killing an 8th rank different species member was worth 1 million merit points, but killing an 8th layer invincible being earned even more merit points. However, Lin Yuan did not completely kill those two 8th layer invincibles. Their true bodies were still alive, so in total, he only received 1 million merit points. But Lin Yuan was already content. Not to mention anything else, the treasures and weapons contributed by those two 8th layer invincible aliens, nearly worth 500,000 cubic universe crystals, had already made him a big profit. The additional 1 million merit points were purely a bonus. As for the remaining 1 million merit points, they were what Lin Yuan had accumulated previously. To ascend from a 7th level citizen to an 8th level citizen requires 50 million merit points. Lin Yuan checked the required number of merit points for the next citizen level and slightly shook his head. 50 million merit points was an astronomical figure. Even for those 8th rank invincible evolvers, it was something they could long for but never reach. No wonder, even though many are evolutionary scholars, they are not 8th level citizens. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Evolutionary scholars had opened up at least one new 8th rank evolution path, that alone was worth several million merit points. In addition, every evolutionary scholar had their own research planet in the central star domain, where they could deduce various achievements at any time, which was a substantial income of merit points over the long term. Lastly, evolutionary scholars could join the Human Civilization Science Institute, the Evolution Institute, and still receive a steady sum of merit points from time to time. Compared to most evolvers, evolutionary scholars had many more ways to earn merit points. Even so, a significant number of evolutionary scholars had not yet become 8th level citizens. Take it slowly. As long as I can develop the 9th stage martial Dao chapter, that should be almost enough to advance to the 8th level citizen. Lin Yuan thought to himself, if the 8th stage martial arts were worth 22 million merit points, the 9th stage martial Dao chapter couldn't be less than that, which would be more than enough to move up to an 8th level citizen. 8th level citizen. Lin Yuan looked forward with a hint of anticipation. This level of citizenship wasn't just about being a citizen anymore, it was about being a decision maker in human civilization, even capable of influencing a range of star alliances. The current Anand Star Alliance Council speaker, for instance, was an 8th level citizen, whose influence was so vast that dozens of surrounding star alliances dared not take him lightly. Outside the human borders, a desolate star domain, the great shadow of the insect race honored envoy descended, and several other towering figures also coalesced. What's with that Galaxy Master? How long has he stepped into the 8th layer, and he already has the power to kill an 8th layer invincible? One towering figure spoke, his tone somewhat skeptical. To them, 8th layer invincibles were not a big deal, but the Galaxy Master was so young. Having grown so much so quickly, what would become of him in the future? Karnalan, you are most informed about the assassination of the Galaxy Master. What exactly happened? The second towering figure looked towards the shadow of the insect race honored envoy and frowned. The facts are as you know them, said the insect race honored envoy. She, too, had not anticipated this outcome of the assassination attempt. The Galaxy Master, having barely stepped into the 8th layer, suddenly became invincible at that rank, with a combat power that was unimaginably powerful. He didn't borrow any external force? The third towering figure inquired. This was crucial. If the Galaxy Master had relied on an external force to kill the two 8th layer invincibles, that wouldn't mean much, as external forces were limited. This is the battle footage from that time. In front of the insect race honored envoy, scenes appeared, showing Lin Yuan confronting and clashing with the 5 8th rank invincible aliens. A moment later, a few beings had finished watching the footage. Without relying on external forces, that Galaxy Master has mastered at least 3 kinds of cosmic forces, all of them higher cosmic forces. One of those cosmic forces should have reached the 3rd realm. A few towering figures whispered among themselves, their tones filled with surprise. It was not easy to comprehend the cosmic force, especially the higher cosmic forces. The Galaxy Master comprehending 3 kinds of higher cosmic forces was even more extraordinary than killing 2 8th rank invincibles. No wonder he was able to kill 2 8th rank invincibles. These 3 kinds of higher cosmic forces, when combined, can barely touch the threshold of the 9th rank. However, in other aspects, they are much more sophisticated than a mere 9th rank. A few towering figures exchanged glances with each other. It was difficult for 9th-rank powerhouses to kill an 8th-rank invincible because the latter would flee, activating their own cosmic force to hold off a 9th-rank powerhouse for a moment. Of course, the 9th-rank powerhouses referred to here were the most common ones. In front of those powerful 9th-rank beings, it was hard for 8th-rank invincibles to survive. Although the Galaxy Master was not a 9th-rank powerhouse, he had no weaknesses. The cosmic force of an 8th-rank invincible couldn't affect him at all. In contrast, the three kinds of higher cosmic forces that the Galaxy Master controlled could greatly restrict an 8th-rank invincible. In simple terms, it was not that the Galaxy Master was stronger than a typical 9th-rank powerhouse, but rather that those 8th-rank invincibles were suppressed by him. Three kinds of higher cosmic forces. Once the Galaxy Master steps into the 9th rank, he will grow by leaps and bounds. His chances of successfully reaching the 10th rank in the future are quite high. Had we known earlier that the Galaxy Master had such great potential, our race should have sent 9th-rank combat power to assassinate him. Even if it meant tearing off the disguise, facing the retaliation of human civilization, the losses our race would suffer in large-scale battles in the future would probably be greater if this Galaxy Master were allowed to grow. A few towering figures talked among themselves. They held a deep murderous intent towards the Galaxy Master, but they also knew that by revealing his strength, the Galaxy Master would definitely attract the attention of human civilization. Sending a 9th-rank powerhouse to assassinate the Galaxy Master now was already too late. They might not succeed and could instead be ambushed by the powerful being of human civilization, risking their very own lives. On the Milky Way main star, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In his inner world, the Tai micro-clear crystal, which had accumulated to the size of 50 stars, was almost completely consumed. And Lin Yuan's inner world had smoothly expanded to a radius of 37,500,000 miles. This was his inner world after a 5-fold amplification. The basic size should be about 7,500,000 miles in radius. Now I can start absorbing the liquid from the mysterious gourd. Lin Yuan immediately took out the gourd. In the main world, the absorption of the mysterious gourd's liquid by his physical body had stopped at the second type, the orange-yellow liquid. Whereas in the spirit realm, he had almost completely absorbed the fourth type, the green liquid, reaching an amplification of 13 times. Inhale. Exhale. Lin Yuan immediately began absorbing the liquid from the mysterious gourd. His physical body divine ability, blood rebirth, had been greatly improved and could easily withstand the burning of the orange-yellow liquid. Just over 10 days had passed. Lin Yuan's progress in absorbing the liquid from the mysterious gourd had caught up with his progress in the spirit realm. Rumble. His inner world was undergoing a frenzied expansion. Without Lin Yuan's prior preparations, the spatial fluctuations caused by the expansion could have potentially swept across the Milky Way main star. Finally, Lin Yuan's consciousness descended into his inner world. At this moment, his inner world had reached its expansion limit, covering an area close to 100 million miles. Vast and boundless. My current strength. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. Within a nearly 100 million li radius, the cosmic force extended from his inner world underwent a qualitative change, and combined with the dozens of cosmic energies he mastered. Lin Yuan finally restored his strength to its peak. To be precise, it was even stronger than when he was in the spirit realm. After all, the inner world within the physical body of the main world had fused with quite a few cosmic rare treasures. The physical body in the spirit realm didn't have this privilege. Those 5/8 layer invincible alien strong ones, if they were to attempt an assassination now. The recovery of his inner world to a nearly 100 million li radius provided Lin Yuan with a revolutionary boost in combat power. An inner world spanning tens of millions of li compares to an inner world of nearly 100 million li. The difference far exceeds tenfold. At the moment, my absorption of the green liquid inside the mysterious gourd has reached a temporary limit. Lin Yuan's consciousness returned to the outside world, pondering. The enhancement of the inner world by the liquid within the mysterious gourd depends on two aspects. One is the foundational size of the inner world, that is, the comprehension of space rules. The other is the resistance to the flames created by the liquid through the physical body divine ability, blood rebirth. I still need to comprehend space rules as much as possible. With my against heaven's understanding, I can fully comprehend the complete space rules of the 8th layer, Lin Yuan thought to himself. For other strong beings, whether human evolvers or different species lives, it is almost impossible to comprehend the complete space rules of the 8th layer. Because the difficulty is too high. However, Lin Yuan did not find it difficult, it was only a matter of how much time to devote. An 8th layer evolver has a long lifespan. How old is Lin Yuan now? He has plenty of time to try. Forget it, I should prioritize fusion rules, continue to explore the core spatial models afterward, and add it to the secondary objectives. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. According to the current interpretation of 9th and 8th layers by human civilization, comprehending universal forces of the 8th layer is greatly beneficial for cultivation at the 9th layer. But whether space rules are fully comprehended has virtually no impact on the 9th layer. Many powerful beings who have just entered the 9th layer have not fully comprehended space rules yet. Given that, Lin Yuan believes it is more profitable to step into the 9th layer as soon as possible. Against Heaven's understanding is related to the height Lin Yuan stands at. Comprehending space rules at the 8th layer versus the 9th layer is not the same level of difficulty. Therefore, unless it affects the foundation, Lin Yuan will always prioritize advancing his own realm first. 9th layer. Lin Yuan's expression turned contemplative. The biggest bottleneck to stepping into the 9th layer is the fusion rules. To merge one's control over a certain common rule into a pillar rule. These pillar rules could be the rule of time, space rules, the rule of life, and so on. Given Lin Yuan's current conditions, naturally, he chooses to merge into the space rules. Fusion rules for me, it's not the first time. Lin Yuan's thoughts wandered. After comprehending the Taiyin rule, the Taiyang rule and Taiyin rule began to merge, thus giving birth to Taiji rule, a higher cosmic force. However, the Taiyang rule and Taiyin rule are both common rules, and the difficulty of their fusion is far less than that of pillar rules. When I was in the spirit realm, I had already begun to merge the Taiji rule into the space rules, and the progress had reached 1/10. Now I just need to continue, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The fusion of different rules is much more difficult than simply comprehending a certain rule. How could the merging of two utterly distinct rules be easy? The fusion of Lin Yuan's Taiyin rule and Taiyang rule was solely because he started merging them from the 2nd and 3rd layer, progressively and systematically comprehending these two rules before merging them, which is natural. But fusing space rules with Taiji rule, even for Lin Yuan with his against Heaven's understanding, there were times he made no progress at all. After several days of continuous comprehension, Lin Yuan stopped, rubbing his temples, planning to take a rest. Attempting to merge the Taiji rule with space rules, not only requires sufficient understanding but also takes a great deal of Lin Yuan's heart force. So after practicing for a while, Lin Yuan had to rest. To continue forcing the comprehension would only lead to exhaustion of heart force and lowering the efficiency of fusion. Let's check the number of evolvers on the martial path evolutionary path. Whether in the main world or in world traversal, Lin Yuan always gave great importance to the spread of the martial path evolutionary path. It relates to his ultimate leap. Many powerful beings beneath supreme beings, such as the ancient gods, in the depths of the universe, like to spread their evolution paths, to prepare for the ultimate leap. Lin Yuan's current strength has not reached the level of ancient gods, but laying the groundwork for the ultimate leap early has no drawbacks. The most crucial point is that the martial path evolutionary path in the main world can also bring many benefits to Lin Yuan. Over the years, just from the share of income from the martial path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan has earned tens of thousands of cubic universe crystals. These universe crystals are not obtained as quickly as Lin Yuan could by casually killing a few 8th layer invincible beings, but the advantage is constant income without any hidden dangers or risks. Killing 8th layer invincibles, even for Lin Yuan, entails risk, such as preventing the alien strong ones from using 8th layer invincibles as bait. But the share of income from the martial path evolutionary path is stable and secure. First tier chapter, 6,226,387. Second layer chapter, 1,125,600. Third rank chapter, 32,421. Fourth rank chapter, 7,307. Fifth stage section, 1,038 people. Not bad, not bad. Even the fifth stage section has over 1,000 people. Lin Yuan's face broke into a smile. Although in the spirit realm, Lin Yuan had cultivated several 7th-stage martial Dao warriors. But that had taken nearly 1,000 years. That the main world had produced such martial path evolutionaries in just a few decades was extremely rare. In terms of efficiency, it completely overshadowed the number of martial Dao cultivators the spirit realm could train in the same period. I set the price of the 8th layer part at 500 billion civilization coins, and it sold over 10,000 copies? Lin Yuan glanced at the sales figures of the 8th layer part. Those buying the 8th layer part at this time were basically not evolvers on the martial path evolutionary path. After all, evolvers on the current martial path evolutionary path hadn't even reached the 6th rank, so buying the 8th layer part was pointless. It was likely those 8th, 9th, and even 10th rank evolvers who bought it casually. After all, the current martial path evolutionary path ranked first in the Anand Star Alliance evolution rankings, and its soaring speed meant that even if 9th and 10th rank evolvers couldn't use it, they wouldn't mind buying it to take a look. 500 billion civilization coins, a huge fortune for 6th and 7th rank evolvers, didn't count for much in the eyes of 9th and 10th rank evolvers. 9th and 10th rank evolvers, already belonging to the strategic forces of human civilization, could easily amass far more than this amount with just one foray into a cosmic secret realm. With over 10,000 copies of the 8th layer part sold, even after subtracting the share for human civilization and taxes, I still have thousands of cubic universe crystals in hand. Lin Yuan's spirits were lifted. This was just a short time after he had uploaded the 8th layer part of the income it would bring him from the martial path evolutionary path was only going to increase. Inside the Chicken Prime virtual world, Lin Yuan sat opposite the Chicken Starlord, savoring fine wine. It's been a long time since I've had such leisure to enjoy a drink, Lin Yuan said, sipping gently, the hot sensation flowing down his throat. The wine in the virtual world, although non-beneficial to the physical body, tasted no different from real fine wines. This wine, out there, costs a cubic universe crystal per glass. It's much cheaper in the virtual world, but still millions of cosmos coins, said the Chicken Starlord, who, even for him, could not bear to buy such expensive wines in reality, and not because he couldn't afford it, but because he found it too painful. The 3 cosmic forces you used to defeat those 2 invincible 8th rank beings, were they all higher cosmic forces? The Chicken Starlord also took a sip and asked curiously. I'm not sure if they were higher cosmic forces, Lin Yuan shook his head. He only speculated that the Taiji Force, Destruction Force, and Immeasurable Force were higher cosmic forces, but he didn't really know. Teacher, take a look. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, 3 strands of energy swirling between his fingers. Indeed, they are higher cosmic forces. With this strand of cosmic force, you've at least cultivated to the 3rd realm, the Chicken Starlord said in awe. He had already seen the video of Lin Yuan in action, noticing his disciple mobilizing 3 types of cosmic forces, but seeing the 3 higher cosmic forces obediently winding around his disciple's fingers was still somewhat shocking. This was higher cosmic force, not some roadside green vegetable. People cannot be compared with one another. I was so proud when I realized one type of cosmic force, but my disciple, you comprehended 3 types of higher cosmic forces all at once. The Chicken Starlord said wistfully. It was good luck, just happened to comprehend 3 types of powers, all of which were cosmic forces, Lin Yuan said with a smile. In the main world universe starry sky, cosmic forces cannot be simulated or replicated, so realizing a type of cosmic force is very much about luck. Some 8th rank powerhouses may spend tens of thousands of years without realizing a type of cosmic force, while some might achieve it in just a few decades. It all depends on random factors. To discover 1 might be luck, but to discover 3 and still call it luck? The Chicken Starlord sighed. His disciple was excellent in all aspects, except he was too humble. If it was himself, he would have boasted to all his old friends. 3 types of higher cosmic forces. When you step into the 9th rank, forging a 9th rank foundation, how solid will it be? The Chicken Starlord remarked admiringly. What the Chicken Starlord did not know, was that his disciple didn't just comprehend 3 types of cosmic forces, but dozens of them. Some even included the primal force, which surpassed higher cosmic forces. In the Red Coon lineage virtual world, countless members of the Red Coon lineage were whispering, their gazes occasionally turning towards the imposing main peak at the center. The well-informed members had long known that the 13 Peaks Master, also known as the Galaxy Master, was currently meeting with the Chicken Star-Lord. The Galaxy Master. Previously, people wouldn't have been so excited, but news of the Galaxy Master defeating two invincible 8th-rank beings of a different species in the fringe starfield had come. That news had exploded amongst all members of the Red Coon lineage. Accomplishing what not even the Chicken Star-Lord had achieved, the Galaxy Master had thoroughly excited the members of the Red Coon lineage. Anyone could see, with such young achievements in defeating invincible 8th ranks, stepping into the 9th rank was inevitable. How is the 13 Peaks Master so powerful? Over the years, has the 13 Peaks Master created few miracles. Had I known, I would have done everything to join the 13 Peaks and become a subordinate of the 13 Peaks Master. Do you think you can get in just by giving it your all? The 13 Peaks are extremely selective in their recruitment. Members of the Red Coon lineage eagerly discussed, and the prestige of the Galaxy Master began to spread throughout the southern star region of human civilization. Consequently, the Red Coon lineage also gained fame. A corner within the Red Coon lineage. Feng Yu gazed distantly at the central main peak, his expression complex. Originally, during the 7-star cave test, the 13 Peaks Master had invited him to join the 13 Peaks. He had rejected the offer, choosing instead a Great Peak Master who had already advanced to the 8th layer. Not long after, Feng Yu came to regret this decision as the 13 Peaks Master also advanced to the 8th layer. Compared to the Great Peak Master, who had taken nearly 100,000 years to reach the 8th layer, the 13 Peaks Master surpassed the former in every aspect. At the time, Feng Yu had chosen the Great Peak Master because he had already been a powerful 8th layer fighter, but soon after, the 13 Peaks Master also advanced to the 8th layer. This made Feng Yu feel like a fool. Over the years, Feng Yu had gradually come to terms with his choice. He thought that even if he hadn't joined the 13 Peaks, becoming a subordinate of the Great Peak Master, it wouldn't have mattered much. That was until he recently heard that the 13 Peaks Master had slain two 8th-layer invincible alien races. Those were 8th-layer invincible alien races, and they were just killed by the 13 Peaks Master? Feng Yu felt extreme regret, thinking that had he chosen the 13 Peaks at that time, he would now be a highly sought-after figure. In that session of the 7-star cave test, the two evolvers who had chosen the 13 Peaks, Mo Li being a powerhouse as a red pattern examiner, was already stronger than him, Feng Yu. But Wu Lan? Just an ordinary silver pattern, with no background. With no support. Merely because she had accepted the invitation of the 13 Peaks Master. Now, she was held in high regard among the Red Coon lineage, even receiving respect from several of the Peak Masters. One wrong step leads to many, Feng Yu sighed inwardly. Milky Way main star. After chatting with his teacher, the Chicken Star-Lord, for a while, Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world. Now, I should be at the peak of the 8th layer, Lin Yuan thought to himself, having completed the entire 8th stage of martial arts, which marked the end of his journey in the 8th layer, and what remained was breaking through to the 9th layer. I might try exploring the Demon Jade space, Lin Yuan suddenly thought. After deriving 3,333 evolutionary pathways from the body of a supreme being from beyond the cosmos, a magic jade mark automatically formed deep within Lin Yuan's soul, making him an ordinary member of the Moyu Tower. The magic jade mark, aside from being a symbol of a regular member of the Moyu Tower and stabilizing the spirit will, also connected to a mysterious spacey of the Demon Jade space, fashioned by the demonic Jade Tower Master. This very space held the greatest opportunity within the body of the deceased Supreme Being. Lin Yuan found out from the magic jade mark that it's best to consider entering the Demon Jade space at the peak of the 8th layer. Thus, he waited until today. Now, I can do it. Lin Yuan probed his soul with his mind, locking onto the 9 floors dark tower shaped magic jade mark. Let's explore. Lin Yuan activated the 9 floors dark tower mark, and in an instant, his will climbed immeasurably, arriving in a mysterious space. Magic Jade Tower, a mysterious force beyond the universe. According to the intention of the Sha Qin Supreme Being, the master of the Magic Jade Tower suddenly vanished in the distant past. The many members of the Magic Jade Tower also vanished without a trace. The body of that Supreme Being that drifted in from outside the universe should be a member of the Magic Jade Tower. Otherwise, there would be no way for his body to contain evolution paths related to the magic jade tower. The information Lin Yuan obtained from the magic jade mark indicated that the demonic jade space it connected to was specially opened by the master of the magic jade tower for the members to undergo trials. Since it was a place for trial, there would undoubtedly be risks involved, and it would be easy to encounter mishaps if one wasn't at the 8th layer peak. Whoosh! A thread of Lin Yuan's spirit will, following the magic jade mark, descended in a mysterious space. Is this the demonic jade space? Lin Yuan cautiously observed his surroundings. Am I descending as a projection of consciousness? Is my real body still on the Milky Way main star? Lin Yuan immediately confirmed his own state. Having experienced multiple journeys through the door to the myriad realms, Lin Yuan was familiar with this sensation. The difference was that when he arrived at various worlds through the door to the myriad realms, he couldn't feel the existence of his body in the main world at all. During the 8th traversal, he could perceive the tiny details around his body, which was thanks to the aid of the door to the myriad realms acting as a medium. But now, Lin Yuan was able to sense where his body was, albeit being incredibly distant, but it felt authentic and substantial. This demonic jade space must not be in the main world, but it should exist on the same latitude and in the same dimension. Lin Yuan deduced in his heart. If it were in a different latitude and dimension from the main world, he shouldn't be able to sense where his body was. If I want to return now, all I need to do is dissipate this thread of consciousness, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The magic jade mark simply brought a thread of spirit will here, while the main body of the spirit will remained within his body. The current state of Lin Yuan was similar to a consciousness projection. A projection of consciousness. The only powers I can use now are my understanding of rules and cosmic force? Lin Yuan's thoughts spread out as he looked around. What caught his eye was an expanse of vast white fog. Lin Yuan's mind was faintly drawn towards something to the front left. Is it telling me to go there? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. The pull was coming from the magic jade mark. Without the magic jade mark, even if he forcefully descended into this space, he wouldn't know which direction to head in. The white fog masked everything. Let's go. Lin Yuan didn't plan to wander blindly. Instead, he followed the guidance of the magic jade mark and walked straight ahead. Although he did not know what level of strength the master of the magic jade tower was, it was certain he wouldn't be weaker than a supreme being. It was safest to abide by the rules of a space created by such an existence. As for carving out a new path, that was the most foolish act. At the very moment when a thread of Lin Yuan's spirit will descended. At the core of the demon jade space, in front of a 9-story high tower completely black in color, a humanoid stone statue suddenly opened its eyes and looked towards Lin Yuan, who was carefully approaching from afar. How many eons have passed? Has a magic jade tower member finally entered this trial ground again? The statue watched Lin Yuan from a distance, feeling nostalgic. Once, our magic jade tower was so flourishing. Members would come for trials every moment. Now, to wait for just one member takes such a long time. The humanoid stone statue sighed. Master, just where have you gone? With your disappearance, does the magic jade tower still need to exist? Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. He could feel everything that the thread of spirit will that entered the demonic jade space encountered. Even as that thread of spirit will explored the demonic jade space, he could himself engage in practice and enlightenment of paths here. As an 8th layer evolver, doing multiple things at once was nothing out of the ordinary. Unless the incarnation formed by that thread of spirit will encounter something extremely important, most of his heart force would remain focused on his true body. I wonder if up to now, any human evolver has become an ordinary member of the magic jade tower, Lin Yuan silently pondered. To thoroughly comprehend the 3,333 evolution paths is one thing, but over the years, perhaps some human evolver has managed to perfect and enhance an evolution path. This method of becoming an ordinary member of the magic jade tower is much simpler than fully understanding the 3,333 evolution paths. And what about different species? Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Even the peak clans, without the virtual world technology of humans, couldn't isolate the majority of the powerful influence of that severed body. Therefore, the peak clans who contemplate that supreme being's body also have to bear great risks. But likewise, the greater the risk they bear, the bigger the variables could be. Perhaps some different species, who was exceptionally compatible with that severed body, could significantly accelerate their contemplation. Forget it. Right now, I should still focus on fully comprehending the 33,333 evolution paths as soon as possible. Lin Yuan split off another thread of consciousness and connected to the virtual world, sitting at the peak of a mountain, looking up at the severed body under the vast sky. Understanding 3,333 evolution paths would automatically make one an ordinary member of the Magic Jade Tower. Lin Yuan speculated that if he were to comprehend 33,333 evolution paths, his rank as an ordinary member of the Magic Jade Tower would very likely rise a notch. Although Lin Yuan didn't know what he would encounter inside the demonic jade space, having a higher rank as a member of the Magic Jade Tower certainly wouldn't be a bad thing. Of course, Lin Yuan's main concentration and heart force would still be devoted to the fusion of rules. Demon Jade Space. Guided by the Magic Jade Mark, Lin Yuan passed through layers of heavy mist and finally arrived in front of a gigantic 9-floor black tower. The 9-floor tower was grand and massive, entirely black, with a vaguely emanating aura that penetrated through several spatial layers. This tower? Lin Yuan felt his spirit while under immense pressure. The 9-floor tower matched the 9 floors dark tower from the Magic Jade Mark. But the former was countless times larger than the latter and emitted a pressure so intense that Lin Yuan felt like he was facing the Sha Qin Supreme Being again. Comparable to the pressure of a Supreme Being, could this tower rival a Supreme Being? Lin Yuan felt it was unbelievable. In the main world, Supreme Beings were the absolute synonyms for invincibility, dominating the vast starry sea. While Lin Yuan kept examining the 9-floor tower, a huge human-shaped stone statue slowly walked out. "Little guy, don't stare at the black tower for too long, it will have adverse effects on you," the stone statue spoke. Although Lin Yuan had never heard the language before, he somehow understood its meaning. "I have seen the elder," Lin Yuan immediately said humbly. The giant stone statue that appeared outside the black tower, sharing the same aura as the tower, clearly played a guardian role. It was likely greatly associated with the Demon Jade Tower, so it was only proper for Lin Yuan to respectfully address it as elder. "Ha ha 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 ha," the stone statue laughed. "After so many years, to finally see a member of the Demon Jade Tower, at last someone to talk to." Lin Yuan murmured, his mind slightly stirred. From the stone statue's statement, he could infer a lot of information. For example, before Lin Yuan, the last member who had entered the Demon Jade space must have been very long ago. That is to say, currently, neither human civilization nor other peak different species had any clan members become ordinary members of the Demon Jade Tower. Although it might be possible for some to become ordinary members whose strength had not yet reached the 8th rank peak, hence afraid to enter the Demon Jade space. The probability was too small. Not everyone possessed against heaven's understanding like Lin Yuan. "My name is Shen Ji, little fellow, you can just call me by my name," the stone statue said smilingly, also examining Lin Yuan closely. Did you become a regular member of the Demon Jade Tower by mastering over 3,333 demonic evolution paths? Your understanding is quite impressive." Stone statue Shen Ji's tone was tinged with surprise, as mastering over 3,333 demonic evolution paths was no easy feat, requiring much more time than perfecting a single demonic evolution path. Unless one had exceptional understanding, few beings chose this way to join the Demon Jade Tower. Similarly, such ordinary members were more valued by the Demon Jade Tower than those who perfected a certain demonic evolution path. "Just by luck," Lin Yuan immediately responded. He simply felt that directly cultivating the evolution paths he had realized was too dangerous, and mastering multiple evolution paths could also enhance his foundation. "All right, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me," stone statue Shenji said. He was quite pleased with Lin Yuan, primarily because after so many years, having a practitioner come along, he could have a conversation to relieve his boredom. Moreover, Lin Yuan's understanding was impressive. No matter how much time it took, a million or even 10 million years, as long as he could comprehend all 3,333 demonic evolution paths, there was no question about his understanding. If his understanding was lacking, no amount of time would allow him to comprehend so many demonic evolution paths. Elder Shen Ji, Lin Yuan thought for a moment before asking, "What about this trial, how should it be undergone?" Lin Yuan had only gathered simple information about entering the demon jade space and undergoing the trial to obtain corresponding rewards from his magic jade mark. But as for how to undergo the trial or what rewards to receive, he was not very clear. It's simple, see this 9-floor tower? Stone statue Shenji showed no impatience, explaining, you can receive a great reward left by the demonic Jade Tower Master for every layer you conquer. A reward left by the demonic Jade Tower Master? Lin Yuan's mind stirred. The higher the floor, the greater the reward, the stone statue added, but don't get ahead of yourself. Normally for beings with rank as high as 8, just passing the first floor is almost impossible, and from the 7th floor onward, basically only 12th rank lifeforms can attempt it. 12th rank. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. In the main world universe, 12th rank has many names. The ultimate being, or the supreme being. And according to the meaning of the stone statue Shenji, even a supreme being only hopes to pass through the 7th layer. There is still the 8th layer and the 9th layer afterward. What specific rewards are there? Lin Yuan was curious in his heart. That I do not know, the rewards left by the master are confidential. Even I am not aware of them, stone statue Shenji patiently said. For countless millennia, he had been so lonely that now, faced with a little 8th layer fellow, he almost answered any question asked. The grandiose entrance to the 9 floors dark tower. Stone statue Shenji brought Lin Yuan here. Further ahead, they would enter the range of the first layer of the 9 floors dark tower. Little guy, just keep walking straight ahead to that black staircase. Once you reach there, you would have passed the first layer, and what follows is the second layer, stone statue Shenji spoke. The entrance to the 9 floors dark tower was hundreds of miles wide. Lin Yuan looked around, turned and asked Shenji, Senior Shenji, what strength is required to pass the first layer? Generally speaking, only a 9th rank life has hope to pass through the first layer. As for 8th rank life, it's also possible if one grasps the complete space rules, stone statue Shenji spoke gently. In his opinion, Lin Yuan had no hope of passing through the first layer, but as long as someone could keep him company to chat, that was enough. Lin Yuan is an ordinary member of the Demon Jade Tower, holding the magic jade mark, able to enter the Demon Jade space at any time. Grasping the complete space rules? Lin Yuan was secretly shocked. For an 8th rank life to grasp the complete space rules, that was much more difficult than becoming an invincible at 8th layer. In the main world universe Starry Sky, the number of invincibles at 8th layer is still some, human civilization, other great peak clans, even powerful clans, ordinary clans. They all have invincibles at the 8th layer. But for the 8th layer to grasp the complete space rules? It has indeed occurred, but only through the long ages might such a person luckily be born. Of course, if you have deduced some kind of cosmic force, and this cosmic force is strong enough, there's also hope of passing through the first layer, stone statue Shenji added. By implication, ordinary cosmic force stands no chance in passing through the first layer. That's good, Lin Yuan said, feeling a bit of relief in his heart. If nothing else, he had plenty of cosmic force. Actually, during his 8th traversal, in his stay of 920 years in the spirit realm. If Lin Yuan hadn't spent a lot of time on comprehending the power of creation, he would probably have been able to grasp 7,782 core spatial models, mastering the complete space rules. But Lin Yuan never regretted his decision. Complete space rules? With Lin Yuan's understanding, as long as he had enough time, he would be able to grasp it. But the power of creation? Once out of the spirit realm, Lin Yuan couldn't think of the next time he would encounter such a world with no limits on cosmic force. It could take who knows how long. Go ahead. Stone statue Shenji stood at the entrance and said. Okay. Lin Yuan did not hesitate and directly entered the first layer of the 9 floors dark tower. Stone statue Shenji watched Lin Yuan enter the black tower. Don't know how long he can last, but just being able to deduce 3,333 paths of evolutionary Tao to join the Demon Jade Pavilion. Even with only 8th layer, there is hope of passing through the first layer, stone statue Shenji thought to himself, as the scene of the first layer of the black tower appeared in front of him. As the guardian of the 9 floors dark tower, stone statue Shenji had many rights to prevent the Demon Jade Tower's ordinary members from cheating during their training, such as using external force, and so on. The master of the Demon Jade Tower created this space to cultivate members. If they used external force, it would lose the effect of the training, they would be driven out by stone statue Shenji, never to enter again. 9 floors dark tower. First layer. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. All around was incredibly empty, with only a striking black staircase at the center. Lin Yuan understood that only by reaching the black staircase would he have passed the first layer of the dark tower. Along the black staircase, one could also enter the second layer. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan took big steps toward the central black staircase. The next moment, a massive pressure enveloped him from all directions. Lin Yuan felt his spirit will begin to crumble. The intangible and formless pressure almost tore him apart. I now have no physical body and not even the power of the soul. To resist this pressure, I can only rely on an understanding of the laws or cosmic force. Lin Yuan thought to himself and tried to operate the space rules to compress the space around him, but regrettably, his understanding of the space rules was limited, and soon the intangible pressure penetrated the space and descended upon him again. No wonder Senior Shenji said that one must at least master the complete space rules to pass the first layer. Lin Yuan thought to himself that only with complete mastery of space, allowing him to freely stretch or shorten the length of space, could any attack from the external world hardly reach him. It's too difficult for an 8th layer being to surpass the first layer. The stone statue Shenji watched Lin Yuan's scene within the tower. The master initially decreed that one could enter here for experience at the peak of the 8th layer. But among 10,000 or a million at the peak of the 8th layer, perhaps only one might surpass the first layer. As Lin Yuan operated the space rules, the stone statue Shenji knew that the other party had not mastered the complete space rules. Under such circumstances, the chance of passing the first layer of the Dark Tower decreased further. Cosmic force? This young one really possesses a type of cosmic force? The stone statue Shenji watched with great interest. This cosmic force, where yin and yang integrate, is it a higher cosmic force? And cultivated to the 3rd realm? Interesting, but just these alone will still make it very difficult to pass the first layer. The stone statue Shenji deduced inwardly, but at this moment, his interest had already been piqued. Possessing a type of high cosmic force cultivated to the 3rd realm, Lin Yuan could at least last a very long time on the first layer. Dark Tower's first layer. Lin Yuan realized that the space rules could not withstand the thick pressure enveloping from all around. Without hesitating, he activated the Taiji force. The yin-yang Taiji power formed a barrier on the surface of his body, blocking all the pressure outside. Finally stabilized, Lin Yuan breathed a slight sigh of relief internally. He was indeed afraid that he couldn't even surpass the first layer. Though with the magic jade mark, Lin Yuan had unlimited chances to try again. But if he couldn't pass the first layer from the start, one can imagine the difficulty of the subsequent layers. The trials within the Dark Tower can only rely on oneself, either to master the complete space rules or other foundational rules, or to amass sufficiently powerful cosmic force. Lin Yuan concluded. What he didn't know, however, was that there was a third method, which was to utilize external help. Some specific treasures that could be brought into one's spirit willow were permitted, but the Moyu Tower Master detested the reliance on external help during training, specifically assigning stone statue Shenji to monitor the process. Lin Yuan continued walking toward the central black staircase. As he neared his target, the enveloping pressure grew increasingly oppressive. Yet, relying on the Taiji power, Lin Yuan was still barely able to resist. Until a wu. The formless pressure almost materialized, starting to form terrifying creatures that charged at Lin Yuan, all ultimately colliding with the Taiji barrier and disintegrating into dust. Lin Yuan frowned. With each terrifying creature hitting the Taiji barrier, he clearly felt the Taiji barrier shake slightly. This won't do. Lin Yuan realized he could not allow those terrifying creatures to touch the Taiji barrier. Immeasurable force, and the power of destruction. Lin Yuan used several types of higher cosmic force in succession, starting to actively hunt down those terrifying creatures formed by the formless pressure. Boom, boom. The vast immeasurable force spread all around, and the power of destruction began to cleanse. During this period, Lin Yuan intermittently used other cosmic forces. Occasionally, dozens of ordinary cosmic forces were also utilized. This is much easier. Lin Yuan's face lit up with a smile. the combination of different cosmic forces often yielded greater effects. In the spirit realm, Lingshu, a mortal king, had only comprehended one type of high power of creation and 6 types of ordinary powers of creation, but the latter, when combined, were hardly inferior to the high power of creation. Lin Yuan possessed even more ordinary cosmic forces, which combined even more perfectly, making his journey toward the central black staircase nearly an overwhelming march. Senior Shen Ji said that the faster one passes the first layer, the more generous the rewards. Lin Yuan quickened his pace, the surrounding formless pressure grew heavier, and the number of conjured phantom creatures increased. Yet under the sweeping coordination of proactive cosmic forces, Lin Yuan never even stopped his stride. Soon, when he was about 100 meters away from the central black staircase, a near-tangible black octopod creature materialized, its terrifying presence overwhelming. Lin Yuan finally halted. He sensed a faint threat emanating from this black octopod creature. Quick battle, quick decision. No need to hold back. Lin Yuan didn't want to waste time on the black octopod creature. He just wanted to quickly surpass the first layer to see what rewards awaited. So, without hesitation, he went all out. Boom, boom. Dozens of cosmic forces mixed. Among the cosmic forces, one strand was immeasurably profound, faintly emanating the breath of the primal, the very primal force that transcended the higher cosmic forces. Over 900 years in the spirit realm, had it not been for that piece of primordial stone that descended from the 9 heavens. Even with against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan would have found it extremely difficult to comprehend such a mysterious power that surpassed the higher cosmic forces. The primal force of the first realm possessed might that nearly transcended the cosmic forces of the third realm. Wu! The black 8-clawed creature that had solidified, almost tangible, at the last moment of its life, let out a crazed roar before it was crushed to dust under the overwhelming pressure of various cosmic forces. Quickly, go! Lin Yuan continued to stride toward the black staircase at the center. With spatial suppression on the first floor of the black tower, it was impossible to teleport or compress space. Not even to fly. Lin Yuan could only reach his destination by walking. There should be no more creatures to block the way behind. Lin Yuan kept walking, though he felt somewhat uneasy. By now, he had played his last card, even invoking the primal force. At least in terms of spirit will, he had no stronger methods left. Actually, on second thought, there was still one. That was the physical body divine ability, strengthening. Once Lin Yuan activated this divine skill, everything in his physical soul, spirit will, and so on would increase tenfold. Even with just spirit will at this moment, Lin Yuan would benefit from the amplification of strengthening. However, this divine skill was meant to be a trump card held in reserve, and using it would lead to a brief period of weakness. Lin Yuan wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. Outside the 9 floors dark tower, the stone statue Shen Ji, who had been eagerly watching Lin Yuan's tower challenging ordeal, had fallen silent at some point. Watching Lin Yuan, who was advancing through the tower unabated toward the central black staircase, statue Shen Ji's freshly awakened mind turned to mush once more. What had he seen? An 8th layer being, charging, through the tower challenge. This was beyond belief for stone statue Shen Ji, who had guarded the 9 floors dark tower for untold years and witnessed the peak of the Moyu Tower's glory, encountering genius after genius that defied explanation. But at the 8th layer, no matter how strong a genius one was, to pass through the first floor of the Black Tower one would need to be extremely cautious, advancing slowly and tentatively. Not excluding 8th layer beings that mastered the complete space rules. As for charging, indeed, the faster one completed the tower challenge, the richer the rewards. Stone statue Shen Ji would proactively inform every challenger of this. But that was all he would do. It was like saying, if you work hard at your cultivation, one day you might become a supreme being. Just talk. A basic encouragement. To get through the first floor was already very difficult for an 8th layer being. Where would they have the luxury to consider speed? 1 cosmic force, 2 cosmic forces, 50 cosmic forces. Stone statue Shen Ji, numb from counting, watched as Lin Yuan activated cosmic forces one after another, which also caught his eye. But the more he saw, the more alarmed he became. Where would you find an 8th layer being that controlled dozens of cosmic forces at once? Does that make any sense? Is that still an 8th layer being? Stone statue Shenji fell into self-doubt. He even speculated whether, during his slumber, something earth-shattering had happened in the outside world that made the comprehension of cosmic forces easier? But no matter how much easier, those were still cosmic forces, right? That cosmic force? Stone statue Shenji's pupils constricted slightly, his gaze fixated on a certain drifting cosmic force. This cosmic force radiated the aura of the primal. It was indeed the primal force. Higher cosmic force? No, this is not a higher cosmic force. Statue Shenji's heart was struck by a tidal wave of shock. Cosmic forces were of two kinds. One is the ordinary cosmic force. The other is the higher cosmic force. Actually, even among ordinary cosmic forces and higher cosmic forces, there are levels of strength and weakness. Some ordinary and higher cosmic forces are simply stronger than others of the same tier. But even the strongest have their limits. The strand of primal force now before the statue was fundamentally superior to all higher cosmic forces. Source-level cosmic force, this is the source-level cosmic force. The stone statue Shenji's mind was somewhat befuddled. To an eighth-layer being, the source-level cosmic force was legendary. An eighth-layer life-form could hope to comprehend the cosmic force, but this typically referred only to the ordinary cosmic forces or the higher-level cosmic forces at most. Even higher-level cosmic forces were rare. As for an eighth-layer life-form comprehending the source-level cosmic force, even though the stone statue had once followed the Moyu Tower Master, it had only heard of such a feat. A freak of nature like this, even during the heyday of the Magic Jade Tower, would be immediately taken in by the Moyu Tower Master as a direct disciple and nurtured with all resources. Yet Lin Yuan not only achieved this, but had also casually comprehended dozens of other types of cosmic forces, among which more than 10 were high-level cosmic forces. Master, how good it would have been if you had disappeared later. Stone statue Shenji's heart trembled internally. An existence that comprehended origin power during its 8th-layer lifespan, with a bit of nurturing, wouldn't need 1,000,000 years to become a force to be reckoned with in a region. First layer of the Black Tower. The thing Lin Yuan worried about didn't happen. After crushing that black 8-clawed creature, there was no significant resistance met afterward. Lin Yuan thus easily arrived at the central staircase. Whoosh! Stone statue Shenji appeared here, staring intently at Lin Yuan as if witnessing some rare treasure. Senior Shenji. Lin Yuan tentatively asked, do you think the speed at which I completed the first layer is considered fast? Knowing that the faster one cleared the tower, the richer the rewards would be, Lin Yuan had held back almost nothing just now. Aside from his physical body divine ability, strengthening, he had gone all out. Is it considered fast? Stone statue Shenji once again fell silent. It wasn't just fast. At the 8th-layer life stage, Lin Yuan's speed in completing the first layer was unquestionably the fastest, and even opened up a gap like the heavens and earth with the one in second place. Very fast. Stone statue Shenji took a deep breath, calming the shock within its heart. That's good to hear. Lin Yuan was relieved. In an all-out situation, he believed that no 8th-layer powerhouse in the main world's universe would be his match. But the Magic Jade Tower was not a power from the main world. It came from beyond the universe, so Lin Yuan was still very humble. With your potential, for the rewards of the first layer, you may pick any 3, said stone statue Shenji. Normally, after passing the first layer of the Dark Tower, one would be bestowed a treasure, the value of which was determined by a combination of factors like the speed of clearing the tower and the potential displayed. Lin Yuan, with one source-level cosmic force and more than a dozen higher-level cosmic forces, and dozens of ordinary cosmic forces, had completely surpassed the limits of stone statue Shenji. Therefore, all the treasures of the first layer were laid out for Lin Yuan to choose from himself, and the number was also increased from 1 to 3. This was the greatest authority that stone statue Shenji possessed. Alright. Lin Yuan looked forward with anticipation. However, before you select the treasures, there's a process to go through. The stone statue took out a black mirror. This mirror can sense the traces of time, estimating your real age approximately, said the stone statue. This was also a measure of potential, the same speed in clearing the tower, the younger the age, naturally, the higher the potential. But rest assured, it's just a formality. With the cosmic force you wield, even if you were 5 million years old, it wouldn't affect the final awarding of your reward, the stone statue spoke. The lifespan limit of an 8th layer being is 5 million years. Here, 5 million years refers to the limit after employing all possible life-extending methods. A normal 8th layer being would be coming to the end of its life close to 1 million years old. What the stone statue Shenji meant was, no matter how old Lin Yuan was, merely possessing the source-level cosmic force was enough to completely disregard it. After saying this, the stone statue activated the black mirror. Suddenly, a hazy light enveloped Lin Yuan, and immediately ancient characters appeared on the mirror. The stone statue gave it a casual glance, thinking that confirming Lin Yuan's age was completely meaningless. If it weren't for the rules set by the demonic Jade Tower Master, he would have already laid out the rewards for Lin Yuan to choose from. As stone statue Shenji was contemplating which 3 rewards Lin Yuan would pick, its gaze indifferently glanced at the ancient characters on the black mirror. In that instant, the stone statue's expression once again froze. He carefully examined the characters on the mirror, turned his head incredulously towards Lin Yuan and said, "You are only 2,000 years old? 2,000 years at the 8th layer? 2,000 years and comprehended dozens of cosmic forces? 2,000 years and comprehended source-level cosmic force?" Stone statue Shenji felt as if its entire understanding of the world was collapsing. Over 2,000 years old? Lin Yuan was also carefully observing the black mirror. Having traversed the door to the myriad realms 8 times, he had stayed for 20 years, 80 years, 160 years, 300 years, 500 years, 600 years, 30 years, and 920 years respectively. Adding up all the stay durations, it amounted to 2,610 years, and if the time in the main world were included as well, Lin Yuan's precise age would be 2,630 years. This precise age refers to the age of the spirit will, which is the fundamental age for judging a being. As for the physical age, the soul age, neither can fundamentally measure the true years a life has experienced. After all, the body can be changed, the soul can also be abandoned, but only the spirit will. True spirit is the core of life. To so precisely ascertain my true age, Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. When he previously met Sha Qin's Supreme Being, the latter had also sensed Lin Yuan's real age, but not as precisely as this mirror. Sha Qin's Supreme Being had mastered the complete rule of time. It was not surprising that he could perceive the true temporal years Lin Yuan had experienced. But this mirror? It must be a treasure involving the rule of time, Lin Yuan guessed to himself. Time-related treasures, containing the power of time, can only be crafted by those who fully master the rule of time. How exactly did you practice? In just over 2,000 years, not only did you reach the 8th layer, but also comprehend so much cosmic force? The stone statue Shenji couldn't comprehend. Could it be you've never encountered any bottlenecks or constraints? The stone statue Shenji found it somewhat absurd. Considering Lin Yuan's displayed talents, even at the age of 4 million or 5 million years, it would be considered incredible. As for just over 2,000 years? What can be achieved in just over 2,000 years? Grasping even one type of cosmic force? At this moment, the stone statue was full of speculations. Such as whether the black mirror might be malfunctioning? Or could Lin Yuan be a legendary temporal life? The former was almost impossible, as the black mirror, crafted by the Moyu Tower Master, contained the complete rule of time. Even if there were issues with this test space, it would not malfunction. And the latter? Temporal life born within time, living in the river of time, existing in the past, present, and future. Time could not leave any marks on them, so could that be why they escaped detection by the black mirror? But even for someone as great as the demonic Jade Tower Master, temporal life was only something he had heard about and never actually seen. The stone statue Shenji found it increasingly difficult to understand. Even if another freak of nature, could they at least conform to some basic logic? Lin Yuan, however, shattered his perceptions in one fell swoop. What the stone statue Shenji didn't know was that the strength at the 8th layer and the several types of cosmic force were merely a part of Lin Yuan's achievements over the past 2,000 years. Lin Yuan's greatest achievement was pioneering the martial path evolutionary path, where his real efforts lay. The martial path evolutionary path was Lin Yuan's strongest confidence in becoming a supreme being in the future, whether it was the space rules or other laws, or the various cosmic forces. All served the martial path evolutionary path. Maybe my understanding is a bit higher than others, Lin Yuan pondered and then said. A bit higher? The stone statue Shenji remained silent. Was it just a bit? Alright, I don't care how you managed to accomplish these things, but with the talents and potential you've displayed, you can choose 3 treasures from all the rewards of the Black Tower's first layer and second layer, said stone statue Shenji. Those who normally pass the first layer of Magic Jade Tower would receive a random treasure from that level, and these treasures generally ranked in the mid to lower tier among all the rewards of the first layer. Lin Yuan, through the use of dozens of types of cosmic force, including source-level cosmic force, demonstrated potential far beyond stone statue's imagination. Hence the decision to let Lin Yuan choose any 3 items from the numerous treasures of the first layer. 3 picks, and of their choice. No one knew how much stronger this was compared to a random award. But now, upon learning that Lin Yuan was only just over 2,000 years old, the stone statue expanded the selection change from rewards of the first layer to include those of the second layer as well. The demonic Jade Tower Master originally designed this training space so that each layer had its own separate reward treasury. The higher the Black Tower's levels, the richer and more rare its corresponding reward treasury. The second layer's reward treasury was naturally much more superior than that of the first layers. Lin Yuan, having only overcome the first layer yet being allowed to choose rewards including many from the second layer's treasury, can only imagine the shock in the statue's heart. If it weren't for the fact that the numerous treasures in the reward treasury of the third layer of the Black Tower were basically useless to Lin Yuan, it might have even opened up the third layer's treasury for him. After finishing, stone statue Shenji raised its right hand, and multiple layers of screens appeared in front of Lin Yuan. They recorded many treasures and rare items. So many treasures? Lin Yuan's heart rate sped up, and the majority of the treasures recorded on the reward list were unheard of by him. But their unparalleled value was confirmed through the remarks and explanations beside each reward item. In the main world, they could make those at the 9th rank and 10th rank break their heads over them. Even the origin fine gold obtained by Chicken Star Lord at a great expense was only ranked towards the bottom on this list of rewards. Too many, too many. Lin Yuan reviewed the list several times, finding it difficult to choose, mainly because he had never heard of most of the treasure rewards, although there was a basic remark explaining each item on the list. Yet merely relying on these annotations made it difficult to fully understand the treasure reward and to ascertain whether it was suitable for oneself. Senior Shenji, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted from the reward list to the stone statue Shenji standing beside him. I'm unsure which 3 treasure rewards to choose. Lin Yuan found it hard to make a choice because he was unfamiliar with these reward treasures. But as the keeper of this trial space, the stone statue Shenji, who had control over the rewards for each layer, certainly knew the value of each treasure. Would you like me to choose for you? An unusual expression appeared on the face of the stone statue Shenji. Normally, he was too lazy to bother with these matters, but having been lonely for many years, coupled with Lin Yuan exhibiting an unreasonable and incomprehensible talent, he was quite willing to offer his suggestions. Are you looking to select the most valuable treasure rewards or the ones most suitable for you? The stone statue Shenji asked, needing to understand Lin Yuan's needs to offer specific suggestions. The ones suitable for me, Lin Yuan said without hesitation. Most of the treasures on the reward list were ones Lin Yuan had never even heard of, suggesting they might be hard to acquire even in the main world. Therefore, it was best to choose the most suitable ones, as the value of a treasure was irrelevant if it could not be utilized properly. Then I do have some thoughts, the stone statue Shenji observed Lin Yuan for a moment, then spoke earnestly. For you, right now, the most critical thing is to fully comprehend the complete space rules. Fully comprehend the complete space rules? Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback. Normal beings of the 8th layer indeed don't need to fully comprehend the complete space rules to break through to the 9th rank. The stone statue Shenji glanced at Lin Yuan. Because given the vastness of the space rules, it is sufficient to grasp just a small portion to encompass and integrate with other rules, the stone statue Shenji said. Right, Lin Yuan nodded. The Taiyan rule and Taiyang rule could be integrated only when Lin Yuan had completely understood both. This is because the Taiyan rule and Taiyang rule are on the same level, and to integrate them, it is necessary to fully comprehend both. However, the space rules are a foundational rule, far surpassing ordinary rules in vastness, and integration with ordinary rules doesn't require full comprehension. But this is under normal circumstances, the stone statue Shenji sighed. Even though some beings of the 8th layer who discover several types of cosmic force might blend them with ordinary rules into the space rules when breaking through to the 9th rank. It hardly impacts them much, he continued, pausing briefly, but you have discovered too many types of cosmic force, including one that is of the source level. For you to step into the 9th rank, you must comprehend the complete space rules fully, he added. Only with the complete space rules can you support the numerous types of cosmic force you have discovered. The stone statue Shenji finished and fell silent. So that's it, Lin Yuan suddenly realized. No wonder he had been struggling recently with the integration of the rules. It was because the space rules he had grasped were insufficient. This wasn't surprising since the human alliance in the main world's description of how to ascend to the 9th rank never mentioned how to integrate so many types of cosmic force. Moreover, since Lin Yuan had not revealed that he had discovered numerous types of cosmic force, others, even if willing, could not provide relevant advice. So, I recommend the first treasure you should choose is void interpretation, the stone statue Shenji slowly said. Void interpretation. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he immediately found the description of the treasure in the reward list. Void interpretation is the Moyu Tower Master's interpretation and understanding of space. The explanation was brief, but what caught Lin Yuan's attention was that this void interpretation came from the Moyu Tower Master. Space rules are boundless and infinite. What we call complete mastery of space rules is merely mastering certain aspects. The Master's void interpretation offers another perspective to interpret and understand the space rules. And this, for you, should be very useful. Even if you eventually comprehend the complete space rules, it will still be effective, the stone statue explained seriously while looking at Lin Yuan. Good. I'll choose that one, Lin Yuan immediately said. What kind of being is the Moyu Tower Master? A single phrase from him is invaluable, let alone a complete, void interpretation. Thus, after hearing the suggestion from stone statue Shenji, Lin Yuan made up his mind. Very well. A smile appeared on the face of stone statue Shenji. Although Lin Yuan possessed a talent and aptitude rarely seen in the world, even the demonic Jade Tower Master at the 8th layer was far inferior. However, even the most extraordinary talent needs to follow the correct path to be effective, and in the reward repository of the 1st and 2nd layers of the 9 floors Dark Tower, there was no lack of treasures that greatly enhanced combat power. Yet on the path of life's evolution, the usefulness of combat power is far less than the transformation of life itself. This is void interpretation, the masterwork of my lord. I hope you will comprehend it well. Stone statue Shenji waved his right hand. A silver-white book appeared in the air, over a meter tall, radiating faint spatial fluctuations. Lin Yuan, gazing at the book, felt as if he was looking at the vast space rules. This. Lin Yuan stared at the silver-white book. Characters of silver-white began to detach from the book, moving towards Lin Yuan, merging into his forehead one after another. One after another, the silver-white characters, each containing a massive amount of information. If written using human civilization's language, even tens of millions of words would not adequately express it. Finally, 3,333 silver-white characters merged into Lin Yuan's forehead, after which the entire silver-white book began to disintegrate, disappearing without a trace. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. At the same time, on the Milky Way main star, Lin Yuan's true body also closed his eyes. In the depths of his mind, 3,333 silver-white characters emitted a silvery glow. Lin Yuan carefully examined each character, never realizing before how profound, information just one character could convey. Your comprehension is against the heavens. Watching the mystic text rapidly enhances your understanding of the space rules. Your comprehension is against the heavens. Watching the mystic text rapidly enhances your understanding of the space rules. Your comprehension is against the heavens. Watching the mystic text rapidly enhances your understanding of the space rules. With each moment, an abundance of inspiration about space surged into his mind. Lin Yuan had never thought that spacing could also be comprehended this way. It was not purely understanding of space, but also of the 5 elements, of lightning, of light, and so forth, delving deeper and deeper into understanding space. Buzz. Just moments later, Lin Yuan felt he had comprehended 4 core spatial models in succession. Struck it big. Lin Yuan steadied his spirit, his attention reluctantly moving away from the characters in his mind. Worthy of the demonic Jade Tower master's interpretation of space, Lin Yuan was excited. Each character contains endless depth, presenting a perspective on space different from that of human civilization. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. He felt that even a supreme being, upon viewing this void interpretation, would be deeply moved. Supreme beings had comprehended complete rules of time, complete space rules, but each supreme being's understanding of these rules was different. 9 floors dark tower. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Void interpretation was currently being fully comprehended by his true body, even setting aside the fusion rules because comprehending the complete space rules first significantly enhances the efficiency of merging the Taiji rules and various cosmic forces. Alright. Stone statue Shen Ji looked at Lin Yuan and said, warmly, as for the second treasure, I suggest you choose this one. A thought from the stone statue and a painting appeared in front of them. Within the painting, a young tree swayed, emanating boundless and endless cosmic power of the world. A world tree sapling? Lin Yuan also found this treasure from the reward list. Actually, Lin Yuan had been paying attention to the world tree sapling for a while, since it was one of the few treasures he recognized. In the cosmic starry skies of the main world, the world tree is a rare treasure that is found only by chance. Its world fruits can open up an inner world for an evolver ahead of time, putting them far ahead of their peers at the same level. As even Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, only painfully achieved his inner world at the moment he advanced from the 6th rank peak to the 7th rank. And yet, the world fruit could directly accomplish this feat, which speaks volumes about the value of the world tree. You have integrated dozens of cosmic forces with the complete space rules, establishing a profoundly terrifying foundation, and your inner world also must have a treasure of sufficient weight to preside over it. The world tree is most suitable. The stone statue Shen Ji spoke. There are many uses for the world tree, including presiding over the inner world and stabilizing all the energetic rules within it, like earth, wind, fire, and water. A single world tree is more useful than tens of thousands of cosmic rare treasures. Even if the world tree presides over the inner world, it could potentially expand it further, possibly breaking the shackles that limit human evolution to millions of miles in their inner worlds. Among the treasures in the first and second layers of the reward treasury, the value of the world tree sapling ranks in the top 3. I even think it's the first. The stone statue spoke. The reason it's, I think, is because at the level of treasures like the world tree sapling, it's hard to clearly distinguish the first from the second. It completely depends on whether it suits the individual. Then let's go with the world tree sapling. Lin Yuan nodded. Even without the stone statue Shen Ji's suggestion, Lin Yuan would most likely have chosen the world tree sapling anyway. After all, with what human civilization knows about the world tree, Lin Yuan was very eager to have one of his own. Planting the world tree sapling in the inner world, generally speaking, the more abundant the essence of the inner world, the faster the world tree sapling will grow, the stone statue Shen Ji said. Understood, Lin Yuan nodded. Once the world tree matures, it will produce world fruits, a treasure of immense value. Even if Lin Yuan doesn't use them himself, he could easily sell them. It's estimated that even supreme beings would be willing to pay a price to purchase world fruits, to lay a foundation for their offspring. With the power of the world fruits, even a 6th rank evolver could open up an inner world, similar to a weakened version of Starry Sky Wanderer Kun. As for the third treasure, I currently have no suggestions, the stone statue Shen Ji spoke. No suggestions. Lin Yuan glanced at the reward list again. Currently, he wasn't lacking anything and didn't know which treasure to choose as a reward. If he chose wrongly, Lin Yuan guessed he would regret it for a long time. Master Shen Ji, is it possible to keep the last chance to choose a reward for later use? Lin Yuan tentatively asked. Once a treasure from the reward list is chosen, it cannot be exchanged, and Lin Yuan planned to decide later. No problem, the stone statue Shen Ji nodded. If it were during the heyday of the magic Jade Tower, when practitioners were always entering the Black Tower, it would naturally be better to choose from the reward list as soon as possible. After all, if you choose too late, you might find that other practitioners have already taken the treasure, but now? For countless millennia, only Lin Yuan has been such a practitioner, and it's predictable that, for a long time to come, it will still only be Lin Yuan. So there is virtually no chance that the treasures from the reward list will be picked before him. With no one else competing, who would make a selection? "Do you plan on trying the second layer?" the stone statue asked with a smile. The first layer of the Black Tower is only passable by 8th layer beings who have fully comprehended the complete space rules or several other powerful cosmic forces. And the second layer of the Black Tower? It has nothing to do with 8th layer beings, but only the very strongest among the 9th rank could hope to pass through the second layer of the Black Tower. Even Lin Yuan, who has mastered dozens of cosmic forces, including the source-level cosmic force, stands no chance of passing through the second layer of the Black Tower. The essence of his life is such that, although the source-level cosmic force offers unlimited potential, he would need to continue growing. Currently, as an 8th layer being, even with the source-level cosmic force, he definitely could not pass through the second layer of the Black Tower. The stone statue's inquiry about whether Lin Yuan intended to try passing the second layer was simply out of boredom, hoping Lin Yuan might stay in this training space a while longer. Lin Yuan nodded. Following the black stairs, he arrived at the second layer of the Black Tower. Seeing this, the stone statue disappeared into the distance and reappeared outside the 9 floors dark tower. Rustling. A series of images appeared before the stone statue, showing every detail of the second layer of the Black Tower. The pressure has increased a lot. Upon arriving at the second layer of the Black Tower, Lin Yuan immediately felt a terrifying pressure coming from all directions. Varieties of cosmic forces operated around him, and even the source-level cosmic force, the primal force, circulated around him as Lin Yuan walked with difficulty toward the central black stairway of the second layer. Time elapsed. Lin Yuan had quickly covered a third of the distance. But the next moment, dozens of cosmic forces all shattered, and along with them, the primal force also dissipated into nothing. With the loss of the numerous cosmic forces' protection, Lin Yuan's form also dissipated into nothingness. Failed? Outside the 9 floors dark tower, the stone statue Shen Ji showed no sign of surprise. Actually, the fact that Lin Yuan had managed to cover a third of the distance on the second layer of the Black Tower was already incredibly unbelievable. You should know, this layer is completely intended for 9th rank beings, and Lin Yuan managing a third already surpassed many 9th rank beings. Even some of the strongest beings within the 9th rank lifeforms were no match for Lin Yuan. Of course, being no match here was entirely in terms of spirit will and the various cosmic forces. The power that 9th rank lifeforms possessed far exceeded just these aspects, but the 9 floors dark tower specifically tested these areas. It's a pity you came too late. If you had appeared while the master was still here, the rewards you would have received would be far more than just these treasures, stone statue Shen Ji sighed. Given the talent and aptitude Lin Yuan had shown, had the Moyu Tower master known, he would definitely have been cultivated like a precious treasure. But now, there was no choice but to make do with these treasures for emergencies. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan once again opened his eyes. The second layer is too difficult. Lin Yuan pondered solemnly. Based on the experience of the first layer of the Black Tower, after walking 1/3 of the distance, illusory creatures condensed out of thin air would appear. Yet Lin Yuan hadn't even seen these illusory creatures before he was crushed by the omnipresent pressure. Dozens of cosmic forces could not withstand it. If I had comprehended the complete space rules, could I break through the second layer? Lin Yuan wondered to himself. While the complete space rules didn't allow Lin Yuan to have the energy to teleport or shift in the second layer of the Black Tower, his command over the space rules allowed him to greatly diminish the overwhelming pressure that bore down on him. Space rules were mysterious and unpredictable. With the power of the space rules, Lin Yuan could completely twist and stretch the space within inches around him to form a vast space of thousands of miles. Thus, even the greatest pressure would be significantly weakened upon entering this space. It feels like even with the complete space rules apprehended, the hope to break through the second layer is still slim. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. According to stone statue Shen Ji, the second layer of the Black Tower was entirely prepared for 9th rank lifeforms, and only the most powerful among 9th rank lifeforms could hope to break through. In other words, most 9th rank lifeforms had no hope of breaking through the second layer. And while not all 9th rank lifeforms had mastered the complete space rules, it was clear that most could not be associated with this feat. Many 9th rank lifeforms who had mastered the complete space rules still could not break through the second layer. I have another trump card, which is the divine skill enhancement, Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. The reason he hadn't used the divine skill, enhancement, while attempting the second layer earlier had been simply because it was pointless. At that point, Lin Yuan had only completed a third of the journey. Using divine skill, enhancement, then, with only 10 breaths duration, he could not have possibly covered the remaining 2/3 of the distance. I'll see when the time comes. Lin Yuan's stream of thought receded. The rewards from the 9 floors Dark Tower were too rich for Lin Yuan to let such an opportunity slip by casually. Even if he couldn't break through the second layer at the 8th layer, once he stepped into the 9th rank, he would definitely try again. World Tree. Lin Yuan calmed his mind and looked at a sapling in front of him, with a fervent look in his eyes. This Moyud Tower Master, in terms of spatial attainment, has reached an unbelievable level. He just sent this World Tree sapling to me following the magic jade mark. Lin Yuan's expression was filled with emotion. What had descended to the demon jade space was just a wisp of Lin Yuan's spirit wool, unable to bring back any physical item. Even knowing that the demon jade space was not in the main world and was incredibly distant from it, still being able to accomplish this feat, astonished Lin Yuan himself. This was akin to the door to the myriad realms. The door to the myriad realms, as long as sufficient world-breaking origin force was paid, could also transport items from the main world into various realms, or bring items from those realms back to the main world. Of course, it was but a similarity. The task of carrying items through the myriad rank gateway involved crossing different dimensional strata, which transcended the concept of space itself, countless times more sophisticated than what the Moyud Tower Master had achieved. However distant the demon jade space was from the main world, it was still within the same stratum and the same dimension. Let's plant the world tree in the inner world quickly. With a mere thought, Lin Yuan brought the world tree sapling into his inner world. In the center of his inner world, vast enough to span billions of miles, the figure of Lin Yuan appeared, holding a sapling half a meter tall. Rustling. Lin Yuan gently placed the world tree sapling on the ground. The sapling's roots began to burrow into the soil, slowly absorbing the power of the world. A very peculiar feeling? Lin Yuan's expression shifted. As the world tree took root in his inner world, Lin Yuan had a strange sensation. It was as if the world tree was a descendant of his own bloodline. It's absorbing the power of the world. Lin Yuan felt clearly that the world tree sapling was slowly absorbing the power of the world into its trunk. As the power of the world entered the sapling, Lin Yuan also sensed that he was rapidly refining the world tree sapling. There's no noticeable change. Lin Yuan briefly sensed his inner world and found the world tree sapling hadn't had any significant effect yet. Let's take it slow. Lin Yuan understood that the world tree was too small at present, and even if its quality was astoundingly high, it could not have an impact on a world spanning billions of miles. Milky Way main star. After settling the world tree sapling, Lin Yuan began to contemplate void interpretation. The evolutionary scholars of human civilization in the main world had divided complete space rules into basic spatial models and core spatial models. Only those who had apprehended these two types of spatial models could master the complete space rules. But this was merely the understanding of those pioneering evolutionary scholars of human civilization. In fact, the space rules were boundless and infinite. How could a mere few thousand or tens of thousands of spatial models encompass the true space rules? The so-called basic space model and core space model are nothing but attempts by human evolvers to understand a certain aspect of the space rules through their evolution. The void interpretation, written by the Moyud Tower Master, on the other hand, interprets the space rules from a perspective entirely different from that of humans. In the Moyud Tower Master's understanding, everything in the world originates from space, and the many rules, including the 5 elements rules, thunderclap rules, and light rules, are all part of the space rules. Can the space rules really be comprehended in this way? Is there really such a side to the space rules? Lin Yuan suddenly became somewhat obsessed, continuously struck by flashes of insight. And while persistently pondering over the void interpretation, Lin Yuan's understanding of the spatial models deepened without cease. He soon penetrated the 6,000th core space model and was making rapid progress toward the 7,000th one. Battlefield B0001. This medium-sized otherworldly battlefield is the oldest among all the battlefields of different races. A battleground where human civilization clashed with one of the peak clans of the Tianyu clan. The Tianyu clan resembled humans in appearance, their height generally ranging from 5 to 10 meters, except they had pure white wings, which symbolized a clansman's status and potential in the Tianyu clan. For 2 million years, countless evolvers from human civilization fought bitterly with the Tianyu clan, with a ferocity that even surpassed that of the conflicts between human civilization and the insect race. Every day, many human evolvers perished at the hands of the formidable members of the Tianyu clan, and likewise, many powerful Tianyu clan members died at the hands of human civilization's evolvers. At this moment, on one side of battlefield B0001, a group of dozens of 8th-layer invincible evolvers gathered, discussing war strategies against the Tianyu clan. In a few years at most, the Tianyu clan will inevitably launch a full-scale war to determine the ownership of that star domain, the leading short and stout 8th-layer invincible said with a solemn tone, speaking slowly. Human civilization specifically established numerous battlefields to control the impact of war within certain limits as much as possible. If they fought in the starry sky instead of on the designated battlefields, it would surely result in the destruction of numerous planets. Even if they won the war, they would only inherit a star domain full of scars and desolation. Previously, Lin Yuan had gone to the Milky Way star region to take up the position of Galaxy Master, and the original master of that star domain belonged to the Shadow Tribe. The Shadow Tribe, after losing and conceding defeat in the battlefield conflict with human civilization, voluntarily gave up the control of a star domain. This was also an arrangement agreed upon by the major peak clans in the alliance. And now, the clash between human civilization and the heavenly race would decide the ownership of a vast star domain. The Tianyu clan is well prepared and determined to win that star domain, having mobilized several 8th-layer invincibles. Our chances of victory are not great, a woman clad in blue robes said. It wasn't that human civilization was inferior to the Tianyu clan. Rather, sometime earlier, human civilization had deployed a large number of evolvers to engage in a war with another peak clan. This had led to a shortage of evolvers available for the current conflict. I do have a proposal, an 8th-layer invincible spoke up at that moment. Speak, the short and stout elder said immediately. He too was concerned about the upcoming war against the Tianyu clan. Not long ago, the Galaxy Master subdued 5 8th-layer invincible aliens. Repelling 3 and slaying 2, his fame is illustrious. The third 8th-layer invincible evolver slowly began. Therefore, my proposal is, this 8th-layer invincible evolver looked around, to invite the Galaxy Master here, no matter what the cost. Go invite the Galaxy Master. The other 8th-layer invincible evolvers glanced at each other. Battlefield B0001 is the oldest medium-sized battlefield. Gathering a large number of evolvers from human civilization and strong individuals from the Tianyu clan. In terms of the intensity of war, Battlefield B0001 is second only to the large alien battlefield. Often witnessing battles among 8th-layer invincible beings. The number of 8th-layer invincible beings deployed by human civilization in this battlefield even exceeds several dozen. Moreover, aside from the 8th-layer invincible beings, there are also 9th-rank powers paying attention. Of course, whether it is from the side of human civilization or the Tianyu clan. 9th-rank powers only pay attention and basically do not intervene. Once 9th-rank powers enter the fray, the nature of the battle shifts, and the entire battlefield could be decimated. The alliances of several peak clans in the cosmic starry skies restrict the actions of 9th-rank powers as much as possible, except in large battlefields, where it is rare for 9th-rank powers to act. Previously, when human civilization dispatched multiple 9th-rank evolvers to purge several powerful clans within the insect race alliance, it was because the insect race had openly severed diplomatic ties. Inviting the Galaxy Master, that indeed is a solution. Many of the 8th-layer invincible evolvers nodded in agreement. Being 8th-layer invincible, they are naturally extremely proud, but they harbor no doubts about the Galaxy Master. In that battle within the Milky Way star region, the Galaxy Master, facing 5 opponents alone, killed 2 of the 8th-layer invincible from different species. With such ferocity, which 8th-layer invincible would dare to harbor other thoughts? The Galaxy Master, through his own power, raised the combat power limit of 8th-layer invincibles. And even shattered the myth of their invincibility, being acclaimed as the first 8th-layer evolver of human civilization. Or more precisely, the foremost 8th layer evolver in the history of human civilization. "But what price should we pay to invite the Galaxy Master?" asked a woman in blue robes. With the strength of the Galaxy Master, there indeed was hope to turn the tide of the battlefield, at least to hold off a significant portion of the 8th layer invincibles of the Tianyu clan. Under such circumstances, human civilization would be virtually unbeatable. All that is well and good. The problem is what kind of price to pay. If the price is too low, the Galaxy Master would not bother to come. If the price is too high, then there is no upper limit, and they are also unclear exactly how high a price would be necessary to invite the Galaxy Master. I've decided to yield 1/10 of the total merit points from the upcoming wars in this battlefield. A short, plump figure pondered for a while and said earnestly. 1/10 of the total merit points? The many 8th layer invincible evolvers were shocked. The total merit points from a battlefield involve a very large number of merit points. Why do those star lords of star domains continually seek to take over and manage one alien battlefield after another, merely to serve human civilization? Of course, because managing an alien battlefield can yield substantial benefits, among which merit points are the most important aspect. As long as we can hold our own against the Tianyu clan, let's yield it. The 8th layer invincible evolvers pondered for a while and agreed. Losing the war against the Tianyu clan, for those 8th layer invincible evolvers who reside permanently on the battlefield, would also require a huge price, perhaps even losing this avatar. In that case, then I will contact the Goddess of Freedom, who will reach out to the Galaxy Master. The short, plump figure spoke. Mobilizing an 8th layer invincible, especially a legendary 8th layer invincible like Lin Yuan, certainly requires the approval of the Goddess of Freedom. Simultaneously, the price they agreed upon also needs to be certified by the Goddess of Freedom, which is also a way to express their sincerity to the Galaxy Master. Demon Jade Space. 2nd layer of the Black Tower. Lin Yuan's form reappeared, an invisible yet profound pressure assaulting him from all directions. Confronting the enveloping pressure with various cosmic forces, could it help me develop more techniques of utilizing cosmic forces? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Ever since his last failed attempt at conquering the 2nd layer of the Black Tower, he occasionally re-entered the 9 floors Dark Tower using the magic Jade Mark. By utilizing the pressure of the 2nd layer, he trained in the use of various cosmic forces. In the main world, for beings of the 8th layer, cosmic force is unique, so there are simply no techniques for its utilization. But in the spirit realm, many supreme immortal kings mastered various powers of creation, and the combination of different creative powers could often unleash even greater might. The internal environment of the 9 floors Dark Tower, especially designed for cosmic force and understanding of space rules, combined with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, could completely allow him to better grasp the techniques of utilizing cosmic forces through continuous adjustment and adaptation. Of course, Lin Yuan's visits here were merely considered a pastime during his periods of comprehending space rules. He would come here to relax whenever he felt tired. Outside the 9 floors Dark Tower, the stone statue Shen Ji was also observing Lin Yuan's performance on the 2nd layer. This young fellow, treating the training ground left by the master as a stepping stone, the stone statue Shen Ji shook its head. But it's good, I'm indeed looking forward to what achievements you might have in the future. Stone statue Shen Ji stared at the screen featuring Lin Yuan. A moment later, Lin Yuan voluntarily gave up. Expelled from the 9 floors Dark Tower, he appeared outside the Black Tower. "How's it going, kid?" the stone statue asked with a smile. "Got some insights," Lin Yuan said, though in fact, it was more than just some. He had just concretely realized 6 types of cosmic force techniques, including 3 advanced cosmic forces. Fully sensing the essence of cosmic force will greatly benefit the ultimate sublimation and transformation of your inner world into an inner universe, the stone statue Shen Ji stated. Inner universe. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn. Why does the cosmic force realized by an invincible 8th layer practitioner offer great benefits during 9th layer cultivation? It is because the cosmic force is the fundamental power of the universe starry skies in the main world, realized and fused into the pillar rules of the 8th layer, transforming the inner world and imbuing it with a trace of the cosmic starry sky's fundamental power. When the inner world ascends to an inner universe, it will act as a catalyst. With the cosmic force at your command, coupled with the world tree's suppression, Ascending your inner world to an inner universe in the future should pose no difficulties. The only thing you need to be mindful of is what kind of inner universe will be ascended to. The stone statue Shen Ji gazed at Lin Yuan. Even among inner universes, there are distinctions between strong and weak. The stone statue Shen Ji was curious about what degree Lin Yuan's future inner universe would reach. Dozens of ordinary cosmic forces, more than 10 superior cosmic forces, plus one source-level cosmic force. What kind of inner universe will it form? It's a pity that the upper limit of your race is not high. Even if you fully comprehend the complete space rules, the maximum extent of your inner world would be tens of millions of miles. If it could be a bit larger. The stone statue spoke up to this point, then suddenly laughed. What was it thinking? Even if the inner world was only tens of millions of miles in extent, with so many cosmic forces integrated, it could turn decay into magic. Lin Yuan was about to speak. His expression suddenly changed slightly. The goddess of freedom is looking for me? A thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind. Milky Way main star. The voice of the goddess of freedom suddenly reached Lin Yuan's ears. Respected scholar Yuan. Compared to the solemn and aloof voice of the goddess of wisdom, the voice of the goddess of freedom was filled with coldness and a killing intent, making it very distinctive. Goddess of freedom. Lin Yuan's tone was slightly solemn. In human civilization, the status of the three goddesses is not less than that of the 9 supreme beings. Over more than 2 million years, the 3 ultimate AI goddesses have made indelible contributions. Very soon, the goddess of freedom conveyed the invitation from the B0001 exotic battlefield to Lin Yuan. You want me to go to this battlefield of different races to confront numerous strong ones from the Tianyu clan? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. As long as I agree, will I receive 1/10 of the total merit from the upcoming war? Lin Yuan was somewhat tempted. The B0001 exotic battlefield had arrangements from the human civilization and the Tianyu clan's numerous strong ones involved. Hence the associated merit was naturally colossal. Even just 1/10 was probably in the tens of millions. Just by making a move once, could I at least obtain tens of millions of merit points? Lin Yuan thought to himself. With Lin Yuan's strength, naturally, he would make a move at the most critical moment to turn the tide of battle, which meant he would likely only act once. Goddess of freedom, will there be any 9th layer or 10th layer strong ones taking action on this battlefield of different races? Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then asked. On a medium-sized otherworldly battlefield, strong ones of the 9th layer and above rarely enter. And even if they do, there are evolvers from our human civilization of the 9th layer and above to face them, the goddess of freedom said in a cold voice, as if devoid of any emotion. So if I go to this battlefield, will there be any accidents, like being cursed and killed along with all my avatars by the different species strong ones? Lin Yuan continued to inquire. At any time, one's own safety is the most important. If Lin Yuan would have to risk his life for some merit points, he naturally would not wish for that. Merit points, for Lin Yuan, have a stable path of acquisition, and there's no need to take any unnecessary risks. As the first medium-sized otherworldly battlefield to be developed, it will be under the watch of a supreme being. Scholar Yuan only needs to focus on fighting the 8th layer strong ones of the different species. The goddess of freedom spoke again. Giving Lin Yuan's importance to human civilization, now that the goddess of freedom had agreed to let Lin Yuan go to the battlefield, it naturally followed extensive deduction, ensuring that there would be no real risk of death for Lin Yuan. Previously, when Lin Yuan had yet to step into the 7th rank, he wanted to venture into a medium-sized otherworldly battlefield but was stopped by the goddess of wisdom. It was because, at that time, Lin Yuan had a minimal chance of encountering insurmountable dangers in the medium-sized otherworldly battlefield that could involve the original body of his avatars. Only 8th layer strong ones of the different species, Lin Yuan's face revealed a smile. Then I agree. Lin Yuan nodded. With his current strength, not to mention he was the first in the 8th layer in the history of human civilization, perhaps even among all the 8th layer individuals throughout the history of the starry sky races, none could compare to him. In that battle in the Milky Way star region, Lin Yuan had not regained full strength nor had he displayed all his power. Even so, it still shook the internal units of human civilization, and the shock experienced by the surrounding different species was probably even more profound. Lin Yuan's true combat power had long since broken the threshold of the 9th rank, As for what level within the 9th rank he was, only a battle could reveal that. Upon receiving Lin Yuan's consent, the Goddess of Freedom immediately contacted the invincible 8th layer evolver on the B0001 battlefield. Not long after, they were required to meet in the virtual world to discuss the specific requirements for making a move. Void interpretation. Lin Yuan once again started to contemplate the tome left by the Moyu Tower Master. It's truly profound. Lin Yuan was somewhat engrossed. Void interpretation, comprised of 3,333 characters, each seemingly containing endless information. Each time Lin Yuan contemplated, he could discern new aspects of the essence of space from the same character. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan had contemplated for several days. The 7,132nd spatial model. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his thoughts stirred slightly, and strands of spatial force converged before him, quickly forming an incredibly complex spatial model. Just over 500 more spatial models and I can fully comprehend the complete space rules. Lin Yuan let out a breath, while also sensing the weariness in his soul. Void interpretation was on such a high level that Lin Yuan's prolonged contemplation took a great toll on his heart force, making it impossible to maintain for long periods. This had nothing to do with, against heaven's understanding, it was primarily due to Lin Yuan himself. If his heart force were sufficient, he could continue contemplating indefinitely. Let's take a look at the virtual world. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world, intending to relax for a while. Founder's virtual world. Lin Yuan's consciousness directly entered. This virtual world was specifically created for the founders of many paths of evolution within human civilization, serving as a place for the founders to communicate daily. Lin Yuan had just entered the founder's world. The great scholar Tai appeared beside Lin Yuan. In the public area of the founder's world, every founder had the right to enter. "Kid, it's been a long time since you've been online." The great scholar Tai looked Lin Yuan over, and asked with slight curiosity. The great scholar Tai was exceptionally curious about Lin Yuan. If not for the Goddess of Wisdom's intervention and warning, he would have likely used some methods to forcibly pull out Lin Yuan's real identity. "I've been a bit busy," Lin Yuan replied truthfully. It was more than just a bit. The things Lin Yuan needed to do were simply too numerous. Void interpretation, fusion rules, the 9 floors dark tower, and so forth. Each required a great deal of time and energy. Being busy is good. The great scholar Tai nodded. "By the way, in a while, the Molang scholar plans to create a virtual world specifically to discuss the essence of the space rules and rule of time. Are you interested in going?" The great scholar Tai glanced at Lin Yuan. The Molang scholar was one of the few scholars in the founder's virtual world who openly revealed their identity. The reason for this was that the Molang scholar was one of the most top-tier and ancient scholars within human civilization. His identity, even when made public, would not be affected. The essence of the rule of time and space rules? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. So far, he had no particular interest in the rule of time. But space rules, even with the void interpretation left by the demonic Jade Tower Master, Lin Yuan wouldn't mind accessing more powerful beings' understanding and views on space. "Interested in going? I have an invitation," the great scholar Tai asked again. Not just anyone could listen to the Molang scholar's discourse. Only those who were evolvers at the scholar level could receive an invitation. Of course, if a particular evolving scholar didn't want to participate, they could also gift their invitation to other founders. The great scholar Tai had such a plan in mind. If Lin Yuan asked a second time, he would not mind giving him the invitation. Invitation? Lin Yuan paused slightly. Immediately, a virtual screen appeared, and upon opening the mail section, an invitation from the Molang scholar was displayed. "Are you referring to this invitation?" Lin Yuan turned to look at the great scholar Tai. "You?" The great scholar Tai blinked several times, scrutinizing the invitation before finally turning to Lin Yuan in disbelief. "When did you become a scholar too?" The reason Molang scholar only sent invitation letters to scholars of the evolver level is that the essence of space and time he speaks of is very difficult for founders below the level of a scholar to comprehend. Even listening for a while longer can create cognitive barriers and affect their own understanding of space and time. Without reaching a certain height, forcibly knowing information of that height often has the opposite effect. Great scholar Tae planned to give the invitation to Lin Yuan because through their interactions over time, he confirmed that Lin Yuan's aptitude and comprehension were extremely formidable. It would be more beneficial than harmful if he could have the opportunity to listen to Molang scholar's lecture. That was the reason for their conversation just now. Anyhow, great scholar Tae himself wasn't particularly interested in Molang scholar's lecture since he had heard it many times before, and missing it once was no big deal. But Lin Yuan was different. In great scholar Tae's eyes, Lin Yuan was a newcomer, his junior, who had never been in touch with Molang scholar before. As a founding scholar and predecessor within human civilization, great scholar Tae felt it was his duty to look after Lin Yuan. However, when great scholar Tae saw that Lin Yuan had an invitation identical to his own, he became somewhat stupefied. An invitation meant only for evolver scholars appeared in Lin Yuan's hands? What was going on? Great scholar Tae's thoughts whirled, and he immediately thought of the only possibility. That was that Lin Yuan was also an evolver scholar. That was why he had said, "When did you become a scholar too?" After all, in great scholar Tae's eyes, Lin Yuan had definitely not been an evolver scholar before. Otherwise, the goddess of wisdom would not have prevented him from retrieving Lin Yuan's information so adamantly. After giving some perfunctory responses to great scholar Tae for a while, Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world. Lin Yuan felt indifferent about great scholar Tae discovering his true identity. Every evolver scholar of human civilization is absolutely trustworthy. Just pioneering a stable evolution path at the 8th layer is merely a prerequisite to becoming an evolver scholar. Molang scholar. Lin Yuan looked at the golden invitation letter once more. He hadn't taken it seriously when he first received it because Lin Yuan was still too young. Having not experienced many things, he was unaware of what Molang scholars' lectures meant, and the three goddesses would not always remind him. Furthermore, the invitation letter did not mention anything about the rule of time or complete space rules. If it weren't coming from Molang scholar, Lin Yuan might not even have given it a second glance. I might as well listen when the time comes, Lin Yuan thought, deciding it would not be a waste of time. As evolver scholars of human civilization focusing on specific research domains, if supreme beings represent the height of human civilization, then scholars represent its depth. The goddess of freedom has already communicated, and now the invincible evolvers of the 8th layer on battlefield B0001 would like to meet with me and discuss in detail? Upon receiving the message from the goddess of freedom, Lin Yuan immediately agreed. The so-called discussion was naturally to take place in the virtual world. Its content would be about confirming Lin Yuan's approach, when to take action, and which of the Tianyu clan's powerhouses to deal with, among other things. All these needed to be determined through prior communication. As the invited party, Lin Yuan received a substantial amount of merit points as remuneration and naturally had to actively cooperate. In a virtual world stood a majestic, grand palace. The short, stout elder and a group of invincible beings from battlefield B0001 who were at the 8th layer had long been waiting there. Galactic Star Master should be coming soon. Not sure if the Galactic Star Master is easy to talk to. I actually have some ties with Chicken Starlord, the teacher of Galactic Star Master. Chicken Starlord is forthright, so I expect the Galactic Star Master to be straightforward. The many invincibles within the palace murmured to each other in low voices. Galactic Star Master was indeed very powerful, capable of killing 2 invincibles of the 8th layer, but the enemies they were about to face were many strong members of the Tianyu clan, a peak clan. If 1 or 2 invincibles at the 8th layer couldn't match Galactic Star Master, what about 10 or 8 of them? Galactic Star Master would definitely have to pay a price to hold them off. If Galactic Star Master was unwilling to pay that price and didn't work hard enough, then it would be their headache. After all, they couldn't dare to demand that Galactic Star Master must hold back the many strong beings of the Tianyu clan. That request would be too much. Who knew how many invincibles at the 8th layer the Tianyu clan could mobilize? As one of the peak clans, the Tianyu clan certainly had the capability to bring hundreds of invincible 8th layer powerhouses over. And each invincible powerhouse at the 8th layer working together with various secret treasures could unleash terrifying power. Suddenly a figure appeared out of nowhere in the palace, his gaze serene, looking at the many invincible evolvers with a smile and saying, "Hello everyone, I am the Galactic Star Master." Galactic Star Master, greetings, Galactic Star Master. Over here, Galactic Star Master, one after another, the Invincibles at the 8th layer immediately showed their enthusiasm. After all, they were relying on Lin Yuan in the upcoming war, so naturally, they couldn't be indifferent now. Galactic Star Master, the short, stout elder spoke with a solemn expression, looking sincerely at Lin Yuan. Baiyun Lord. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. This short, stout elder, named Baiyun, was the Star Lord of the Baiyun Star Domain. The cosmic force he had mastered might not be a high-level cosmic force, but among ordinary cosmic forces, it was quite powerful. Many invincible beings at the 8th layer in the B0001 exotic battlefield generally regarded Baiyun Lord as their leader.